Sunny tentatively nodded, prompting Professor Obel to give him a small smile. Well, in truth, that pulse is a bit more complicated than that, because it spreads not only through space, but also through time. So, if we know what to look for, we can detect faint aftershocks of a gate impulse before it actually appears. Of course, that requires a vast and expensive network of sensors and monitoring satellites to monitor the entire globe, or at least those areas that we deem important. Sunny blinked. What exactly do you mean when you say that the impulse spreads through time, Professor? The old man looked at him and remained silent for a few moments. How do I put it? Try to imagine time as a river, young man. It always flows forward, from the past into the future, and we travel forward with its current. Now, imagine that someone threw a rock into that river. There would be ripples on its surface, wouldn't there? And those ripples, unlike the waters of the river itself, would travel both downstream and upstream. Hence, he can detect those ripples from a bit further up the stream. Sunny couldn't help but scratch his head. What Professor Obel said was not hard to understand, however, it was a bit harder to accept. Perhaps if I think about it in a different way. Sunny imagined a string of a harp. Someone plucked it in the middle, sending a vibration spreading both up and down. Downward was the furor, and upward was the past. Then, he imagined the inconceivable tapestry of fate, and the never-ending expanse of its countless strings, each stretching from nowhere to infinity. A certain event happened, making small sections of several strings tremble. Was that what the old man was talking about? A subtle frown appeared on his face. Come to think of it, does affinity to revelations, perhaps, work based on the same principle? Sunny hesitated for a bit, and then cautiously said, I think I understand. Maybe. Professor Obel smiled. Good, however, as I said, this is just a primitive solution. That solution only observes the effect without understanding the cause. And the cause why, it is much harder to comprehend. Truth be told, I don't think that humans like us can even conceive of it in its entirety. In fact, the predominant school of modern thought states that the nightmare spell is a causal by nature, meaning that it does not even adhere to the principle of cause and effect. That it's magic, so to speak. He grimaced. I don't agree, obviously. But anyway, trying to understand even a little bit of the causality of the spell is a daunting task, so we limit the scope of our research to a small fraction of it, namely, the nightmare gates. The old man's face darkened a little. However, even that has proved to be an insurmountable task, I'm afraid. For now. Sunny raised an eyebrow. How so? Professor Obel smiled bleakly. Oh well, to be honest, this might sound funny to you, but we are not even sure that nightmare gates have anything to do with the nightmare spell. He seemed to have expected to be rebuked, but Sunny did not react to that statement too much. Instead, they thought for a bit, and then asked calmly. Really? The old man looked at him with a bit of surprise. You are not against that idea? Sunny shrugged. During my second nightmare, I was separated from the spell for a while. I couldn't summon my memories, visit my soul sea, or even hear its voice. However, my aspect and powers were still with me. So, I figured that aspects, at least, exist outside the spell. If aspects are their own thing, why can't nightmare gates be? Oh, that doesn't mean that I'm convinced, though. I am just open to the possibility. Professor Obel looked at him with gleaming eyes. Separated from the spell? Fascinating, young man, please, do share your experiences with me later. Sunny grinned. No problem. However, if you do publish something as a result, you'll be entitled to receive some points, right? You know, as a contributor. Chapter 880, Cause and Effect. The old man chuckled and looked at his subordinates, who were packing things up in a hurry. After a while, he signed. Whether nightmare gates are produced by the spell or not, there is definitely a connection between the two. Or rather, the three since awakened are also part of this equation. He grew silent after that, and then added in a more serious tone. What interests me the most, however, is which of the three came first. Sunny looked at him with surprise. Forgive me, Professor, but isn't that common knowledge? The spell came first, bringing with it the nightmares. Then, we awakened appeared as the result. He frowned slightly. Of course, common knowledge is not always trustworthy. But in this case, it seems to follow logic. Professor Obel shook his head. Who can really say? The beginnings of the spell are not documented well. Back then the world was not in the best shape, and by the time we knew that something was happening, it was already out of our ability to prevent, contain, or control. We tried, of course, but even then, some truths never get to become widely known, or even be put on paper at all. It is very likely that what you said is true. There are other possibilities, though, ones that would demand entirely different solutions. Sunny looked at him with a perplexed expression. What do you mean? The elderly scientist hesitated. Have you ever asked yourself this? Did the spell bring nightmares with it, or did the nightmares bring the spell? Forgive me. This is still too broad. Here is another question: do the nightmares produce the awakened, or do the awakened produce the nightmares? Sunny blinked. What? The old man smiled. Consider it a mental exercise. Of course, it is widely known that one becomes an awakened through surviving the first nightmare. However, after that, things become more interesting. You are too young to remember, but at the beginning of it all, the disasters of the spell descended on the waking world in stages. Otherwise, we would have never survived. Professor Obel's eyes suddenly became distant, as if he was remembering a distant past. At first, there were only those infected by the spell. Some of them became sleepers, and some became dormant abominations. Then, after the first solstice, there were awakened. However, there were also nightmare gates of the second category, and with them, more powerful creatures came into our world. Eventually, there were more sleepers, more awakened. There were also masters. But with them came more gates, and more gates that were unlike anything we had ever seen. He paused. Then there were saints. And North America. And now, we have the chain of nightmares. One can't help but wonder. Sunny did not like the sound of that. What is he trying to say? Wonder about what? The fragile old man let out a heavy sigh. This is just a scientific inquiry, Master Sunless. Don't take it close to heart. As scientists, our duty is to ask questions, and one of these questions is whether there is a correlation between the number and power of awakened in our world and the number and power of the nightmare gates that manifest here. Awakened and nightmares, which of these elements is the cause, and which is the effect? Sunny thought for a bit, then simply shook his head. Your argument has a big flaw, Professor. If there really was a correlation and we, awakened, were somehow responsible for attracting bigger and better nightmare gates, then there would not have been a Category 5 gate in North America before a bunch of Supremes ran around the world. I think you are just giving in to the desire to see patterns in the chaos that all us, humans, share. There were 3 sovereigns alive in the world right now, but there had not been any when that gate swallowed an entire continent. In any case, Sunny was not going to mention the Supremes as anything but a theoretical possibility. Professor Obel nodded with appreciation. Good thinking, young man. It is always good to have a healthy amount of skepticism. However, your point is only unassailable if we assume a crucial detail to be true. Sunny frowned. Yes. What detail? The old man looked at the scientists surrounding them and smiled with a bit of sadness. That the impact of a powerful awakened emerging only flows down the river of time as we, mortals, do. However, if it spreads like a ripple through time, just like the aftershock of a gate manifesting itself into reality, then it doesn't matter when their ascension happens. The first Supreme might appear in a few years, but the consequences of their rise could have already burdened us years ago. His fatigued eyes suddenly shone with strange light. As for the harrowing gate that destroyed North America, who knows? Maybe it is just an echo of a god emerging from the human race in a distant, dire future. Some time later, Sonny left his shadow in the laboratory to stand watch and went to check on his soldiers. As he walked through the underground complex, his expression was dark. What Professor Obel had told him Sonny was not exactly buying it. At least not entirely. However, he felt that there were a few nuggets of truth in what the old man believed, even if the scientists might have come to the wrong conclusions based on those theories. The ripples of time, the disasters that came from the future and thus paved the path for their eventual inception, thus creating a weird self-contained paradox. Sonny was dubious about the validity, and even sanity, of these ideas. In his experience, the simplest answer was most often correct. Professor Obel seemed to have lost sight of that fact. There was one theory, however, that made him restless. Can the ascension of many awakened really cause the growing number and intensity of the nightmare gates? He did not really see how that could be the case. After all, one had to go through a nightmare first to become awakened, not the other way around. However, if he assumed that there really was a correlation, one thing would make more sense. Walking through the dark corridors. Sonny scowled. Can this be the reason why the sovereigns are suppressing the emergence of new saints? No, more than that. Can this be the reason why none of them challenged the fifth nightmare yet? In the past, he had thought that all of this hidden oppression was just the result of the ambition and lust for power consuming Astarion, Anvil of Valor, and Kisong. But was that the only reason? Sonny let out a frustrated sigh. He simply did not know. Chapter 881, Change of Plans. Outside, the blizzard was still rampaging across the world, drowning reality in a murky white haze. It was hard for a master like Sonny to get cold, but even still, he shivered and hurried to get back inside. Entering the building that housed the sleeping pods of the cohort members, he nodded at Vern, who was already waiting there with a somber face. By now, around 8 hours had passed since their arrival. The people Sonny had sent into the dream realm would be returning any minute now. The steady master looked at him and asked, "How did your meeting with the professor go?" Sonny shrugged. "We had an interesting talk. He is an outstanding person." It was strange, really. Professor Obel was a mundane human, but he had probably saved more lives than any awakened Sonny knew of. Without the predictive system the old man had developed, countless people would have been swallowed by the emerging gates over the decades. Sonny knew how dangerous a sudden manifestation of a gate in a populous area could be. He had faced one himself, after all. Vern silently nodded. "That he is. I hope you understand now why it is so important to deliver him and his scientists to safety, Master Sunless. Their work must continue." Sonny wanted to answer, but at that moment, the sleeping pods came to life, announcing that the people occupying them were waking up. Samara, Kim, and Luster returned almost at the same time. They climbed out of the pods and put on their clothes with dark expressions on their faces. "I guess the news is not too good." At that moment, Luster blurted. "Captain, Sir Bad, it's really bad." Sonny looked at him darkly. "I gathered as much. Speak." The three awakened looked at each other. Eventually, it was Kim who addressed the masters. "The situation is still unclear, but there was some sort of earthquake, followed by the manifestation of multiple Category 3 gates. There were also several titans that emerged. The three saints fought one of them above the strait between West Antarctica and the center, and then, communications across all the southern quadrant went down. By the time we left the Citadel, people were still trying to understand what happened." Sonny's face darkened. All of that sounded very troublesome. It seemed that the chain of nightmares had reached a qualitative change, plunging Antarctica in chaos. "What about our orders? Have you heard from Colonel Jet?" Samara spoke in a subdued tone. "She did pass on instructions, sir." "Well, at least something went well." Judging by the heavy gazes of his subordinates, however, he would not like what they were about to say. Master Verne frowned as he looked at the beautiful sharpshooter. Well, what does Army Command want us to do? Samura sighed. The region between this installation and the nearest siege capital is judged to be too dangerous to traverse. All the Antarctic center is affected, but its southern edge was seemingly hit the worst. So we can't go back. The previous evacuation plan was scrapped. Verne did not say anything, but his jaw muscles tightened. It looked as if he was on the verge of uttering a curse, which said a lot about how dissatisfied the man was with the news. From what Sonny had observed, Verne was a very uptight and proper person. He himself was far from feeling elated, as well. Being stuck in a remote facility with no route of escape was not as bad as it could get, but very close to it. Sonny cursed for the both of them. So, what? Are we supposed to just stay here and wait for death? Samura shook her head. We received new orders, sir. Although evacuation by land seems to be impossible at the moment, the naval convoy that delivered us to Antarctica is already on the way back to pick up the second batch of refugees. One of the vessels, battleship Ariadne, is going to be rerouted to the southern edge of the Antarctic center. If all goes well, it will reach us in 2 to 3 weeks. We are ordered to fortify LO-49's defenses and await its arrival. Verne let out a relieved sigh. I see. 3 weeks, that should be doable. Sonny, however, was not too enthused. The thought of going back aboard a ship did not sound very alluring. On the other hand, traversing hundreds of kilometers of rugged terrain with 2,000 local soldiers and civilians, as well as no reconnaissance data from Army Command and an unknown number of Titans walking around, seemed like an even worse idea. He shrugged with a grimace. I see. Well, I guess we got ourselves a small vacation. Considering that the cohort was going to spend at least 2 weeks at the research facility. Sonny told his soldiers to make themselves at home. The Rhino was brought within the walls of the fortress, and they chose to use it as their living quarters instead of settling in one of the buildings. The new environment, really, was a welcome change. The cohort was exhausted after a month of constant fighting, and this forced break, although unexpected, could potentially give them ample time to rest and recuperate. If something did not go really, really wrong, of course. LO-49 was a large facility, and offered the members of the cohort a lot of opportunities to entertain themselves and pass time. They could eat in the mess hall, relax in one of the recreational lounges, or even visit a small library. The most refreshing change, however, was simply being among new people. Conversing with the civilian staff of the installation reminded them of the calm times before the chain of nightmares. There were just 2 places that Sonny forbade his soldiers from approaching: the old observatory and the outer wall that oversaw the ocean. Even though the observatory had its telescope dismantled, he still didn't like it. The ocean, meanwhile, Sonny was just prejudiced against dark water, for a good reason. A few days passed in relative peace. And then a week. The news coming from the north was still strangely vague and fragmented. Then, however, that peace was spoiled by a sudden and dangerous development. Chapter 882, Condition Yellow. Sonny was staring at the black waves that came and went, licking the stone shore not too far away from the tall wall of the fortress. Even though he had told his soldiers to stay away from the ocean, Sonny came here once or twice every day, perhaps hoping to see the fearsome silhouette of the giant battleship emerging from the darkness. That was silly, of course, since the arrival of their ride away from LO-49 was days, or even weeks away. Still, he found himself in a contemplative mood whenever he observed the waves. He was also reasonably sure in his ability to get away should anything other than Ariadne appear from the ocean. The blizzard finally subsided a few hours ago, so today, Sonny saw much further than before. Not that there was anything to see. Shivering in the cold, he sighed and turned around to go find warmth inside one of the station's buildings. It was at that moment that Sonny froze and tilted his head, as if listening to something. His eyes narrowed. Crap. The maddening whispers assaulting his mind had just grown much louder. Jumping off the wall, Sonny walked quickly and soon reached the security center of the facility. There, several awakened were monitoring the sensor feeds. Vern was standing in front of a wall of screens with a dark expression on his face. Hearing Sonny's steps, he turned his head. "You felt it too?" Sonny nodded. "Yeah. It's strong." Vern closed his eyes for a few moments. "This complicates things." That was an understatement. What they sensed was the call, which had suddenly grown much stronger. That meant two things, none of them promising anything good to the people isolated inside LO-49. The first thing was rather obvious: somewhere out there, very close to the facility, one or more nightmare gates had just opened. Considering how loud the call was, Sonny was willing to bet that there were two of them, at least. The second thing was not immediately dangerous, but vastly more insidious. Vern gritted his teeth, then sighed and pressed a few buttons on the console in front of him. Then, he spoke, his voice being carried all across the fortress by the integrated speakers. "Attention all awakened personnel. This is Master Vern speaking. Effective immediately, the interference status of the LO-49 facility should be considered to be changed from green to yellow. I repeat." Sonny's face was bleak. With the strength of the call growing so much, the stability of the gateway anchors of the awakened inside the fortress was bound to become weaker. It was not at the stage where falling asleep would definitely lead to being thrown into an unknown region of the dream realm, yet but close to it. What it really meant was that, from now on, falling asleep within the walls of LO-49 was a gamble for all awakened defending it. The probability of becoming pulled away by the seed of nightmare was not high, but it was also not zero. Damnation. Worse still, there were the gates themselves to deal with. Considering that they had to have opened close enough to strengthen the call, the nightmare creates brought by them would undoubtedly come to visit, attracted by the smell of human souls. Finishing his announcement, Vern looked at Sonny with weary eyes. Sonny nodded. "I'm on it." For shadows burst from his figure, swiftly gliding across the floor and leaving the security center a second later. They flew across the facility, climbed its walls, and plunged into the cold dark night beyond. Vern, meanwhile, started giving orders to his subordinates. Soon, junior officers of the security force, which numbered close to a battalion, were summoned from all over LO-49. Considering their expertise and rank, the Devils were naturally included in this list. By the time everyone arrived, Sonny's shadows were already scouring the vicinity of the fortress, searching for the manifested gates. Vern briefed his people on what had happened. As he spoke, the faces of the soldiers changed slightly, knowing that they were going into battle soon. Only the irregulars remained nonchalant. Finally, Sonny sighed. "Found it." The coastal plain did not have a lot of geographic features, so it was easy to discover the menacing rift that tore apart reality. He was slightly surprised that there was only one gate, but then again, it seemed to be a potent one. As everyone stared at him, Sonny winced slightly. There is a single gate, about 3 kilometers away from the northern wall. It seemed to be Category 3. The mundane soldiers among them paled, and even awakened seemed disturbed. He did not pay them attention. "The nightmare creatures are wait, what the hell?" He frowned. Usually, a gate disgorged nightmare creatures of similar origin, at least during the first wave. These ones, however, were all over the place. Some were comically small, while some were large. Some were bestial, while some were bipedal. It was a whole menagerie of monsters. The nightmare creatures all looked different from each other. A first scowl appeared on Vern's face. "The scavengers, we fought their kind before. They start weak, but quickly grow stronger by devouring corpses. They inherit qualities of the things that they eat, too. Younger abominations are easy to deal with, but the older ones are truly vile." Sonny pondered for a bit. "DNAOMIC. Well, we seem to be in luck. There are about 300 them, and I only see 2 corrupted. The Gate Guardian is a demon. The soldiers shuddered and stared at him with a bit of resentment. If that was what the captain of the Irregular considered luck, then what the hell could be called misfortune? 300 powerful nightmare creatures led by 2 corrupted, against 100 awakened, 2 masters, and 1,000 mundane servicemen of the local garrison. The situation did not look too good. Sunny lingered for a few moments. And then smiled. Ah, and the last piece of news. The bastards have caught our scent. So they are already heading here. Chapter 883, Sortie. There was not much time to prepare and make plans, since the abominations were going to reach LO-49 in mere minutes. The shrill alarms blasted throughout the facility, and power reel spotlights ignited on its walls, flooding the snow-covered plain with light. Civilians rushed to shelters, while soldiers ran to man the defensive fortifications. Sunny and his cohort followed, summoning their memories as they calmly prepared for battle. As they walked through bitter cold, he spoke. After we deal with the nightmare creatures, everyone is to remain awake until we board the ship. You know the drill. We won't be sleeping for a week, at least. Maybe 2. Get the stimulants from Quentin and keep each other in check. The devils grumbled. They had already completed a few long missions in areas where sleep was deadly. A week was unpleasant, but doable. 2 weeks, however, was going to be a hellish challenge. I just hope that Ariadne arrives on time. It was not like they had any acceptable choice other than sit and wait. At that moment, someone called out to Sunny. Hey, you are, Master Sunless, or whatever. What is going on? He looked to the side and saw Beth, Professor Obel's assistant, shivering in the cold in her civilian clothes and flimsy lab coat. The young woman's hair was gathered in a bun, like always, but a few stubborn locks had wrestled free and were now dancing in the wind. Her pale face wore an irritated scowl, but he could see fear and alarm hiding behind that temperamental mask. In the past week, Sunny had spent most of his time with or near the scientists. When he was away, one of his shadows usually kept watch. He had spoken with the old man a lot, learning all kinds of things about the tumultuous times of the first generation, the world before that, and the scientific understanding, or rather, the lack of it, of the nightmare spell. So, he had come to know Beth rather well, too. That was why he knew for a fact that she was pretending to barely remember his name on purpose. Gods! She is even more petty than I am. As the bleak steel of the undying chain appeared from nothingness and embraced his body, Sunny looked at the young woman and smiled. What do you think is going on? There's a big gate and a lot of nasty nightmare creatures coming this way. Well, go deal with them real quick. You head back, gather the scientist, and lock yourselves in the safe room. All right. She lingered for a moment, then nodded. Yeah, all right. With that, Beth turned around and ran back into the door of the research center. Sunny shook his head and continued forward. Soon, they reached the top of the northern wall and observed the vast expanse of the coastal plain. None of the abominations had reached the facility yet, but it was just a matter of time. As turret towers whined, ramping up their engines, Samra placed her rifle on the lip of the wall and looked through its scope. Vern, who was now clad in polished plate armor, holding a shield and a short sword in his hands, looked at Sunny. What do you think? Sunny remained silent for a moment. His shadows were still following the swarm of nightmare creatures, so he was studying them. He had been honest, of course, when he said that they were lucky. As far as Category 3 gates went, this one was surprisingly weak. He was even confused by the fact that it affected the strength of the call so much. The power of the wave of abominations brought by it was incomparable to the Stone Hive, for example. Back then, the Irregulars had to face a whole score of corrupted creatures. DNAOM this time, there were only 2, and the strongest of them was merely a demon. Of course, the word merely could hardly be applied to a corrupted demon, but still. Finally, Sunny spoke. It is not a big deal. I will deal with the Gate Guardian, and you deal with the other corrupted. Awakened Kim will support you. Can you handle it? Asking an average awakened to fight a fallen abomination was not an easy request. However, asking an average master to face a corrupted one was less so, because all masters were elites by definition. There was a fundamental distinction between awakened and ascended, since most of the former had no choice in what they had become, but the latter could only be what they were by choice. So, Sunny was reasonably sure that Vern would survive a battle against a corrupted scavenger. The local master hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "I'll handle it." Sunny grinned. "That's the spirit." With that, he stepped forward and leaped off the wall into the cold darkness below. The soldiers of the garrison seemed startled by his sudden jump, but the devils remained nonchalant. They were long accustomed to their captain's bizarre actions. Landing on the snow, Sunny considered the situation for a moment. He was thinking whether he should summon Saint eventually. He decided against it, for now. Her help would only be needed if the enemy turned out to be more dangerous than he had judged. Sunny did, however, summon the Sin of Solace. As his hand took hold of the onyx hilt of the beautiful longsword, ghostly whispers assaulted his mind. It was already strained by the insidious and exhausting pull of the call, so the additional burden seemed even heavier. Sunny winced and shook his head, chasing them away. So annoying. The Sin of Solace scratched at his sanity, its murmurs slowly growing clearer, louder, more insistent. At that moment, Samra's rifle discharged, and the sound of a magical slug breaking the sound barrier boomed from somewhere above. A moment later, the turrets came to life, sending a hail of tungsten rounds into the swarm of approaching abominations. Grinning, Sunny sent essence flowing into his muscles and chased after the bullets. Chapter 884, Sinister Blade. For shadows flew across the snow, following the swarm of nightmare creatures. As a shining slug flashed through the darkness, gruesomely tearing apart one of the monsters, they surged forward and fused with a lonely figure that was running to meet the charging abominations. In the next moment, several streams of tracer rounds swept across the first row of the swarm, sending pieces of bone armor and chunks of flesh flying into the cold air. Sunny wrapped one of his shadows around his body, one around his armor, and one around his blade. The last slid past and flew back to the tall wall of the LO-49 installation. Its task was to find Professor Obel and stand watch, should something unexpected happen in the civilian shelter. Sadly, the turrets had not been as effective as Sunny had hoped. Several abominations were slowed down or wounded, but most of the bullets bounced off their tough hides ineffectively. The defense systems of the fortress continued to rain hellfire on the nightmare creatures, though, tearing the silent night apart with bright muzzle flashes and the thundering staccato of the fusillade. Long plumes of fire bloomed from the thick barrels of the turrets like the breath of a dragon. "I need to be careful not to be shot in the back." Lunging forward, Sunny clashed with the vanguard of the approaching swarm. He did not really have time to engage with the mass of grotesque scavengers, especially because each of them possessed unique shape and abilities. Even with Sunny's power, there was a risk of drowning in the tide of abominations simply for the lack of understanding of them. Still, he could slow them down a little bit, at least. The jade blade of the Sin of Solace drew a line across an awakened monster's body, seamlessly parting it in two. Sunny was still amazed by the power of the beautiful, cursed sword. It felt so light in his hands that it almost seemed as though they were empty, and cut through the bodies of his enemies so easily as if not meeting any resistance at all. It felt like he was cutting water with a blade made of air. Despite its length, the jade gem was incredibly nimble and swift. It almost demanded to be used, to dance gracefully through the air while shedding rivers of blood. For that reason, Sunny had to adjust his technique a little. The Sin of Solace was comparable to the Odachi he had grown accustomed to in terms of sheer size, but it was much lighter. It had a double-edged blade, too, and a sharp point that was perfectly suited for lethal thrusts. Although the foundational mechanics of using the two-handed jin were the same, it was better suited for a more agile, swift, unpredictable, and devious swordplay. Luckily, Sunny was proficient in using all kinds of weapons and battle styles, weaving them together to achieve the optimal outcome. Not that he needed a lot of technical skill to slaughter these pathetic abominations. For these waifs, pure speed was enough. Severing the first creature in half, he shifted his weight slightly, made a step to the side, and easily beheaded another. This one was a fallen, so its flesh presented more resistance to the jade blade of the Sin of Solace. However, it was still eerily easy to cut it down. Black blood rained on the white snow. By the time Sunny finished off the two stragglers that had broken away from the swarm, the mass of abominations already reached him. Instead of clashing with countless nightmare creatures, he simply dissolved into shadows and appeared 24 meters away, in the midst of them. The Sin of Solace whistled through the air, reaping another life. Then, he was gone again. Just like that, jumping from one abomination to another, Sunny soon reached the heart of the scavenger mob, where the Gate Guardian towered above the lesser creatures. The corrupted demon was different from the rest of them. It was taller, stronger, and seemed much more ancient. Most importantly, it filled Sunny with a cold feeling of dread. His intuition was ringing alarm, screaming at him that this foe was strong, dangerous, perilous, deadly. The creature resembled a giant with a body that was covered by pale, strangely organic, bone-like armor. It was littered with deep scars and signs of corrosion, but seemed almost impossible to break. On the demon's face, or rather, instead of its face, a single bone protrusion extended forward like a vicious horn. Sunny hesitated for a split second. "PND, no one? Oh, you're an ugly one, huh?" Then, there was no time to think. The demon noticed him almost before Sunny had appeared from the shadows, and brought his devastating fists down, aiming to crush the enemy into a puddle of blood. Sunny silently cursed and jumped back. The Gate Guardian struck nothing but the cold ground, splitting it open and causing a small earthquake with this single blow. A powerful shockwave spread from the point of impact, throwing several nightmare creatures down. If a mundane human had happened to be nearby, just this shockwave alone would have been enough to rupture their organs, killing them on the spot. Sunny, fortunately, was not mundane. His armor and ascended body absorbed the shock, and all he felt was a little rattle. The localized earthquake, nevertheless, was violent enough to throw him to the ground. Not good. Usually, in a battle against something so powerful, losing his footing would have meant death. A corrupted demon was fast enough to unleash a finishing blow long before the enemy managed to get back up and regain their mobility. In this case, however, no attack followed. The shadows in the place where the creature's fists landed suddenly surged forward and wrapped themselves around its wrists like black shackles. The Gate Guardian tried to straighten and unleash another blow, but was pulled back down by the shadow bindings. It let out a rambling growl that rolled across the battlefield like an ill omen, and strained its mighty muscles. A moment later, the dark shackles exploded into a myriad of shards, and it was free again. That moment was all Sunny had needed, though. Chapter 885, Myriad Eater. Using the short window of opportunity, Sunny jumped back to his feet, dashed forward, and thrust his jade sword into a small crack between two plates of armor that covered the giant's knee joint. The thin blade of the Sin of Solace easily slid into it and bit into the demon's flesh, drawing a few drops of putrid black blood. That was all he had time to do before leaping back. The shallow wound Sunny had delivered was by no means mortal, or even seriously debilitating. But it didn't need to be. The plague of the sinister whisper had already been passed to the Gate Guardian by the swift jade blade. "Let's see how strong your mind is, bastard." Even diminished by the potent mental barrier of the undying chain, the eerie whispers of the Sin of Solace were constantly assaulting his own sanity. Of course, it was strange to think of any nightmare creature as sane. They were all mad to begin with, after all. But Sunny had high hopes. A demon was a demon no matter how wicked. It was still a sentient being. That sentience, which made these creatures so dangerous, could also be destroyed. The Gate Guardian finally unleashed another attack, this one so fast that Sunny barely had time to react. With no other choice, he gritted his teeth and blocked it with the blade of the Sin of Solace. Another shockwave exploded outward, and he was thrown back like a cannonball. Crap. Sunny flew back, smashing into several nightmare creatures on his way. Several devastating impacts rattled his entire body, and bits of broken flesh flew into the air. Landing dozens of meters away from the Gate Guardian, he collided against the ground, bounced, and then rolled for a bit, leaving a deep groove in the snow. Throughout all of it, there was a vicious smile on his lips, however. That was because he had managed to deliver a cut to the wrist of the demon just before his block crumbled. The giant was already near, so Sunny rose without wasting any time and dashed forward to meet him. For a short stretch of time which, nevertheless, felt like an eternity, he danced around the corrupted abomination. Diving through the shadows and using shadow manifestation, Sunny was able to just barely stay ahead of the terrifying creature by a split second. Several more shallow wounds appeared on the giant's body, drops of blood rolling down its bone armor. At first, the demon did not seem to be affected at all. Then, however. First, his movements slowed down a little, becoming slightly erratic. Then, his body grew tense. The creature twitched and suddenly struck itself in the head, as if trying to shake off a dizzy spell. The more wounds accumulated on the giant's body, the louder the whispers of the sinister blade grew. Eventually, the demon froze in an awkward pose, its arms hanging limp and its neck twisted at a strange angle. It remained motionless for few long, tense seconds. Then, a chilling roar escaped from its maw, making the world shake. What the? As the Gate Guardian's insanity or whatever it was that guided its perverse sentience collapsed, an endless sea of bloodlust and frenzy seemed to overwhelm the abomination. Letting out a bestial growl, it moved again and lunged at Sunny like a mountain of muscle, bone, and murderous rage. Sunny stared at that frightening sight for a short moment, then calmly stepped through shadows and appeared 20 or so meters behind the crazed horror. His disappearance did not seem to affect the demon much. Maybe the broken abomination did not even notice it, consumed by rabid. Long arms forward, grabbed the nearest nightmare creature, and brutally ripped it apart. Then, not satisfied by the ghastly sight of the ruptured corpse, it howled and dove into the surrounding swarm, crushing and tearing bodies to shreds. Just in a few seconds, the crazed demon killed more nightmare creatures than Sunny had on his way to meet it. Damn. Looking at the rampaging Gate Guardian, Sunny couldn't help but shudder. Sin of Solace was truly a frightening weapon. Did it only seem so, or had the whispers of the Jade Blade grew a little clearer? He really felt like he could learn to understand them. If he just listened a little bit closer a little bit longer, yes, surely, he would. The rest of the battle did not take long. Vans awakened and the devils fought the swarm of scavengers at the front, while the frenzied demon decimated its center. Many nightmare creatures tried to attack the Gate Guardian to save their lives, but all of them failed. Sunny did not, however. Felling a mindless enemy was infinitely easier than a cunning one, and the maddened giant seemed to have lost all its ability to think straight. Being consumed by the curse of the sinister whisper, it had turned into a rabid beast. Sunny used that to his advantage, pulling the attention of the corrupted demon toward other abominations while he methodically worked on dismantling its armor. The trick was to remain out of sight and only attack the giant from the back. Of course, navigating through the swarm of abominations without being cornered was not an easy task, but the havoc consuming the battlefield was so thorough that Sunny had even less trouble with that task than usual. Eventually, he bled the Gate Guardian, diminished its power with dozens of cuts, and finally pierced its black, wildly contorting heart. A few moments later, the voice of the spell reached his ears through the clamor of battle. You have slain a corrupted demon. Myriad Eater. Your shadow grows stronger. The giant's corpse crashed to the ground, making it tremble. Sunny stared at it for a moment, surprised. A corrupted demon suddenly, he bet his first moments on the forgotten shore, and the monstrous shark that had almost scared him to death. It was a corrupted creature, too. Either a demon or a devil, considering the 2 soul shards that the carapace centurions later harvested from the half of the carcass that a much more harrowing being had left behind. Who could have thought that, one day, he would be killing abominations comparable to that fearsome monstrosity? Shaking his head, Sonny brandished the sin of solace and looked around. It was time to clean up the rest of the mess. Chapter 886, Clean Up. Although Awakened was still fighting the remnants of the scavenger swarm, the battle was more or less over. The Gate Guardian was dead, and Vern had handled the other corrupted abomination with Kim's support. Belle, Dawn, and Samra had hunted down the most dangerous Fallen while the local garrison eradicated the rest. By now, only the weakest nightmare creatures remained. They were still deadly, of course, but the scavengers did not seem too dangerous unless they were old and had devoured a lot of powerful enemies. The lesser ones even succumbed to their bestial instincts and got distracted from the fight, forgetting everything to sink teeth into the flesh of the slain members of their own kind. For them, any world was a dog-eat-dog world. Sonny prowled the battlefield for a while, searching for fallen abominations in hopes of earning a shadow fragment or 2. Sadly, it seemed that there were none left. The rest of the defenders of LO-49 were quite thorough. Eventually, he gave up and joined the soldiers of the garrison in cleaning up the remaining enemies. What followed was a swift, but tedious chore. They quickly swept the field where the ground was drenched by blood and littered with the revolting corpses, slaughtering the last of the scavengers. At some point, Sonny found himself back near the corpse of the corrupted demon he had defeated. Since there was nothing much left for him to do, he decided to dig out the soul shards from the massive carcass. With these, both Luster and Kim would probably be able to fully saturate their cores, thus bringing the cohort to its optimal strength. The other members had long achieved full saturation, leaving only these 2. Still, even they were awfully close. Heading for the dead giant with greed shining in his eyes, Sonny accidentally heard the subdued voices of the Awakened from the local garrison. Gods, look at that monstrosity. Damn. I heard rumors, of course, but to see it with my own eyes. He really went a corrupted demon it alone. Yeah, it was scary. I couldn't see much, but their battle must have been a fierce one. 1/3 of the whole swarm was destroyed simply because the bastards got caught in the crossfire. Can you believe that? I guess they call him Devil for a reason. Hiding a small smile, Sonny stepped close to the carcass of the Myriad Eater and raised the Sin of Solace, planning to cut through the tough bone plate on its chest. Then, however, he tilted his head a little. There were strange sounds coming from the other side of the dead giant. Nyam nyam crunch nom nom slurp. Frowning, he noiselessly jumped on top of the massive corpse and looked down. There, a tiny scavenger was greedily biting into the tough flesh of the dead demon. The pathetic creature looked like a gaunt, starved gremlin that was only as tall as Sonny's knee. It had a mouth full of sharp triangular teeth, though, which were doing a surprisingly good job of tearing into the corrupted corpse. Huh. I guess even nightmare creatures have runts. As Sonny watched, the little imp tore a piece of bloody meat off with its teeth, raised its head, and swallowed the chunk of its former master's flesh with an excited snarl. It was then that the vermin noticed the human looking at him from above. Perhaps because of the omen of dread enchantment of the Sin of Solace, or perhaps because the adolescent abomination had enough brain to feel terror in front of a superior predator, its eyes widened in fear. The tiny scavenger froze for a moment. Then, it shrieked and dashed away from the carcass of the Myriad Eater, trying to run away. Sonny blinked. Well, that's a first. Since he didn't want to waste essence on shadow manifestation, he simply summoned the Prowling Thorn. By the time the heavy kunai manifested itself into his hand, the vile critter was already far away. Not bothered too much, Sonny aimed and sent the kunai flying. The scavenger was a split second away from dying, but at the last moment, it tripped and pathetically tumbled down. As a result, the blade of the kunai only sliced 2 fingers off its hand. Sonny scowled and pulled on the invisible string, summoning the Prowling Thorn back to throw it again. This time, he wasn't going to miss. Suppressing the whispers of the sin of solace and the oppressive pull of the call, he banished every other thought away and concentrated solely on the tiny figure of the fleeing imp. It was then that someone said, in a tone of cold disdain, "Fool." Sunny flinched and looked around. Huh? Who said that? Although the familiar voice sounded as if it came from somewhere very close by, there was no one else around. Come to think of it, Sunny knew that voice very well. It was his own voice. Confused, he scratched the back of his head with the tip of the prowling thorn. Was that an intrusive thought? Because of the sudden distraction, the wounded scavenger was getting farther and farther away. More importantly, though, Sunny's concentration was broken. All the information he had been ignoring to make a good throw flooded into his mind. His eyes widened. Professor. Sunny flinched and turned around, staring in the direction of the research installation. There, deep below one of the science buildings, around 100 civilians were locked in a heavily reinforced shelter, nervously waiting for the soldiers of the garrison to announce that it was safe to come out. Professor Obel and his assistant, Beth, were among them. There was also another person in the shelter, someone who had been quietly sitting in a dark corner, dozing off. Until a few seconds ago. No. Sunny jumped off the demon's corpse and dove into the shadows, stepping through them to appear in the shelter. However, he knew that he wouldn't be able to appear there in time. A few moments was more than enough for the worst to happen. So, he made a swift decision. In the short moment that it took him to complete the shadow step, a sharp pain suddenly pierced his very being. Chapter 887, Lapse of Judgment. DNAOM. It only took Sunny a split second to understand what had happened. One of the scientists locked in the shelter had fallen asleep in their sleep. That person had been pulled into the first nightmare and died. Perhaps the trial of the spell was especially harsh, or perhaps the scientist was especially weak. Perhaps luck was simply not on their side. In the end, it did not matter. What mattered was that the seed of nightmare in their soul bloomed, and a deadly abomination was unleashed into the waking world. Crimson blood on the white lab coat. A grotesque figure that resembled a ghastly amalgamation of a human and a monstrous mannequin made of flesh. Screams of fear, eyes full of shock. Even though the nightmare creature had just been born, it already unleashed its murderous madness on the defenseless civilians in the shelter. Everyone was late to react. The automated defense systems, the sentries posted in the bunker, even Sunny himself. Although he was already diving into the shadows, he knew that the short moment it would take him to travel the vast distance between the blood-soaked battlefield and the shelter could mean the difference between life and death for Professor Obel. Summoning Saint was a fast affair, but it, too, took a second or two to complete. So, he went for a measure that would be immediate. Using shadow manifestation, he commanded the shadow that had been observing the old scientist to assume a tangible form and resist the frenzied nightmare creature. Almost instantly, a sharp pain pierced his very being. The shadow sustained damage, which meant that his soul did, too. No matter how many times Sunny had endured soul attacks, the sheer agony of them was still a shock. A single heartbeat later, he rolled out of the shadows nestling in the corners of the underground shelter and looked around, trying to evaluate the situation through the pain. It had been only several seconds since the unfortunate scientist turned into a grotesque abomination. Still, several people that had been close to the transformed monstrosity were already dead. Their severed limbs littered the floor, which was slick with blood. The creature itself was lunging at a group of terrified civilians, among whom were the dazed Professor and Beth. The young woman was trying to shield the old man with her body, which was useless, considering that the creature would not be slowed down at all by her fragile mundane flesh. Screams of horror filled the air. However, the abomination seemed to be stuck in place. That was because an arrogant shadow was standing between the monstrosity and the scientist, pushing it back with a hand. Its other hand was wrapped around a bone side that had pierced the shadow side, preventing it from cutting deeper. Unlike Sunny himself, the shadow did not show any sign of being in pain. of course the haughty bastard was utterly above breaking decorum because of a small and inconsequential thing like being skewered by a nightmare creature's blade. More than that, it would never stoop so low as to show weakness or discomfort in front of its lessers. Which was everyone. Everyone in Two Worlds was, naturally, its lesser. That guy. Right then, the haughty shadow raised one leg and kicked the abomination in the abdomen, sending it stumbling back. Then, it disappeared, turning back into a black silhouette on the floor. Its job was already done. Jumping over a body of one of the killed scientists, Sunny flashed through the underground shelter and attacked the nightmare creature before it could regain its balance. The Sin of Solace passed through the abomination without meeting almost any resistance, and then, the grisly mutant silently fell to the ground. It was only then that the sentries managed to raise their rifles, and the turrets mounted on the ceiling came to life, swinging in the direction of the dismantled abomination. Sunny had been faster than all of them. You have slain an awakened monster, Boneslayer. But still. Standing above the dead creature, Sunny scowled, a dark expression appearing on his face. He had missed it. He had been distracted, and lost awareness of what was happening around him. That was not like Sunny. How did this happen? He had been keeping an eye on the professor even while fighting the Myriad Eater, but then, at some point his attention was drawn elsewhere. Was it because of the call? Was it because of the Sin of Solace? Or simply because of the accumulated exhaustion of having to fight intense battles one after another? A combination of all these reasons. In any case, Sunny was not happy with himself. The pain lingering in his wounded soul served as a reminder of his failure. He had killed a corrupted demon and won the battle, but almost failed his mission. Countless people had almost died. With a grim sigh, Sunny dismissed the jade sword and the helmet of the Undying Chain, revealing his pale face and hair, which was damp with sweat. Then, he looked around one more time, counting the dead and observing the fearful expressions of those who survived. 6 victims, in just a few seconds. It could have been much, much worse. Despite this conclusion, he couldn't help but be appalled by the gruesome sight of the severed corpses laying on the floor. It was rotten luck, for an awakened monster to appear as a result of a failed first nightmare. "Master Sunless, you're here." One of the soldiers called out to him, still aiming at the unmoving abomination. Sunny exhaled slowly, then looked at Professor Obel, making sure that he was okay. Beth was still shielding him, slow to realize that the threat had been dealt with. "Yeah. You can lower your rifles. It's dead." He lingered for a moment. And then addressed the terrified crowd of civilians. "Someone failed their first nightmare, but it is over now. The battle upstairs is over, too. We won. You should all be safe now. For now." Of course, he did not say that last part aloud. Instead, Sunny stared at the bodies once again and gritted his teeth. This was the first time when a victory felt so bitter. In fact, despite having killed one of his most powerful foes yet, Sunny did not feel like he had won anything at all. Things were getting worse and worse with each day. A week, 2 weeks. How many more people would die before the Ariadne arrived to take them all away? Standing in a puddle of blood with hundreds of frightened civilians looking at him with gratitude and relief. Sunny had no answer. Chapter 888, Vanishing. DNAOM. After cleaning up the unexpected gate, things settled down within the walls of LO-49. For the next few days, Sunny and his soldiers did not have a lot to do. They just had to rest, remain vigilant and above all else, stay awake. That task turned out surprisingly hard for Sunny. As an Ascended, he should have had no problem with keeping himself from falling asleep for a couple of weeks. However, because of the damage his souls had sustained, he felt weak and strangely lethargic. Minutes and hours passed with an excruciating slowness, but his mental exhaustion did not seem to diminish with the passage of time. Instead, it only grew, aggravated by the insidious pressure of the call. Of course, soul wounds were not permanent. They healed naturally over time, and that one in particular was not even the worst one Sunny had ever received. The haughty shadow, too, was on its way to full recovery. The other shadows fussed around it a lot, but the arrogant guy pretended to not care. Secretly, though, he seemed to be enjoying all the attention. Don't sleep, don't sleep, don't sleep. On top of the wall overseeing the dark ocean, Sunny pressed his forehead against the lip of the wall, and then lightly struck his head against it several times. Ah, how annoying. There was nothing useful for him to do in the research facility, which only aggravated the dangerous feeling of boredom. They were disconnected from the network, which meant that he could not access any entertainment or receive messages from Rain. They could not travel to the dream realm, making the tiresome isolation complete. Of course, he could immerse himself in all kinds of interesting endeavors. Sunny could continue his experiments with weaving, or hold an engaging conversation with Professor Obel. He could go and check how much Luster and Kim had improved after saturating their cores. But all of that demanded mental strain, which would only make him more tired. That damned ship couldn't arrive any sooner. As he was resentfully contemplating the situation, a lone figure ascended the wall and approached him. It was Beth, who seemed to be searching for Sunny, for some reason. She was a long parka on top of the usual lab coat. He looked at her bleakly, and asked. What? She glowered. What do you mean, what? Can't I look at the ocean, too? Sunny stared at her for a moment, then turned away. Be my guest. The young woman remained silent for a while. After a minute or two passed in silence, she said awkwardly. Anyway, about what happened that time, I guess you are not completely useless. For a master. Sunny smiled with a corner of his mouth. Is this your way of saying thank you? Beth looked down, but then answered with unexpected sincerity. Yes. I mean thank you. From me and all the other scientists. If it wasn't for you, Professor might have. He studied the black waves silently. Don't thank me. If I did my job well, that wouldn't have happened, in the first place. I was negligent. The young woman suddenly scoffed, ruining the somber mood. Gosh, how cool. You are very full of yourself, aren't you, Master Sunless? Sunny simply grinned. Naturally. Who else am I going to be full of? Beth sighed. Still, you are human, too. Awakened often seem to forget that fact, so don't be too hard on yourself. Just keep the professor alive. That is enough. He nodded. That's the plan. With that, she lingered for a few moments, and then left him alone. Sunny stared into the distance, imagining the formidable silhouette of the battleship appearing on the horizon. When I get out of this place, I'm going to sleep for a week straight. Arg, no, don't think about sleep. He grimaced, then slapped himself and turned around. It was time to go and find himself a cup of strong, bitter coffee. The next morning, which was no different from the evening, a familiar figure approached the Rhino. Sunny, who was sitting on its roof and fiddling with a stimulator patch, looked down and raised his eyebrow. Vern? Did something happen? The tall Ascended looked up and remained silent for a few moments. There were dark circles under his calm, weary eyes. Yes. Something happened. Sunny frowned, suddenly feeling uneasy. Well, what is it? Vern sighed. One of my soldiers is missing. The missing soldier had disappeared from the living quarters in the middle of the night. The man's absence was noticed in the morning, when he failed to assume his post. He was one of the 100 awakened of the local garrison, an experienced warrior who had been on track to becoming an officer. Tardiness was not in his nature. As Sunny and Vern walked toward the building where the soldier had resided, there was a tense atmosphere around them. Sunny was asking the obvious questions. Have you searched the facility? The other master nodded. Yes, every area that he could have access to. There is no sign of him anywhere. Sunny frowned. People did not just vanish into thin air. Well, Usually, they didn't, especially with no one noticing. What about security cameras? Did they record anything? Vern gritted his teeth, then shook his head. Most of the observation system went down during the blizzard. What little remains is almost useless because of the interference from the scavenger gate. There are no recordings that we can use. They arrived at the barracks and proceeded to the missing soldier's personal room, in front of which a few awakened were already crowding with worried expressions on their faces. Walking inside, Sonny felt his unease growing stronger. That was because there was nothing. Nothing in the small room said that something had happened there. There were no signs of a struggle, no drops of blood, no unusual smells lingering in the air. Even with his special eyes and unnatural intuition, he could not notice anything out of the ordinary. Still, Sonny made a point of studying every small detail, both with his vision and shadow sense. He sent his shadows to sweep through the facility, too, with no result whatsoever. The soldier had, indeed, somehow vanished into thin air. After a while, Sonny looked at Vern and asked a somewhat awkward question. Could he have deserted? Vern stared at him blankly. Where would he go? Sonny nodded. Even if someone had lost their mind and decided to run away from the remote station, there was nowhere for them to go. The other master, meanwhile, gritted his teeth. I hoped that you would be able to notice something that I missed. Have you found anything? Sonny remained silent for a while. Eventually, he sighed tiredly and shook his head. No. Nothing. Chapter 889, Without a Trace. The awakened warrior was simply gone. The whole facility was swept, both by the soldiers of the garrison and Sonny's shadows, but no trace of him were found. Vern even made the decision to unseal the dome of the old observatory. However, there was nothing but old equipment, darkness, and dust inside. Sonny then sent his shadows to scour the coastal plain outside the fortress, hoping to discover a clue. He did not. A sense of unease and foreboding spread through the isolated fortress. As people were crowding together to alleviate this tension, Sonny, Vern, and Professor Obel gathered in the security center to have an emergency discussion. However, none of them seemed too eager to speak first. They simply had nothing to say. Eventually, Sonny rubbed his face with a sigh. Well, there are only 3 possibilities, right? Vern looked at him darkly. And they are? Sonny hesitated for a moment. First, he might have really deserted. The stern master simply shook his head. There was no hostility or defensiveness in this gesture, since Vern was not the type of leader to be insecure about his people or himself. He did not have the kind of fragile pride that would make the statement sound offensive. That is improbable. I know this awakened very well. He is a stalwart man. Sonny moved on with a shrug. Still, that would be the best outcome. The other 2 possibilities are much more troublesome. A tired frown appeared on his face. The second possibility is that he was killed, for whatever reason, by another person stationed at LO-49. The killer subsequently disposed of the body and removed the signs of the crime. Considering that it is not easy for a mundane human to kill an awakened, the most likely suspect would be one of your people, Vern. Professor Obel let out a heavy sigh. Surely, you don't think that one of these brave soldiers? Sonny looked at him with a somber expression. I am just exploring what could have happened. However, don't be mistaken. We awakened are always only one step away from turning into monsters. With how much pressure Antarctica exerts on people, many will inevitably start to break. In any case, we should pay attention to those awakened that have aspects suitable for getting rid of incriminating evidence. Vern, you know your soldiers best, so this task will be on you. Vern pursed his lips, but then silently nodded. What about the last possibility? Sonny lingered for a few moments. There might be a nightmare creature that has infiltrated the facility and is now hiding somewhere within these walls. Considering that we failed to find any traces at all, it has to be either very powerful, very elusive, or both. Since I am the best scout among us, investigating this possibility will be my task. Vern remained silent for a while, then said somberly, "That sounds like a plan. However, what happens if neither of us discovers anything?" Sunny looked at him. His eyes were full darkness. "Then we just need to wait for the Ariadne to arrive and hope that no one else disappears. According to the last communication we had with the outside, it will reach us in 4 days at the earliest, and in 11 at the latest. Surely, we can hold out for that long." As he spoke, the persistent noise of the call kept scratching, pressing, seeping into his mind. Vern closed his eyes for a moment. "Then, that is what we will do." Vern started investigating his own soldiers, while Sunny climbed back on top of the rhino and sent his shadows to explore LO-49 for the 3rd time that day. He had little hope of finding anything, but the thought of an elusive, uncanny horror hiding somewhere within the confines of the fortress, waiting to snatch its next victim, prevented him from remaining idle. At least he had something to do now. People locked inside the facility had already been tense and exhausted, but with a new, unknown threat looming somewhere just out of sight, their moods grew even more bleak and unstable. Most held up fine, for now, due to the hope of the Ariadne arriving soon. Sunny knew all about hope and how important it was in situations like these. While the search went on, new safety protocols went in effect. Mundane humans were prohibited from remaining alone, and a mutual responsibility system was established to keep anyone from succumbing to the first nightmare unexpectedly. Living quarters were fitted with additional sensors and alarm locks, awakened were supplied with powerful stimulants to remain awake, and so on. Many soldiers were pulled off the walls to reinforce internal patrols and make sure that the protocols were followed. There was no established tradition of dealing with a crisis like this, since the chain of nightmares had changed the rules of the game. Cut off from Army Command, Vern was forced to come up with enhanced measures on his own. Luckily, Professor Obel was able to help out. The old man still had memories of the cataclysmic descent of the spell, and of how the first generation had dealt with similar problems. Isolated from the outside world and surrounded by an unknown number of active gates, LO-49 was holding on as best as it could. But was it good enough? Sunny did not know. Damn it, damn it, damn it. To his frustration, he failed to find any proof that an unknown nightmare creature was hiding somewhere in the settlement. His shadows had explored every corner of the fortress, both above and below the ground, as well as many kilometers of the snow-covered coastal plain beyond the walls. But all of it was to no avail. Either the abomination was too cunning, possessed truly frightening powers, or it simply did not exist. Vern failed to discover anything. As well. At some point, Sunny found himself studying the spot where his cohort and the garrison of LO-49 had defeated the scavengers. 2 of his shadows were sniffing around the battlefield, 1 was studying the distant gate, and 1 was keeping an eye on Professor Obel. Maybe that soldier really just ran away. I looked everywhere. There's just no sign of anything. He was almost ready to believe that theory. It was then that a tall figure approached the rhino. Sunny shivered in the cold and walked to the edge of the APC's roof. Then looked down on Vern, experiencing a sense of déjà vu. His heart suddenly fell. What happened? Vern stared at him with a dim expression. A few long moments later, he opened his mouth and said in an even voice, 3 more people have vanished. Chapter 890, Mutual Responsibility. 3 more people gone, and 0 new clues were found. This time, the vanished were not awakened. 1 was a mundane soldier, 1 was a scientist, and 1 was a member of the civilian support staff. They did not have anything particular in common, no thread that connected them together or to the first victim. All 3 vanished from different locations, and had been last seen at different times. Sunny and Vern silently investigated their living quarters, the areas they had been known to frequent in the settlement, and their last known locations. They did not find anything. In the process, both of them grew more and more somber. At some point, Sonny threw a suspicious look at the other master. What did he really know about Vern? Vern was a local of Antarctica, a career serviceman with a stellar record, a competent fighter, and a leader that was loved and respected by his men. His aspect centered around heat transference and physical augmentation. Not exactly something that could have been used to dispose of bodies, but then again, who said that it had to be done with an aspect ability? Almost at the same time, Vern suddenly glanced at Sonny with his usual stoic expression. His eyes, however, were cold and heavy. I heard that you have a spatial storage memory. Sonny looked at him darkly. So what if I do? Vern held his gaze for a few long moments, then turned away with a sigh. This is not good. Sonny had to agree. If the two of them were already paranoid enough to suspect each other, then the rest of the installation residents had to really be on edge. A bit of vigilance was never a bad thing, but with how pressured people already felt, one additional burden could become a spark that had the potential to cause a violent explosion. He sighed. We have to be ready to implement measures. Vern gave him a sideways glance. What kind of measures? Sonny stared at him calmly or coldly, even. He was so tired. Whatever kind that works. The other master remained silent for a while. I am confident in my people. Even exhausted and sleep-deprived, they will remain disciplined. The civilians, however, that might be a challenge. However, the best way to resolve this issue is to prevent it from happening in the first place. For that, we need to understand what is going on and stop more people from disappearing. Sonny lingered for a few moments. Eventually, he shrugged. Yeah, let's hope that we will. With that, they moved to the next item on the agenda: interviewing the witnesses. Perhaps witnesses was the wrong word. This time, all three victims were mundanes. That meant that they had been assigned a partner by the updated safety protocols that Vern had established. They had not been supposed to remain alone at any point, not to mention long enough to vanish without a trace. And yet, they had. The interviews did not reveal anything substantial. The mutual responsibility partners of the three victims reported the same thing: the vanished had been with them throughout the day, but at some point disappeared, completely unnoticed. The scientist and the staff member had been gone by the time their partners woke up, and the soldier seemed to have vanished while his comrade turned away to concentrate on servicing one of the wall turrets. It was after the remaining soldier had reported his partner's absence that the fact that two more people were missing was discovered. None of the three victims had been acting strangely or revealed any discomfort prior to their vanishing. There was simply nothing for Sonny and Vern to catch, no thread they could pull to unravel the whole mystery. Their moods grew darker and darker. While they were interviewing the witnesses, there were two deaths inside the settlement. One was a scientist that had reported symptoms of being infected by the spell a day prior, was confined to a secure room in the installation's medical center, and quietly passed away in her sleep. Several awakened monitoring the situation dispatched the nightmare creature that the dead scientist had turned into, preventing the repeat of the safe room massacre. The other was a staff member that had been so afraid to fall asleep that he stole a batch of military stimulants from the same medical center. Inevitably, these stimulants, developed for awakened soldiers, had put too much strain on his body. The man collapsed and swiftly died of acute heart failure in front of dozens of frightened civilians. Sonny and Vern received the report about the deaths right after finishing the fruitless interviews. A heavy silence settled in the empty room, where only the two of them remained. Eventually, Vern gritted his teeth. This is all a bit suffocating, isn't it? The local master looked weary, but still composed and resolute. Sonny leaned back on his chair, tiredly thinking of the soft bed that was waiting for him inside the Rhino. Yes. There are very few things that are more suffocating than powerlessness. You get used to it, though. Vern grimaced. If the two of us feel powerless, then how do the rest of them feel? He was quiet for a bit, and then asked. 3 days. That is when the ship will arrive, right? Sunny silently shook his head. Don't expect the Ariadne to arrive at the earliest opportunity. Naval navigation is not easy. It's better to plan for the worst. Soon, Verne made an announcement reiterating the importance of the updated safety measures and ordering all personnel at LO-49 to follow them to the letter, as well as introducing stricter measures of mutual responsibility. People were forced to always stay in groups, mark their comings and goings in special ledgers, share cramped living quarters, and were confined to areas of the settlement that had to do with their direct responsibilities. They couldn't even visit the bathroom on their own. More soldiers had to leave their posts on the walls of the fortress to saturate the patrol schedule and stand guard inside the buildings. Every awakened with an aspect suitable for scouting was put to work monitoring the interior of the settlement. Verne himself oversaw what little of the observation system was still functioning. Sunnis shadows kept watch at key points of LO-49. But despite all that, throughout the next day, 6 more people went missing. Chapter 891, Fatigue. 6 people vanished. There were still no traces. It seemed that the killer, whoever or whatever the killer was, did not care if the person was alone or in a group. The mutual responsibility system was not working. Everyone was scared. The next day, 7 people vanished. 4 of them were experienced awakened, some of the best soldiers Verne had. The other 3 were scientists. On the same day, 2 more mundanes succumbed to the spell. One of them died and was eliminated, the other was still struggling somewhere out there, in the first nightmare. Perhaps that person would become a sleeper soon. A day after that, 12 people vanished. No clues were found, and fear continued to spread through the facility like a plague. It had yet to transform into panic, but the residents of LO-49 were starting to grow restless, trapped in the suffocating atmosphere of dread, exhaustion, and doubt. Sunny really wanted to sleep. Then, the day that the Ariadne could have arrived came. People were uplifted a little by the excitement, but Sunny did not share in their enthusiasm. He expected the rescue to reach them no sooner than after another week. A lot of things could happen in a week. The Ariadne did not arrive, but a horde of nightmare creatures appeared instead, descending from the mountains. It seemed that things were not going well up north, considering that such a large swarm of abominations had been allowed to assemble and travel freely. What was the army even doing? Isolated at the edge of the world, they had no way of knowing. The battle was long and fierce, but ended in a decisive victory. The tired soldiers retreated back into the fortress without even bothering to burn the corpses. They would be covered by the snow soon, anyway. Everyone felt the growing fatigue. The mundane person who had been making their way through the first nightmare woke up as a sleeper. The next day, that sleeper disappeared, along with 14 more people. The scavenger gate released a new wave of abominations. There were just a handful of them, so Sunny slaughtered the nightmare creatures himself before anyone else had time to arrive. On his way back, he noticed that many of the carcasses laying under a thin veil of fresh snow seemed to be missing large chunks of flesh. Sunny was too tired to care. I should sleep. There's nothing preventing me from sleeping. In fact, it is detrimental to remain awake. I'll think better if I rest. But that was not true. Despite his exhaustion, Sunnis' mind seemed to only become sharper. He had lost a bit of situational awareness and reaction speed, but was now able to enter a state of being laser-focused on something in exchange. He was also extremely calm, almost as if lacking the energy to feel anxious or agitated. His mind was clear. That evening, Sunny was standing on the southern wall of the fortress, looking at the undulating black ocean. The cold waves rustled as they washed over the stone expanse of the beach, carrying pieces of ice. The wind was howling, and the full moon shone in the dark sky, surrounded by an ethereal scarlet aurora. The Ariadne was somewhere out there, illuminated by the same moon. After some time, a lumbering figure climbed the wall and approached him. Dawn looked as tired as the rest of them. However, the giant man seemed to be holding up comparatively well. Sunny turned and looked at him. "Captain, I have an idea. Can I share it?" He nodded silently. Dawn hesitated for a few moments, and then said, "Well, it's about the bodies. By now, we have explored every millimeter of this facility. We have searched the coastal plain extensively, too. You probably swept it all countless times. And yet, we did not find even a single drop of blood. It seems that we have searched everywhere, but actually, there is one place where we did not look. Since the bodies are not anywhere else, they had to be in that place in the water. That is the only logical conclusion." The large man leaned on the lip of the wall. The black waves continued to sway, indifferent to his words. The unfathomable ocean remained the unchanged. Sunny was silent for a while, and then nodded. "Yeah. That is my thinking, too. So, we'll be keeping a close eye on the beach." Somewhere in the base, one of his shadows was on its usual patrol. Gliding past a personnel lounge, it noticed Luster, who was sitting on a couch with a glassy look in his eyes. The young man seemed to be on the verge of dozing off. The shadow momentarily turned tangible and looked at him with disdainful reproach. Then, it slapped him across the face and disappeared. Luster jumped to his feet and looked around in shock. "What? Who? What? Ouch, it hurts." Back on the wall, a pale smile appeared on Sunny's face. "Dawn, that mutual responsibility protocol. You guys start following it, too. Make pairs and watch each other." Dawn nodded, lingered for a few moments, and then left. Sunny continued staring at the ocean. This doesn't make sense. Even if the killer disposes of the bodies by throwing them into the water, someone would have noticed something. Dozens of people vanished already. All of it is very strange. While he was thinking, 2 more people ascended the wall. One of them was an awakened soldier, and the other one was a scientist. Sunny turned around and looked at them with a confused look on his face. Since he was standing close to the ladder, the newcomers had no choice but to bump into him. Sunny remained motionless for a few seconds, then took a step back to make way. The awakened and the scientist calmly approached the lip of the wall, climbed over it, and jumped down. One of them landed well, but the other hit the rocks and silently fell. A disturbing sound of breaking bones could be heard, carried by the wind. Sunny rubbed his face and continued to study the ocean. The awakened walked toward the waves, while the scientist crawled. Because of that, the freezing water reached his knees, then his waist. Then, his chest. Finally, the awakened disappeared beneath the undulating black surface, and drowned. At that time, the scientist had crawled far enough to reach the edge of the water. His figure silently vanished into the cold waves, as well. Nothing remained of the two. Standing atop the wall, Sunny calmly looked at the ocean. Huh? What was I thinking about? Yes, it is strange that no one had seen anything. How do the bodies get dumped into the ocean without anyone noticing? He did not know. Maybe his theory was wrong, and the killer had not been using the water to hide the corpses. The water, it surely looked inviting. Suddenly, Sunny felt a strange urge to go for a swim. A moment later, he shivered. A swim? What, am I, crazy? Who swims in the freezing water, during the winter, in Antarctica of all places? Shaking his head, Sunny continued to stand watch above the beach. He had not seen anything suspicious yet, but if he remained vigilant, he would surely discover something soon. Chapter 892, Futility. Sunny remained on the southern wall for 2 days, silently staring at the ocean. In the meantime, 36 people vanished. Some of them were awakened, and some of them were mundane. Despite safety measures growing more and more draconian, Vern had failed to prevent the disappearances. It was all futile. And deeply, eerily frightening. The stern master came to talk to Sunny at some point, but left more frustrated than he had been before. The fortress withstood another attack from a transient swarm of nightmare creatures. Just like the previous one, it came from the north. This time, Sunny did not participate in the battle, choosing instead to remain where he was. There were a few casualties. The awakened soldiers were all exhausted after remaining awake for more than a week. The stimulant patches were gradually losing their effectiveness. The mundane soldiers were better rested, but much more disturbed. They were all wary of the nightmare spell. The civilians were both exhausted and afraid. They had not been trained to withstand this kind of stress, and the seemingly unknowable nature of the vanishings was pushing them to the verge of panic. If not for the sense of order established and enforced by Vern's protocols and the hope of the Aridanes' nearing arrival, they would have come completely undone by now. The rescue ship was supposed to arrive in 3 or 4 days. Sunny silently looked at the water, deep in thought. Hearing light steps, he glanced sideways and saw Beth, who was shivering in the cold as she approached him. "Hey, Master Sunless." He frowned. "Hey." The young woman looked at him silently for a while, then gritted her teeth. "What are you doing? You've been stuck on this wall for days. You even ignored the last attack." Sunny tilted his head a little. When he responded, his voice sounded a bit strange. "I'm investigating." Beth stared at him in disbelief. You are doing nothing and expect me to believe that it's all a part of the investigation? Please, both you and Vern have turned out to be completely useless. So many people are gone, and the two of you failed to produce even a tiny clue. At that moment, another person appeared on the wall. It was a mature woman in a white lab coat, with a tranquil expression on her face. Both of them moved to let her pass, not paying any attention as the woman silently climbed over the lip and jumped down. The undulating darkness of the ocean reflected in her eyes. Sunny frowned slightly at the sound of a body hitting the rocks down below and shook his head, instantly forgetting about it. "Believe what you want." Beth glowered at him for a bit, then sighed and turned away. "Sorry. It doesn't matter, anyway. We just need to persevere for a few more days, until help arrives." "But you promised to protect the professor. And yet, you left him alone to sit on this wall. That is unacceptable. Gods, how devoted can she be? Professor this, professor that. Can't that girl think about herself for once? She's in danger, too." He rolled his eyes. "Who says I left him alone? Beth, I've been watching Professor Obel and you 24 hours a day, every day, since this whole mess started." She blinked. "A what? How?" Sunny scoffed. "My first specialty is scouting. Wherever my shadows go, my gaze follows. One of them had been keeping an eye on the professor, so how do you think I was able to get to the safe room so fast, when you were attacked?" Beth looked at him for a bit. Then, suddenly, her cheeks turned red. 24 hours a day? What kind of a creep? Sunny palmed his face. "Gods, get over yourself. Do you think I have time to spy on mundane girls while all this crap is going on? The point is, Professor Obel is as safe as I can make him." At that point, another person climbed to the top of the wall and jumped down. Neither of them spared them a single look, although Sunny seemed to shiver a little. Beth opened her mouth to say something, then closed it again. After a long pause, she finally forced out a few words. "Well, fine. I guess I'll be going, then." Sunny nodded. "All right." Then, he suddenly called out to her. "Wait, do you know my soldiers? There's a big guy called Dawn. Can you ask him to come here?" Beth frowned, then nodded and hurriedly walked away, hoping to get away from the cold as soon as possible. Sunny sighed. Soon, Dawn arrived. After understanding what his captain needed, he disappeared, and returned some time later carrying recording equipment. These cameras were a bit old, but that was exactly what made them more reliable than the more modern ones. Together, They installed the cameras on the wall and stared at the screen of the terminal the recording equipment was connected to. One more day passed. 20 people vanished. Their passage was easily recorded by the cameras, but while Sunny and Dawn were studying the recordings, they didn't seem to notice anything strange about it. One of Vern's awakened soldiers fainted, or maybe simply fell asleep while standing at his post. Although chances of his anchor breaking were not high, that was exactly what happened. The soldier did not return from the dream realm after 8 hours passed, or even 16. Some time later, his body went through an almost imperceptible, but eerie and frightening change. He had become hollow. His body was placed in a closed room in the medical center. Several members of the civilian staff got into a violent fight, but were dragged away from each by the sentries, isolated, and injected with sedatives. A stray nightmare creature wandered close to the fortress, and was torn apart by a rain of bullets. The thunderous noise of firing turrets made everyone inside the facility shudder. Another day passed. 22 people vanished. The moon was gone, but Sunny and Dawn were still on the wall overseeing the ocean. Standing there, Sunny looked at the dark waves, then at the screen showing the feed from the cameras, then back at the cold black water. Finally, he scratched the back of his head, pulled the memory storage device from the terminal and turned to Dawn. "We're done here. Let's go." Not waiting for a response, he turned around and headed in the direction of the security center. As Sunny walked through the settlement, many people looked at him. Some of them seemed frightened, some of them seemed angry. Some were simply numb. Everyone was exhausted. Arriving at the security center, Sunny found Vern and Professor Obel sitting in silence with dark, tired expressions on their faces. The old man looked even more fragile and ancient than usual. Sunny placed the memory storage on the table in front of them. Vern stared at it for a moment, then looked up. "Why are you here?" Sunny sat down and rubbed his hands together to warm them. A dark, ominous smile appeared on his lips. "My investigation is complete. I know why people are vanishing." Chapter 893, Negative Space. Vern and Professor Obel were suddenly very focused on his words. Even Dawn, who had spent the last 2 days on the wall with Sunny, seemed to shake off his fatigue and paid rapt attention to what his captain had to say. Sunny shut his eyes for a moment. "When the first victim vanished, I said that there were only 3 possibilities: that he had deserted, that he had been killed by another human, and that a nightmare creature had infiltrated the facility. Well, I was wrong. None of these theories were correct. The third one was the closest to the truth, though." He sighed. "There is indeed a nightmare creature. Only it is not inside the fortress." Vern frowned, looking at him with dark intensity. "What do you mean?" Sunny lingered for a bit before answering. "The answer is almost obvious when you consider 2 things, and then put them together. First, the bodies. People don't just vanish without a trace, and yet we failed to find anything not at LO-49, and not on the coastal plain beyond the wall. So, the most obvious answer is that the bodies are being taken to somewhere where we can't find them, into the water. There is a whole ocean out there, after all." Vern wanted to say something, but remained silent at the end, waiting for Sunny to continue. Sunny nodded. "The second thing is the call. Its strength had a qualitative change on the day we fought the scavengers, too drastic of a change, really, to be produced by a single gate. Especially one as unimpressive as that. I remember being convinced that there were 2, at least, before exploring the plain and finding just one. I even said that we were lucky." He stared at them for a moment, and then shook his head. "However, we were not lucky. And there was, indeed, another gate, one more powerful than the scavenger gate that we cleared. We just did not find it." Professor Obel did not seem to follow his reasoning. That was only to be expected, considering that the old man did not experience the call himself. Vern, however, finally, a hint of understanding appeared on his face. A second gate water? You think that there is another gate that opened underwater? Sunny nodded. I am more or less convinced that there is. And that is the reason why people are vanishing. Vern shook his head. That doesn't entirely explain it all. Yes, we have pulled a lot of soldiers off the walls to augment internal patrols, but the ocean is still being watched. Nothing would have been able to crawl from beneath the waves, grab people inside the facility, and drag them back into the water unnoticed. Sunny smiled darkly. I was just about to get to that. He rubbed his eyes tiredly. Right, we are all under a mind hex. That is why no one noticed anything. Professor Obel, Vern, and Dawn looked at him with confusion. Finally, the old man asked. Master Sunless, do you perhaps have a piece of evidence to substantiate your theory? Sunny simply shook his head. No. But that is exactly the point. It is the absence of evidence that proves my theory. No matter how elusive, devious, and powerful a nightmare creature is, we should have found some kind of clue by now. Although security equipment of the facility barely works because of the interference, the cameras would have captured something. The strict protocols and mutual responsibility system Vern had implemented would have produced some result. My shadows would have found some traces. But nothing of the sort happened, which is nothing short of impossible. There is a big negative space in the place where all the results should have been. However, we can infer certain things from that negative space itself. A dark expression appeared on his face. What I am trying to say is that there are, in fact, traces. We were just rendered incapable of comprehending them. Something like that had already happened to me once. Back then, I spent an entire month being mesmerized by an insidious nightmare creature. However, I was utterly oblivious to its influence, simply for the fact the first thing that the hex did was take away my ability to become aware of its existence. I am convinced that something like that is happening to all of us right now, too. Sunny looked at Vern and Professor Obel somberly. There is a powerful gate below the surface of the water, somewhere in the vicinity of this facility. The gate brought a dreadful nightmare creature into the waking world, and that creature is using mind manipulation to both lure people into its maw and make others incapable of stopping it. An uncomfortable silence settled in the security center. Professor Obel seemed resigned, but Vern, on the contrary, was suddenly energized. If that is true, then we just have to kill that abomination. Then, everything will be resolved. There was hope and resolve in his eyes. For a warrior, having a clear enemy to fight was familiar territory. With a sigh, Sunny shook his head. No. We won't be able to kill that nightmare creature. Vern scowled. What? Why? Sunny pointed at the bleak steel of the undying chain, which he had been wearing ever since people started disappearing. Because this is a transcendent armor of the third tier. One of its enchantments provides the wearer with a high degree of protection against mind attacks. And yet, I wasn't spared from the effects of the mind hex at all. You know what that means. Vern's face suddenly grew dim. That the nightmare creature's attack is more powerful than your armor's defenses. Sunny nodded. Indeed. Which would make it of the corrupted rank, at least. My bet would be that it is a corrupted terror. Neither of us is its match, especially not in the water. We can't kill it. At that moment, Professor Obel finally spoke. So then what should we do? Sunny remained silent for a while, looking at the memory storage device that lay on the table in front of him. Finally, he shifted slightly and said, First we break the mind hex. Chapter 894, Cold Waves. Sunny's plan was rather simple. Since the mental protection granted by the undying chain was not enough to break through the mind hex of the unknown horror, he just had to get better defenses. Of course, he could have summoned Saint, who was completely immune to that kind of attack. If he had no choice but to fight the abomination, which Sunny suspected to be a corrupted terror, he would do exactly that, but at this point, he was simply trying to understand what exactly was happening, and how. Considering that Saint would not be able to communicate what she saw, he had to try breaking through the hex himself, first. Several minutes later, Vern summoned the officers of his awakened force, and then sent them away with a simple task to get every memory that could offer at least some form of protection against mind attacks to Sunny. Considering that there were still around 90 awakened soldiers at the facility, at least a couple of them had to have something like that in their arsenal. Soon, Sunny found himself in possession of several loaned memories. He was wearing the Undying Chain, which was his best tool to solve this situation. There was a new charm hanging around his neck, a strangely mercurial cloak on his back, and a flint dagger with a handle made out of weathered bone in his hand. The dagger came from Vern itself, so it was especially powerful. There were many people in the security center now, including Vern, Professor Obel and Beth, all 6 of his soldiers, and several sleep-deprived awakened officers. Sunny was sitting in front of a screen, holding the memory storage device. Taking a deep breath, he wrapped all 4 of his shadows around the Undying Chain and felt its bleak steel become stronger, more durable, and more powerful. Then, he inserted the memory device into the socket of the terminal and accessed the recordings stored on it. Everyone watched the video feed of the undulating ocean with a morbid sense of curiosity. However, none of the people present in the security center noticed anything special about the recording. After a while, Beth said in a tentative tone, "I don't see anything." However, when she looked at Sunny, there was a grim expression on his pale, tired face. Because, unlike everyone else, Sunny was seeing things that he had been unable to notice earlier. To him, the recording showed an immensely macabre reality. The things he saw on the screen left him disturbed, shaken, and dismayed. Damnation. As the recording went on, replaying the shifting landscape of the lightless beach from the past 2 days at enhanced speed, Sunny slowed it down to a crawl several times, seemingly for no apparent reason. Every time, his expression turned more and more ugly. He had known, of course, to expect something like that. However, watching himself nonchalantly make way for the mesmerized victims, only to forget about their existence a moment later, was deeply unsettling. Sunny had witnessed dozens of people being swallowed by the cold waves, and yet, this was the first time his consciousness managed to become aware of that fact. As it did, the hex was broken, and suddenly, all the memories that had been suppressed before flooded his mind. Sunny shuddered. Gods. Noticing his strong reaction, Vern leaned forward. "What is it? What do you see? What kind of nightmare creature is it? How does it capture people from within the facility?" Sunny lingered for a moment, and then stopped the playback with a trembling hand. He stared at it in confusion and made a fist, causing the tremors to stop. Finally, he let out a heavy sigh. "I was right, mostly. There is indeed a mind hex affecting everyone in this fortress. It makes us indifferent and unaware of the victims, and the traces left behind by them. However, I did not see the creature itself. It never appeared. The victims, they just walked into the ocean themselves, and vanished. Some right in front of our eyes. It seems that the bastard is somehow controlling them to come to it, and us to be blind to their passing." Vern gritted his teeth. There has to be a way to stop it. Sunny hesitated for a long time. "In my experience, the only way to deal with a creature like that is to run away from it." "Well, we can." The other master shook his head with a resentful expression. That resentment was not aimed at Sunny, however, instead, it was aimed at the dreadful being that hid beneath the waves, the chain of nightmares, and the sorry state of the waking world in general. Leaving LO-49 now would be no different from suicide. We won't make it across hundreds of kilometers of rough terrain alive, not with hordes of nightmare creatures prowling this region of the Antarctic center seemingly unopposed, with no intelligence about the state of the territory and cut off from Army command. His eyes grew cold. "We have to remain here and wait for the Ariadne to arrive. It should be here in 2 days, or if not, soon enough. We can survive this abomination for 2 days." Sunny looked at him for a while, thinking. Although remaining this close to a potential corrupted terror made him extremely uneasy, he had to admit that what Van had said was reasonable. The Ariadne, indeed, was their best chance. He sighed. So, what do you propose we do in the meantime? Just let the bastard continue gobbling up humans. Van crossed his arms and frowned. No. Now that we know what is happening, we can prevent more people from vanishing. Sonny raised his eyebrow. And how do you propose we do that? The other master looked at him. Deep in thought. After a few moments, he said calmly. Well. Someone just has to prevent the victims from jumping into the ocean. Right? A pale smile appeared on Sonny's face. Somehow, he already knew who was going to get that job. Chapter 895, Catcher in the Night. Sonny was the only one who could prevent more people from silently walking into the cold ocean. Even if he returned the borrowed memories and gave the undying chain to someone else, the other person would not be able to enjoy the augmentation of the foreshadows. So, the mind hex would remain unbroken. If there was one good thing about the situation, it was that after Sonny had rid himself of the hex, he did not need to keep up his mental defenses at such a high level anymore. It was as though he was now inoculated against the unknown creature's influence. At least for now. He returned the charm, the mercurial cloak, and the flint dagger to their owners. One shadow continued to follow Professor Obel, while the other three remained wrapped around the undying chain, just in case. After that, everyone got to work. Although Sonny was the only person who could perceive the mesmerized, it did not mean that nobody else could help prevent more people from vanishing. Now that Van knew what they were dealing with exactly, he could tune the safety protocols of the fortress to make it harder for the enemy to snatch victims away. Soldiers received new instructions, while all non-essential personnel were confined to their living quarters. If they couldn't leave, they would most likely be unable to reach the water, after all. Sonny, meanwhile. Walking onto the dark beach, he sighed, then placed an intricate wooden chair at the very edge of the rustling waves and sat down with his back to the ocean. Facing the wall of the fortress. Sonny shivered in the cold wind for a few moments, leaned back, and leisurely crossed his legs. It's a bit chilly. The world was dark, and the only sounds surrounding him were the howling of the wind and the incessant murmur of the waves. Sitting with his back to the ocean was not pleasant, especially with a corrupted terror hiding somewhere beneath its lightless surface. The only thing that made Sonny feel better was the unmoving silhouette of Saint, who was hidden in the shadow of the wall with Morgan's warbow in her hands. Even then, Sonny had a lot to worry about. Would he really be able to stop people from reaching the water? Would they resist, or would they allow themselves to be brought back inside L049? Most importantly, what would the terror do if its source of sustenance was suddenly cut off? Somehow, Sonny doubted that the creature was going to just leave them be. He just had to hope that the rescue ship would arrive before the eventual retaliation, and take them away before the creature could cast its hex on the crew, as well. With a sigh, Sonny released his shadows and sent them forward. The shadows climbed the wall and separated, assuming watching positions in 3 different spots. Then, all he could do was wait and listen to the rustle of the waves behind him. A minute passed, then another. Then, a few more. Sonny opened a thermos he had brought with him and poured himself a cup of fragrant coffee. Sipping it in the bitter cold, he continued to wait and pretend that the ocean did not concern him at all. After about an hour, a human figure finally appeared on the wall. Sonny slapped himself in the face to chase away sleepiness, then put the thermos down and stood up. One step through the shadows brought him to the mesmerized person. The man he knew that man. It was one of the awakened officers in charge of the local garrison. This soldier had usually been cheerful and energetic, even after staying awake for close to 2 weeks. But now, there was a blank, empty expression on his face, and no light in his hollow eyes. Sonny stood between the slowly walking awakened and the lip of the wall. This time, he did not step aside to make way. Instead, he hesitated for a moment, then put his hand on the soldier's shoulder, stopping him. The man made a few more awkward steps, not realizing that he was walking in place. Then, he ceased moving and slowly turned his head, staring at Sonny with calm, glassy eyes. Damn. That's creepy. Sonny opened his mouth to say something, but at that moment, a strong blow sent him flying back. Crashing into the rampart, he broke through it and tumbled off the wall, landing on the rocks far below in an undignified heap. Ugh. What the hell? The strike was much stronger than anything a mere awakened should have been able to deliver. Even without augmenting his body with the shadows, Sonny was a master. He also had 4 cores and a sea of essence at his disposal. Why was the mesmerized officer so strong? Cursing, he slowly rose from the ground. At the same time, the awakened landed on the rocks a few steps away from him, swayed a little, and continued marching toward the dark waves. Since Sonny was not blocking his path anymore, the soldier did not pay him any more attention. Not so fast, you damned fool. Creating a long chain out of the shadows, Sonny made a loop out of it and tossed it forward, ensnaring the mesmerized man. Taking the unexpected strength that the soldier had shown into account, he added another chain for good measure and grinned weakly. Just like the good old times. The memory of throwing a chain loop at the Mountain King was still vivid and fresh in his mind. Making sure that Vern's officer was immobilized, Sonny dragged him back, and then scaled the wall. A few minutes later, slightly out of breath, he reached the old observatory and walked inside. There, the first few containment units had already been built, and a working crew was hurriedly creating more. They glanced at Sonny with confusion, but then quickly lost interest, distracted by the mind hex. Ignoring the workers, Sonny walked to the nearest unit, threw the mesmerized officer inside, and locked the door. Even for an awakened, escaping from a prison like that was not supposed to be possible. A moment later, several furious strikes landed on the walls of the containment cell from inside, making it shudder. However, in the end, the sturdy construction held. Realizing that he would not be able to break free, the mesmerized soldier walked to the corner that was the closest to the ocean, pressed against it, and froze. He just stood there, unmoving like a statue, not doing anything. Sonny slowly exhaled. Well, that's not bad. He had been afraid that the mesmerized would bang their heads against the walls of their cages, attempting to reach the ocean even if it was not possible. Oh, Master Sunless. When did you get here? Now that he was not holding the soldier, the workers finally noticed his presence. They stared at Sonny with surprised eyes. He blinked a couple of times, then smiled. Carry on. I am just passing by. At that moment, his shadows noticed another human climbing onto the wall. Sonny sighed, lingered for a moment, and then stepped through the shadows once again. Chapter 896, The Obstacle. Sonny felt like he was going insane. He was tired, sleep-deprived, and cold. He was stuck in a fortress on a remote continent, which had been built around an eerie abandoned observatory. The fortress was being besieged by an unknown horror from the depths, and he was the only person who had managed to escape from the horror's hex. The strangest thing about all that, however, was that Sonny was sometimes invisible. Every time he subdued and dragged one of the victims to the containment facility built inside the old observatory, everyone in the settlement acted as though he did not exist. No, not exactly invisible people were able to observe him. But the fact of his existence seemed to flow out of their consciousness almost immediately after being registered there. As long as Sonny was in the presence of one of the mesmerized victims, the residents of LO49 looked at him, frowned, and then went about their business, instantly forgetting what they had seen. It was really unnerving. In his exhausted state, Sonny felt a deep and irrational fear that if this went on, he would be forgotten by everyone, forever. He wondered if that was how the demon of oblivion had felt. Luckily, the bizarre effect seemed to only last for as long as Sonny was transporting prisoners to their cells. As soon as he placed them in the containment units, his existence was made normal once again. Well, as far as his existence could be called normal, to begin with. On the first day of his capture duty, Sonny had fought, subdued, and imprisoned 29 people. His muscles were sore, and his armor was wet from being close to the water for so long. Despite his efforts and to his relief, the terror had not reacted to the sudden obstacle that appeared in the path of its satiation. At least not yet. Saint continued to hide in the shadow of the tall wall of the fortress, monitoring the deep, dark, cold waters of the ocean. At midnight, Sonny reported the results of his effort to Vern. They walked over to the observatory together, where the other master remained silent for a long time. "Are you telling me that there are people in these cells?" Sonny struggled with a yawn, failed to suppress it, and then nodded. "Yeah. Around 30 of them." Vern stared at the cells with a deep frown for a minute or two, then shook his head in bewilderment. "Strange. Even though I know that they are there, I can't see anything. To me, the cells seem empty." Sonny was a bit late to react. "Oh. Believe me, they're there. They just stand near the southern side of their units and do nothing. At least they are staring at the walls, and not at us. That would be really creepy." Vern looked at him with dark amusement. "I think this situation is sufficiently creepy as it is." Then, he turned away from the cells and asked in a somber tone. "Any change in the terror's behavior?" Sonny shook his head. "No. At least not that I've noticed." Vern remained silent for a moment, and sighed. "Good. Continue, then. The Ariadne should be arriving soon, so we just have to endure a little bit longer." Just like that, Sonny continued his eerie task. He waited by the water, caught the people trying to drown themselves in the ocean, and locked them up in cells while suffering from being invisible. Damn cold. He had long summoned the memory of ice and continuously fed it with essence to save himself from the chilling wind. Just like that, another day passed. During that day, Sonny rescued 35 people from being devoured by the waves. His skill of making chains out of shadows improved by a lot. A few minutes before midnight, Sonny was sitting on his chair with an empty thermos in his hand, and stared at the sky. Today, there was no moon, and no aurora. Only the stars remained, shining softly up above. The waves sound differently today. He rubbed his face, then turned around and stared at the undulating black surface of the ocean with intense distrust. Just then, something seemed to change about the world. Sonny frowned, but before he could do anything, another figure appeared on the wall, forcing a long sigh to escape from his lips. 40. It is accelerating. He stood up, ready to step through the shadows and subdue the 40th victim, but there was something strange about the figure. Instead of moving toward the edge of the wall like the rest of them, it stopped and raised a hand, as if signaling to him. "Huh?" It was Quentin. Sonny conserved his essence by jogging forward, then lowering his body slightly and mounting the wall with one inhumanly high jump. He landed on the concrete surface of the rampart, walked a few steps, and looked at Quentin with a deep frown. What happened?" The chivalrous healer smiled, excitement shining in his eyes. "Captain, the observatory you need to see." Without wasting any time, Sonny jumped down to the roof of the nearby building, and then hurried toward the white dome at the center of the settlement. Walking inside, he instantly heard a swarm of confused, frightened, and angry voices. "What? Where am I? What happened? Hey someone, what the hell is this? Let me out." He stared, dumbfounded. These voices were coming from within the cells. They belonged to the victims he had imprisoned. Somehow, they seemed to have shrugged off the mind hex and regained their awareness. And it wasn't just them. Sonny turned his head and looked at the maintenance workers that were in charge of keeping the containment units secure. They were all speaking with excitement and glancing at the cells with relieved faces. They heard the victims, too. Which meant that the hex was not affecting them anymore, either. Thank the gods that abomination must have left. Despite the happy circumstances, Sunny was suddenly overwhelmed by a deep, cold, urgent feeling of unease. It grasped his heart and remained there, growing slightly stronger with each second. He shivered. What is going on? Chapter 897, Silent Ocean. After Sunny had broken through the mind hex and spent 2 days rescuing the mesmerized people, saving dozens of lives, the horror hiding in the cold black waves seemed to have left the vicinity of LO-49. The victims had regained their senses, and every person in the settlement was able to see and hear them clearly once again. In the next few hours, no one showed any sign of being under the influence of the hex. The vanishing stopped. And the Ariadne was supposed to arrive soon. The exhausted, frightened, and shaken inhabitants of the fortress were tentatively starting to unwind. Their fragile hope bloomed and blossomed. However, the person most responsible for the positive change, Sunny, did not feel any of their cheer or relief. On the contrary, with each passing minute, his unease and sense of foreboding only grew stronger. He did not like what was happening, not at all. Walking through the snowy streets of the settlement, Sunny studied the lively faces of patrolling soldiers with a troubled expression on his own. It was dark and somber. Doesn't make sense. None of it makes any sense. Approaching the security center, he placed his hand on the panel of a sophisticated biometric lock. The sensor was supposed to initiate a thorough scan, but as seconds passed, nothing seemed to happen. The damn thing was on the fritz. Sunny stared at it for a moment, then sighed and banged on the heavy alloy door with his fist. Soon, it was manually unlocked from the inside by a sleepy soldier, who then allowed Sunny in. Walking inside the security center, Sunny dusted snow off his shoulders, looked around, and headed toward Vern. What is the situation? Vern sent one of his officers off with a list of orders, then looked at his younger colleague and shrugged. Nothing changed. The terror or whatever that abomination was seems to have truly moved on. Sunny gritted his teeth. When has a nightmare creature ever moved on? You're deluding yourself. The older master frowned. We can't know for sure, of course, but the disappearance of the hex speaks for itself. Don't sell yourself short. Although creatures capable of mind manipulation are exceedingly dangerous, they often lack direct means of launching an effective attack. Maybe it decided to search for easier prey after you proved capable of dismantling its mental attack. Sunny stared at him for a bit, then shook his head. A corrupted terror is a corrupted terror. We probably haven't seen even a fraction of its power yet, so why would it simply give up and leave? Van tiredly rubbed his face and sighed. Do take into account that the creature's rank and class are only your conjecture. We don't really know how powerful it actually was. In any case, how else do you explain the fact that the hex is gone, and no one is vanishing anymore? Sunny hesitated for a moment. Maybe it decided to change tactics. Maybe it is gathering power for a singular, overwhelming attack. Maybe it just enjoys toying with its prey. Who the hell knows? His counterpart looked away with a somber expression. All right, but what do you want me to do? It's not like I've relaxed the security measures. We are still on high alert and prepared for battle. We are still keeping the civilians locked up and concentrating our defenses on the southern wall. I don't see what other contingencies are there to prepare. Sunny let out a frustrated sigh. All I am saying is that it's not a good time to become complacent. On the contrary, we must be preparing for a rapid escalation of the crisis. Van stared at him blankly for a few seconds. And all I am saying is that we are already doing everything we can. No matter how small, the possibility that you are right still exists, so we must. That is my position as the officer responsible for the safety of every person inside this facility. But personally, I think that exhaustion and paranoia are getting the better of you, Sunless. It's been hard on all of us. Sunny remained silent for a bit, then said in a subdued voice. My paranoia has never led me astray, though. With that, he winced and left. Maybe I am really wrong this time. Even if I'm not, Vern is right. What else are we supposed to do? Until the damned ship arrives, there's not much more we can prepare. But why did he feel so disturbed? Why was his sense of unease so urgent? Walking out of the security center, Sonny stood in place for a while with a dark expression on his face. After some time, he noticed Luster loitering around, and called him over. "Ah yes. You wanted something, Captain?" Sonny lingered for a moment, then nodded. "Yeah. Gather the others and tell them to stick close to the Rhino. Also, make sure that it's ready to move, in case we need to get the hell out of this damned place in a hurry." Luster blinked a couple of times, looking at him with a startled expression. Then, he gulped. Understood, sir. I'll go do that, then." Letting the young man go, Sonny turned south and stared at the distant wall for a bit. Frowning, he then headed toward it. The beach was cold and shrouded in darkness. Like always, the black waves continued their eternal, fruitless assault on the shore. They came and went with a wide, reverberating rustle, making it seem as though the whole ocean was breathing. His chair was still standing at the edge of the water, with an empty thermos laying on the stones nearby. Descending from the wall, Sonny slowly walked toward the water and stopped just outside its reach, staring at the vast undulating expanse of the cold ocean with a deep scowl. His tired eyes were hidden in shadows. Looking at the waves, he whispered. "Where are you, bastard? What are you planning?" Of course, the ocean remained silent. There was no response. Chapter 898, Going for a Swim. Sonny stood at the edge of the water for a while, looking at the ocean with a wary expression on his face. Funny. Back when he had first developed the habit of climbing the southern wall of the fortress, he stared at the ocean in hopes of witnessing the fearsome silhouette of the mighty battleship appearing from the darkness. But now that the Ariadne was about to arrive, his thoughts were far away. Eventually, Sonny sighed and finally dismissed his chair, planning to return into the warmth of the settlement. However, just before he turned away from the dark water, something attracted his attention. A subtle gleam a few steps further down the shore, revealed from beneath the retreating waves. As though bleak starlight was reflecting from a small piece of glass. Sonny hesitated for a few moments, then walked a meter or two forward, stopping at the spot where he had spotted the gleaming object. A new wave rushed in, licking his armored boots. He had to wait for it to crawl back before kneeling and taking a closer look at the wet rocks. There, between them, something glistened, buried under several shards of ice. Sonny brushed the ice away and picked the object up, then stood up before the next wave came. His frown deepened. In his hand was a simple brass button, similar to those that could be found on the countless winter coats issued to soldiers of the 1st Evacuation Army as part of their kit. By itself, the button was nothing special. However, Vern and the soldiers under his command were not part of the 1st Evacuation Army. They were locals of Antarctica, and had served at LO 49 long before the Chain of Nightmares. As such, their uniforms were slightly different. In fact, they were of a far better quality, considering that the First Army had been assembled and outfitted in a tremendous hurry. Their kits were far better suited for cold weather, and included well-designed parkas that could keep a person warm in most dire of circumstances instead of cheap mass-produced coats. So how did this button end up here? Sonny stared at the round piece of brass for a few minutes, and then slowly looked up, facing the darkness of the ocean. There was a strangely resigned expression on his pale face. With a sigh, he closed his eyes and extended his shadow sense forward, as far as it could go. All right. Fine. Come on, show yourself, bastard. I know you didn't leave. His senses spread forward, diving deep under the black surface of the cold water. Everywhere light reached, there were shadows, after all. And even where light never entered, there was its absence. However, Sonny did not sense the terror no matter how hard he tried. He did find something, though. 20 or 30 meters away from him, deep underwater, there was a large shape. It rested on the seabed, moving slightly from time to time as the currents pulled it back and forth. The shape was irregular and mostly flat, with a very slight curve. Its edges were sharp and jagged. That was all Sunny could say from sensing its shadow, that and the fact that the shape was not that of a living thing, considering that the shadow lacked the quality of being cast by something possessing a soul. He had no idea what it was. The ocean contained all kinds of junk, so why would he care? But for some reason, he did. Opening his eyes, Sunny looked at the undulating waves for a bit. Then, he slowly took a step forward, and then another. And then, another. The cold, freezing water reached his shins first, then his knees. Then, his waist. He shivered, gasped for breath, but continued walking forward. I am not mesmerized, am I? No, he couldn't be. He had broken the hex. His mind was his own. When the water reached his chest, Sunny took a deep breath and dove down into the black depths. Swimming in a suit of steel armor was not an easy task, even one as thin and light as the undying chain. However, he possessed strength and endurance that far surpassed a mundane human, so Sunny persisted, plunging deeper and deeper into the ocean. Despite the memory of ice hanging from a string on his neck, a cold like he had never experienced enveloped his body, making it hard for him to breathe, think, and move his limbs. Gritting his teeth, Sunny ignored it and swam toward the distant shape. After what felt like an eternity, he finally reached the seabed and pushed himself along its uneven surface, getting closer and closer to his target. Far away on the shore, Saint emerged from the shadow of the wall and approached the edge of the waves, raising her bow. If anything happened, she would be able to send an arrow flying instantly. That made Sunny feel a little better, even though he did not know how powerful the arrow would remain after piercing tens of meters of water. Considering the strength of Morgan's warbow, it should still be deadly, but the efficacy of the arrow, of course, would depend on the power of the potential enemy. Don't think about that yet. Concentrating on his task, Sunny moved forward, reached the strange shape and opened his eyes. He observed it through the mass of murky water. The shape was a piece of torn alloy. It was around 10 meters in length and slightly less in width. The tough material was viciously bent and broken, with jagged edges and deep cracks crawling through its surface. It seemed to have been torn away from a larger whole by something large and incredibly powerful. However, there was no rust on the damaged metal, suggesting that it had not spent a lot of time in the water. Sunny got closer, feeling as if he recognized the composition and characteristics of the alloy. His mind raced, trying to confirm that familiarity. He placed one hand on the cold metal, remembering. Then his eyes narrowed, and a few bubbles of air escaped from his mouth. Of course, he knew where this strong and thick alloy was used. The same type of metal comprised the inner layers of a naval vessel's reinforced armor. The deformed mass of twisted alloy. It was a broken piece of a battleship's hull. Chapter 899, Only Hope. Gasping for breath, Sunny rolled out of the shadows and fell on the wet rocks at the edge of the rolling waves. Streams of water flowed from his armor, and his whole body was trembling. Cold so cold. Gritting his teeth, he stood up and shivered as the wind assaulted him. At that moment, not even his ascended constitution and the memory of ice could protect him from being chilled to the bone. But even then, the claws grasping his heart were much colder. Curse it. Sunny took a step forward, stumbled, then righted himself and stopped. His fists were clenched. Ariadne. It must have been the Ariadne. The broken piece of the hull, the brass button, it all made too much terrible sense. Of course, this evidence alone was not enough to make a definite conclusion, but Sunny was sure of it. His intuition told him that much. No one was coming to rescue the people trapped inside LO-49. And the terror was going to descend upon them soon, without a doubt. Suddenly forlorn, Sunny glanced at the wall of the fortress with a lost look on his face. A few moments passed, accompanied by the howling of the wind. Then, he looked down, closed his eyes, and groaned. "I'm so tired." It was the cold that made him shrug off this moment of indecisiveness and start to move. No matter the situation, he had to get somewhere warm first. One step, and he was on top of the wall. A second step, and he was standing on one of the streets of the settlement. A third step, and he suddenly appeared in the corner of a research laboratory where a group of scientists, including Professor Obel and Beth, were staying under guard. The young woman was the first to notice him. She was slightly startled by the sight. Ascended Sunless. "What are you doing here?" Sunny looked at her and forced out a pale smile. "Don't mind me. I just got cold outside." He stared at Beth with a strangely heavy expression for a few moments, and then shook his head. "In any case, I'll be going now." Sunny had to see Vern first. He dried himself off, then went back to the security center, feeling the urgent sense of alarm growing louder and louder in his head. Before, Sunny had not known its source, and thought that he had days to discover it. But now, he wasn't so sure. Maybe there were only hours left before the disaster his intuition was warning him about would happen. Maybe even minutes. "You're not listening." Sunny glared at Vern as the seconds ticked away. Tick-tock. With each second, their fates were coming closer to being sealed. And yet, the tall master was being difficult. "I am listening." Sunny suppressed the desire to hit the table with his fist. Not only would the table shatter and create a lot of noise, but it would also not help his argument in any way. More than that, he was too tired, and had no energy to go around breaking furniture. "Then why the hell are you not doing anything?" Vern sighed. "What am I supposed to do?" Sunny blinked. "Gather everyone, load them into the transports, and drive away from this cursed place. What else?" Vern looked at him for a while, his frown growing deeper. "With all due respect, Sunless, you are not making a lot of sense. You are trying to convince me that the Ariadne is not coming, but your only piece of evidence is a button and a piece of metal that you found underwater. We both know how much junk and old wreckage was left in the oceans after the dark times. That armor fragment could have come from anywhere, rust or no rust." Sunny wanted to answer in anger, but managed to hold himself back. Vern was not wrong to doubt his rather unsubstantiated theory. Any good leader would question the validity of such information. The problem was that Vern did not have the benefit of being intimately connected to the strings of fate, like Sunny was. He did not have Sunny's intuition. He was blind to fate. "Listen, this is what my gut is telling me. Staying here would be a terrible mistake." Nevertheless, Vern remained unmoved. He lingered for a few moments, and then shook his head. His next words sounded polite, but had a sense of weight to them. "I can't gamble with the lives of 1,400 people because of your gut, Sunless." "This damned fool." Sunny let out a frustrated sigh. Vern was an experienced government officer. From their brief but intense partnership, it had become clear that he was reserved, methodical, and did things by the book. He had received orders from Army Command to reinforce LO-49 and wait for the naval rescue, and that was what he was determined to do. Breaking an order was not an easy thing for him. His mind was not flexible enough. "You have to admit that I at least might be right. So, staying is also a gamble. We are outside the parameters of standard procedure. Vern, can't you think for yourself, for once?" Although that last statement was a bit rude, Vern did not react much. He just stared at Sunny with his usual serious expression, then turned away and sighed. A few moments later, he said quietly, "It doesn't matter, anyway." Sunny scowled. The words caught him by surprise. What the hell does he mean? What? The older master looked down. "Sunless, we are cut off from Army Command. The situation in the north is bad. We don't know how bad, but it has to be dire for so many nightmare creatures to travel freely through the mountains. The last thing we heard was that several titans had emerged. We don't even know if any of the siege capitals still stand. As he spoke, his tired face grew darker and darker. The terrain between here and the last known encampment of the first evacuation army is a maze, with countless swarms of abominations prowling in the dark. Our tech is barely working, if at all. Our soldiers are all exhausted or on the verge of collapse. What I am trying to say is that a convoy transporting hundreds of civilian non-combatants won't survive the journey. Not with what we have left to protect it. Vern gritted his teeth. So, it's not that I refuse to entertain the idea that the Ariadne won't arrive. It's that I can't. Because that ship is our only hope. His words echoed in the empty room of the security center, making Sunny feel even colder. Chapter 900, Don't Look Back. A somber silence settled in the conference room of the security center. Eventually, Vern was the first to break it. Straightening, he looked at Sunny and said in a heavy tone. The best I can do is ask for volunteers among my awakened. To risk falling asleep. Some of them might die, but a few should return with the news from the dream realm. Then, we can discuss evacuation by land. Sunny stared at him without saying anything. His anger was suddenly gone, and instead, all that was left was fatigue, regret, and a vague feeling of dark resentment. Damn it all. If Vern indeed sent volunteers into the dream realm, even knowing that it would be a one-way trip for some of them, they would return in about 8 hours. Finding out what was happening up north would help Sunny tremendously. But 8 hours was too long. His growing panic was already almost suffocating. He did not know if they had 8 minutes left, let alone 8 hours. There's no time. You can't. Vern leaned on the table and closed his eyes for a moment. It was hard to know what was going through his mind, but Sunny somehow knew that he would not be able to convince the stern officer. His heart felt cold. Ah, that feeling, this bitter feeling. I have not tasted it in a while, I think. At that moment, Vern suddenly said. A large convoy won't make it. But a single, robust vehicle probably can. Sunny frowned, struggling to follow the line of thought, perhaps due to his exhaustion. What exactly do you mean? The older master looked at him and shrugged with strange calmness. I mean that we don't have to put all our eggs in one basket. Your mission is not to protect every person in this facility, Sunless. Unlike mine. Your mission is to rescue one specific, high-value target. Both of us have to carry out our duty to the best of our ability, though. So take Professor Obel, load up your APC, and leave immediately. This way, even if your theory is right, it won't be a total loss for humanity. There was a lot that had been said, and a lot that had remained unsaid. But there was no need to speak some words aloud. The two masters looked at each other for a few moments, a silent understanding between them. In the end, the corner of Sunny's mouth twitched. I still think that you are wrong. People don't know what is possible and what is impossible until they try it. Well, that was often the case, at least, in my life. Vern simply nodded. Then prove me wrong, Sunless. I wish you luck. Sunny grimaced, lingered for a second or two, and then turned around. A moment later, he was gone from the room. He had nothing more to say, and no time to waste. There was no time at all. Feeling a frightening sense of urgency, Sunny used Shadow Step to appear directly inside the research center. This time, Beth was even more surprised to see him. Wait, no way, Master Sunless, do you perchance keep frightening me just for fun? He shook his head, looked around, and then beckoned for the young woman to come closer. What he had to say needed to be kept from other ears. Frowning, Beth left Professor Obel's side and walked over to where he was standing. Grabbing her by the shoulder, Sunny unceremoniously dragged the young woman to an adjacent room. What the hell do you think you're? He closed the door and turned around, his sunken, manic eyes making Beth shudder. Be quiet and listen. There has been a change of plans. With no time to explain everything in detail, Sunny just told her the necessary parts, that the professor was in danger, and that he had to be evacuated immediately. That sudden revelation was hard to digest, and there would be a potentially fatal delay if Beth refused to listen immediately, so Sunny constructed his words in a way that played on her deeply ingrained values: loyalty to the old man and the desire to keep him alive. Beth's eyes widened. But why come to me? Why didn't you just approach the professor? Professor Obel is a noble man. He would be reluctant to leave his people to save himself, so I need you to persuade him. Fast. You know him best, after all. The young woman still did not understand. But can't we just take everyone? Her voice was small. Sunny looked at her somberly, knowing that was something that he couldn't do. My vehicle can only carry so many people. Now, go and do what I said. Every minute we waste can mean the difference between life and death. Beth nodded in a daze, then slowly turned around, rearranged her lab coat, and left the room. Sunny looked through the crack of the opened door at the scientists surrounding the professor, and then turned around in shame. However, this self-indulgence only lasted a second. He had no time for regret, too. Not caring about the expenditure of essence, Sunny traveled through the shadows and soon appeared near the rhino. He could feel 3 shadows inside, while Luster, Kim, and Quentin were standing in front of the APC. Noticing him, they straightened their postures. Captain, sir, I did as you told. Sunny glanced at Luster and nodded. Go and run the startup sequence. I want the rhino to be ready to depart at any second. The young man's eyes turned into circles, but he swiftly dove into the hatch without asking any questions. Sunny, Kim, and Quentin were left alone in the biting cold. Feeling his heart beating wildly, Sunny looked up at the sky. The sky was covered by white haze. The blizzard is starting again. At that moment, Quentin cautiously asked. Captain, I am sorry, but what exactly is happening? He gave the gallant healer a short glance. We're leaving. Both his subordinates seemed startled. Leaving? Right now? But why? Sunny lingered with the answer. Because we have orders to keep the VIP alive. That seemed to make them stop asking questions. A minute passed, then another. His bloodstream was full of adrenaline, as though he was in the middle of a battle. Time crawled at a snail's pace, and for some reason, Sunny felt as though he was locked inside a pillory, waiting for the guillotine's blade to come down. Walk faster, damn it. His instincts were screaming that they had to leave LO49, now. Finally, 2 figures appeared from the milky white haze. Professor Obel was walking stiffly, with a troubled face. Beth was both supporting him and carrying a small bag. The old man stopped near Sunny and looked at him with a solemn expression. He hesitated to speak. Young man, I hear that you will be taking us away now. Sunny nodded. Yes, Professor. Get inside, please. Hurry. I'll explain later. They entered the rhino and closed the hatch. While Beth was looking around with subdued curiosity, Luster sent the heavy vehicle moving. The sentries had already been informed by Vern, so they opened the gate and allowed the irregulars to drive through them. Until the last second, Sunny was certain that something would go horribly wrong. But, somehow, it didn't. The rhino drove away from the fortress, passed by the fleet of transports parked outside, and disappeared into the white wall of the blizzard. Only when the lights of the facility vanished from view did Sunny feel an almost overwhelming sense of relief. He leaned almost crashed on the bulkhead behind him and let out a trembling breath. We made it. We made it in time. Although there were many confused and concerned gazes aimed at him, Sunny remained silent. Slowly, the distance between the rhino and the Lunar Observatory 49 grew larger and larger. A kilometer, then another, then a dozen. They were leaving it behind. Some time later, When the heavy vehicle traversed approximately half the length of the coastal plain separating the ocean shore from the mountains, Sonny commanded Luster to stop and hide the Rhino in the wreckage of a massive war machine left behind from the dark times. He closed his eyes and concentrated for a few minutes. His shadows made sure that there were no nightmare creatures laying around in wait. After that, Sonny inhaled deeply. The call is not too strong here. It should be condition green, so congratulations, guys. You can finally rest. Despite their unease and doubts, his soldiers reacted to that statement with visible excitement. They, too, were on the verge of collapse from fatigue and exhaustion. Luster, Kim, and Doran. You guys sleep first. The other three, keep watch and take care of our guests. They nodded, already knowing their roles. Yes, sir, but Captain, what about you? Sonny looked at Bell with a dark expression. I have something to do. He headed for the exit hatch. Beth tried to get in his way with a question, but he simply looked at her, and the young woman suddenly backed away. Exiting the Rhino, Sonny walked into the blizzard, and then summoned the nightmare. His loyal steed rose from the shadows, its eyes burning with dreadful crimson flames. Jumping into the saddle, Sonny sent it galloping through the snow. He left one shadow to stand guard near the Rhino, of course. By now, the range at which he could control it was past 13 kilometers. That was more or less half the current distance between the Rhino and LO-49. He flew back south, summoning the closed featureless helmet of the Undying Chain to protect himself from the cutting wind. His shadow sense spread outward, replacing sight that was useless in the furious snowstorm. Stopping at the very edge of Shadow Control's range, Sonny remained in the saddle, and sent another shadow forward. It slid south with tremendous speed, and eventually reached the walls of the facility. There were formidable turrets on them, powerful spotlights flooding the immediate vicinity of the fortress with light, snowflakes dancing in the wide beams. The gates that the Rhino had left no more than an hour ago were tightly shut. A fleet of transport vehicles was parked in front of it, covered in snow, their initial purpose long forgotten. The blizzard obscured the world, and for a moment, just like when he had first arrived, Sonny felt a pang of fear. It was as though the whole facility was empty, with only ghosts populating its streets. Only, this time, his fear came true. There was no one standing watch on the walls. No soldiers patrolled the deserted streets. The buildings stood empty, with screens still showing recordings of entertainment programs, food laying on the plates, and coffee growing cold in the mugs. But there were no people. There were no scientists in the research laboratory, and no officers in the security center. The feed of the functioning security cameras showed no movement throughout the whole settlement. The doors of the living quarters where the civilians had been confined were still locked. But there was no one inside. There were no signs of struggle, and no fresh footprints in the snow covering the ground outside. Everything was just still. 1,400 people had disappeared into thin air. They seemed to have simply vanished. Like they had never existed at all. Many kilometers away, Sonny looked at the southern wall of the fortress through the eyes of his shadows. He felt compelled to send the shadow forward, and gaze at the dark ocean once more. But in the end, with a shiver, he decided against it. Soon, the shadow returned. Wrapping it around his body, Sonny commanded Nightmare to turn around, and rode into the blizzard without looking back. Maybe he did not want to. And maybe he simply did not dare. Chapter 901, Degrees of Danger. Well, actually, it was black. Shrouded in the darkness of the long night, Sonny rode north through the wailing hurricane of snow. To his eyes, which could see through any shadows, the snow appeared as light gray, bordering on white. The way back was not long enough to deal with thoughts and emotions raging in his heart, but luckily, Sonny had too many worries about the future to drown in the regrets of the past. Doesn't matter, anyway. Vern was dead, and everyone else was also dead. None of the people Sonny had come to know in the past week survived. Now, all he could do was make sure that his soldiers, Professor Obel, and Beth did not share their fate. That was not going to be an easy task. Soon, the wreckage of the old war machine appeared in view. Sunny dismissed Nightmare, walked into the rusted metal frame and lingered for a few moments in front of the Rhino. Then, he opened the hatch and climbed inside. Quentin, Samara, and Belle were keeping watch, each of them tense and ready for battle. Noticing him, the irregulars sighed with relief. "Captain. You're back." Sunny nodded. "Did anything happen in my absence?" Quentin shook his head. There were no nightmare creatures yet. Professor Obel and Miss Beth were both exhausted, so they're sleeping. We settled the professor in your quarters. I hope you do not mind. He remained silent for a moment, then added with a hint of melancholy in his voice. Of course, we are keeping an eye on them. In case one or both have become carriers of the spell. Sunny did not particularly care about the accommodations at that moment, so he simply nodded. The first point of Quentin's short report was the most important. No nightmare creatures, yet. That could change at any point. In fact, he had taken a risk by allowing his soldiers to sleep and leaving the Rhino, even if one of his shadows had stayed back to observe the surroundings and be a potential exit point of Shadow Step. Out here in the wild expanse of the Antarctic Center, it was nightmare creature country now. Hordes of them moved through the mountains, many spilling down onto the coastal plain. A transient swarm could have stumbled on the cohort's camp at any moment, so it was not secure. But security was a thing of the past now. Before, he had had choices that were safe, and choices that were dangerous. But after leaving the protection of LO-49 and its thick walls, he could only choose between different degrees of danger. It was all about calculating the probable risk. Even then, with his fated attribute, such calculations were more or less useless. Grimacing, Sunny covered his face with a hand and then rubbed it. He was too tired and numb to care right now. He needed rest, too. Well, I am going to take a nap, then. Wake me up if there's movement outside. Since his comfortable bed was currently occupied by Professor Obel, Sunny climbed into one of the free sleeping nooks and closed his eyes. How risky was it to fall asleep right now? Before letting his consciousness plunge into the comfortable embrace of darkness, he summoned Saint and ordered her to guard the Rhino from the shadows. That was all Sunny could do. The night never ended, and morning never came. When Sunny woke up, the world was exactly the same as it had been before. The raging blizzard enveloped the world, obscuring the cold dark sky. He had been pulled out of his dreamless slumber by the wholesome of a sleeping pod opening nearby. Opposite him, a panel on the wall of the Rhino slid away, revealing a sleeping niche hidden behind it. Dawn's massive figure could be seen inside. The giant man had drawn a short straw when they were assigned the transport vehicle, since standard pods were a little bit too small for his prodigious body. Watching him climbing out of one was slightly comical every time. Sunny did not smile, though. Making sure that his shadows and Saint did not perceive any threat, he left his niche. Soon, Luster and Kim woke up, too. Quentin, Belle, Samara U-turn. The three irregulars could not wait to get some long-awaited rest. Their exhaustion and desire to sleep were so overwhelming that they did not even linger to listen to the report that their colleagues had brought from the dream realm. A minute later, all three were gone into the sleeping pods. Sunny studied Kim, Luster, and Dawn. They looked much better than they had yesterday. Even though one night of rest was not enough to remove all the accumulated fatigue, awakened were resilient creatures. Sunny, who had only slept a few hours, felt utterly broken instead of rested himself. However, that feeling would pass soon. So? His soldiers glanced at each other. After a few moments, Dawn was the first one to speak. "It's not good, Captain." This time, Sunny did smile. "Wow. Who could have thought?" The giant man nodded awkwardly, and then started the report. "From what we were able to find out, East Antarctica is still under human control, but the Antarctic Center is all a big mess. His face darkened. The Saints were eventually able to kill one of the Titans, but 2 more remain. A chunk of the mountain chain was destroyed in the battle, too. But that's not the worst of it. Sunny let out a frustrated sigh. "Tust come clean with it." Dawn looked down. "The siege capital that our division was supposed to establish it is gone. Wiped out of the map completely. The survivors, however, remains both soldiers and civilians, are in the process of trying to retreat to other strongholds. There's no organized First Army force left from here to Mount Erebus, sir." Sunny remained silent for a long time, a resentful expression appearing on his face. Just like that. Their 400 kilometers journey seemed to have just turned into a 1,000 kilometers journey. Chapter 902, State of Affairs. Dawn, Kim, and Luster brought other news from the Dream Realm, too. All of it was fragmented and chaotic, since the First Army itself did not seem to have a strong hold on what was happening throughout the Antarctic Center. With all modern forms of communication down, whatever information trickled in and was disseminated through the Dream Realm was doomed to be incomplete, and often became obsolete on arrival. The lack of reliable intelligence was the worst fear of all armies. The strange blizzard raging across the Antarctic Center was the cause of the collapse of the interaction network. It was attributed to one of the Titans that had emerged around a month ago, designated as the Winter Beast. The Titan's current location was unknown, but its impact could be felt throughout the region. The field army tasked with evacuating the Antarctic Center was in a rough spot. The southern reach of the landmass where Sunny and his cohort were currently stuck was lost and all but abandoned. People were scrambling to preserve the remaining 6 siege capitals, not knowing when and where the Titans would strike next. Even worse, the Titans were merely the harbingers of a new phase of the chain of nightmares. The frequency and potency of the opening gates seemed to have increased drastically, and countless nightmare creatures were pouring into the waking world every day. In other words, humans in the Antarctic Center were in trouble, and Sunny was in the biggest trouble of all. Wonderful. His soldiers had not only received information, but also reported the cohort's current status and location. The information was going to take some time reaching Master Jet, and then more time would pass to get her response back to Sunny. For now, he had nothing to do. Sunny contemplated for a few minutes whether he should start moving north immediately, or remain in place for a few days to give his soldiers time to recuperate and learn more about what was happening in the region. In the end, he decided to postpone the decision for when the second shift of sleepers returned from the Dream Realm. Keeping the Rhino static in the open was not an ideal situation, but neither was blindly venturing into the mountains. Either way, there was a big chance that a disaster would find them, but at least the former choice gave his soldiers a chance to get back to their peak battle states. There were also the 2 civilians to think about. After Kim, Custer, and Dawn finished their report, Sunny moved to the compact kitchen of the large vehicle, summoned the covetous coffer, and concentrated on preparing a hearty breakfast for the crew of the Rhino. Cooking always made him feel calmer. He wondered about a lot of things. How close was the Second Army to being assembled? What were the great clans doing? How hard would it be to reach the distant siege capital, which stood near Mount Erebus? That city was famed for its well-off geothermal fields. At least they would not be cold anymore after getting inside its walls. He also wondered how Rain was doing. Was she worried about his long silence, perhaps? Was she in the midst of a first nightmare? He could visit the ivory tower and ask one of the cohort members to check up on her. Effie was quite close with Rain, and so was Nephis. Kai kept in touch with Aiko, who was responsible for taking care of Rain in Sunny's absence, and Cassie seemed to know everything about everyone, in general. But no, he could not go right now. There was a difference between taking a nap and leaving for the Dream Realm. The former would make him several seconds late to react to danger, but the latter would make him miss it completely. With how dire the situation was, he could not allow himself to be absent. Soon, the smell of cooking food brought everyone inside the Rhino to the lounge area. Even Professor Obel and Beth woke up because of it. Sunny secretly studied the old man, trying to ascertain his condition. The professor seemed to be holding up well, considering how sudden their departure had been. He still seemed ancient and fragile, but there were no signs of a sudden deterioration of his health. Nevertheless, Beth used a portable medical scanner to take a few readings, and then produced a batch of medicine pills and supplements from her bag, acting like a concerned nurse. Sunny placed plates of fragrant curry on the table, as well as a pot of coffee and several bars of dark chocolate for the dessert. Considering their situation, this modest meal seemed strangely opulent. Before eating, Professor Obel looked around with curiosity, then smiled and uttered in his usual friendly tone. "That is an impressive machine you have here, Master Sunless." Luster, who was already bringing a spoonful of curry to his mouth, paused and grinned. "It is, isn't it? Of all the vehicles I've driven, our Rhino is the most fearsome this one time. We had to plow through a whole swarm of low-rank nightmare creatures. It was spectacular." The old man smiled. "It's conducive to see this design still being used and kept up to date. I knew the engineer who initially created this APC concept, you see. Of course, back then, it was far less advanced. Spelltech was not even in its infancy, so the solutions she proposed to make such a massive vehicle move at an acceptable pace were nothing short of revolutionary." Sunny tilted his head, trying to imagine it. A world without Spelltech. It was hard to conceive of such a thing. And yet, Professor was obviously right. Just half a century ago, it had not existed. Everyone ate, knowing that they would need a lot of energy to face what was about to come. At some point, though, Beth threw a complicated glance at Sunny and asked, "Now that things seem to have calmed down a bit, can you finally explain what prompted this sudden turn of events, Master Sunless? Why did we have to leave LO49 in such a hurry? Not that I am doubting your decisions, though." He remained silent for a bit, sipping his coffee. What was there to say? Sunny shrugged. "Its begive rise to the Ariadne was destroyed, and LO49 is gone. Everyone back there is dead. The 9 of us are the only ones who survived." Chapter 903, Abstract Numbers. His words caused a dead silence to settle over the Rhino, Luster, and Dawn froze, grave expressions appearing on their faces. Professor Obel looked down, suddenly appearing even more fragile and old. A heavy sigh escaped from his lips. Bet's eyes widened. What do you mean, dead? That is impossible." Sunny looked at her silently, and then shook his head. "This is the era of the nightmare spell. Anything is possible, and terrible things are doubly possible. In fact, they are all but inevitable. We were lucky to get out in time, but the others were not. That is all there is to it." His voice was full of grounded confidence, but in fact, Sunny felt very unsettled. He was not entirely sure if he was trying to convince Beth, or himself. Professor Obel, who had been born during the dark times and lived through the horrors of the first generation, seemed to understand what Sunny was trying to say. He must have experienced many such calamities throughout his long life, and lost a lot of friends. His young assistant, however, did not. Looking at Sunny with a pale face, she forced out, "But..." He interrupted her. "Don't think about it too much. Concentrate on your own survival instead. We are not out of the woods yet, and what is to come is far more important than something that is already over. And it is over." With that, the conversation died down. The previous lively atmosphere disappeared as if it had never existed. Sunny studied the faces of people gathered in the lounge area, and then stood up. He did not really want to console and manage anyone's feelings right now. They were all adults actually, he was the youngest person here, so why was he the one who had to take care of everyone? Well, because he was in charge, both in terms of power and authority. And with those, uninvited, also came responsibility. How irritating. Sunny hesitated for a few moments, and then said, "The best way to honor those that are gone is to make sure that we don't follow them." So, rest well and gather your strength. I'll keep watch outside. He sighed and walked away, leaving them behind. Climbing to the roof of the Rhino, Sonny commanded Saint to dismiss Morgan's warbow and summoned it into his own hands. Then, he shivered, enveloped by snow. Chilling wind howled through the rusted frame of the ancient war machine, the remains of which rose from the ground like the bones of a giant beast. Even though staying outside was cold and uncomfortable, right now, he preferred it to being in the company of other humans. There was a lot for him to think about. Observing the surrounding area through the senses of his shadows, Sonny closed his eyes. There was no way back, and the path ahead was dangerous and unclear. Remaining in this spot was not at all safe, as well. Funnily enough, the unnatural blizzard not only made it harder for humans to see the approaching nightmare creatures before they launched into a frenzied attack, but also hid them from the sight of the abominations. Unless a swarm stumbled directly on the rusty wreckage, it would pass by this shelter without catching the smell of human souls inside. That, at least, played in Sonny's favor. Before he knew it, his thoughts wandered back to the lost personnel of LO-49. 1,400 people, 16, even, if he counted those that had died in the weeks before. Just like that, so many lives had been lost. It was expected, actually. With a strange grimace, Sonny remembered hearing about the chain of nightmares from Master Jet for the first time. Back then, he was rather callously indifferent. What did the fates of humans in Antarctica have to do with him? Their number was much higher than 1,400, too. There were 700 million people living in the southern quadrant, and he had not been inclined to give a damn about a single one. At least not enough to risk his life over it. He was still indifferent. 700 million was too large of a number to conceive of. It was too distant and abstract. When speaking about millions of people, people stopped being people and turned into numbers. Sonny did not wish them ill, but he also could not bring himself to care about mere numbers. But soldiers and civilians that had died in LO-49 were different. Even though 1,400 could not compare to 700 million, to him, they were real. He had lived with them, shared bread with them, and fought side by side with them. He had come to know them as people, and not numbers. So, their deaths affected Sonny much more than the potential evisceration of the whole quadrant. Knowing what he knew now, he couldn't help but see the First Army and its mission in a different light. There would be much more death, for sure. The government had an ambitious goal of evacuating the whole continent, but their plan was already bursting at the seams. Many more people were going to die. Millions of them. In the end, how many of the 700 million would be saved? 600? 5? Even less? Of course, he had no way of knowing. So how did it make him feel? Was he outraged? Motivated? Burning with resolve? Did he find conviction? Not really. Letting out a bitter breath, Sonny whispered. Such a waste. All he felt was contempt. It was such a waste, all of it. Of human lives, resources, and potential. It made him sick to know that the world was gobbling up so much. While the people who could have prevented it from happening were too busy fighting among each other. Those bastards. In the end, all Sonny could do was follow his advice and concentrate on himself, and that which belonged to him. He couldn't save 700 million people, but he could make sure that he, his soldier, and civilians in his care would make it to the other side of this disaster alive. That, at least, he could possibly manage. Chapter 904, A Journey of 1,000 Miles. 2 days later, they finally received a word from Master Jet. The message, which had passed through several people before reaching Sonny, was simple: retreat to Erebus and rendezvous with Davis and his cohort of irregulars there. Godspeed. Sonny took a deep breath after hearing the news. It was as he had expected, even though a small hope that some miraculous help would be sent to assist them on the 1,000-kilometer journey had been still somehow aflame in his heart. Now, it was completely extinguished. With that, the cohort's short period of rest was over. It was a good thing, too. Over the past couple of days, Sunny killed several nightmare creatures that had wandered close to the camp. Strangely, there had not been as many of them as one would have expected, and he was quick to dispose of the bodies. Still, the smell of blood was slowly permeating the area, and pretty soon, it was bound to attract bigger threats. The blizzard was still raging outside the wreck of the old war machine. Piercing the swirling snow with beams of light, the rhino growled as it drove forward and abandoned its temporary shelter. Accelerating, it then moved north, toward the slopes of the towering mountains. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was tense, but as minutes passed without anything lunging an unexpected attack on the APC, everyone calmed down a little. Except for Sunny. He had no plans of calming down until they safely reached the stronghold of the 1st Evacuation Army. In fact, he would prefer if his people remained tense and paranoid, as well. But there was such a thing as too much pressure, too. People tended to break if subjected to persistent and overwhelming stress without any chance to take a breath. Actually, his soldiers were holding up surprisingly well, considering everything they had gone through in the past 2 months, and for a good reason. One of the criteria he had chosen these particular awakened by WA's their mental resilience, after all. Even Luster, who seemed like a carefree fool most of the time, was enduring the rigors of the calamitous Antarctica campaign with a surprising tenacity. Maybe it was exactly that light-hearted and frivolous personality of his that made the young man so immune to despair. Do I need to learn from Luster? That was something Sunny had never expected to think about. The rhino drove forward, and, hidden by the veil of snow, Saint and Nightmare followed it from a small distance. Even though the mountains were obscured from view by the snowstorm, the jagged peaks were getting closer and closer. Sunny's shadows prowled outside, scouting the path ahead. Just before they reached the terminus that separated the coastal highway, which stretched along the whole length of the Antarctic Center, from the road leading to the former LO49 and the path that took a turn to climb high into the mountains, one of the shadows noticed something strange in the snow. Sunny hesitated for a few moments, frowning. Then, he moved closer to the pilot's seat and spoke calmly. Turn to the left a little and slow down. We are going to take a stop in a couple of kilometers. Luster obediently followed his instructions, gradually slowing down. Eventually, the massive vehicle came to a halt. Sunny opened the hatch and dove into the blizzard, the polished black wood of the crawl site's shaft falling silently into his hand. Struggling against the wind, he then walked forward and stopped in front of a tall pile of snow. Less than 100 meters forward was the terminus of the coastal highway, with several empty buildings standing with their doors ajar. Some distance away to his left was the ocean, which made Sunny feel very tense. Right now, however, his attention was concentrated on the tall mound in front of him. Under a thick layer of snow, portions of a massive carcass could be seen. The nightmare creature had not been dead for long, a day at most, maybe 2. From a cursory look, it had been a demon, probably of the awakened rank. Judging by the vicious wounds covering its body, it had not been killed by human weapons, and as if to illustrate that point, large sections of the carcass seemed to have been devoured. Strange. Nightmare creatures were known to fight amongst themselves on occasion, but only in the dream realm. Out here in the waking world, there were too many human bodies for them to tear apart, and too many human souls to devour. So, even when different tribes of abominations collided with each other, they rarely showed any sign of hostility. Hunting down much tastier prey always took precedence. However, with how many nightmare creatures were currently rampaging across Antarctica, and how concentrated the human population had become due to being moved to a small number of siege capitals, things could have changed. If there were instances of infighting between the abominations, it could potentially help the mission of the First Army tremendously. Of course, Sunny prevented himself from becoming too optimistic about that prospect. He had more important and immediate concerns, anyway. A nightmare creature capable of slaughtering an awakened demon had to be sufficiently strong, and it could still be near. What kind of abomination was it, and where had it gone? Was it alone or accompanied by a whole swarm of other monsters? If he managed to deduce something about the nature of the enemy from the corpse, he would be able to better prepare to deflect the threat. Sadly, the dead demon did not offer any clues. The only thing Sunny found out was that the killer was not too fearsome, since there were signs of a furious confrontation all over the place. If the other party was truly powerful, their victory would have been entirely one-sided. PNDN01, a waste of time. Shaking his head, Sunny was just about to turn back when he sensed something through his shadows. One of them had glided a bit further up the highway, and was currently observing some disturbances in the blizzard. He slowed down, turning to the north. What is that? A moment later, a troubled expression appeared on Sunny's face. Chapter 905, Bearer of Bad News. The shadow hid on the slope of a tall cliff, observing the wide highway that stretched north between the Momentane and the ocean. The world was obscured by a white wall of snow, but it could feel slight tremors running through the ground. Something was approaching. A few moments later, two bright dots appeared inside the blizzard, slowly growing larger as their source drew closer. Then, powerful beams of light cut through the snowstorm, making the shadow shift its position. Several kilometers away, Sunny frowned with a troubled expression. People. What approached from the north was not a swarm of nightmare creatures or a lumbering monstrosity, but a small procession of civilian transports, accompanied by a handful of military vehicles. They cut through the blizzard, rolling down the highway at a slow speed. Several of them appeared battered and barely functioning. Soldiers could be seen manning the turrets, shivering in the vicious cold. His scowl deepened. What are they doing here? Bluster. Bring the rhino to the edge of the coastal highway. Leaving the carcass of the dead demon behind, Sunny walked forward. A few minutes later, he was standing on the snow-covered surface of the highway, with the rhino positioned behind him. His silhouette was drawn against the backdrop of the blizzard by the beams of two powerful spotlights. The convoy was already close, but they did not notice him yet. Striking the butt of the crawl sight into the ground, Sunny hesitated for a moment, and then activated the Light Eater enchantment. Immediately, the silver blade of the spear shone with brilliant light. It was as though a small sun bloomed in his hand. Somewhere behind, Belle and Dawn emerged from the APC, carrying their weapons with guarded expressions. Samara had climbed to the roof of the vehicle and was now laying on it, resting her chin on the stock of her rifle. The other three irregulars remained inside, protecting Professor Obel and Beth. The radiance of the crawl site was too intense to not be noticed. Finally, the soldiers protecting the small convoy reacted, turning the turrets in the direction of the unknown threat. Their faces were tense and frightened. The lead vehicle slowed down. I hope those fools don't start shooting blindly. Using the extraordinary rock and its sonorous enchantment, Sunny augmented the volume of his voice. Calm and oppressive, it rolled across the highway, easily breaching through the howling of the wind. This is Captain Sunless of the 1st Irregular Company. Think twice before you shoot. Luckily, the soldiers seemed to have preserved at least some of their composure. No bullet flew in his direction, not that a mundane bullet would be able to do him serious harm, let alone scratch the surface of the undying chain. A few minutes later, the lead vehicle of the strange convoy came to a screeching halt not too far away from the rhino, forcing the transports to follow suit. A figure in a military uniform emerged from it, hesitated for a bit, and then headed towards Sunny. Judging by the lack of an armor-type memory and the way the man was holding to the collar of his coat, shivering in the cold, his was a mundane human. While the soldier walked, Sunny's shadows got closer to the convoy and studied it. The transports were full of frightened civilians, and their military chaperones were few and far between. Everyone seemed to be in a rough shape, tired, and numb. There were women, children, and elderly among the refugees, all scared and exhausted, but not a lot of men. And there was not a single awakened among them. Sunny's mood turned darker and darker. Finally, the soldier walked close enough to see him. Raising a hand to shield his eyes from the rhino's lights, he mumbled in a startled voice, It really is the devil. Sunny looked at him with a frown. I can hear you, you know. The soldier flinched, and then lowered his hand, trying to stand at attention. Oh sir, sorry, sir. DNAOM. His voice, despite the effort to sound professional, sounded haunted. Sunny sighed and shook his head. At ease. Then, he looked past the man's shoulder at the battered convoy, wondering what it was doing here. Please explain who you are, and why you are in this area. I thought that the First Army abandoned the southern reach of the Antarctic Center. The soldier remained silent for a while. Eventually, he said. Sir, you must know that our division suffered heavy losses when the siege capital we were building was destroyed. A sufficient number of us had time to evacuate, taking the civilians with us. However, the aftermath was chaotic. Sunny did not know the details of how the city had been obliterated, except for that it had been done by a Titan. Nevertheless, he could imagine the panic and mayhem that had ensued in the aftermath. He nodded. The man let out a heavy sigh. Most of those who escaped retreated north, but for many of us, that direction was cut off. We gathered as many people as we could and eventually headed south. Something about that story did not sit right with Sunny. He interrupted the tired soldier. You made it all the way here driving on the highway. Staying so close to the ocean was too dangerous. Even Sunny did not dare choose that convenient, but dire path. How did a bunch of mundane soldiers survive it? The man's face grew bleak. He lingered for a while, and then said grimly. There were a lot more transports in the convoy at the start of it, Captain. This is just the ones that remain. I have 343 civilians in my care, and 40 soldiers. Sunny sighed. Ah. Now, things were making much more sense. Put in a somber mood, he asked. There were no awakened assisting you. The soldier shook his head. There were. They stayed back to buy us time. That was a week ago, sir. Sunny thought that he understood the full picture except for one, most important, thing. Why come so far south? He stared at the man for a bit, and then asked directly. But why would you head here, of all places? Why not circle back and head north, to one of the remaining siege capitals? The answer soon came, making the corner of his eye twitch. Evacuation, sir. After the initial chaos died down, the awakened escorts they were still alive, back then received orders through the dream realm. We were to proceed to a facility called LO-49, rendezvous with the battleship Ariadne that is supposed to be waiting for us there, and escape. Although we are a little late. Just by a day or two. Sunny stared, lost for words. The soldier suddenly seemed excited. Captain Sunless, sir, have you come from that facility? Were you sent to escort us the rest of the way? Exposed to that hopeful gaze, Sunny felt a bitter taste in his mouth. He lingered with the answer, but his flaw only allowed him to remain silent for so long. Eventually, he opened his mouth and said simply. No. The Ariadne was destroyed, and LO-49 is lost. I am sorry to say this, soldier, but you and your men have made it all the way here for nothing. Chapter 906, Moral Conundrum. Sunny had never seen a few words crush a man's spirit so thoroughly. Except for maybe himself, when Nephis had spoken his true name and commanded him to leave her for dead on the forgotten shore. The soldier managed to remain standing, but he looked like a marionette with its strings cut. All light was extinguished from his eyes. He remained motionless for a while, and then turned slightly, throwing a forlorn glance at the small, battered fleet behind him. Sunny could imagine how he felt. After surviving the cataclysmic destruction of the siege capital, these people weathered untold horrors to make it this far alive. What had kept them going was probably the hope that salvation was drawing closer and closer. And now, when they almost reached the destination, that hope was cruelly crushed. He sighed. It just happened a few days ago. The news would not have reached you. My people and I are the only ones who survived. The soldier looked down, silent. Eventually, he asked. If I may ask. What are your plans now, sir? Sunny looked at him with a deadpan expression. My orders are to proceed to the Erebus field siege capital to rendezvous with another cohort of the 1st Irregular Company. Suddenly, a tentative spark appeared in the soldier's eyes. Master Sunless, sir. Will you consider? Sunny knew what he was going to say. It was not that hard to guess. He wanted to laugh. In fact, he almost did. It took a lot of self-control to remain outwardly calm. A bitter, familiar, unhinged laugh got stuck somewhere in his throat. Of course, Sunny knew. The soldier was going to ask if the irregulars would escort the civilian convoy to safety. Why wouldn't he? They had persevered for the last week without any awaken to protect the handful of transports from the rampaging nightmare creatures. And even though their hope of sailing to safety aboard the Ariadne was gone, there was an actual master standing in front of them. And not just any master, but one of the most deadly ones in the First Army, accompanied by a cohort of absolute elites. The irregulars were the cream of the crop of human forces. Surely, they wouldn't leave defenseless civilians behind. Surely. The problem was that this decision was not an easy one. Heavily armored and exceedingly maneuverable Rhino could potentially make the 1,000-kilometer journey to Mount Erebus. The flimsy and damaged civilian transports, however, their ability to traverse the mountains was doubtful. At the very least, they would slow down and limit the versatile APC, which would put its crew in danger. By agreeing to take charge of the convoy, Sunny would not only make his task several times harder, but also drastically increase the chance of his own soldiers dying. That was why he wanted to laugh. In Sunnis' last conversation with Vern, the stalwart master had told him that it was impossible to get hundreds of civilians through the mountains alive. Back then, Sunny had responded by saying that people could not know what was impossible until they tried it. And now, he had to either leave these people to die, or eat his own words, and put his money where his mouth was. Oh, this is a good one. This one is great. I see you, fated. The soldier's words died on his lips as he watched Sunnis' unmoving face. Sunny remained silent. So, what was he supposed to do? Was he supposed to take responsibility for hundreds of refugees, at the expense of his soldiers and Professor Obel? Or follow cold logic and do what had to be done, abandoning them to fate? No, but there was no need to hide behind words. There was no fate, in this case, only death. What was the right choice? A strange smile appeared on his face. What would a man of conviction do? A man of conviction would have probably stayed at LO-49 and died. How complicated. Despite his aspiration to find the elusive thing called conviction and grow stronger through it, Sunny had not had any success in that regard yet. He still stood for nothing and was as unmoored as he had been at the start of it. Some people might have had an unwavering moral compass, but he was not one of them. Sunny mostly acted on a whim and pursued his own narrow interests. In fact, simply hearing someone speak about morality always filled him with suspicion. So, he did not have a straightforward answer to what was the right thing to do in this situation. However, Sunny might not have known what he believed in if there even was such a thing, but he knew what he despised very well. Just a few days ago, he had sat on the roof of the Rhino, full of contempt for the bastards who could have saved countless lives in Antarctica, but decided not to. The damned sovereigns. So, following that logic, wouldn't he be doing the same by leaving the refugees to die in order to serve his personal convenience? What a weird and perverted way of thinking about things. Sunny was honestly not sure about the validity of that conclusion, or if it even made any sense. But it was the best one he had managed to come up with. So, after a long stretch of silence, he said, "How much food and clean water do you have left?" The soldier did not seem to understand his question. He stared blankly at Sunny for a few moments, and then perked up a little. "We have a large surplus of both food and water, sir." That is one thing we don't lack. We also have a working water filter. Sunny remained silent for a little while, and then nodded. All right. Then you will follow us to Erebus Field. Do note that we will be moving through the mountains. Do not worry, though. My cohort has scouted the road networks in this region of the Antarctic Center extensively. Well, guide you well. The soldier took in a shaky breath and saluted. Yes, sir. Sunny lingered for a few moments, then asked. What is your name and rank? The man responded after a short pause, fidgeting with the collar of his coat. It's Sergeant Gear, sir. Sunny glanced at the caravan of battered vehicles behind him, and sighed. Here's my order, Sergeant Gear. From now on, I'll be assuming command of this convoy. You did well getting them here. Leave the rest to me. Chapter 907, Burden of Command. As expected, the refugees were devastated by the news that their salvation had slipped away from their grasp at the last moment. Many of them looked like they were about to give up, but strangely, the terrible change did not end up being as crushing to their already crumbling morale as Sunny had thought it would be. The reason he was the reason. Or rather, his status and reputation. Although being found by a master was not really comparable to boarding a rescue ship, Ascended were a kind of symbol among humans. Saints were too mysterious and distant, so it were the masters that dwelled in the human subconscious as the epitome of valor, achievement, and might. Sunny did not know about valor and achievement, but Ascended were indeed immensely powerful. And he was more powerful than most. So, when the refugees learned that Master Sunless of the First Irregular Company had taken command of the convoy, many of them were elated despite their extreme exhaustion. He had a fearsome reputation. After all, in fact, Sunny felt that the mundane soldiers had gone out of their way to embellish his achievements as much as they could when they delivered the news. Their purpose was transparent. The soldiers, too, wanted to keep the morale of the civilians from reaching the very bottom of despair. As a result, the refugees regarded him as some sort of intrepid hero, who was both the scourge of nightmare creatures and a dauntless savior of men. When they looked at him, their eyes were full of hope and reverence. Sunny was weirded out by these gazes. Fools! How easy are you to deceive? Did they not hear the part of the story where a whole settlement that he had been stationed at was completely destroyed? But no, they didn't. People just wanted to believe in something that would give them solace, no matter how far removed from the truth their belief might be. It was strangely easy for them to ignore anything that conflicted with such a belief. In the end, making people lie to themselves was the best and most effective kind of deception. Regardless, Sunny was not going to dispel their mistaken impression of him. Not only did it make the refugees easier to control, but there were other things to consider. Namely, the spreading plague of the spell. Now that Sunny knew that a first nightmare was born of a tiny seed, as well, he couldn't help but feel that it could only be planted into fertile soil. Wouldn't a soul that was full of fear and despair be more fertile, while one illuminated by hope less so? If he thought about it like that, it was no surprise that the nightmare spell had descended during the height of the dark times. Back then, the whole world had been drowning in desperation. Maybe by managing the morale of the convoy, he would be able to reduce the number of mundane humans succumbing to the nightmares. Look at me, thinking strategically. Shaking his head, Sunny walked back to the rhino and climbed inside. Remembering the mangled corpse of an awakened demon that rested under the snow less than 100 meters away, he wanted to leave the terminus of the coastal highway as soon as possible, but there were a few things he had to do before that. Professor Obel, can I speak to you? The old man had lived through the havoc of the first generation, so he would have valuable insight about the task facing Sunny, without a doubt. And indeed, speaking to the professor gave him a few good ideas. However, something like the chain of nightmares had never happened in the history of the world before, so there was no handbook on how to survive it. He had to come up with his own solutions. 10 minutes later, Sunny gathered his cohort, as well as Professor Obel, Beth, and Sergeant Gear in the command suite of the Rhino. He didn't waste any time and got straight to business. DNAOM The situation is far from being perfect, so it'll be brief. Our first task is to inspect the vehicles of the convoy and service them as needed, to make sure that they will be able to make it across the mountains. However, we can't do it here in the open. There is an abandoned military bunker not too far from our position. If all goes well, we will reach it within a day and make camp. His thinking was rather simple. He couldn't have the civilians sleeping in the cramped transports, since the consequences of someone turning into a nightmare creature inside one would be devastating. So, ideally, they needed to find a well-protected campsite every time they needed to rest. The old bunker, which had stood empty since the dark times, was hidden in the mountains at a sufficient distance from the ocean. It was a conducive place to achieve a lot of pressing tasks. Sunny paused and looked at his subordinates with a grim expression. For now, we'll assume a standard march formation. Our immediate task is to reach the bunker without suffering any losses. There are two types of threats we need to be wary of: those from beyond, and those from within. I won't say anything about the former, since they just mean that we must enter battle with the enemy. The latter, however, I desire soldiers keeping eyes on the civilians at all times. Don't let anyone fall asleep. He lingered for a moment, and then added, "Clear one of the transports completely and move all passengers to the other 4. That will be our mobile infirmary. If someone does fall asleep, wake them up. If they don't wake, transfer the sleepers to the infirmary and get ready to put them down, should anyone fail the first nightmare." Sergeant Gear shivered, but remained silent. It was not easy for mundane soldiers to fight nightmare creatures, especially not without working exoskeleton armor suits and inside a moving transport with no space to retreat and maneuver. Sunny had thought about it in advance. There were 5 civilian transports and 4 smaller army vehicles escorting them, so the math wasn't too hard. He looked at his soldiers. Luster will drive the Rhino, while each of you is to be stationed inside one of the transports from now on. Keep the refugees safe and observe your surroundings. If the convoy is ambushed and the enemy gets past me, it's your job to make sure that no one dies, or at least as few of them die as possible. Bell, you will watch over the infirmary. The others, divide the transports among yourself. Sergeant Gear, the crews of the military vehicles will be responsible for themselves. The same protocol applies. The soldier nodded. Yes, sir. After that, they all stared at him in silence. Sunny raised an eyebrow. What are you waiting for? Go. I desire to get off the coast as soon as possible. Chapter 908, Delegation. After a short stop, the battered convoy started moving once again. The Rhino was driving at the front, followed by the 5 civilian transports. 2 military vehicles flanked them, and 2 more protected the rear. It would not be possible to maintain the formation higher into the mountains, but for now, the roads were wide enough. Taking a turn, they drove away from the coast, slowly climbing higher and higher into the outskirts of the mountains. Observing the multitude of screens in the command suite of the Rhino, Sunny felt thankful for the fact that he had scouted this whole area with his shadows a month ago, while en route to LO49. He roughly knew the twists and turns of the mountain roads, the shape of the slopes and the deep canyons, and what path to take. He knew where the most dangerous spots were, where a large-scale ambush could be waiting for them, and where it was possible to make camp. This stretch of the mountains was like a maze, and with civilian transports following the Rhino, its mobility was severely reduced. There were only so many paths the convoy could take. Luckily, Sunny remembered them all. Of course, a lot of things could have changed in a month. The devastating battle between the 3 Saints and an unknown Titan had destroyed a few mountain peaks further up north, and caused a powerful earthquake. Although only a weak echo of that clash had reached this region, it was still enough to potentially change the topography. There would be rockfalls that had blocked previously clear roads, while some roads would have simply broken down and collapsed. A glacier or 2 could have come undone, obliterating everything in their path. And, of course, there were swarms of nightmare creatures lurking in the dark. There was also snow. The blizzard seemed to be growing weaker, but it had already covered the world with it. As a result, the Rhino was forced to lower its wedge-shaped ram and clear the path forward for the convoy. Just like that, the proud war machine was reduced to playing the role of a snowplow. The progress was tortuously slow. Sonny had to simultaneously scout ahead and think deeply about how to manage the convoy. He wanted to consider as many problems as possible before they actually happened, to hopefully prevent them. It had been easy to command a small cohort, but now hundreds of people were depending on him. The complexity of the task and the amount of moving parts comprising it were giving him a headache. Not to mention the daunting trial of daring to guide a caravan of refugees through a war-torn, apocalyptic expanse of the continent that was being slowly devoured by the inescapable tide of darkness. At least there is no giant tower this time. Sonny smiled bitterly and turned his head, staring at Beth, who was looking at the external camera feed with a detached expression. Feeling his gaze, she looked back. What? Sonny studied her for a few moments. Beth, you have administrative experience, right? The young woman frowned in confusion. Sure. I used to do that sort of thing on behalf of the professor. Running a research facility demands a lot of paperwork, you know. He nodded. Good. Then, congratulations. You're in charge of the refugees now. Beth blinked a couple of times. What? Wait, what do you mean? Sonny shrugged. I mean that you are responsible for their well-being. Food, water, health, morale. Find responsible people among the civilians and coordinate with them to solve any problems that you can handle yourself. Report the rest to me. You will be a filter between me and the civilians, understand? She scowled. I do, but my priority is the professor. Sonny shook his head and waved a hand dismissively. He's a civilian too, is he not? Now that we are escorting a convoy of refugees, it's in your own interest to make sure that everything is running smoothly. The safer the convoy is, the safer the old man will be, as well. In any case, I need to delegate these things to someone. Otherwise, I won't be able to concentrate on the military side of things, and our safety including the professors will be compromised. Would you prefer I entrust the civilian side of things to someone who does not care about him as much? She glared at him for a few moments, then scoffed. Fine. I guess it'll be the housekeeper, then. You be the guard dog. Sonny grinned. That sounds swell. From what I hear, all dogs do is sleep all day and get treats. Who wouldn't want to live like that? The young woman gave him a strange look, and didn't answer. Above a mountain road that clung to the side of a canyon, a tall cliff stood, covered in snow. On a deep ledge cutting into its face, veiled by darkness, a dozen monstrous forms lay as they hid from the howling wind. The nightmare creatures were resting, their bloodshot eyes staring aimlessly into the blizzard. Then, something changed. As if catching a faint smell, the abominations stirred. The maws opened, and their muscles rolled under the desiccated hides. One by one, they rose from the snow and listened. From a distance, a barely audible hum of engines and the rustle of wheels could be heard. Frenzied flames ignited in the eyes of the vile creatures, and hoarse growls escaped from their maws. Using their powerful limbs, the nightmare creatures moved toward the edge of the ledge, lusting to sink their fangs into human flesh. Before they could, however, a shadow suddenly moved between them, and something landed in the middle of the pack, sending snow flying into the air. The abominations only had a moment to see what it was. There, between them, a graceful knight in intricate onyx armor stood, raising a beautiful jade gem. A split second later, the white blade flashed. Back inside the Rhino, Sonny closed his eyes for a moment, listening to the voice of the spell whispering into his ears. The convoy was climbing higher into the mountains. They moved slowly, but had not encountered any serious problems yet. A few minutes later, he suddenly received a radio transmission from one of the flanking vehicles. Emster Sunless S, sir. Sergeant Gear's voice came through, marred by interference. Sonny manipulated a few switches to improve the quality and asked, "What is it? Is there danger?" The man answered after a short pause, with doubt in his voice. "No, yes. I don't know, sir. It's just that the cliffside ahead there's blood flowing down it." His voice sounded nervous. The response came a second later, startling the soldier. "Don't mind it. The situation is under control. Keep your eyes open and move forward." Gear stared at the radio in his hand, and then glanced at the soldier near him. "He said that the situation is under control." The other soldier shivered. "Then I guess it is." They approached the cliffside what seemed to be seeping blood, and drove past it. Nothing happened. A few more hours passed, full of similarly strange events. However, no abomination had managed to get close enough to the convoy to pose a serious threat to it. In the evening, when the blizzard had grown thin enough to see the stars in the sky, they finally reached their destination. Up ahead, hidden between tall cliffs, was the entrance to the old, abandoned bunker. That was going to be their base for the next couple of days. Chapter 909, Underground Nest. During the dark times, humanity had come to the brink of destruction. A series of cataclysmic natural disasters had brought it to its knees, causing several waves of mass migrations, each of them accompanied by plagues and famine. Previously arable lands had turned into wastelands, and many resources that had previously been the lifeblood of civilization were suddenly running dry. There had not been enough food for everyone, not enough livable space for everyone, and not enough power source for everyone. So, humans had done what they knew best. They had turned to war. The marks left by those devastating wars still haunted the planet. From the polluted air to the derelicts of broken military machines, they littered the earth like scars caused by a deadly infection. The old bunker Sonny was facing right now was one of those scars. He knew neither what army had built it and for what purpose, nor what had happened to those people and why the bunker now stood abandoned. He also did not care. There were always stories about terrifying doomsday weapons hidden in such places, waiting to be unleashed by a carefree explorer, but most of them were just that, stories. In reality, places like that one were usually empty for one simple reason: everyone had died or left, and those who survived had no need and no capacity to return. Plus, the bunker had already been unsealed a long time ago. Its massive blast doors stood open, covered with snow. Sonny was much more worried about the present than the past. Anything could have made its way inside during the chain of nightmares. If a tribe of nightmare creatures had made a nest in the narrow underground passages, laying siege to the bunker would not be easy. In fact, it was as tough of a task as a military unit could get. But he could not turn back. The civilian transports were crowding the mountain road behind him, with nowhere else to go. The vehicles needed maintenance and repair, and the people inside needed rest. It was his obligation to provide for them. Looking at the dark entrance gloomily, Sonny turned and addressed his cohort. "Prepare yourself. The 7 of us will enter the bunker in 15 minutes. Sergeant Gear, who stood nearby, hesitated for a few moments. "Sir, what if there are nightmare creatures inside?" Usually, the task of clearing an underground nest would only be entrusted to a much larger and better prepared force. Sonny stared at the soldier silently, and then shrugged. "There are." "So what?" His shadows were already creeping through the dark bunker, scouting its many chambers and passages. There were indeed abominations hiding underground, a lot of them. They had turned the abandoned complex into their lair some time ago, and its nature was going to make any potential assault both hard to pull off and bloody. For a regular military force. Sonny and his people, however, were elites. He was confident in their ability to clear out the bunker without suffering any losses. They had no other choice, anyway. Most of his confidence, though, came from himself. As minutes passed by, Sonny used his communicator to project an image on the snow and started to slowly fill it out as the irregulars watched attentively. Passage after passage, room after room, soon, a detailed map of the bunker was projected in front of them. Then, Sonny marked every nightmare creature and its position on the map. Lastly, he sketched a rough figure of a snake-like monstrosity and drew several red dots on its body. Those were the weak spots he had observed with Kim's help. Egglesnore Sergeant Gear stared at the projection, dumbfounded. Not paying him any attention, Sonny addressed the irregulars. There are 9 to 4 nightmare creatures inside the bunker, as well as several hundred eggs. The plan is simple. We'll go in and clear them all out, level after level. The first 2 levels only have awakened abominations, and the heart of the nest seems to be situated on the 4th, with several fallen protecting it. There's not a lot of room to move, so mind the walls. Sam, leave the rifle behind. It won't be of any use underground, anyway. He spent the remainder of the 15 minutes going over the important points and explaining what kind of enemy they would be facing. Then, without any fanfare, the cohort brandished their weapons and entered the bunker, disappearing into the darkness without a single radiant memory illuminating their way. Hidden in the shadows, Saint and Nightmare remained outside to guard the convoy. An underground nest was always a dire target. The lack of light, the unpredictable nature of the terrain, the twists and turns of narrow passages that could lead to an ambush at any second, the limited space that made it hard to move and fight, it was a nightmare for a cohort of awakened, especially if the abominations had both the numbers and the home ground advantage on their side. It wasn't too hard for the irregulars, though, because they knew where the enemies were, what the lay of the land was, and had already developed an optimal plan of attack. Even if something unexpected happened, Sonny's shadows were keeping an eye on everything, so the cohort would know about any potential attack in advance. Swiftly moving from room to room, from corridor to corridor, they methodically slaughtered the nightmare creatures. Despite being inside a beast lair, it appeared as though the abominations had found themselves inside an enemy's stronghold instead. The awakened seemed to know the structure of the bunker better than its current inhabitants, as well as how to separate, flank and box the monsters in. There were no avoidable movements, no words spoken. The irregulars were fast, efficient, and deadly. Bell especially seemed to be born for this type of assault, since he could freely phase through walls and attack from any angle. His sword made short work of the monstrous snakes, striking precisely at the vulnerable sections that Kim's aspect had pointed out. Sonny was in full control of the situation. His shadows spread throughout the underground complex, informing him of the movements of the enemy. Whenever there was a possibility of danger appearing, his spear lashed out, obliterating the threat. Whenever there was a change, he adjusted the plan on the fly and informed his soldiers. They went through the first level like the Reaper's scythe, cutting down all living things on it, then did the same on the second. Then, the third. In the end, not even the fallen abominations could do anything. The last rabid assault of the nightmare creatures was completely dismantled by an essence trap that had been set up by Samra. Whoever survived the blast was finished off by the melee fighters. Just like that, the deadly nest of powerful abominations was obliterated. As soon as the last of the creatures lost its life, shadow surged across the underground complex, dragging the corpses away to hide them out of sight. About an hour after the cohort had entered the bunker, Sonny emerged from the darkness and breathed in the cold air. Then, he looked at the soldiers waiting outside and calmly said, "Bring the transports inside." The soldiers stared at him for a few seconds in silence, then turned around and walked toward the vehicles without saying anything. What was there to say? Chapter 9-10, Master of Cartography. The old abandoned bunker was not exactly the best place for a few hundreds of exhausted refugees to rest, and that had been before Sonny and his cohort had smeared monster blood all over the place. It was dark, cold, and in no way suited for people to live in. And yet, there was no other choice. They needed a temporary shelter to prepare for the journey ahead, and there was nothing better than this derelict facility for dozens of kilometers around. In the end, the civilian transports and the military vehicles entered the large hangar behind the blast doors, and the refugees disembarked, throwing frightened gazes at the dark interior of the bunker. The rest was both simple and demanded a lot of work. 6 comparatively clean rooms were designated as living areas, each welcoming around 70 residents. Lighting fixtures were installed, and heater elements were taken off the vehicles and placed in the corners to chase away the cold. Awakened were assigned to the living quarters to keep people safe. There was so much to do that Sunny was momentarily at a loss. People needed blankets, food, medical care, and 100 other things that he had not stopped to think about. Luckily, he did not have to solve all these problems alone. Sergeant Gear already had sufficient experience taking care of the refugees, and Beth seemed to have taken on her responsibility as the civilian representative with zeal. After about an hour of working things out, Sunny was left mostly alone. In the morning, there would be a lot to do, but for now, people just wanted to rest. No one knew when they were going to get a chance to leave the transports again. Sunny himself chose to watch over the infirmary, sending Belle away to a less stressful post. Currently, there were 3 people inside, 2 refugees and a young soldier. All 3 slept as their souls wandered in the first nightmare. Their shallow and rare breaths were almost inaudible. Glancing at them, he summoned his chair, sat on it, and prepared for a long night. Unlike the rest of the convoy, Sunny would not be resting anytime soon. There was too much for him to do. He closed his eyes. Above ground, the blizzard finally subsided, and the dark canvas of the mountains could be seen once again. The eerie lights of the aurora danced in the black sky, making it seem as though it was aflame with ghostly fire. Distant stars burned coldly up above. What a sight! Sunny relaxed as his shadows climbed 4 different peaks. Now that the blizzard was gone, he could finally observe the surroundings. He could control his shadows from as far as 13 kilometers or so. Of course, that number seemed small compared to the 1,000 kilometers the convoy had to travel to reach the Erebus Field siege capital, but here in the mountains, where the terrain was rough and uneven, that was enough. One could see a lot, if they just climbed high enough. Naturally, trying to study the landscape from the summit of a tall mountain would have been hard for most people, considering that the whole continent was obscured by the veil of impenetrable darkness. The long night of Antarctica was still lingering, and would be for several more months. But Sunny could pierce through that veil with ease. To him, that darkness was an ally. As the first shadow reached sufficiently high, he sighed and opened his eyes. Then, he activated his communicator and projected the map of the area from its memory storage. So outdated. If Sunny wanted to guide the convoy through the mountains, he had a lot of tedious work to do. First, he recalled the journey to LO49, and started to mark all the old roads that he had scouted back then on the map, as well as their condition and degree of disrepair. Some were too damaged for the civilian transports to drive on, some were comparatively fine, and some could be used, but only if there was no other option. In the process, Sunny also marked all points of interest, potential campsites, possible ambush spots, entrances to the old tunnels that could be hiding untold threats, and so on. The process was long and boring, but the result was going to allow him to plan a good route. After a while, feeling tired, Sunny glanced at the map and sighed. Its current state was satisfactory, as the starting point. Then came the harder part. Relying on the foreshadows looking at the world from high above, he started to add changes to the map. Some roads had been destroyed in the past month, some were blocked. Whole areas were buried under ice after several glaciers rolled down from the mountain peaks, and everywhere, nightmare creatures prowled. Due to his credentials as an academic explorer, Sunny was not a novice to drawing maps, although they had all been that of the dream realm in the past. The more he filled in the current one, the more bleak his expression became. Things were not looking good, at all. There were too few paths the convoy could take, and none of them was particularly easy or safe. The sheer number of abominations flooding the mountain range was appalling. Even though Sunny could not judge their exact numbers and power from afar, there were too many. They were like maggots swarming in dead flesh. Egglesnell nevertheless, he diligently marked the larger swarms on the map, as well as the direction they seemed to be heading in and their approximate speed. After hours of arduous work, the projection in front of him looked like a piece of psychedelic art, with a chaotic net of lines and symbols of different colors covering its surface. The most prominent color, however, was red. With a sigh, Sunny leaned back and remained motionless for a while. What a disaster. It would have been much easier to slip through the hordes of nightmare creatures if he only had to worry about the rhino. The APC could conquer all types of terrain and was as durable as they came. The vehicles of the convoy, however, Sunny felt as though he had gone into battle with his hands tied behind his back. Curse it all. As Sunny was pondering the optimal course of action, there was a sound of footsteps in the corridor outside, and the door of the infirmary slowly opened. Behind it, Professor Obel stood, holding a plate of food in his hands. Sunny raised an eyebrow, surprised by the unexpected visit. Professor? What brings you here? The old man smiled. Ah, don't mind me, Master Sunless. I just noticed that you have not gotten your portion of the food the soldiers had cooked for us, so I thought to bring you some. Sunny hesitated for a few moments. What a thoughtful old man. Something told him that the professor had not just come here to give him food. Considering how much time had passed, the old man should have been asleep. It was also strange to see him without Beth, who always followed him like a shadow. The question was, what did Professor Obel want? Chapter 9:11, Question of Value. Come in. The old man entered, closing the door behind him. Then, he looked around, found a rusty stool and sat down, handing Sunny the plate. Sorry. It's not much. Indeed, it wasn't. The broth the soldiers had cooked was made out of synth paste, monster meat, and spices. It was a common army dish that could be made with all kinds of ingredients, as long as there was water and basic rations at hand. This particular version looked almost edible, too. Sunny shrugged. That's all right. I'm from the outskirts of NQSC, so I'm not a stranger to synth paste. Professor Obel nodded, then curiously studied the map Sunny had created as he ate. After a while, the old man said, It is in moments like this that I am reminded of how potent utility aspects can be. Their wielders tend to be overlooked in favor of combat specialists, who get all the glory. But your ability is truly incredible. Someone more versed in battle would have been able to kill a few dozen more nightmare creatures, maybe even 100 or 2. But with this, we will be able to sneak past thousands of them, and defeat those that we do encounter with minimal losses, or none at all. This map will vastly increase our chances of survival, more than any warrior would be able to. He paused for a moment and looked around. This bunker, too. Your soldiers are a fearsome bunch, Master Sunless, but without your sight and awareness, liberating this outpost without casualties would have been a tall task even for them. You seem to be able to see everything, and be in several places at the same time. I think I owe my life to that last ability of yours, actually. Remembering the bloody incident that had happened in the safe room of LO-49, Sunny swallowed a spoonful of broth and nodded. That is a lot of compliments. Don't be mistaken, though. I am a menace in battle, too. Professor Obel chuckled. I am just giving credit where credit is due. You might have not realized it, but you are uniquely suited to lead this convoy, Master Sunless. Still, it is a lot of responsibility, especially for a young man such as you. How are you holding up? Sunny stared at him blankly. I am fine, thank you. I've been through worse. The old man sighed. I'm sure that you have. His tone seemed strangely regretful. What is he getting at? Sunny frowned, then asked frankly. Professor, I am sure that this is not just a social call. What is it that you want from me? Professor Obel remained silent for a few moments. Eventually, he smiled. I guess I am really easy to read, huh? Comes with the territory, I guess. At my age, people don't have time for pretense. Yes, you are right. I wanted to talk to you about something, Master Sunless, or rather, I have a favor to ask. He looked at Sunny with a fatherly expression, which was an entirely new experience for Sunny, and said, "There is a long road ahead of us. In the future, you will have to make a lot of decisions as the leader of this convoy. Our lives are literally in your hands, Master Sunless, so I wanted to ask you in advance. If a time ever comes when you have to decide between saving my life and that of someone else, especially my assistant Beth, that stubborn child, I want you to choose against me. Keep someone else alive and leave me behind." Sunny stared at the old man for a while, perplexed by the sudden request. "With all due respect, Professor, I can't agree. My orders are to deliver you safely to a siege capital, you, and you alone. Everyone else is just a bonus. They don't have the same value." Professor Obel simply shook his head. "Value? You are wrong, Master Sunless. I am old, and don't have much time left. It is young people like you and Beth that hold true value. I might have done a few worthy things in the past, but you are the ones who will accomplish great and amazing feats in the years to come. You will carry the flag of humanity into the future, not old fossils like me. If a species starts to cannibalize its young to prologue the lives of the old, there's no value in that. None at all." Sunny looked away. "That's great, but I am not even sure if humanity has a future." The old man laughed. "Oh, forgive me, young man, but I've been hearing these words for almost a century. When I was young, many people were convinced that we were all going to go extinct soon. But we didn't. Then, they went around saying that if things did not change for the better, humanity would surely be doomed. Things changed for the worst, but humanity still persisted. Then, the nightmare spell appeared, and it seemed like all their fears came true, and yet, here we are. Still kicking. Humanity is far more tenacious than you think, Master Sunless." That it was. Humans were incredibly adaptable, resourceful, and stubborn creatures. They tended to cling to life so ferociously that eradicating them was often a futile endeavor. But not always. Sunny glanced at the professor darkly. Humans that used to inhabit the dream realm were tenacious, too. Where are they now? The old man did not seem to have an answer, so he just sighed dejectedly. After a while, he asked, "So, are you going to grant my wish or not?" Sunny remained silent for a bit. Then, he scoffed. "Why do I have to choose whom to keep alive? I'll just make sure to save everyone. There's no need to decide between you and Beth, so why would I?" Professor Obel looked at him with a slightly somber expression. "That might be an unreasonable ambition, young man." Sunny shrugged, his expression nonchalant. "This whole campaign is an unreasonable ambition. Should we just give up?" The old man studied him for a while, then suddenly smiled. His smile, for some reason, seemed a bit brighter than usual. "Indeed, that is also true." At that moment, Sunny glanced at the three people sleeping in the infirmary and frowned. His eyes seemed to grow a little darker. Deactivating his communicator, he looked at Professor Obel and said in a calm tone, "I think it's time for you to go, Professor. I have some matters to attend to. Thanks for the food." The old man lingered for a moment, but then nodded and stood up. As soon as the door closed behind him, Sunny summoned the Moonlight Shard and walked over to the sleepers. It seemed that two of them were about to wake up. Whether as people or nightmare creatures, though. That, Sunny did not know. Chapter 9:12, Soul of a Man. The first infected was a young sodder from Sergeant Gear's unit. The other two were refugees, a man in his 30s and a woman who seemed enough to be Sunny's grandmother. All three were outside the usual age for a sleeper, but the soldier, at least, was young and strong. He had a higher chance of survival, from what Sunny could tell. Not that anyone knew a lot about how and why people survived the first nightmare. It was a mystery why the spell had eventually settled for teenagers of about 16 to 18 years old after devastating the first generation indiscriminately. But even back then, younger people had been more likely to survive. Humans might have not known the reason, but they were very good at gathering statistics. Perhaps it had something to do with the soul. Some believed that it was hard for a soul to form a stable core after becoming set in its ways, so a situation was possible where an older person could survive their nightmare, only to die anyway after their soul collapsed while trying to create a core. That hardly seems fair. But fairness was a human concept, in the end. The spell had its own principles, which did not always coincide with what humans considered just. Currently, the soldier and the male refugee were stirring, as if on the cusp of waking up. Sunny observed them from above, holding the moonlight shard in his hand. He was strangely fascinated. To his eyes, the changes happening to the souls of the sleepers were revealed in detail. The weak, faint golden light inside them was swirling and moving, caught in the throes of a growing turmoil. Sunny had gone through the process himself, many times. However, he had never seen it happening in front of him, to someone else. Right now, the souls of the two humans were weak and insubstantial. They were more like an idea of something than an actual thing. They were alive, and had shadows, but that was pretty much it. However, through a mysterious process, the formless state of a mundane soul was being galvanized, slowly creating a more solid shape. A soul core was not a soul. Rather, it existed within the soul, serving as both its fulcrum and nexus. At least that was how Sunny perceived it. Encompassing a core granted a lot of benefits to a soul, but it also placed a burden on it. Not every soul was powerful and vast enough to sustain one, let alone several. The proof of it was the terrible pain he went through every time his class rose. Regardless, both the soldier and the civilian seemed resilient enough for the task at hand. The faint golden light saturating their bodies grew slightly brighter, and in it, streaks of a stronger radiance appeared. These streaks flowed to their chests and swirled, slowly merging into spheres of brilliant light. The whole process seemed miraculous. As the two spheres grew fuller and more defined, the familiar shapes of two soul cores started to emerge from the brilliance. But then, there was a change. The nascent soul core of the young soldier exploded with a flood of ethereal flame, which rolled through his body as a radiant wave, rejuvenating it. The civilian, however. As Sunny watched with a bleak expression, a seed of darkness appeared in the center of the forming core. It quickly expanded, spreading like a cancerous growth. Repulsive veins of darkness spread through the dying light, consuming it. The more of the light was consumed, the faster it spread. Corruption. Sunny was almost certain that this was what he was observing. A living being succumbing to the corruption. The corruption had existed long before the nightmare spell, and although he did not know its source and purpose, he knew that it was an enemy. The enemy, perhaps. Sunny suspected that he had once come very close to becoming corrupted himself, on the second level of the Ebony Tower. The terrible rot that had eaten through Weaver's arm and forced the cunning demon to sever it had not been the same thing, only in a far more pure and harrowing form. As Sunny watched, revolting tentacles of the corruption spread through the body of the man, becoming one with it. Then, the body started to change. The skin turned dark, and the teeth suddenly elongated, piercing through his lips. The bones cracked, rearranging themselves. Before anything else could happen, though, the narrow blade of the moonlight shard pierced the man's chest, going straight through his heart. The forming soul core, now parasitized by the corruption, was torn apart. The grotesque body convulsed and grew still, its last breath escaping as a hoarse groan. Sunny sighed and looked at the dead man with regret. After a while, he whispered. "Rest well, now. Your nightmare is over. Find peace within me." Sunny lingered for a few moments, then glanced at the other one. Everything seemed to be going fine for the young soldier. His soul core was all but formed, as there were faint streams of weak essence coursing through his body. The body itself was being rebuilt by it, growing healthier and stronger, getting one step closer to perfection. Before too long, the convoy would welcome another sleeper. Sunny remained motionless for a while, then dragged his chair closer and sat down, dismissing the moonlight shard. Several shadowy tentacles rose from the ground and dragged the corpse of the unfortunate refugee away. Come to think of it, they were not too practical for such tasks. A simple tentacle was the easiest shape to create and demanded the least essence to maintain, but came short in terms of function and versatility. Maybe he needed to come up with a better shape. In any case, for now, all Sunny could do was wait. Suddenly, he felt very tired. By that time, the first of the shadows had already returned from its trip to the peak of a nearby mountain, so he closed his eyes and observed the infirmary through it. A minute passed by, then another. Then, a few more. Everything was quiet. Some time later, the soldier slowly opened his eyes. A hint of consciousness returned into them, and the young man looked around in confusion. The scarcely lit room, the rusted metal walls, the 3 makeshift cots, one of them drenched in blood, and a pale youth sitting on a luxurious wooden chair, as if on a humble throne. The youth seemed almost like a human. Was he human? His eyes were closed. Was he alive, or was he a corpse? Was he both alive and a corpse? And that moment, Sunny said, "What are you looking at?" The soldier flinched away. Then, shivering, he asked something stupid. "Am I dead?" Sunny frowned. Well, it was not surprising that the guy was confused. He had been lost in the first nightmare for several days. For all the poor fool knew, the convoy should have been still driving toward LO-49, racing to rendezvous with the Ariadne. He had slept through the meeting with the irregulars, Sunny assuming command, and the short journey to the bunker. To him, everything would appear strange and frightening. With a sigh, Sunny opened his eyes, leaned forward and then slapped the soldier across the face. Not too hard, but just enough to feel it. As the young man yelped and grabbed his cheek, Sunny shook his head. "Would it hurt like that if you were dead? You're not lucky enough to die, fool. Welcome back to the waking world, sleeper or whatever your name is." Chapter 9:13, Lucky Sleeper. The devils were the only awakened in the convoy, so the newly returned sleeper had no one else to learn from. After finding out that the young soldier's aspect had to do with melee combat, Sunny sent him to Bell and told the swordsman to show him the ropes. The sleeper was in a strange position. He was not a mundane soldier anymore, but also not a true awakened. He had an aspect, an ability, and was capable of summoning memories. However, his power was barely enough to face a dormant nightmare creature, and potent memories with active enchantments were wasted on him. Whatever. I was killing fallen devils left and right as a sleeper. Sunny sneered. Of course, no matter how much he wanted to, he could not hold everyone to the standards of the Forgotten Shore survivors. Everyone who had escaped from that hell was abnormal, and for every one of them that had, there were hundreds of those who had not. In any case, the sleeper was at least capable enough to watch over the refugees, lessening the burden on the irregulars. To make his task easier, they had bestowed a few memories to the young man. Now, he was wearing sturdy snakeskin armor and wielding Bell's spare sword. He even had an enchanted bow and a quiver of poison arrows, as well as a magical lantern and a charm that protected him from cold. If there was one thing the irregulars did not lack, it was memories of lower ranks. Pretty much every battle they fought resulted in one or two of them receiving something. Most of these memories were useless to the members of the cohort, whose equipment had been of high quality even before Sunny improved it, but they were just right for a new sleeper. There was enough to arm several more, even. Come to think of it, Sunny had been mostly paying attention to the human toll that the rampant proliferation of the spell had levied, but there was another side to the epidemic devouring Antarctica, as well. Before too long, there would be a lot of sleepers like that one on the continent. So many, in fact, that their numbers could potentially rival that of the evacuation army in the future. That belated realization gave him pause. Those were thoughts for the future, however. For now, he only cared about the convoy and its fate. The convoy was not going to have thousands of sleepers protecting it anytime soon, but there might be enough of them to form a cohort of their own one day. Well, I better tell Bell to do a good job of mentoring that guy, then. With that, he threw the thoughts about the sleeper out of his mind, for now. There was a lot to do, and not enough time to do it all. In the morning, Sunny sent Quentin, Samara, and Kim to take a look at the vehicles of the convoy. Each had to be inspected, serviced, and hopefully repaired well enough to make the journey to Erebus Field in one piece. At the same time, he assigned Dawn and 20 of Gear's soldiers to explore the bunker and see if there was anything inside that could be recovered and used for their benefit. The underground complex had stood abandoned for half a century, at least, but there was a possibility that a few intact pieces of machinery remained, ready to be cannibalized to repair the vehicles. There could also be untouched caches of preserved provisions, and so on, not to mention the carcasses of nightmare creatures that needed to be dressed and dismantled. Every member of the cohort already had their cores saturated, so there was no better use for all the remaining soul shards than to feed them to the rookie sleeper. Just like that, the young soldier was going to consume hundreds of soul fragments in his very first day after returning from the nightmare. What a lucky bastard. Recalling how arduous it was for him to get even a single fragment on the Forgotten Shore, Sunny listened to Beth with a dim expression. She was in the process of reporting what state the refugees were in, which, if put succinctly, was not too good. Well, what else had he expected? It was already a miracle that these people were holding on to their sanity. Many of them were the most vulnerable members of humanity, 2 children and elderly. The shock of watching their whole continent go up in flames right in front of them was not something one could endure without paying the price. With a sigh, Sunny summoned the covetous coffer and started unloading the precious things he had stored inside in preparation for the Antarctica campaign. Quality food, sugar, salt, spices, dried fruit, chocolate, tea, coffee, toiletries, expensive alcohol for special occasions, and much more. He had prepared a lot, thinking that this stash was going to last the cohort at least a year. There was even foldable furniture, a spacious field tent, and a few things to make leisure time between missions more enjoyable. Beth watched more and more items appear from an average-sized chest with wide eyes. Sunny, meanwhile, felt extremely bitter. The mountain of supplies was large enough to fill an entire room. Not too long ago, it seemed like a lot, but with hundreds of mouths to feed, it was barely enough to sustain the refugees for a few days. However, the supplies were not meant to sustain them. Sergeant Gear had that covered, even if all the civilians had to eat was synth paste broth, and all they had to drink was filtered water. Rather, Sunny's pile of treasures was supposed to achieve something different, improve their mood, even if just by a bit. Enduring the apocalypse was much more bearable if you had some toothpaste and a clean toothbrush. Although that statement seemed nonsensical and foolish, it was nevertheless somehow true. Sunny had experienced the fact himself. Here. Talk to Gear and distribute this stuff among the civilians. Tell the cooks to step up their game, too. I want the next few meals to be really tasty until we leave the bunker, at least. Beth, who was staring at a pack of cheap scented soap as if mesmerized by it, slowly nodded. Yes, I will, huh? Sunny sighed and clicked his fingers a few times, fruitlessly trying to get the young woman's attention. Damn. Do I need to slap her, too? Chapter 9:14, moving on. In the end, they stayed in the derelict bunker for 3 days. The vehicles of the convoy had turned out to be in a worse state than Sunny had thought, so it took a lot of work for Kim and Samara to get them in shape with Quentin's help. The patchwork repairs they implemented were not pretty, but at least the transports were not going to fall apart on the road, stranding dozens of refugees and bringing the convoy to a halting stop. In the freezing cold of the polar night, stopping meant death. That was without even considering the swarms of nightmare creatures prowling in the dark. The world itself was more than happy to kill them. Throughout these few days, Sunny continued to monitor the surroundings and diligently updating his map. The 4 shadows spent a lot of time either climbing mountains or hiding on their icy summits. He knew for a fact that shadows did not experience getting cold, and yet, Sunny could not shake the feeling that the gazes they threw at him from time to time were less friendly than usual. Tough, do as you're told and don't complain, bastards. He was not a very friendly person himself. The days spent in the bunker were strangely uneventful. There were no large hordes of nightmare creatures in close proximity to it, yet, and whatever small swarms passed by were not strong enough to pose a serious threat. If they did attack, the abominations would have a hard time assaulting the underground complex. Its defensive capabilities, which Sunny and his cohort had braved themselves while clearing out the snake monsters, were now on their side. No one would find it easy to get to the civilians. Unless they were capable of burrowing through the ground, of course, like the monstrous lieutenant of the stone hive that had almost buried Sunny in solid stone. If they were, the bunker would become nothing short of a free buffet for such a nightmare creature. After thinking about that, Sunny ordered Luster to remain in the Rhino and monitor the seismic sensors like his life depended on it. But no dangerous abomination appeared. When Sunny was free, he silently patrolled the bunker, studying the refugees. These people seemed strange to him. After losing their homes, loved ones, and having the promised salvation be ripped out from their hands twice, he would have expected many to break. And some did, but very few. For most, life simply went on. Especially the children. The last thing Sunny had expected to hear in the gloomy corridors of the abandoned bunker was the sound of laughter, but nevertheless, there it was. Kids were playing around, watched over by the elderly. They ran around, made friends, and invented various games to chase away the boredom. One even had the gall to slam directly into him while chasing after their playmates. The boy let out a startled yelp, then looked up with wide eyes and mumbled, Sorry, Uncle." Awakened. With that, he rubbed his forehead and dashed away, giggling. Sunny blinked a couple of times. Uncle? Uncle? The nerve. Who was he calling an uncle? Kids were doing fine, but even the adults, pressed down by the burden of knowledge, showed pale smiles from time to time. They were warm, had both water and food, as well as a temporary, but safe shelter. That was all it took for the human spirit to hold on, it seemed. Maybe Sunny himself had something to do with their mood, as well. The refugees decided to trust in the competence of the master who had taken charge of their survival. They surrendered their fates into his hands, and, unburdened, found enough strength to believe in the future, even if only a little. Strange. So strange. I would never entrust my life to anyone. At the end of the third day, Sunny gave the command to start preparing for an immediate departure. That decision was met with a lot of turmoil, both from the civilians and the soldiers. Even his own men spoke up. Sir, if I may. Samara gestured to the ramshackle vehicles, slight concern apparent on her usually nonchalant face. We have done a lot, but I am not sure how well our repairs will hold. If you give us 2 more days, maybe even one, we'll accomplish much more. Beth and Sergeant Gear were similarly in favor of postponing the departure by a few days. The people are just starting to come to their senses. A few more days of rest will do wonders for both their mood and their health. We have a lot of old people here, you know. They require care. But Sunny was adamant. He simply shook his head. You don't get it. We must leave now. There is a huge horde of nightmare creatures moving in from the east, and another one coming down from the north. If we go now, we'll have a chance of slipping past them before they arrive. If not, we'll simply drown in abominations. Do you actually think that they won't find us underground, or that 7.5 awakened can stop them? Wake the hell up and start loading people into the transports. That's an order. No one could challenge his authority, and no one had any reason to. While hard to accept, his words were true, which was to be expected, considering that Sunny could not lie. He would have loved to lie and manipulate these people, but sadly, he could only manipulate them by telling the truth. Weirdly enough, he was starting to earn a reputation of a rough, but fair leader as a result. Who could be more dependable than the devil, after all? After 3 days of rest for some, and backbreaking work to prepare the convoy for the journey ahead for others, the small fleet of vehicles finally left the hangar of the old bunker. The blizzard had yet to come back, so their position was instantly revealed to everyone who would bother to look. Cutting the darkness with beams of bright light and tearing the silence apart with the rumbling growls of powerful engines, the convoy moved north. Their long journey had begun. Chapter 9:15, Fool's Errand. In the cold darkness, a small procession of vehicles was climbing an old and battered mountain road. The road clung precariously to the stone slope, so narrow that the wheels of the transports barely fit on its cracked surface. Looking through the windows to their right, all the refugees could see was a sheer drop. It was as though they were driving on nothing, a few centimeters away from plummeting to their deaths. From time to time, a stray rock would be pushed off the road by the wheels of the slowly moving vehicles, and then fall down, ricocheting off the cliffs with startling clangor. The sound traveled far through the deep gorge, reflecting from its stone walls as it grew louder and louder. For the frightened refugees, it seemed as deafening as thunder. Their fear was only made worse by the darkness. The headlights of the transports cut wide swaths through it, but beyond that, the night was impenetrable and oppressive. The drivers were already struggling with keeping the vehicles on the narrow road, and with most of it obscured by the chilling gloom, their task seemed all but impossible. Traveling through the mountains at night was an ill-advised and perilous affair. It was a fool's errand. Who's the fool, then? Studying sensor feeds in the command suite of the Rhino, Sonny was mentally calculating the rate of their progress. No matter how he thought about it, the convoy's speed was appallingly slow. Sadly, it couldn't be helped. The powerful APC was moving at the head of the column, clearing the path for the other vehicles. Its ram was lowered and once again serving to push through the snow. From time to time, the Rhino had to remove other obstacles from the road, as well as stone debris, large boulders, and massive chunks of ice that had split from the glacier at the peak of the mountain. It was doing a good job of it, for the most part. Very rarely did they stumble on something that the Rhino could not move through or push away. In these instances, the whole convoy had to come to a halt and wait for Sonny to remove the obstacle that the APC could not handle safely with his own two hands. The Rhino was a powerful machine, but it could not compare to the might of a master. There were very few things that Sonny could not throw off the road, and even if there were, he would simply cut through them with the sin of solace. The jade blade of the beautiful Jian was sharp enough to cut through granite as if it was water. Not that he enjoyed listening to its invasive whispers. In any case, each such stop made their already slow progress even slower. The darkness, the cold, the precarious nature of the old mountain roads, the rough state of the area after the recent earthquake, none of it was making Sonny's life easy. And that was just the natural side of things. Of course, there were other threats around them, as well. The whole region was teeming with nightmare creatures. For now, Sonny had managed to lead the convoy past the large swarms of abominations, but it was only a question of time before they had to fight. With how much noise they were making and how much light they were producing, it was inevitable for something hungry to notice them. Some already had, of course. However, Saint had been able to kill the few solitary nightmare creatures without drawing too much attention. Sonny was using her as an outrider, so she traveled apart from the convoy to intercept any emerging threats before they could deal damage to the transports. He did not know how long her protection would last them, though. Sonny felt as though the envelope of safety around the convoy was getting smaller and smaller. At least he and his soldiers could see through the darkness. If they were as blind as the mundane soldiers protecting the convoy, Sonny would have probably gone mad by now. As it was, he remained surprisingly calm and analytical. To him, the situation was both simple and unreasonably difficult. There were two types of things at his disposal. One of them was Asset Saint and Nightmare, himself, the irregulars, and the mundane soldiers. The other was Dependents, the refugees, as well as Professor Obel and Beth. There were also four types of danger facing him. One was the nightmare creatures, whom he had to track through his shadows and either avoid or slay. The other was the threats from within, people succumbing to the spell or going mad, which he could mitigate through various measures. The third was the environment itself. The world could easily kill them without even needing the help of the abominations, but that could be dealt with, as well. And finally, there was the fourth kind of danger, the most dire one, the unforeseen threats. That one could not be preempted, dealt with, or mitigated. Sun's task was simply to apply his assets in the correct way, in order to protect his dependents from the danger. However, even if he made all the right decisions, nothing stopped a new gate from opening right in the middle of the convoy, so there was that to think about, as well. Great. And on top of it all, were too slow. Not only was the convoy too slow to escape from an attack if need be, they were also desperately behind schedule. At that rate, the refugees would have to spend a night or two inside the transports instead of a comparatively safe campsite. Well, there's nothing I can do about that, for now. If he had better vehicles, if he had more awakened, if there were more tools at his disposal. Sunny sighed. There was no point in thinking about such things. At that moment, his expression slightly changed. Sunny looked to the side, as if piercing the hull of the rhino with his gaze. There, several kilometers ahead, the slopes of the gorge came together, forming a small valley with a frozen lake taking most of its surface. A swarm of nightmare creatures had just appeared from behind a tall rock protrusion and was descending toward the lake. Eagles Knoth 1-0, and on the other side of the valley, still hidden from sight by the slope of the mountain, there was another swarm, this one smaller, but composed of much more powerful abominations. They were heading in the same direction. What Sunny had feared came true. The convoy could not turn back, and would not be able to avoid colliding with the two swarms. A fight was inevitable. The corner of his mouth twitched. Standing up from his seat, Sunny stretched his limbs, and then glanced at the irregulars with a deadpan expression. His people instantly tensed. Summon your weapons. It's time to get some fresh air. Chapter 9:16. Divide and Conquer. From what Sunny had seen, each of the two groups of nightmare creatures was about as strong as the swarm of eyeless abominations his cohort had eradicated at the very start of the Antarctica campaign. The first swarm consisted of about 200 creatures, most of the awakened, with several dozen fallen leading them. The second was further away and much smaller, with no more than 50 creatures comprising it. However, all of them were fallen, and there were 4 corrupted among them. Fighting each of the swarms separately would have been hard, but not impossible. But if they were allowed to join forces, Sunny did not know what would happen then. There was a faint hope in his heart that nightmare creatures would obliterate each other, but he knew that it was too improbable, at that stage. Whatever animosity there was between these two tribes of abominations could not compare to their frenzied desire to devour humans, and with hundreds of defenseless civilians close by, that bloodlust was already starting to flow like fire through their veins. A battle was inevitable. The question was, how was he supposed to go about fighting that battle? The best possible solution would have been to stop the onslaught of abominations near the convoy, on the narrow mountain road. There was no space here for the enemy to exploit their overwhelming numerical advantage, so the defenders could face them a few at a time. However, nightmare creatures were not known for their reason and strong sense of self-preservation. They would madly press on, potentially burying Sunny and his cohort in an avalanche of bodies. It would not matter how many of them ended up being cut down or falling into the abyssal chasm of the mountain gorge, as long as some could sink their fangs into human flesh. Additionally, he did not know what strange powers the abominations possessed, so he could not guarantee that the convoy would not sustain damage. But most importantly, Sunny simply could not let the two swarms merge. The only chance of a swift and decisive victory he saw was to obliterate them before that happened. Which meant that the irregulars had to advance and face the enemy on the wide, open battlefield of the valley ahead. They had to either destroy one swarm before the second arrived, or somehow engage both at the same time. Otherwise, a lot of people would die. Curses. The rhino had already stopped, forcing the vehicles moving behind it to follow suit. The APC's width blocked pretty much the whole road, so they couldn't move past it even if they wanted to. Sunny and his people had to climb to the roof through one of the upper hatches, and then jump down. Before too long, Gear's distorted voice came through the speakers of a portable radio. Captain Sunless. Is there another obstacle? Sunny lingered for a few moments, then responded in a measured tone. Negative. There's trouble ahead. Deploy your soldiers and prepare to defend the convoy. My cohort will advance to engage the enemy, but if something gets past us, it will be up to you and your men to stop it. Sadly, Gear couldn't do much. There was the lone sleeper, and a small amount of charged ammunition that Samra had supplied to the soldiers before leaving the bunker. The charge wasn't supposed to dissipate completely yet, so they had a few hours left to make use of the few enchanted bullets. However, that was pretty much it. Without even the powered exoskeleton armor suits, mundane soldiers were no match for nightmare creatures above the dormant rank. Gear's answer came after a few seconds of silence. Understood. What to do, what to do. Looking ahead, Sunny feverishly went through numerous scenarios, calculating risks and trying to come up with a way out of the dire situation, one that would not spell disaster for the convoy. No matter how he looked at it, something had to be sacrificed to balance the scale in their favor. His mind was running on all cylinders, but failing to come up with a decision. Soon, he gritted his teeth and commanded the irregulars to advance. They dashed forward, braving the snow in cold silence. It did not take long to reach the small valley. They managed to arrive at its edges before the first swarm of nightmare creatures had time to descend from the mountain, but just barely. There was maybe a minute or two left. The second swarm was still some distance away, hidden behind a tall slope. In front of them was a large, empty space. It was covered with snow and almost perfectly flat. That was because most of the valley was taken by a mountain lake, which was frozen now that the long night had come to Antarctica. Now this was where they were going to fight. Soon, the pristine surface of the snow would be painted by blood, hopefully, of nightmare creatures, but maybe that of humans, too. Sunny ordered his soldiers to hide behind tall boulders and climbed on top of one. Then, he summoned Morgan's warbow and closed his eyes for a moment. He was just not strong enough. There were just too few assets at his disposal. This damned war was just too unfair. Someone had to stop the larger swarm, and someone had to stall the smaller but more powerful one. Someone had to advance, while someone had to stay back and defend the convoy. There was simply no way to achieve all these goals without suffering a loss of something. And even though Sunny knew what decision he had to make, it was not easy to make it. Sorry, Saint. His loyal demon would have to pick up his slack and face the second swarm with just Nightmare by her side. He could not even spare a shadow to reinforce them. One was watching over the convoy, and he needed the other three himself. Saint had always been an outstanding warrior, but even she was not capable enough to handle 50 fallen and 3 corrupted abominations alone. The black steed would be of help, of course, especially now that he had subjugated a lot of nightmares, but still the odds were not in their favor. If left to face the enemy alone, both shadows would eventually be destroyed. That was why speed was of the essence. If the irregulars handled the larger swarm fast enough, they would be able to come to Saint's rescue. If not, Sunny would have to either risk losing his shadows, or dismiss them and compromise the lives of the irregulars, who would then be attacked from 2 sides. Kim, I need your help. With a grim sigh, he raised his bow and pulled on its string. Chapter 9:17, Black Tongues. A black arrow noiselessly flew through the darkness of the moonless night and disappeared into white snow without a trace. Then, another. Sunny tried to send as many arrows flying as he could before the swarm arrived. In the end, he managed to draw his bow 14 times. Knowing that he would have to and, hopefully, have time to rescue Saint, he had chosen to wear the mantle of the underworld into the upcoming battle. The dying wish was already fused with it, but Sunny had not poured his essence into the transcendent charm yet, not wishing to draw attention to himself. For now, he was just a black silhouette on the dark backdrop of the night, almost unnoticeable if not for the pale radiance of the crimson aurora that swirled above, devouring the skies with its ghostly light. Soon, the swarm descended into the valley. The nightmare creature were bestial in appearance, with dirty fur and emaciated, gaunt frames that brimmed with feverish power. Their snouts were long and narrow, revealing hungry maws with black tongues and countless fangs, all sharp enough to cut through metal. The fallen abominations were especially ferocious. Their lean bodies were twice the size of Nightmare and had bloody bone protrusions rising from the patchy fur, like morbid armor. Their tails resembled slithering snakes, and their long black tongues were dripping with venomous saliva. Sunny had not encountered this type of abomination before. 2 months into the Antarctica campaign, the First Army had learned a few things about the chain of nightmares. Despite all the precautions, many awakened had been pulled into the dream realm by the call. Most of them never returned, but 2 or 3 managed to locate the seed and survive its trial, thus becoming masters. They had all brought the same story back. There was a previously unknown region of the dream realm where countless nightmare seeds seemed to be blooming, sending myriads of nightmare creatures into a frenzy. It was a vast desert covered by eerie ruins, with a giant black pyramid sometimes appearing on the horizon like a terrible mirage. Considering that most of the gates originated from the same cursed land, it was no surprise that the nightmare creatures arriving into the waking world through them were also often similar. The First Evacuation Army had battled the same tribes of abominations many times. The eyeless, for example, were a common sight throughout Antarctica, so humans had developed methods of dealing with them. But these black tongues were new. Sunny had never seen or heard about them before. "Come down, you bastards." Lowering Morgan's warbow, Sunny crouched and disappeared into the embrace of the shadows. Surrounded by them, he was all but invisible, which was good, because he did not want the abominations to notice him yet. Following his command, the members of the cohort were also hiding. Even if it meant giving up the opportunity to bombard the nightmare creatures with ranged attacks during the approach, Sunny had ordered them to wait for his signal. Seconds passed tortuously slowly. The wind howled through the mountains, bringing with it the fetid smell of blood and rot. Cursing silently, he gritted his teeth. Somewhere not too far away, Saint and Nightmare must have already engaged the second swarm. Sunny had expected to hear a litany of furious howls, but to his surprise and unease, all he could hear was the wind. 3 of his shadows were with him, wrapped around the bow, while the 4th one was with the convoy, so Sunny could not ever see what was happening behind the mountain slope. The lack of information was driving him insane, and his muscles ached, begging him to explode into action. But, following the plan, he forced himself to remain motionless. Sunny needed the whole swarm of black tongues to descend into the valley before he launched his attack. "Hurry, you damned wretches, there is no way you have not seen, heard, or smelled the convoy. Aren't you hungry for some delicious human flesh?" After a minute or so, the last of the abominations finally reached the flat surface valley. The mass of bestial bodies flowed south, aiming to cross the frozen lake. They're clearly moving with purpose, aware that there was prey nearby. "Nearer than you think." Sunny waited until the swarm reached the middle of the lake, and then finally started to act. Concentrating, he poured his essence into Morgan's warbow. However, he did not draw the string again. Instead, he activated the Burden of Peace enchantment, causing the 14 arrows he had sent flying earlier to suddenly become unbearably heavy. Maintaining and controlling so many arrows at the same time was not an easy task, even for him. Sunny had to test the limits of his essence control and concentration to achieve what he wanted. It felt like he would cough blood and faint soon. But in the end, Sunny had passed that test. Each of the arrows had sunk into a weak spot of the ice sheet covering the lake, which he had found with Kim's help. Now that all 14 of them were suddenly bearing down on the ice with crushing weight. The ice started to crack. Slow at first, and then faster and faster, a net of cracks spread under the snow, as if a massive pane of glass was breaking. An indescribably beautiful wholesome of shattering ice drowned the howls of the wind for a few moments, and the nightmare creatures tensed. But it was too late. Before they could do anything, the surface of the lake beneath their feet broke, sending hundreds of abominations into freezing cold water. Instantly, the vast space of pristine snow was no more, replaced instead with a scene of utter havoc. Massive pieces of ice were collapsing and overturning as countless nightmare creatures fell into the utterly black, unbearably cold water below. They struggled to climb back onto something solid, but there was nothing to support their weight anymore. The whole swarm was being swallowed by the lake. Of course, cold water was not going to kill a nightmare creature. They weren't going to drown, either. If need be, the abominations would swim to shore or simply walk on the bottom of the lake until they reached the surface again, breaking through the ice on the other side. For monsters like these, being thrown into a freezing lake was a small hindrance, at most. Letting out a low growl, Sonny rose to his feet and drew Morgan's warbow once again. This time, a different kind of arrow appeared on its string. DNE-CM, a strange arrow that looked like a caged bolt of lightning. Wrapping 3 shadows around the strike of thunder, Sonny did not bother to aim and simply let go of the string, sending the ascended arrow into the middle of the lake. The moment the furious bolt of lightning touched the surface of the water, there was a blinding flash, and Sonny was momentarily blinded. Before he regained his sight, the voice of the spell spoke into his ear like a choir. "You have slain A. You have slain A. You have slain A. You have received a memory. You have received a memory. You have slain A. You have slain A." Chapter 9:18, Voiceless Wraiths. The spell kept whispering, the rich tapestry of its voice creating a strange harmony with itself. The result was almost distracting. Sonny instantly lost count of how many creatures he had killed with that single arrow, but it seemed to be close to 100, at least. The swarm was nothing short of decimated. Half of the black tongues were dead, and the remaining half were fried and damaged to different degrees. The water of the mountain lake, which had been freezing cold just a few seconds ago, seemed to be boiling. He had also been lucky enough to receive a bunch of memories. Even if most of them came from awakened abomination, Saint was definitely going to eat well tonight. If she survived, that is. Before Sonny could come back to his senses, the familiar electric whine reached his ears. Samara was already aiming her heavy rifle. Its muzzle flashed, and in the next moment, the head of a wounded fallen abomination that was trying to climb onto a large piece of ice exploded into bloody chunks. A split second later, Kim's carbine was firing, too. Right. Any other master could have probably spared a few moments to appreciate the unbelievable feat of slaying 100 powerful nightmare creatures in less than a second, but Sonny did not have such luck. He was still racing against time, and there was still an entirely different swarm of abominations for him to fight. The pristine white expanse of the mountain valley was gone. Instead, all he could see was black water with charred corpses floating in it, and scores of viciously burned nightmare creatures feverishly trying to get to the shore. Abandoning their attempts to climb onto the ice, they were diving down into the lake instead, to travel across its bottom. Since electricity only spread over the surface of water, summoning the strike of thunder for the second time was not going to do him any good. Glancing at the macabre scene, Sonny turned his head and spoke. "Dawn, I'll leave you in charge. The bastards sustained a lot of damage, and will be vulnerable while trying to break through the ice. Have Samara take out the strongest ones, and finish off the rest as they come up with bell and luster." The giant man nodded, staring at him with a very strange expression. Dnell understood. "But, Captain, what about you?" Sonny was already jumping off the boulder. "I'll go deal with the second swarm." Dawn blinked. "There is a second swarm." Sonny did not hear it, though. Turning into a swift shadow, he flew through the darkness as fast as he could, rushing to the spot where he had sent Saint to. Hold, just a little bit more, Saint, I'm coming." Soon, he crested the sheer wall of the mountain slope and froze for a moment, looking down. Far below, in a narrow ravine, a furious fight was taking place. The nightmare creatures resembled grotesquely tall humans with inky black skin, sunken eyes, and motionless faces. They are wearing strange armors forged out of dark metal, and wielded no weapons. However, Sonny had a strong feeling that being touched by their empty hands would be the end of him. Their mouths were also sewn shut. No wonder there were no howls. Saint was the silent type, and these wretches were the same. She was currently facing 3 of the 4 corrupted abominations alone. Corpses littered the ground, and the sin of Solace danced, deflecting one blow after another. The taciturn demon had abandoned her usual grounded style, and was not fighting with composed, but desperate urgency. Looking at it, Sunny could not help but be reminded of the first time he met the living statue, back on a barren plaza of the Dark City. Back then, the original Stone Saint had slain several creatures of a higher rank, at the cost of her life. The 4th corrupted was wandering aimlessly, straining to rip the black threads piercing its lips open. Inky blood was smeared all over its eerily still face. The creature's mind seemed to be gone, shattered by the cursed blade. However, Saint was also wounded, ruby dust flowing through the cracks of her onyx armor. She was slowly losing strength. Some distance away, Nightmare was holding back dozens of fallen abominations. The black steed rampaged in their midst, using its iron hooves, bestial strength, and wolfish fangs to tear them apart. His body was wreathed in shadows, with 2 crimson flames glowing furiously through the haze of darkness. The black steed looked like an incarnation of terror and dread. But he was not doing well, either. For now, Nightmare was able to stay ahead of the enemy due to his overwhelming speed, but he could not allow the abominations to swarm Saint from the back. Every time they tried, the Dark Courser had no choice but to give up his advantage and put himself between the Voiceless and his rider. His sides were torn, and there were strange marks lingering on his sable coat, glowing with ghostly blue light. Around these marks, Nightmare's flesh seemed to be rotting. The 2 shadows were no match for the swarm of terrible abominations, which seemed to have come from a Category 3 gate. They could escape from the Voiceless wraiths, but they could not defeat them, only be defeated. Saint and Nightmare only lasted this long because of the perfect combination of their innate abilities and the memories Sunny had entrusted to his shadows. Saint was using the Broken Oath, which continuously weakened and damaged the corrupted. She also wielded the Sin of Solace, which was a transcendent weapon that possessed an insidious power. That power came at the cost of dealing mental damage to its wielder, which Saint was immune to. A combination of soul damage and mind damage was truly a formidable one, especially when paired with her sublime mastery of the sword. Additionally, the Sin of Solace possessed the Omen of Dread enchantment, which caused terror to poison the minds of its enemies. That enchantment augmented the potency of the Mantle of Fear and Dreadlord that Nightmare possessed, making the black steed more powerful the more he was feared. In the past, that seamless synergy had never failed. But today, it was not enough. Well, that was before Sunny himself was added into the equation. Dashing toward the ravine, he sent his senses forward. The Voiceless abominations were strong enough to bully his shadows. But how long would they last now that the Master of the Shadows had arrived? Chapter 9:19, Defying Gravity. Flying down the slope of the mountain, Sunny left the shadows and did something that would have usually been considered a very stupid move in a battle. He leaped into the air, soaring high above the ravine, and then plummeting down. Experienced warriors all knew that performing a jump in combat had no benefit, and instead left one open to a potentially lethal attack. Worst of all, the jumper had nothing to use as support, so dodging or changing direction to avoid the strike was all but impossible. It even prevented one from performing a truly powerful attack, since power was born from the ground beneath the soles of one's feet and traveled all the way up through their body, to the tip of their blade. However, desperate times demanded desperate measures. Falling, Sunny strained his muscles and drew his bow. Even that was much harder in the air, but he managed somehow. As wind whistled in his ears and the ground rushed toward him with frightening speed, he opened the floodgates of essence and activated 2 enchantments. One was Death Dealer of Morgan's Warbow. The other was Feather of Truth of the Mantle of the Underworld. Down below, Saint was desperately fighting 3 corrupted abominations. Her armor was covered by a net of cracks, and fine ruby dust was flowing through several of the breaches. The enemy was on the verge of overwhelming the stalwart knight. But then, an arrow that seemed to be forged out of pale gold flashed through the air and struck one of the tall nightmare creatures in the shoulder. The force carried by it was so great that his dark armor exploded into shards, and the arrow's sharp broadhead sunk into the flesh beneath. No, more than that. The abomination's whole arm was cleanly severed, taking a big chunk of the shoulder with it. Dark blood splattered on the snow as the corrupted was thrown off balance, staggering back. The sight of it was both gruesome and spectacularly morbid. And a moment later, Sonny landed on another voiceless like a cannonball. There was no sophistication in this attack. He had simply turned himself into a living, breathing torpedo. Making the mantle of the underworld weigh several tons with the help of the feather of truth and enlisting the help of gravity, he fell from high above and crashed right on top of a corrupted demo. An assaulting saint. The result was earth-shattering. The towering abomination was not exactly flattened, but it did topple like a house of cards, its armor bending and breaking. Both of them hit the ground with a deafening bang, Sonny on top. Something snapped with a nauseating crunch. The stones beneath them violently cracked, and a cloud of snow was thrown into the air by the shockwave. Sonny was tossed aside and bounced off the ground before coming to a halting stop. If not for the bone weave, his neck would have been twisted at an unnatural angle. But he was seemingly alive, and even in one piece. Ouch! Just like that, in less than a second, 2 of the 3 corrupted abominations were severely wounded and debilitated. However, that was just the opening act of Sonny's arrival. Luckily, what came next did not require his active participation. It was a good thing, too, since he was not capable of doing anything at the moment. He needed a second or 2 to come back to his senses. Maybe 3. 2 shadows burst from his body. One of them wrapped itself around Saint, while the second one flew toward Nightmare. The next moment, Saint's armor shone with dark radiance, and the ruby flames of her eyes slightly changed hue. Although Sonny was momentarily stunned, she was not. More than that, she did not waste even a split second, using the opening he had created for her to instantly launch a ruthless attack. Radiating a sense of newfound power, the taciturn demon exploded forward. Before the disoriented nightmare creatures could react, she descended upon the voiceless that Sonny had sent crashing into the ground. The sin of solace flashed, sliding through the wide crack in the damaged armor and piercing the demon's heart, then emerged from his back in a rain of blood. As Sonny was struggling to stand up, the spell whispered. "You have slain a corrupted demon, voiceless prelate. Your shadow grows stronger. You have received a memory." That was all he needed to hear to regain his bearings and shrug off the disorientation. The world had stopped spinning. Everything hurt, but what else was new? The cruel sight was already weaving itself from a tenebrous mist, a second or 2 away from manifesting into reality. Sadly, he did not have those seconds. A black hand was already stretching toward him, its grasp promising nothing but suffering and death. Ghostly blue light was swirling beneath the inky skin. Instead of Sonny's throat, the hand was met by the blade of the moonlight shard. The long stiletto pierced the palm of the abomination and then twisted, tearing it open. The ghostly light flowed out of the wound, clinging to the transparent blade, but failed to do any damage to it. The cadence of the battle had drastically changed. Before, Saint was fighting alone against 3 corrupted abominations. Now, only 2 of them remained, and one was missing an arm, bleeding profusely from the terrible wound. She was also not alone anymore. Sonny was by her side. And the 2 of them. Sonny pitied the fools who would choose to oppose them. The corrupted were strong and menacing, but they lacked the skill and tenacity of the Master and his shadow. They also lacked a crucial quality, the ability to fight as one, seamlessly cooperating to achieve the result that was larger and more lethal than the sum of its parts. Sonny and Saint, though they had that quality in spades. They knew each other so well that there was no need for trivial things like words between them. Sonny did not even have to use Shadow Dance to understand his loyal demon's combat will perfectly. She was his shadow, after all, and also one of the masters from whom he had learned the most. Fighting back to back with Saintar, he had missed that feeling. She had been forced to act independently by the circumstances as of late, so they rarely received opportunities to enter battle together. Let's kill these wretches fast and go help Nightmare. Brandishing the cruel sight and the sin of Solace, the two of them faced the towering Corrupted. They wasted no time to attack. Chapter 920, Some of its Parts. It had not been too hard to cut down the two corrupted abominations. Well, of course, it was. Both were terrifyingly powerful and vicious. A single creature like that could have decimated a whole brigade of mundane soldiers and erased an entire human citadel from the map. The smallest touch of their hands was enough to obliterate the soul of a powerful awakened. But Sunny and Saint were stronger. Not in the literal sense, since both were lacking in terms of physical strength when compared to the Voiceless. However, their skill, synergy, and murderous resolve were unrivaled. Luring the abominations into a trap after trap and helping each other avoid the retaliatory strikes, they swiftly cut the looming creatures down. The fact that one of the creatures was missing an arm and losing rivers of blood helped, too. In a sense, it was similar to facing Carapace Centurions back on the Forgotten Shore. Those monsters had been higher than Sunny in both class and rank, and yet he had killed his fair share. These ones, even though corrupted nightmare creatures, were much more powerful, he was not a sleeper anymore, either. Sunny's own power had grown immensely in the past years. In fact, he could have dealt with the two voiceless abominations even faster, but his mind was also preoccupied by manifesting shadows to help Nightmare hold on. With a swarm of black tentacles supporting him, the Dark Courser managed to last until Sunny and Saint were done with their prey. The rest was simple, if not at all easy. Facing dozens of fallen abominations was a daunting task, as well. It took all Sunny had to obliterate them while keeping his shadows alive. The battle was arduous, brutal, and bloody. His body was full of holes but the end of it, and his mind was on the verge of collapse due to exhaustion. However, the three of them were a harrowing threat to oppose. Without the corrupted leading them, the rest of the Voiceless had no choice but to succumb to the aura of fear emanating from Nightmare, Saint's merciless blade, and his shadows. The sin of Solace severed their bodies, Nightmare's hooves and fangs tore them apart, the cruel sight burned them down, and the swarm of manifested shadows restrained and blocked them to make the killing easier. By the end, the narrow ravine was all but buried in corpses. The last one to die was the corrupted whose mind Saint had destroyed before Sunny arrived. Feeling a sense of dreadful threat from the tall abomination, Sunny chose not to approach it and summoned Morgan's warbow once again, instead. The creature turned out to be incredibly resilient. He had to sink dozens of arrows into its flesh to kill it. The corrupted eventually fell to its knees, burdened by the weight of them, but even then, it did not die for a while. The black threads piercing its lips did not give until the very end, no matter how much the abominable creature clawed at them with its immense strength. Through all of it, the emotionless expression on the gaunt face of the corrupted had disturbingly not changed once. But eventually, its hands fell down, and it grew still kneeling. Only then did the spell speak. "You have slain a corrupted devil, defiled herald. Your shadow grows stronger." Letting out a heavy sigh, Sunny lowered his aching arms and sunk to the ground, utterly spent. At long last, the battle was over. He had survived, and the convoy had, too. He could see the transports through the shadow that had stayed back. They were safe and sound. Numb, Sunny stared at the ghostly flames of the aurora burning in the black skies above. His mind was empty. Who could have thought? On the shore of the lake that had turned into a scene of slaughter, Luster was sitting on a shard of a boulder, breathing heavily. In front of him, countless corpses were floating in the black water, and a mess of severed bodies and limbs littered the icy shallows. The smell of it all was truly revolting. Ah, what a disgusting sight. He was alive, at least. So were the rest of the irregulars. After Captain had somehow obliterated half of the swarm with a single arrow and acted as though that was a perfectly normal thing to do, in his usual manner they had fought the remaining nightmare creatures and prevailed. Are all masters insane? No, that shouldn't be the case. Captain had to be extra insane. If everyone was that bizarre, humanity would have collapsed a long time ago. The captain was alive, as well. Luster had no idea how he was dealing with the second swarm, which was out there somewhere, close by, but the simple fact that Kimmy was still able to channel his dark vision to the irregulars meant that their leader had not died yet. Someone that evil probably can't even die. I bet he's immortal. And yet, Luster found himself a little worried. For his own skin, of course. If Captain died, how would Luster himself survive? And if Luster died, how sad would all the beauties in the world be? What a tragedy. For their sake, I must live on. Yeah, robbing beautiful women of my company would be too cruel. Like Samara. Or Miss Beth. Or that pretty soldier he had gotten to know in the bunker. Or those refugee sisters in the 3rd Civilian Transport. The list went on. Not Kimmy, though. Well, she can't help it, poor thing. Being unattractive must be her flaw. So sad. And yet, the thought of dying on Kimmy made him especially upset, for some reason. Who else would spare her the time of day if I die? Therefore, Luster had to live. At that moment, he saw a familiar silhouette appear from the darkness. Flinched, Luster hurriedly stood up and took a step forward. Captain, sir, you're back. Oh, I am so glad. However, something about the silhouette was wrong. The armor seemed about right, but since when was Captain so tall? And feminine? And cool? Luster stared at the approaching silhouette for a few moments, dumbfounded. What the? Then, another figure emerged from the shadows, wearing a very similar suit of fearsome black armor. That was the captain. Staggering back, Luster tripped and fell on his down. His eyes widened in horror. Gods, there's 2 of them. Chapter 921, New Pets. Sunny stared at Luster for a few moments, then sighed. What is wrong with that guy? The young man seemed unsure where to look. His startled gaze jumped between Sunny and Saint, full of confusion. Then, strange sparks ignited in his eyes. Ah, I see, so that is. Sunny did not let him finish. You are alive. Good. I take it that the swarm is dealt with. By that time, the other members of the cohort approached, as well, so it seemed that all of them had survived. They looked relatively unscathed, too, which couldn't be said about Sunny and Saint. Both were in a rough shape, the taciturn demon worse off than he was. Nightmare was severely wounded, too, so Sunny had dismissed him. Now, the black steed was being nurtured back to health in the dark flames of Sunny's soul. He could not let Saint go, though not yet. He needed her strength to keep the convoy safe. If a shadow sustained serious damage, it would enter a slumber once dismissed. That slumber would last until the damage was sufficiently repaired, which meant that Sunny would not be able to summon the sleeping shadow for some time. Since Saint's wounds, while plentiful, were not life-threatening, he hoped to find a different solution, one that would keep her by his side in the coming days. Luster was not the only one who stared at the graceful knight with curiosity. The other irregulars seemed to have a lot of questions, as well. Some of them had known that their captain possessed a hidden ace, but none of them had seen her before. Surprisingly, usually quiet Kim was the first one to ask. Captain, sir, who is that? Oh, sorry, ma'am, it is nice to meet you. Saint remained silent and indifferent, like always. Her aloofness seemed to give Kim pause. The timid girl looked at the demon awkwardly. Sunny tilted his head a little and glanced at her with confusion. Mom? What's up with that tone? And why do I feel that she's being more respectful to Saint than to me? Dnell frowning slightly, he said. This is Saint. She is an echo, of sorts. Luster's eyes turned into circles. What a saint? Captain, you have a saint as an echo. Sunny grimaced as an especially strong pulse of pain rolled through his body, stifled a groan, and shook his head. What kind of idiot would believe something like that? Gods. No, she is merely an ascended demon. She's just called Saint. In any case, Saint has been warding off a lot of threats before they had reached the convoy, but now, she'll be traveling with us for a bit. So get used to it. The irregulars did not mind. His use of the world merely had not been entirely appropriate. An ascended demon was an ascended demon. Facing one would give most masters a lot of trouble. Having such a powerful creature fighting on their side was an incredible boon, as far as the members of the cohort were concerned. At that moment, Quentin suddenly spoke, his usually gallant voice sounding a bit haggard. "Oh, I need to report something, Captain. We received a few memories after wiping out the swarm, as usual. But, this time, there was something else." He looked at Samra, and then, a whirlwind of sparks appeared around them. Sunny blinked. "Is that what I think it is?" Soon, two shapes appeared from the storm of sparks. Both were monstrous in appearance, resembling nightmarish hounds. One was about the size of a large wolf, while the other was larger than a PTV. Black tongues hung from their ferocious maws, dripping with venom. Quentin smiled brightly and patted the smaller monstrosity on the head. "We also received two echoes. This one is Blackie, an awakened beast. The other one is an ascended monster, and I am actually not sure what Sam called it." He glanced at the giant abomination, and then looked at Samra questioningly. Her face remained as deadpan as ever. She remained silent for a few moments, and then uttered laconically, "Abomination." Quentin cleared his throat. "And the other one is called Abomination. We were bound to get an echo sooner or later, of course, but two at the same time. I sent you this great news, Captain." Sunny tried very hard to appear calm. His expression was perfectly composed. "Are you goddamn kidding me? What the hell? How could they get two whole echoes, while he had not received even one after Nightmare, despite slaughtering literal thousands of enemies? What rotten luck was that?" Suddenly, the transcendent memory he had received and could not wait to study did not seem as that much of a jackpot anymore. A shaky smile appeared on Sunny's face. "Yeah, great news, indeed." He glanced at the two monstrous hounds, one small, the other one large, and swallowed his bitter envy. Then, Sunny turned to Quentin and said, "In any case, I want you to see if you can use your ability to heal repair treat Saint. I do not know if it will work, but do your best. We'll need her strength soon." Sunny had a good reason to believe that Quentin's healing aspect would be effective in helping Saint, at least to some degree. The graceful knight was a strange creature. Her body was different from that of a human, or most nightmare creatures for that matter. It was not exactly made of flesh, but it was also not really stone. Instead, it was something in between, having characteristics of both. Applications of modern medicine would obviously not work, since even the greatest surgeon would be utterly lost at what to do with Saint's mysterious anatomy. Healing aspects might not be of any use either, since most of them were aimed at mending flesh. However, Quentin was a bit special in that regard. His ability was not actually to heal, but instead to restore. It was slower and less effective than more straightforward healing powers, but also more universal. Sunny had seen Quentin treat people, repair machine parts, and even mend cracks in the hull of a ship. In battle, he used that ability to keep his armor from breaking apart no matter how much damage it sustained. So since the chivalrous healer could restore both living organisms and inanimate objects, was there anyone better suited to treat Saint, who seemed to be a bit of both? That was what Sunny was thinking about as they walked through the snow, returning back to the convoy. Luckily, his guess turned out to be correct. Although slowly, Saint's broken armor started to mend under Quentin's touch, and the flow of fine ruby dust that served her as blood was stemmed. For now, she would still be able to help him defend the refugees. But how many battles like the one they had won today were there ahead? How many would it take to kill them all? Chapter 922, Little by Little. Back in the Rhino, Saint remained in the cargo hold, standing near the engineering workstation while Quentin continued the slow process of mending her armor and stone-like flesh. If people did not know better, they would have thought that she was an actual statue. Since the healer was busy with the captain's echo, the rest of the irregulars found themselves robbed of his care. Although no one sustained serious wounds except for Sunny, there were still a few scrapes that had to be tended to. Unexpectedly, Beth volunteered to administer first aid. As it turned out, she had some medical knowledge. The members of the cohort did not care too much about who treated their wounds really well, except for Luster. The fool seemed very excited, for some reason. Sunny himself had long ago dismissed his battered armor and was sitting in the lounge area, looking at his black bodysuit with some regret. The uniform was truly the result of a magnificent design. Among other features, it was even able to repair itself. However, everything had its limits. With how much abuse he had put it through, the bodysuit was definitely a goner. It was full of holes, looking like a set of rags. His body beneath hurt all over, too. Well, figures. At least there was good news, as well. The convoy was already moving forward. After reaching the valley, the mundane soldiers and the civilians had been shocked to see the scene of slaughter there. They were even more disturbed after witnessing the narrow ravine where Sunny, Saint, and Nightmare had fought the Voiceless. In fact, even the members of the cohort seemed a bit pale. Regardless, the battle had gone surprisingly well for the convoy. Not only had they survived without suffering any losses, but the irregulars even managed to acquire 2 echoes. The monstrous hounds were going to be of great help in their long journey. Sun's list of assets was slowly growing. He had made use of the echoes right there and then, commanding his soldiers to send them to recover soul shards from the corpses of the fallen and corrupted abominations of the Voiceless Swarm. Fishing out the black tongues from the water was too much trouble, so he had just left them there. Soon, the lake would freeze again, encasing the mangled corpses of the nightmare creatures in ice. That would probably be a macabre sight. Sunny had kept the soul shards of the corrupted to himself while sending the rest to the lone sleeper, whatever his name was. Just like that, the lucky bastard got even closer to fully saturating his core, without ever lifting a finger. At least he was getting stronger. Sunny needed all the strength he could get. Still, he was a bit infuriated by how easily his subordinates were getting the good stuff. Was there no justice in the world? At least there were the memories he had received. Before Sunny could summon the runes, however, Beth approached him, carrying one of the unreasonably expensive medkits he had outfitted the rhino with. He looked at her in confusion. What? The young woman frowned. What do you mean, what? I'm here to treat you. Come on, get out of that raggedy uniform. I don't have all day, you know. Sunny stared at her for a bit. No need. Beth let out a heavy sigh. Let's not do that whole bravado thing, okay? Even if you are a master, you are still going to bleed to death if I don't administer the clotting agent, with all these wounds. I need to clean them, too, unless you desire to risk going into septic shock, of course. In that case, be my guest. Stay where you are. Sunny remained silent for a few moments, then shook his head. I don't bleed. The young woman blinked a couple of times. Huh? He waved his hand and pointed to his body. Indeed, although there were plenty of holes in the bodysuit, there was very little blood. Bleeding is too pedestrian. So, I do not bleed. He waved his hand and pointed to his body. Indeed, although there were plenty of holes in the bodysuit, there was very little blood. Bleeding is too pedestrian. So, I do not bleed. Beth stared at him, lost for words. He shrugged. If that's all, go away. I'm busy. She gritted her teeth and glowered at him. Oh, yeah? What are you so busy with? Sunny silently studied his bodysuit for a few moments and then answered in a somber tone. Being miserable. Beth flung her arms up, turned around, and walked away. Finally. Left alone, Sunny summoned the runes, looking up his shadow fragments first. Shadow fragments 16014000. His progress had slowed after being dispatched to L049, but now, its speed was picking up again. Still, he had a long way to go. Next, Sunny checked on Saint and Nightmare. Shadow fragments 1 for 6200. Nightmares required 333-1000. Once he fed the memories received from the Black Tongues to the taciturn demon, she would finally cross the 150 fragments mark. 3/4 there. If Saint became transcendent, his power was bound to increase drastically. However, progress on that front was tortuously slow. With how many soul shards he now had access to, Sunny could have tried to create a few memories himself. But weaving memories required a lot of time, and even more essence, and while the former was scarce, it was the latter that was truly precious. Essence was the most valuable thing in Antarctica. There was never enough of it, and since Sunny did not know when the next battle would come, he could not allow himself to waste it on weaving ethereal strings. Making Saint a transcendent in the future was not going to help him if he died today, starved for essence and unable to fight well. On the other hand, his steed was collecting nightmares with an extraordinary speed. It was probably because the Dark Destru was harvesting the seeds that he had planted into the souls of abominations during the last 2 months. That was good, too. Sunny could not wait to learn what Nightmare's terror ability was like. Lastly, he studied the runes describing the mantle of the underworld. Vanquished foes 573-26000. So close. If things did not go well, he would probably fill the counter of the Prince of the Underworld enchantment before arriving to Erebus Field, or very soon after. Good I mean, bad I mean, good? I do hope that we won't have to fight battles like the last one often on the way to safety, but if we do, at least he'll get something from it. The problem was that the mantle was currently damaged, and needed some time to restore itself. He could have summoned it and activated the Living Stone enchantment, but, once again, that would consume a lot of essence, and Sunny was already dangerously short on it after slaughtering 2 entire swarms of abominations. Let's see the main prize, then. He inhaled deeply, and then looked at the list of his memories. Among them, 2 new ones especially attracted his attention. One was called Bitter Cusp. The other was called Stifled Scream. Chapter 923, Secret of the Estuary. Sunny shifted a little, trying to find a position that caused him the least pain. His wounds were already healing, so to add insult to injury, he also felt itchy all over. Masters were vastly more resilient than mundane humans, and their bodies could naturally recover from being severely damaged, and that was without even counting the ontopotency of the blood weave. However, the process was still not pleasant. Trying to ignore the discomfort, Sunny decided to take a look at the Bitter Cusp first. It was one of the memories he had received after decimating the swarm of Black Tongues, and while all the rest would be best used to feed Saint, he felt like holding on to that one. The reason was very simple. Unlike the other memories, Bitter Cusp was of the ascended rank. Concentrating on the runes, Sunny read. Memory Bitter Cusp. Memory rank ascended. Memory tier 1. Memory type tool. A tool, huh? What kind of tool would the monstrous beasts have left behind? Sunny knew not to underestimate the value of utility, but still, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. The usefulness of this type of memories was often situational. The autumn leaf he had used to change the color of his hair was also a tool. Hopefully, this thing will be more practical. He continued to study the runes. Memory description: they entered the beautiful halls of the Jade Court harboring venomous desires in their black hearts, and hiding rapacious snarls behind their admiring smiles. The mistress of the palace herself presented them with a cup of the sweetest nectar. No matter how much of the sweet nectar they drank, the cup remained full. The more of it they consumed, the more of it they desired. Soon, there was nothing but bestial need left, and nothing but bitterness remained. Sunny scratched the back of his head. Well, that's one weird description. I do wonder if the Jade Court has something to do with that beetle I fought, though. He turned his attention to the enchantments. There was only one. Enchantment Black Venom. Enchantment description: this cup overflows with a bitter venom. Do not drink it. Huh? Sunny hesitated for a bit, then summoned the bitter cusp. Soon, a beautifully engraved chalice of white jade appeared in his hand. Indeed, it was full of a perfectly black liquid. Yeah, not drinking that definitely. For some reason, Sunny had a strange compulsion to take a sip. Maybe it was because the spell had straightforwardly instructed him not to. However, his intuition was telling him that the black liquid was, indeed, a deadly poison. And if it felt deadly to him, then it had to be rather potent. Politely asking an enemy to have a drink did not seem like a good idea, which was not to say that there was no use for the ascended toxin. Smearing the black venom on a blade was one of them, for example. It would also not be a problem to stealthily add a drop or two into someone's food or drink, not that he would do such a thing, of course. Satisfied, Sunny dismissed the bitter cusp and concentrated on the second memory that had caught his attention. He had high hopes for this one, considering that it came from a corrupted demon, voiceless prelate. The runes read: Memory stifled scream. Memory rank transcendent. Memory tier 3. Memory type charm. Jackpot. Charms were rare and extremely useful, and it was especially so for Sunny, considering that both Saint and the Mantle of the Underworld had the ability to fuse one into themselves. He already had one transcendent charm, but a second one was most welcome. He continued to study the runes. Memory description: a great river was contained within it, flowing endlessly from the future into the past. When doom came, many entered to seek shelter from it, and many had come to seek the truth. That was because the great river existed outside time, and so, it was said that a dreadful secret was hidden at its estuary. Few of those capable dared to approach it, and none of those who had returned. Mysterious. That description really had not told Sunny much. Perplexed, he remained motionless for a few moments, then shook his head and continued to read the runes. Enchantments: echoing silence, word of power. Echoing silence enchantment description: when wearing this charm, the physical power of its master is augmented, but only as long as they remain silent. The longer their silence lasts, uninterrupted, the greater the boon of power feel receive. Sunny tilted his head. Interesting. So it was a comprehensive physical boost. It started off modest, but would slowly grow for as long as the person wearing the charm did not speak or use their voice in any kind of way, be it to scream, laugh, or groan. The stretch of silence also had to be uninterrupted, meaning that the augmentation would be reset both if the condition was broken or if the charm was dismissed. Of course, there was a ceiling to this augmentation, but considering the transcendent rank of the stifled scream, that ceiling had to be a rather high one. That did not seem too useful for Sunny, at the moment, since he constantly had to talk to people and give orders. However, it was simply perfect for Saint, who was either incapable of speaking or chose not to. Even after all this time, Sunny still did not know whether it was the former or the latter. Thoughtful, he glanced at the second enchantment. Word of power enchantment description: a word spoken by the master of this charm is a command. If born of great silence, the word of power can hardly be ignored. If not, it has no worth. That one was different. The enchantment was extremely powerful, since there were few limitations attached to it. Commanding the enemies to kneel or turn on each other. Sunny could imagine many great uses for such an ability. However, its compelling power also depended on how long the wearer had remained silent before uttering the command. Ironically, this enchantment was extremely useful to Sunny, but utterly useless to Saint. What a complicated memory. With a sigh, he dismissed the runes, and then stood up. Walking to the communication suite of the Rhino, he then hailed Sergeant Gear on the radio. A few seconds later, Sunny heard a response. Yes, Captain. Sunny summoned the bitter cusp, placed it on the surface of the terminal, and stared at it with a pondering look. He had a great idea on how to use it. Yes, Sergeant Gear. Listen. When we reach our next stop, I'll give you a very pretty cup. Be sure to have all our ammunition be treated with the black liquid from that cup. A tiny bit of an ascended poison smeared across the blade of the Sin of Solace or the cruel sight would have very little effect on his performance in battle, considering that the only nightmare creatures that gave him enough trouble to require additional solutions would be all but immune to a negligent dose of the black venom. The only abominations such a small dose would kill were of the lower ranks, and he could already dispatch those easily. That was not the case for the mundane soldiers, however. To them, even dormant nightmare creatures were a great challenge, not to mention the awakened ones. The bitter cusp could potentially change that situation entirely. Grinning ominously, Sunny lingered for a bit, and then added, "Oh, but make sure to not touch the liquid. If even a single drop gets on your skin, you'll die. In gruesome, terrible agony. So wear gloves, I guess. Better yet, use a long stick." Chapter 924, Wear and Tear. The convoy moved forward in the darkness. Climbing the slopes of icy mountains and navigating the complicated network of old, forgotten concrete roads, they traveled north in a desperate hope to survive the calamity of the Chain of Nightmares. A day after the battle on the frozen lake, the convoy reached a derelict meteorological station and made camp. Military vehicles were arranged in a circle, with turrets facing out. Food was cooked and distributed to the refugees, and tired people settled in the half-collapsed buildings to sleep and rest. Sunny used that time to make his plans of coating the bullets of mundane soldiers with poison come to fruition. The process had turned out to be harder than expected, but they managed to find a solution in the end. The task of handling the bitter cusp was entrusted to the convoy's lone sleeper, whose green snakeskin armor imbued the young man with a high enough resistance to toxins. The old woman who had been going through her own first nightmare quietly passed away during that night. The fact that her body did not turn into a frenzied abomination proved that she had passed the trial of the spell. However, it seemed that her weary soul was unable to form a stable core, and so, it collapsed, turning the woman hollow. Sunny took the dark responsibility of disposing of the body upon himself. In the morning, they held a somber funeral under the eerie lights of the aurora, and then dove back into the bitter cold of the twisting roads. The small column of vehicles continued to struggle against the rough terrain and the dreadful conditions of the polar night as it slowly ventured deeper into the mountains. In the next few days, they had to fight against several more packs of prowling nightmare creatures, but none of them were as large and threatening as the two swarms the irregulars had eradicated before. The battle readiness of the convoy had increased due to Sunny's efforts and a bit of luck. The two new Echoes served as forward scouts and provided invaluable support in combat. The Ascended One, Abomination, was especially fearsome. The Sleeper Bell was growing into his power, too, and his core was well on its way to being fully saturated. The mundane soldiers were now capable of dealing with weaker nightmare creatures thanks to the bitter cusp. Saint was slowly growing stronger as her wounds healed and the echoing silence enchantment of the stifled scream continued to accumulate power, little by little. To the people of the convoy, things appeared to be looking up. However, Sunny knew that it was just an illusion. In truth, their situation was becoming direr with each day. The further north they moved, the more nightmare creatures there were. Navigating between powerful swarms of them was getting harder, and so was avoiding the truly overwhelming hordes. The amount of small skirmishes the irregulars and their Echoes had to fight was growing in both frequency and ferocity. For now, they were handling the pressure fine, but their fatigue continued to mount, while their physical condition deteriorated. Small scrapes and injuries they received were bound to add up, sooner or later. Their reserves of essence were also getting closer and closer to not having enough time to replenish between fights, even with Luster's help. Additionally, the deeper they went into the mountains, the more signs of destruction caused by the earthquake they encountered. Many roads were completely destroyed by rockfalls or buried under countless tons of glacial ice. Increasingly often, the Rhino could not handle clearing the path through the roads that remained. All of that meant that there were more and more enemies around, with less and less suitable paths to take. Sunny felt like a noose was being drawn tighter around his neck with each day. As a result, he had to lead the convoy forward using more risky routes. A few times, the civilian transports were very close to falling off the crumbling roads and plummeting into the deep gorges below, or being destroyed by falling debris. He had to leave the Rhino and use shadow chains to secure the vehicles, shield them, or pull them to safety with his own two hands. He even had to resort to coming close to the abandoned tunnels that pierced the mountains here and there, promising convenient shortcuts and shelter from the chilling wind. However, just looking at the dark portals of their hungrily open maws made Sonny shiver. Driving past the old tunnels filled him with a sense of deep, gnawing unease. No goddamn way. The condition of the transports was also getting worse and worse. The rougher of a path he chose, the faster they broke down. Samara and Kim had to administer hasty field repairs more than a few times, but there was only so much they could do. The engines of the vehicles stalled. Their wheels got stuck in the deep snow. The heating elements malfunctioned and filled the interiors with acrid smoke. The batteries cracked and leaked because of being both overheated and exposed to terrible cold. There was no end to the problems Sonny had to solve. Damnation. Sitting in front of a screen in the command suite of the Rhino, he stared at the map. Sonny had just finished updating it with the information his shadows had brought back from a lengthy scouting mission. Many lines had been crossed out, and many red marks shifted position, drawing a narrow net around the convoy. In the absence of the black bodysuit, he was back to wearing the puppeteer's shroud outside of combat. His old and reliable armor possessed an enchantment called Doubtless, but ironically, he was full of doubts. Just how am I supposed to? At that moment, one of the transports behind the Rhino came to a screeching halt. The lights illuminating its interior went out, signaling a serious malfunction. The rest of the vehicles were forced to stop, too. Sonny looked down and sighed. What now? Standing up, he stretched, massaged his tired shoulders, and left the APC through the main hatch. Darkness and bitter cold welcomed him, and the cutting wind immediately tried to suck all warmth out of his body. Walking through the light snowfall, Sonny headed to the back of the convoy. Saint's silent figure gazed at him from the roof of the Rhino, where she stood with a bow in her hands. Looking up, Sonny found that the stars to the east appeared a bit hazy, as if veiled by something. A resentful frown appeared on his face. Don't tell me, is the blizzard picking up again? This was grave news. Chapter 925, Low Growl. Walking toward the broken transport, Sonny was deep in thought. If the blizzard was really returning, things were going to get ugly for the convoy. Sure, the snowstorm would hide their location from the roaming swarms of nightmare creatures, but it would also all but destroy his own ability to track the abominations and keep his map up to date. Sonny and his shadows could see through the darkness of the polar night, but they could not see through the impenetrable wall of billowing snow. Additionally, the mundane drivers were going to have even more trouble with keeping their vehicles on the road. The vehicles themselves would suffer more stress, as well. Should he insist on continuing to drive through the blizzard, or find a place for the convoy to wait it out? Sonny did not like the thought of traveling across treacherous old roads in such hazardous conditions, but neither did he like the idea of being stationary, holed up in some cave like a blind rat, with no way to escape should things go south. Damned blizzard, damned rust buckets, why can't they all be like the Rhino? Of course, that was not a fair comparison to make. His Rhino was a state-of-the-art military carrier, while the civilian transports were just that. Some of them could barely be used to carry people, even since they had been hastily refitted from industrial cargo vehicles in preparation for the evacuation campaign. It was a miracle that they were able to move, honestly. Approaching the cause of the current setback, Sonny had to walk around the massive body of Abomination, who was laying on the road and staring east. The massive beast seemed to have sensed the approaching blizzard, as well, considering how intently it was looking at the sky. Snowflakes were falling on its rugged fur. The smaller Echo Blackie, or whatever the awakened beast was called, was there as well, leaning against the larger one. It had a habit of following the stronger monster everywhere, while Abomination mostly ignored its existence. Damned mongrels, would it kill you to make way for me? I am the master of your masters, show some respect. Shaking his head, Sunny reached the transport. Samara, Kim, and Quentin were already there, running diagnostics with grim expressions on their faces. He did not like the look of that. That's the situation. Samara glanced at him with a deep frown. Captain. It is serious this time. There was a charge overload in the hub relay, causing the main battery to be cut off from the rest of the systems. Usually, that wouldn't be too debilitating, but this transport already lost both the support battery and the backup accumulator. There's a lot of melted wiring. Quentin can restore some, but other parts will need to be replaced. Sunny did not understand much of what she had said, but then again, he did not need to. That was the whole reason for employing specialists. He had become a big fan of delegation. So how long is it going to take to get this transport moving again? Samara looked at Kim and Quentin, then hesitated for a bit. About 2 hours, if we move fast. Sunny closed his eyes for a moment. 2 hours. That was not impossible, although cutting it close. Their window of opportunity to drive past the nearest horde allowed for such a delay, but not much more. If he let the convoy stall for 2 hours, there would be no space for mistakes in the next day or so. Could he afford that? Or should he abandon the transport and relocate people to the remaining ones, thus overloading the struggling vehicles even further and increasing the risk that they themselves might break down in turn? Curse it. Did Nephis have to deal with this amount of nonsense during her short stint as the Bright Lord? Leading 1,000 crazed sleeper through a bloody revolt and a suicidal crusade might have been a bit harder than he had thought. Being in charge of hundreds of people was not at all fun. Sunny was slowly starting to understand why the sovereigns were all suffering from some sort of lunacy. He sighed. I can give you 110 minutes. If it's not done until then, though, well, load the refugees on other transports and abandon this one. For now, do what you can. Gear will make sure that the passengers aren't cold. With nothing much to do after that, Sunny walked aside and stood in the shadows as his subordinates got busy with their tasks. He thought about returning to the warm interior of the Rhino, but decided against it. He had been cooped up inside it for a while, so some fresh air, even if it was bitterly cold, was a welcome change. The refugees inside the dead transport did not seem too discouraged, especially after soldiers brought a portable heater. The sleeper was there too. His lantern memory chased away the darkness, helping the civilians cope with their fear. And speaking of the sleeper, currently, we do not have any more infected. Which means that the infirmary transport is empty. If things don't go well with the repairs, I can just reassign the passengers there. That can be a good stopgap solution. There'll be trouble when someone does catch the spell, of course. His thoughts were interrupted by Abomination, who suddenly let out a low growl. Considering the size of the massive monster, its growls reverberated through one's very bones, and were not easy to ignore. Sunny turned and looked at the Echo with a frown. What's up with him, or whatever? What's up with that thing? Abomination's monstrous snout was gnashed, revealing rows of terrifying fangs. It was still laying on the road, staring at the eastern skies. The Echo looked tense. The other beast by its side was also acting nervous. However, it seemed to be simply repeating after the larger one without understanding the reason. Sunny's frown deepened, turning into a scowl. That cannot be good. He walked over to Abomination and tried to climb on it to get a good vantage point. Don't move, you bastard. Reaching the creature's withers, he looked east, seeing the same thing that it saw. The veil of the blizzard had grown closer, and a large part of the horizon, what little of it could be seen between the towering mountain peaks, was now hidden by it. Sunny did not notice anything else, though. Does it not like snow? Then again, that blizzard was not of natural origin. It was caused by a titan called Winter Beast. From what Sunny knew, the Titan was currently being suppressed by Saint Tyrus somewhere far to the north. That was why the snowstorm came and went, hinting at who was prevailing in the clash at the moment. Skytide's aspect also had to do with controlling winds and storms, so while it did not directly counter the Titan's powers, she could at least challenge its authority. In any case, Winter Beast could not be anywhere near the convoy. Then why? Suddenly, Sunnis' eyes narrowed. Looking closer at the distant haze obscuring the cold dark sky, he suddenly had a very disturbing idea. Was it really the blizzard? Chapter 926, Stormfront. Sunny stared at the distant haze for a few moments, then glanced at Kim, who was busy with repairs. The evil eye memory he had given her was supposed to make one capable of seeing things at a greater distance. However, there was an easier way. He called out to Sergeant Gear, who happened to be hurrying past at that exact moment. "Hey, Sergeant." The man stopped and looked at the captain, who was standing on top of the terrifying monster the irregulars had recently received from the nightmare spell, for some reason. Already accustomed to their leader's eccentric behavior, the soldier did not even bother to try and guess the reason. "Yes, Captain." Sunny lingered for a moment. "Do you have what are they called, binoculars?" Gear nodded. "Of course, sir. We have several pairs, one per vehicle. Standard military issue." Sunny gave him a tense look, then said quietly, "Go bring me the best ones." Slightly disturbed by that tone, Gear glanced at the bundle of blankets he was carrying, then dropped them into the snow and dashed toward the tail of the convoy. Very soon, he returned with a pair of modern binoculars and, not daring to approach the monster, threw them to the captain. Sunny caught them, brought the unfamiliar device to his eyes, and looked east. At first, the image was blurry and unclear, but then, something hummed softly, and it came into focus on its own. Suddenly, it felt as though he was standing much, much closer to the slope of a distant mountain. Sunny could even see the individual boulders, as well as mounds of snow between them. Moving the binoculars, he searched for a stretch of open sky. A few seconds later, he finally laid his eyes on the haze that obscured it. Sunny remained motionless for around a minute after that, then silently lowered his hands. His face remained still, but his eyes were suddenly terribly bleak. Feeling something, Sergeant Gear cleared his throat. "Sir? What is it?" The captain looked at him with those bleak eyes, making the soldier shiver. "What is it?" Sunny repeated the question in his mind. What he had seen was not a wall of swirling snow. Instead, it was a ghastly creature that resembled a mix between a bat and a leech, with leathery wings, a long neck, and a head that seemed to be one giant, fleshy, circular maw. In fact, he saw thousands, and thousands, and thousands of them. The hazy veil that obscured the sky was not caused by the returning blizzard. It was a horde of flying abominations that was so vast that it resembled a rolling stormfront from a distance. That vast horde of horrid abominations was swiftly moving in their direction. Suddenly, Sunnis' mouth was terribly dry. He glanced at the convoy that stretched along the narrow road, a few vehicles blocked from moving any further by the broken transport. "Sir?" Sergeant Gear's tense voice caught his attention. Sunny forced himself to focus on it, pulling his mind back to reality. "Dead, dead, they are all dead." Throwing the binoculars back to Gear, he threw all unnecessary thoughts out of his mind and issued an order. "Get these people out and load them into the infirmary transport. Do it as fast as possible, no, faster than that." Gear blinked. "The infirmary transport?" "But..." Interrupting him, Sunny barked. "Now." The soldier flinched. This was the first time he heard the usually cool-headed captain shout. Understanding that something had gone terribly wrong, Gear ran toward the broken transport. Move, move, move. A few minutes later, the frightened refugees were being hastily loaded into the infirmary vehicle. The soldiers were running around, preparing for a swift departure. The irregulars were getting ready for a fight. Sunny was in the middle of all this havoc, giving orders. "Load the poisoned ammunition immediately, all of it. Empty the reserves entirely. Throw all non-essential cargo out, we need as much speed as we can get. Samurai, you have 3 minutes to charge as many bullets as you can. Luster, prepare the Rhino for an all-out charge. We're never going to make it, there's no chance, simply none. The enormous horde of flying horrors was traveling too fast. The fleet would never be able to outrun it, even if they were moving on a flat and well-maintained road. Of course, fighting it was not an option, either. If the appalling creatures descended upon the convoy, everyone would be devoured without seconds. Sunny might be able to survive by turning into a shadow, but the rest? Everyone would die a gruesome death. And yet, the horde seemed to be traveling from east to west, while the fleet was heading north. If, by some miracle, they managed to escape from the path of the abominations, maybe, there still was a sliver of hope for them. Perhaps there even was some shelter ahead, one that Sunny had missed when he was compiling the map. In any case, he could not bring himself to just give up. No matter how small the possibility, he owed it to these people to make an effort to save them. He had taken them under his command, after all. They were his responsibility. Move. Finally, the broken transport was cleared of civilians. Sergeant Gear ran up to Sunny. "It's done, Captain, what do you desire to do with?" Before he could finish the sentence, Sunny grabbed the massive vehicle by the front bumper, strained his muscle a little, and then tossed it over the edge of the road with his bare hands. The transport plummeted into the deep, dark gorge with thunderous clangor. It was so heavy that the road under them quaked from the violent force of the first impact. Sunny glanced at the stunned soldier. "Get everyone inside and start the engines. Hurry." As everyone ran to their vehicles, Sunny stepped through the shadows and appeared inside the Rhino. Sparing a glance at Professor Obel and Beth, he lingered for a moment and said, "Strap yourself in. It's going to be a bumpy ride." They listened without asking questions. Since most of the irregulars were assigned to the civilian transports, the only other person there was Luster. He was already in the pilot's seat, ready to send the APC forward at Sunny command. Sunny did not make him wait long. "What are you waiting for? Go." The Rhino shot forward, plowing through snow as it cleared the way for the other vehicles. The fleet followed as they moved across the mountain road with reckless speed. But not enough of it. On the roof of the APC, Saint was effortlessly holding her balance. Standing there like a statue, she slowly turned her head east. Then, the taciturn demon lingered for a moment, and silently raised her bow. Chapter 927, Racing Against Time. The Rhino flew forward, somehow navigating the twists and turns or the narrow mountain road without plummeting off its crumbling edge. There was nothing but darkness and with snow swirling as it melted in the powerful beams of light that shot from the roof of the heavy vehicle. For once, Luster seemed serious and completely concentrated, his fingers wrapped around the yoke so tight that they had turned white. The convoy did its best to keep up. The civilian transports were sandwiched between the APC and the military vehicles, shaking precariously as they rolled forward at high speed. Sergeant Gear and his soldiers were hastily loading the poisoned ammunition into the feeding mechanisms of the turrets, turning their barrels east and aiming spotlights at the sky. The veil obscuring the horizon was getting closer and closer. Damn, damn, damn. Sunny was standing behind Luster, perceiving the world through the eyes of his shadows. They were gliding far ahead, scouting the path in search of serious obstacles and possible shelter. Shelter there was none to be found. And the devouring swarm was too fast to outrun. Suddenly, his head jerked sideways. A dozen or so meters ahead, a swift silhouette lunged at the approaching Rhino from a deep crack in the cliff's face. All Sunny had time to see was a powerful body, a glint of madness burning in a pair of frenzied eyes, and dozens of sharp claws that shimmered as if made of metal. Before the attacking nightmare creature that had laid in ambush received a chance to collide with the APC, a black arrow pierced its neck, throwing the abomination back and nailing it to the stone slope. Standing on the roof of the Rhino, Saint drew the string of Morgan's warbow again as the pinned corpse flashed by. Luster flinched, but kept the vehicle steady. "That was a close one, sir." Sunny had nothing to answer. They had to move with as much speed as they could muster, but advancing in such a reckless manner brought its own risks. Not being able to discover ambushes in advance was one of them. And even then, it would most likely not be enough. Go faster. By now, everyone could tell that the approaching haze was strange and unnatural. They would not be able to see the flying horrors with their own eyes for a few more minutes, but fear was already spreading through the convoy. Sunny did not really need to tell anyone to hurry. But staying silent was too nerve-wracking, even for him. Curse it. In his mind was the image of the map of the mountains. Studying it, Sunny was feverishly trying to find a way to escape. He already knew the optimal route to take, but had a sinking feeling that it was already too late. He did not know the speed of the approaching horde, but judging by how fast the distant sky was being devoured by it, their chances were slim. Up ahead, a stray nightmare creature appeared on the road. Before it could react, a massive shape lunged at it from the darkness. Abomination's powerful jaws closed on the monster's throat, and then, the echo threw it into the abyssal darkness of the gorge with a powerful twist of its neck. Then, the ascended monster dashed forward, followed by the smaller echo. Soon, they reached a fork in the road and stopped, unsure of where to go. Sunny knew, however. His shadows had already explored both roads, confirming the information reflected on the map. A few moments before the rhino reached the fork, he leaned forward and spoke to Luster. "Take the right path." The right path was the only acceptable choice if they wanted to have even the tiniest hope of getting out of the path of the flying swarm. There was one problem, however. A few hundred meters ahead, it was blocked by the bodies of a pack of prowling nightmare creatures. Soon, Luster saw them, too. "Captain, what do we do?" Sunny gripped the back of the pilot's seat and leaned forward. "Just plow through them." What else could they do? The wedge-shaped ram of the rhino was already lowered. The abominations were awakened, at best tons of swiftly moving metal were bound to make short work of them, or if not, at least toss them off the road. Luster gulped and followed the instruction, accelerating toward the fearsome nightmare creatures without even a hint of slowing down or trying to avoid a direct collision. Not that it was possible to maneuver around the abominations on the narrow road, anyway. Before the creatures had time to properly react, the rhino shuddered. It slammed into the abominations, and its armored windshield was instantly splattered with a revolting mix of blood and mangled flesh. Without skipping a bit, Luster prevented the vehicle from lurching sideways with a small shift of the yoke and moved his gaze to the screen showing the feed from the external cameras. Until the wipers managed to clean the armored glass, looking through it was all but impossible. Just like that, the pack of abominations was either torn apart or thrown off the road, clearing the way for the convoy. Except for one. Clinging to the ram of the rhino, a bleeding beast hoisted its massive body up, a powerful limb rising to strike a devastating blow on the windshield. Before it could, however, the shadows nesting between spotlights on the APC's front surged forward, forming into sharp spikes. They pierced the creature and then lost their solidity, turning into black tentacles. A moment later, the abomination was torn apart from the inside and flung into the darkness below. "Keep going." Sunny gritted his teeth and then flinched as one of the rearview cameras registered a flash of light coming from the turret of Gear's military vehicle. Turning his attention to it, he saw that the soldiers had opened fire. They were firing at the sky. The devouring horde was still some distance away, but the first straggler had just appeared from the cold darkness and dove down toward the convoy. The creature was not too large, but looked even more terrifying and revolting up close. A rain of bullets tore at its body, delivering the bitter cusp's toxin. It should have been enough to kill the flying abomination, but the effect of the poison was not instantaneous. Either the soldiers had reacted too slowly, or the nightmare creature was too fast. No matter the reason, its mangled, convulsing body kept falling, approaching the windows of one of the civilian transports. That was before another arrow flashed through the air, slicing the abomination in half. The severed part struck the slope and then rolled down, soon disappearing under the wheels of the speeding vehicles with a repulsive crunch. Sunny let out a shaky breath, relieved. The worst was only starting, though. Because, after that first creature was killed, the turrets did not stop firing. Chapter 928, Devouring Cloud. You have slain an awakened beast, brood of the devouring cloud. The road sloped down, soon reaching the bottom of a deep gorge and continuing forward along its twists and turns. Not afraid of sliding into the abyss anymore, the convoy received some breathing room and accelerated even more. However, despite that, their situation only worsened. By now, the distant mountains had already disappeared, swallowed entirely by the veil of the approaching swarm. Only a few nearest peaks remained visible, but even they were already turning hazy. More and more flying abominations that had traveled ahead of the horde were diving at the convoy, their fleshy circular maws opening wide to bite at the speeding transports and the soldiers operating the turrets. At first, they came one after another. Then, a few appeared at the same time. At some point, the rumble of the firing turrets turned into one continuous, rolling cannonade. The soldiers fought with desperate determination, relying on their spotters to find the targets in time. The murderous darkness of the polar night was cut and torn by the stark beams of powerful spotlights, and tracer bullets painted it with red streaks. High above, the ghostly aurora glimmered among the stars, slowly turning crimson. Sunny was cursing the world. Tired of waiting powerlessly inside the Rhino, he climbed to its roof through the upper hatch and swayed as a furious wind assaulted him with cutting cold. A few steps away, Saint was standing straight, sending one arrow after another into the dark sky. Each arrow reaped a life, and the bodies of abhorrent creatures were raining down on the snow behind the convoy. In a gun nest on the roof of one of the civilian transports, Samra was discharging her rifle time after time, and somewhere high above, bloody explosions of charged essence bloomed with each shot. The other awakened were assisting the soldiers, as well. However, even though each possessed a memory capable of dealing damage, at range, they were less proficient with them. The sleeper, ironically, was the closest the convoy had to a marksman after Saint and Samra. His quiver was full of poisoned arrows. In an infuriating turn of events, Sunny was the only one without a suitable weapon. He only had one bow, and that one was currently being used by his shadow. Curses. The undying chain was already encasing his body, and the dying wish was calling out to the nightmare creatures, compelling the nearest ones to aim at him, and him alone. That made the pattern of their attacks a little bit more predictable, causing more bullets to hit their mark. He did not know what else to do. All of it was meaningless, anyway. The convoy could kill 1,000 of these flying monstrosities, and it would still be no more than a drop in the ocean. With each minute, the number of attacking abominations was mounting, and with each second, the devouring cloud was drawing closer. Soon, it would envelop the gorge completely, and then, all their efforts would end in a gruesome and bloody finale. Sunny did not think for a second that the convoy would be able to fight through countless thousands of the flying abominations. Why did I not account for it, fool, damned fool? It was not as though he had not fought swarms of flying nightmare creatures before. And yet, Sunny had never considered a situation like this one seriously enough to come up with effective countermeasures. What countermeasures were there, though? What was one supposed to do if the sky itself decided to devour them? He gritted his teeth. There was no way out, as far as Sunny could tell. They had already failed to escape from the path of the harrowing horde, and had not found a shelter to weather the heavenly plague. The soldiers continued to fire their turrets, hurriedly swinging the steaming barrels around to catch the brood beasts before they crashed into the transports. Saint and Samra continued their slaughter. But there was no point. Feeling a bitter taste in his mouth, Sunny looked up. The mountains had disappeared completely, swallowed by the seething haze of the devouring cloud. Numerous abominations blotted out the sky, making it seem as though the crimson lights of the aurora itself were spawning the all-consuming deluge of them. A minute or two later, the horde would flood the gorge and descend upon the convoy. His only solace was that not even a fraction of the nightmare creatures would be able to satiate themselves with human flesh. There were too few humans in the convoy to fill their stomachs. Starve, the rest of you, bastards. Lacking a suitable weapon, Sonny could not even help his people in their last stand. But that was not his job. His most important job as a leader was to think, and yet, Sonny could not think of anything, either. The image of the map was still flashing in his mind, almost burned into it. All the potential campsites and shelters he had marked in advance were too far away, and all the convenient roads he had scouted were useless. Saint suddenly stepped back, and in the next moment, a corpse of one of the brood beasts crashed into the roof of the Rhino. The APC shuddered, but continued to speed forward. A drop of fetid blood hit the visor of Sunnis' helmet. He inhaled deeply and stared at the ugly maw of the dead abomination, numb to its repulsive appearance. More these ghastly, hungry maws would soon be feasting on the flesh of his people. A hungry maw. Suddenly, a grim expression appeared on his face, hidden by the helmet. Turning around, Sonny dove back into the hatch, noiselessly landed on the floor of the APC's floor, and dashed toward Luster. Where is it? Where is it? Soon, one of his shadows noticed an old, almost entirely crumbled road that forked away from the main 100 or so meters ahead. The Rhino was just about to reach it. Turn left. Luster's hands reacted faster than his mind, sending the Rhino into a sharp turn. The vehicles trembled as its wheels left the somewhat intact surface of the better preserved road and entered the more dilapidated one. The young man spared a glance at his captain. Sir? Where are we going? Sonny paled a little. Into a hungry maw. He did not need to explain further, really. Now that they had entered the derelict road, there was only one way forward. And there, ahead of them, waited something that he had hoped to avoid at all costs. The dark portal of an old, abandoned tunnel. Not too long ago, Sonny had sworn that he would never enter one. But now, he could only pray that they would reach it. Chapter 929, Swarm. As the convoy desperately drove toward the distant entrance of an old tunnel, the devouring cloud finally reached the gorge. The sky disappeared, blotted out by a slithering mass of the winged abominations, and submerged the world into impenetrable darkness. Even the dim glint of the shimmering stars was extinguished. The swarm flowed down the slopes of the mountains like a tidal wave. Penetrating the armored frame of the Rhino, a deafening rustle of countless beating wings assaulted Sunnis' ears. He grimaced, glanced at the screens one last time, and dashed back to the roof hatch. Once he climbed outside, the noise grew many times more violent, making it seem as though a hurricane was raging around him. The mass of nightmare creatures was seconds from swallowing the rearmost vehicles of the convoy. The overheated barrels of the turrets continued to discharge a barrage of bullets into the rushing wave of abominations, long tongues of flame blooming from their glowing muzzles. At that point, the soldiers did not even have to aim to hit the enemy. However, all their efforts were in vain. Sonny would have needed thousands of soldiers and hundreds of heavy artillery vehicles to put a dent into the swarm of abhorrent abominations. But he just needed to buy a little time. Saint. Following his mental command, the shadow turned and threw Morgan's warbow in his direction. Catching it, Sonny took a moment to balance himself on the swaying roof, and then drew the string with furious determination. All four of his shadows flowed forward from his fingers. A bolt of lightning streaked through the air, striking one of the brood beasts. The creature's body disintegrated in a blinding flash, and then, dancing arcs of electricity spread through the swarm, stretching in all directions for dozens of meters. For a moment, the whole world was illuminated by a stark radiance. That bought the convoy a few more seconds, at most. Not enough. Even if Sonny had essence to spare, he could not use the strike of thunder repeatedly. Like almost all memories, it needed time to be summoned and dismissed. Although the whole process took no more than a dozen of seconds, right now, that was enough of a delay to doom them all. If Winter was here, she would have had a solution, but, sadly, Sonny was all alone. Well, not quite. On the roof of one of the civilian transports, Samra overcharged her powerful rifle, causing some of the circuitry inside of it to melt in a rain of sparks. The usual electric whine of the activating coil was devoured by the cacophony of thousands of beating wings, but the thunderous roar of the resulting shot was not. A brilliant particle of light traveled toward the swarm at a tremendous speed, and then detonated with staggering violence. A huge explosion shook the ground, swallowing a whole swath of attacking abominations. Samra swayed and spat a mouthful of blood, showing signs of severe essence depletion, but the rest of the irregulars were not remaining idle either. The deluge of poisoned bullets and their memories were doing their job, buying the fleet precious time. The tunnel was getting closer and closer. But it was still not enough. The rearmost military vehicle was already suffering under an onslaught of attacks. Its armored hull was being cut open and peeled off, and blood was flowing down its sides. The soldier that had been operating the turret was nowhere to be seen, but another had already taken his place only to scream a moment later when the razor-sharp fangs of a frenzied brood beast sunk into his arm. As blood rained down, the soldier gritted his teeth and drew his sidearm, discharging several mundane bullets into the creature's neck without any result. Sunny did not see the rest. The strike of thunder had finally manifested itself back into existence, and the shadows had just returned, so he sent the caged lightning into the swarm once again. Attracted by the dying wish, many abominations were ignoring the rest of the convoy and lunging at the rhino. For now, none of them had gotten past Saint, who brandished the sin of solace as he protected him. However, Sunny knew that he was not going to remain safe for much longer. Their salvation was so close. And yet, their time was up. Despite all their efforts, Sunny and his soldiers could not hold the devouring cloud back anymore. The convoy was already surrounded by the mass of nightmare creatures from all sides. In stunned horror, Sunny watched as the rear vehicle was swallowed by the swarm of abominations. Its armor disintegrated as if made of paper, shredded into nothingness in a mere second. What followed? To hell with this. Before Sunny knew what he was doing, his body moved forward. Dashing to the back of the rhino, he flooded his muscles with essence and jumped. I must have gone crazy. Sunny soared into the air above the convoy, sensing sharp fangs scraping against the bleak steel of the undying chain. On his belt, an attractive lantern cut of black stone suddenly opened, letting out a surge of darkness. Wreathed in that darkness, he plummeted down and landed on the roof of the damaged vehicle. Dozens of tentacles exploded from the kneeling figure that was shrouded in shadows, tearing countless brood beasts apart. More shadows flowed down like water, covering the breaches in the vehicle's hull and solidifying into impenetrable armor. At the same time, black walls rose from the ground, surrounding the convoy. Hundreds of brood beasts furiously crashed into them, causing the walls to shudder. However, at least for the moment they held. Ahead of the column, the rhino finally reached the tunnel and drove through its entrance, disappearing into the lightless emptiness within. One after another, the other vehicles, as well as a few nightmare creatures, followed. The abominations were swiftly gunned down or killed by the irregulars. The damaged vehicle that Sunny had landed on entered the old tunnel last, rolled forward for a few seconds, and then came to a screeching halt. He fell down from its roof and hit the ground hard, then stood up with a stagger. Another wall of shadows rose, blocking the mouth of the tunnel behind them, this one much thicker than the previous ones. Instantly, it came under a savage attack. Its black surface trembled, not cracking yet, but also visibly struggling to withstand the never-ending rain of blows. In the echoing silence of the tunnel, Sunny bent over, spat blood, and then tiredly looked up. His voice sounded stifled. Someone better blow up that entrance, fast. Chapter 930, Old Tunnel. The convoy stopped soon after entering the tunnel. For a few moments, nothing apart from the muffled blows that continued to rain on the wall of shadows could be heard. Scared and exhausted, the people were all lost and slightly disoriented. Sunny's voice brought them back to reality. glancing into the depths of the tunnel to make sure that nothing was attacking them from that direction, at least not yet. He backed up a little and studied the cold stones above him. Surely, detonating a part of the tunnel's roof was not the smartest of ideas, considering how old it was. However, the alternative was even worse. They had to stop the brood beasts from following the convoy inside, and his wall of shadows was not going to last long, considering how little essence Sunny had left. He had truly burned through a lot of it during that last desperate dash to save the rear vehicles. Actually, Sunny had not even known that he was capable of doing something like that. The scope and scale of that complex use of shadow manifestation was unlike anything he had been able to achieve before. The urgency of the situation and the raging adrenaline had helped him achieve a new level of mastery over his aspect, and now, he was exhausted. So, the entrance of the tunnel had to go. It'll feel really awkward if there's a collapsed section of it further ahead. Still, the convoy could find a way to dig through stone debris. They would not be able to resurrect from dead if the devouring cloud swallowed them whole, though. With the help of explosives that Sergeant Gear provided, Kim's ability to see weak points of both living and inanimate objects, and Professor Obel's knowledge of mundane science, they were able to detonate a few small charges and collapse the entrance of the tunnel, cutting themselves off from the outside world. Now, there was no way back. Only forward, deeper into the darkness. Nevertheless, the people were finally safe, relatively speaking, of course. They still did not know what awaited them ahead, in the eerie expanse of the old tunnel, so Sunny posted plenty of sentries in front of the Rhino. Only then did he have time to assess the state of things. The convoy looked battered. Every vehicle received at least a little damage, and many were splattered with blood of the nightmare creatures that the irregulars and the mundane soldiers had killed. However, almost all of them could still move. The only exception was the rear military vehicle that Sunny had saved. That one was a complete goner. In fact, it looked more like a heap of scrap metal than a working machine. Now the fact that it had somehow managed to drive into the tunnel was nothing short of miraculous. Its crew had suffered, too. One of the soldiers was dead, and the rest were seriously wounded. A few of them would have died from those wounds, too, if not for Quentin. Currently, he was trying to stem the bleeding of a turret operator, whose arm was terribly mangled. Even with the healer's abilities, the man's limb was too damaged to preserve. After taking one glance at the terrible mess of torn flesh and splintered bones, Sunny knew that it would have to be amputated. He had already been in a somber mood because of the exhaustion, but now, it turned even darker. Perhaps he should be thanking the dead gods that only one of his men had been killed during the desperate escape from the devouring cloud, but Sunny did not feel thankful. Instead, he remembered the brazen claim he had made to Professor Obel not too long ago, a promise to try and save everyone who had entrusted their lives to him. Sunny had already failed that promise twice. The death of the old refugee woman had been outside his control, but the fallen soldier that won was a direct result of his decisions. Sunny had killed many people in the past, but he had never been responsible for someone's death, or rather, had never experienced the death of someone whom he was responsible for. It was a bitter, scathing feeling. Why did he have to bear the burden of some stranger's death? Who asked that soldier to be so weak? Sunny clenched his fists. So annoying. He remained motionless for a while, then winced. In any case, the loss of a military vehicle was painful, but not impactful. Losing another civilian transport would have been much more damaging, not to mention lethal. The wounded soldiers would be out of commission for a few days or longer, depending on the severity of their injuries, but in the end, they are going to survive. All in all, they had all gotten off easy. Sunny had fully expected to watch the whole fleet be destroyed after finding out about the approaching horde of flying abominations. Losing just a single soldier, no matter how resentful he felt about it, was incredible luck. Of course, they were not out of the woods yet. He did not know anything about the old tunnel, but suspected that traveling though it would not be very safe. In fact, his decision to seek shelter inside could potentially result in a fate similar, or even far worse, then being quickly gobbled up by the devouring cloud. Brimming with optimism, am I? Any kind of nightmare creatures could have built a nest here after the chain of nightmares came. More disturbingly, the tunnel could be home to something that had entered the waking world much earlier. Humans did a good job of either closing or containing those gates that opened within the borders or in the vicinity of population centers, out of necessity, but no one bothered or had resources to do the same in the wilderness. Provided, most gates manifested near places where a lot of people lived but not all. Somewhere inside the tunnel, they could potentially meet an abomination that had been dwelling here for decades, or maybe even half a century. Surely, there was also a possibility that there were no nightmare creatures inside, and they're completely safe. Honestly speaking, the chances of that were equally high. Unconvinced, Sunny walked to the front of the convoy, past the massive form of the rhino, and stopped near the sentries. Up ahead, a long stretch of the tunnel was illuminated by the headlights of the APC. He stared into the darkness beyond. After a while, Sunny looked down and let out a heavy sigh. That does not bode well. He could not see anything. Not in the sense that there was nothing ahead, but rather that he could not see through the gloom that enveloped the tunnel. Which could mean only one thing. That this place was not shrouded in shadows, but instead drowned by true, pure, elemental darkness. Chapter 931, Rival of Light. True darkness was different from light and shadows. Shadows existed in places where light was obscured or could not reach. If the shadow was vast and deep enough, people mistook it for darkness. But all it truly was the absence of light. True darkness, however, was more than that. It was an elemental force of its own. One that was both independent and opposed to light. Instead of a simple lack of light, pure darkness was its rival. And, since light and shadows always went hand in hand, it was also the enemy of shadows, strange as it may sound. That was why Sunny suddenly felt the cold touch of unease when he discovered its presence. True darkness was exceedingly rare and mysterious. He had only encountered it once before, in the ruined cathedral of the Dark City, where it had been born of and controlled by the cathedral's guardian, the Forsaken Knight. The bastard that had gutted him like a pig. In fact, that unfortunate encounter had been the fault of the darkness that the fallen devil wielded. If not for its veil, Sunny might have not allowed the Black Knight to get so close. That was because his eyes, which were capable of peering through any shadow, were as blind in true darkness as that of a mundane human. Sunny had not seen the approaching Forsaken Knight in the shroud of darkness, and now, he could not see into the depths of the tunnel. Worse still, the fallen devil at the ruined cathedral had only controlled a modest amount of true darkness. Here in the tunnel, however, there was a whole ocean of it. Sunny grimaced. Well, here goes the hope that there are no abominations inside. He remained near the sentries for a minute or two, then turned around and tiredly walked back to the rhino. Well, rest here for a few hours. The convoy was not in any condition to continue to Novigrad anyway. The vehicles needed to be repaired, and the wounded had to receive treatment. People desperately needed rest. Pills. What good would it do to leave the tunnel before the devouring cloud moved on? They had to wait until the swarm passed through. Sunny was exhausted as well. Entering the rhino, he fell on one of the seats in the lounge area and closed his eyes. Why do I feel like we jumped out of the frying pan straight into the fire? No thing good ever came from going underground. Every time Sunny had, something nasty had been waiting for him there. His distrust of underground passages and tunnels was only rivaled by his dislike of the sea. At least the tunnel seemed dry. Scowling, Sunny tried to empty his mind and concentrate on circulating what little essence he had left through his body. No matter what came next, he had to be ready. Samara was recovering from utterly depleting her essence, and Quentin was busy healing the injured soldiers. Kim and Luster were performing field repairs on the civilian transports. The sleeper was creating a new batch of poisoned bullets to replace those expended during the flight from the devouring clouds. Sergeant Gear's ammunition reserves were at a point where each round had to count. Only Bell and Dawn had nothing to do. Which was why Sonny chose them to accompany him on a scouting mission. He wanted to find out how far the exit from the tunnel was, or if not, then at least explore a long stretch of it before leading the convoy forward. Nobody knew how long the tunnel was. There were a lot of them cut through the mountains in the Antarctic center, where the terrain was too uneven to build straight roads. Whenever a road met a mountain outcropping that was too wide to go around, though, people had often chosen to simply burrow through it to create a convenient shortcut. As a result, the length of tunnels varied greatly. From several dozen meters to 10 kilometers or more. Most of them had been created during the dark times. Later, when the constant winds, environmental cataclysms, and the descent of the nightmare spell had reduced human population and concentrated it inside a small amount of vast and easily defended cities, most of the mountain roads went out of use and were abandoned. So, there was no information on the tunnel. It could have been only a few hundreds meters long. Or stretched forward for a dozen kilometers. Considering the local terrain, Sonny suspected that the latter would turn out closer to the truth. Summoning the crawl site, he glanced at Bell and Dawn. "Are you ready?" They nodded. "Yes, sir." They were standing in front of the Rhino. A few people were looking at the three irregulars, but only Professor Obel approached to see them off. "Be careful, young people. Places such as this can be quite dangerous. Don't use any memories or abilities that have to do with fire, too, now that we are underground. It would be all too easy to burn all the oxygen away." Sonny looked at the old man with a bit of tension hidden behind his outwardly confident expression. "Anything else we should know?" Professor Obel thought for a moment. Then SHNLGGED. Many of these tunnels went through several rounds of additional excavation to serve as bomb shelters during the latter stages of the war between the R, but those names probably won't tell you much. Suffice it to say, you might find that the structure of the tunnel is not as straightforward as one might expect. Sonny sighed. "All right. We are going, then. LFR aren't back after 2 hours. Well, I am not going to lie, if something manages to kill me, then all of you will probably die soon, too. So, there's nothing much you'll be able to do at that point." He tried to force out an encouraging smile. Failed. And simply turned around. Carrying luminous memories, Sonny and his people walked past the nervous sentries. And dove into the darkness without looking back. Chapter 932, Blinded. Sonny had grown accustomed to using his shadows to scout ahead in dangerous situations. Explore the world around him, and discover hidden threats. However, this time, he could not, simply because the shadows were as blind as him in the embrace of true darkness. Walking deeper into the tunnel, he instantly felt tense and incredibly vulnerable. Things were even worse than Sonny had thought. Not only was his sight suddenly limited to a mere single point of view. Not only could he not see anything outside the narrow circle of light created by the luminous memories like a more human. Even his ability to sense the shapes and movements of shadows was crippled. Because, of course, no shadow existed within darkness. That unique part of his perception had become so ingrained into him that now that it was gone, Sonny felt blinded. It was as though he suddenly lost his eyes and ears. The whole world seemed strange, unclear, and muddled. The sudden change was so severe that he almost lost balance. Damn. Bell and Dawn, who lived their whole lives like that, did not seem to be disturbed. Sure. They had somewhat come to rely on the ability to see in darkness that Kim often shared to them. But not to a degree where it became their second nature. Sonny, on the other hand. He was disoriented. And felt utterly exposed. How horrible. Grimacing. He gripped the shaft of the crawl site tighter and continued walking. The blade of the Samba spear did not shine yet. Instead absorbing some of the light produced by the lanterns of the irregulars, in case he needed it in the future. The tunnel was wide enough for two vehicles to pass each other without brushing sides. And utterly empty. Nothing but impenetrable darkness filled its silent expanse. And so, their steps echoed, reflecting from the cold stone walls. Sunny glanced at Belle and Dawn with a bit of displeasure. He was walking as noiselessly as usual, trained to remain unnoticed by the long months of hunting down powerful abominations in the Dark City. However, the two fighters of the melee vanguard were not versed in stealth, and their equipment was not suited for it, either. Way to announce our position to everyone and everything. I have a bad feeling about this. Although many nightmare creatures possessed some way to perceive the world in the absence of light, he was still used to being the one to stalk his prey unseen. Now, however, the roles were reversed. Sunny was at the mercy of whatever creature it was that hid in the darkness. And there had to be something there, without a doubt. True darkness, after all, had not come from nothing. What kind of ghastly horror will I have to fight this time? They carefully moved forward, sticking close to the wall of the tunnel. A few minutes passed. Then a dozen. What Sunny feared the most did not happen. Nothing attacked them, and there were no collapsed sections of the tunnel's roof that could block the convoy's way out. However, there was also no sign of exit. The tunnel simply stretched forward, seemingly endlessly, and completely empty. After a while, Sunny managed to shrug off his discomfort and adjust to having his perception severely crippled. As well as he could. It was still deeply disturbing. Though. Half an hour passed without them encountering any threats. How far do you think we have walked? Belle. Old Dawn thought for a moment. The giant man shrugged. 3 kilometers. Maybe less. A deep frown appeared on Sunny's face. 3 kilometers was not a small amount. Of course, there were far longer tunnels out there. The floor also seemed flat and did not slope neither up nor down. Still, it was strange that they had not been attacked yet. Keep your eyes open. The small scouting squad continued forward. After a while, they encountered a small opening in the wall of the tunnel, leading into the depths of the mountain. The narrow branch, too, was drowned in true darkness. Standing near it, Sunny thought that he heard a distant hum. However, a moment later, it was gone, chased away by Dawn's voice. This must be one of the additional tunnel shafts that Professor Obel spoke about. There's probably a whole network of them inside the mountain, excavated to house the population in case of a nuclear strike. Belle scratched the back of his head. Who uses nuclear bombs to kill people? Aren't bioweapons far more effective? Sunny looked at him darkly. LLL tell that to Europe. At that moment, Dom cleared his throat. Actually, Captain. They used both nuclear and bioweapons in Europe. Oh. Well, it was not like Sunny had received a good education. He had barely known that places other than NQSC existed before the fateful conversation with Master Let. In any case, he had to decide whether they should explore the side branch of the tunnel or continue forward along the main one. In the end, he chose to stick to their current path. He did not really care what was out there, or the old network of abandoned passages. As long as the convoy could drive past and reach the exit. Sunny did not have to know. They walked, and walked, and walked. And nothing happened. At some point, the lack of terrible nightmare creatures lunging at them from the darkness started to disturb Sunny more than the possibility of a sudden attack. This is too eerie. Eventually, 1 hour mark passed without them finding anything, not the source of the true darkness, not the nightmare creatures that might have made a nest in the tunnel, and not the exit. There was not even a hint of it. Stop. Sunny frowned as he looked forward. There was nothing but darkness ahead. In the end, he sighed and turned around. The scouting mission was both a resounding success and a resounding failure. They did not find any active threats to the convoy, but they also failed to conclusively prove that there were none. In any case, the time he had allotted for the scouting mission was up. Let's head back. Now, his best choice was to lead the convoy forward and hope for the best. Despite the lack of nightmare, creatures or of anything, really inside the tunnel, Sunny felt very uneasy. Chapter 933, Darkness at the End of the Tunnel. Braving the silent darkness, they retraced their steps and arrived back to the collapsed entrance of the tunnel after a long and tense hour. Nothing dangerous happened on their way back, and the convoy seemed to have fared well in their absence, too. The uneventfulness of it all was deeply disturbing. Hiding his concern, Sunny glanced at the dark walls surrounding them. The battered vehicles stood motionlessly, their wheels resting on the cold asphalt floor. Here and there, people could be seen resting or hurrying to complete various tasks. I don't like this. Frowning, he headed toward the hatch of the Rhino. The people he needed to hear from were already gathered there, ready to report the state of things. As Sunny passed the sentries, one of them suddenly called out to him. Captain Sunless, sir. He slowed down and gave the soldier a dark look. Yes. The man hesitated for a few moments. His face was still, but his tired eyes were full of some unknown, intense emotion. Outside, I was part of the rear vehicle's crew. What you did for us back then, near the end, you really saved us. Thank you, sir. Sunny stared at him blankly for a bit, then turned away with a scoff. I am in charge of this convoy. These are my vehicles, and you are my people. No one takes what's mine, especially without paying a price. Do you even know how much a vehicle like that costs? With that, he shook his head and walked away. What a weird guy. The irregulars, as well as Sergeant Gear, Professor Obel, and Beth were waiting in the command suite of the Rhino. Sunny received several reports, which slightly improved his mood. The convoy had lost one civilian transport and one military vehicle as the result of encountering the devouring cloud. Luckily, it did not affect their logistics too adversely. After sacrificing the mobile infirmary to accommodate the displaced refugees, all they had really lost was a bit of firepower. The remaining vehicles had all been patched up and ready to move. Sergeant Gear sighed. We don't have a lot of ammunition left, sir. Additionally, our reserves of drinking water are also severely reduced. We discarded a lot of it to lighten the load on the transports before the swarm arrived. It should not become a problem in the next several days, but after that. Sunny waved a hand dismissively. Don't worry about water. I have a literally endless source of water. He remained silent for a while, considering the options. They could either pass through the tunnel, or remain where they were and try to dig their way out when some time had passed. Both options were less than ideal. It all comes down to how long I want to remain in the tunnel, it seems. The first option would allow the convoy to escape from underground sooner if all went well during the drive to the opposite exit. The second option would force them to stay inside for much longer, but did not demand diving deeper into the chilling darkness. Neither was free of risk. Curses. In the end, Sunny just really disliked the idea of staying in the eerie tunnel even a minute longer than it was necessary. He sighed. Start the engines. We're leaving. A few minutes later, the Rhino came to life and rolled forward. Slowly gaining speed. The beams of powerful spotlights installed on its roof cut through the darkness, forcing it to flee and cling to the walls of the tunnel. The civilian transports and the military vehicles followed, staying close to the massive APC. The darkness flowed back and devoured everything once again behind them, making it seem as though the convoy was traveling inside a small, fleeting, fragile island of light. Sunny climbed to the roof of the Rhino and stayed there with Saint, staring into the darkness with a grim expression on his face. He was still blind to everything that was happening outside the small bubble of light, which made him incredibly nervous. Where is it? Where is the source of all this darkness? When will it attack? Minutes passed, but just like during the scouting mission, nothing happened. The convoy rolled forward with modest, but constant speed. Meter after meter of old asphalt disappeared under the wheels of the Rhino, and the stone walls seemed to move past them, vanishing into the darkness. The tunnel was silent, with only the passing of the human vehicles making any noise. From time to time, side passages opened up to either left or right of the convoy, making Sonny especially nervous. All these paths sloped down, leading deeper underground. He was prepared for something to lunge at them from the darkness, but nothing did. Northern, we don't need to set foot in those passages. We just need to reach the exit and escape this dreadful place. Just like that, an hour passed, and then another, and another. The tunnel continued to stretch forward, seemingly endless. The more time passed, the deeper Sonny's scowl became. After a while, he finally left the roof of the Rhino anti-dove back into its interior with a dark expression. Walking up to Luster, B ground his teeth and said, "That's enough. Stop the convoy." Luster glanced at him questioningly, then shrugged. The APC slowed down, and then stopped. The other vehicles followed suit, and soon, the whole convoy came to a halt. Sonny left the Rhino and stood still for a few moments, staring at the weathered asphalt. Sergeant Gear and the members of his cohort soon approached from the direction of other vehicles, while Luster, Professor Obel, and Beth exited the Rhino through the hatch. Saint walked over to the edge of the roof, looking at them from above indifferently. Most of the gathered people had grave expressions on their faces. Noticing the grim mood, Luster blinked a couple of times, then turned to Sonny. Captain, why did we stop? Is there a problem?" Sonny looked at him silently. "Yes. There is a problem, you fool. Can't you tell?" Luster scratched the back of his head. "What, is there a nightmare creature ahead?" Sonny sighed, then looked up. "No, there's nothing ahead. That's the problem. We've been driving for about 7 hours, correct? What was our average speed?" The young man hesitated for a moment. 30 kilometers per hour, sir." They had not rushed and kept a modest speed, to be able to react in case danger appeared front ahead. Sonny nodded. "That is more than 200 kilometers of going straight forward. And yet, there is no exit. Do you see the problem now?" Luster's eyes suddenly widened. "Oh well, if you put it like that, it really is weird." Sonny gritted his teeth. "It's not just weird. If there was a tunnel of that length in Antarctica, it would have been the longest one in the world, by far. Everyone would have known about it." Luster paled a little, then studied everyone's faces. "How come no one did, then?" "Sir?" Sonny looked down and shook his head. "There is only one possible answer. This tunnel, something is very, very wrong with it." Chapter 934, No Way Out. There could not have been a tunnel that stretched under the Antarctic center for hundreds of kilometers. Not only would a structure like that be a miraculous feat of engineering, but far too many people, especially the army strategist and someone as knowledgeable as Professor Obel, would be aware of its existence. However, no one had been. Sonny remained silent for a while, then looked at the old man. Professor Obel simply shook his head. "I am afraid I can't explain." Which is not too surprising. After the nightmare spell descended, there are many things in the world that science, or rather, our limited scientific understanding, fails to explain. Sonny sighed. Great. What was he supposed to do now? It was clear that the laws of nature were either broken or worked differently inside the tunnel. Space was not behaving as it was supposed to behave, or maybe they had simply traveled to some strange pocket dimension that was filled with nothing but true darkness. Maybe they were all under the influence of another mind hex. Maybe they had all been devoured by the swarm of brood beasts, and were now condemned to an eternal purgatory. Who could tell? Sonny cursed silently, then wrapped all four shadows around the undying chain to ramp up its mental protection. Nothing changed. The oppressive darkness did not disappear. If anything, it seemed even more foreboding now. He closed his eyes for a moment. All right. Let's not panic yet. Sonny looked around, then walked to the wall of the tunnel and struck it with his fist. A startling bang rolled through the tunnel, echoing in the darkness. In the place where his steel gauntlet had landed, a small impression appeared, with a net of cracks spreading from it through the cold stone. Get back into your vehicles. Everyone followed his instructions without asking questions. The convoy continued to move forward. However, this time, Sonny made it stop after 10 minutes and left the rhino alone. Wrapping the shadows around his body, he activated the Light Eater enchantment of the crawl site to illuminate the path and ran back into the darkness. Moving much faster than the vehicles had, he soon reached the point of the previous stop and studied the cracked section of the wall, then made his way back. The convoy moved for another 10 minutes. After that, Sonny commanded them to put the vehicles in reverse. The tunnel was not wide enough for the rhino and the civilian transports to turn around and drive back. After a while, he gave the order to stop. This is bad. His seemingly erratic actions, of course, had not been without a reason. Sonny already knew that it was possible to go back to a previously visited spot inside the tunnel. Bell, Dawn, and himself had walked for around 6 kilometers during the initial scouting, and then safely returned to the convoy. The first stop he had ordered was to make sure that the same principles still applied. Indeed, he had been able to return to the marked portion of the wall from 5 kilometers away. The second stop was to test if something would change with more distance, and it bad. They should have long seen the imprint of his fist and the net of cracks around it, but there was none. At some point in time, somewhere between 5 and 10 kilometers of separation, the mark had disappeared without a trace. Which was very, very bad news for Sonny. It meant that they could not return to the collapsed exit from the tunnel. The way back, and the condominium option he had of escaping to the surface, did not exist anymore. Staring into the darkness, Sonny felt a cold shiver run down his spine. If he had led the scouting party a few kilometers further, would they have been separated from the convoy forever? Would they be doomed to wander the darkness alone, for the rest of their lives? He had come close to disaster without even knowing it. I was lucky. One of his worst fears had become reality. Sonny was more than capable of fighting against enemies that he could strike down, even if their strength seemed overwhelming. However, he was as powerless as the rest against circumstances like the one they found themselves in right now, against threats that were both unseen and unexplainable, dooming those who encountered them silently and without warning. Simply by existing. Against threats like that, he needed someone like Cassie. Sadly, she was far away, probably preparing for the war between Vela and Song with the rest of the Firekeepers. Damnation. He looked at the stone walls of the tunnel, then at the battered vehicles of the convoy. There were almost 400 people in them that he had promised to rescue. Was he going to become a liar? Sonny tilted his head a little, then blinked. Wait, what nonsense am I thinking about? I have always been a liar. There's nothing for me to become. Lai took a deep breath. No, it is all right. I'll find a way out. After all, he did not need to understand the nature of the trap. He just had to break it. Somehow. Sonny rubbed his face, glanced at the darkness one last time, and gestured for Luster to continue driving the rhino forward. Before anything else, they had to make sure that there was really no limit to the strange endlessness of the dark tunnel. The convoy traveled through the darkness, traversing kilometer after kilometer. More hours passed with nothing changing. Then, some more. Eventually, an entire day was gone. Slowly, a sense of dread was spreading through the exhausted refugees and the mundane soldiers. Even the irregulars seemed tense. Sonny commanded everyone to stop and make camp. People needed rest, and nothing would improve if they persisted forward despite everything. As the soldiers started cooking food and arranging sleeping places for the civilians, he walked some distance away from them and called Sergeant Gear over. Gear jogged to where Sonny stood, half swallowed by Darlutes, and asked in a hoarse voice. "Yes, Captain. Did you need something?" Sonny lingered for a few moments, looking back at the convoy. Then, he looked at the sergeant and said, "Yeah. I have 2 questions for you. How much food do we have left? And how long will the fuel cells of the transports last?" Chapter 935, Unmoored. While the people of the convoy were settling into rest, Sonny observed them with a dark expression on his pale face. Finally, he winced and headed back into the Rhino. There, the irregulars were waiting, unsure what to do. It was not like he had answers, either, but Sonny had to decide what their next steps would be. He hesitated for a few moments. "Luster, Samara, and Dawn. Go to sleep and report our situation. Perhaps Army Command has some idea about what we are dealing with here." Despite the ominous nature of the dark tunnel, things weren't as bleak as they seemed. The convoy was cut off from the 1st Evacuation Army in terms of actual support, but information still flowed between the cohort and their superiors. Somewhere in the government databases, there had to be a hint on how to escape the endless darkness. Even if no one had ever encountered me at source before, people would have clashed against something similar in the past. If not, Sonny would venture into the dream realm himself and seek out Cassie. With her powerful divination abilities, she was his best bet. More than that, he could transport food and other resources from the ivory tower with the help of the covetous coffer, so his people were not going to starve. For now, time was not their enemy. They just had to find a way to solve the puzzle and escape. He sighed. Unless something changes for the worse. To any case, there was no point in panicking yet. Sonny watched as 3 of his soldiers climbed into the sleeping pods, then sent the rest to keep watch over the refugees. The oppressive veil of darkness that muted his senses was still there, grinding on Sonny's nerves. He was tired, too. At least there is no call here. In fact, this was the first time in a long while when Sonny did not hear the call at all. Everywhere else in the Antarctic Center, it kept whispering quietly into the ears of awakened, but here in the dark tunnel, the whispers were gone. Lai was not sure if that was a good sign or a bad omen. "Well, see soon." Ordering his shadows to observe the temporary camp, Sonny climbed into a sleeping niche himself. Things were going to get better after he slept. If nothing else, his reserves of essence would be somewhat replenished. That alone was enough to make him feel more confident. That night, Sonny had a nightmare. He dreamt of the ditch that he had crawled into after being gutted by the Forsaken Night, and of cold, overflowing darkness. That was an unpleasant surprise, since he had grown accustomed to sleeping peacefully ever since the Kingdom of Hope. His dreams were usually guarded by nightmare. If a bad dream appeared, it was promptly destroyed or subjugated by the Shadow Steed. But now that Nightmare was himself slumbering after receiving wounds, Sonny was left without his protection. Too bad. Feeling less rested than he would have preferred to, Sonny went to the command suite of the Rhine and studied the monitors to get a glimpse of the convoy's camp. Everything seemed to be in order. The shadows would have woken him up if anything happened, but it was nice to make sure. He lingered for a while, then walked over to the kitchen area to brew himself some coffee. Some time later, carrying a steaming cup, Sonny returned to the living area and leaned on a bulkhead. With nothing else to do, he simply stared at the closed panels that hid the sleeping niches. The awakened he had sent to the dream realm were going to return soon. Finally, when his coffee was almost gone, one of the panels slid away, revealing the insides of the pod. There, Luster slowly opened his eyes and looked directly at Sonny. Then, the young man flinched back with a startled expression on his face. "Captain? What are you doing here?" Sonny silently brought the cup to his lips and took a sip. "I am drinking coffee, fool. What does it look like LM doing?" Luster opened his mouth, then closed it. He seemed to be very confused. "No, I mean, What are you doing in my citadel? How did you get here? That doesn't wait. He finally looked around, realizing that he was inside the rhino. However, Luster's confusion only grew. That is not my citadel. Sunny frowned, studying the young man's expression. Why would you think that you are inside a citadel? Luster blinked a couple of times. Well, that is how things work, right? You go to sleep in the real world, and are sent to the dream realm. Don't tell me. Sunny closed his eyes for a moment. So what you are trying to say is that you did not return from the dream realm? You fell asleep in the waking world, and woke up in the real world? Luster let out a nervous laugh. Ha, that's impossible. Awakened don't stay in the real world when we sleep. But also yes. The last thing I remember is settling inside the pod, sir. The corner of Sunny's mouth twitched. It seemed that the impossible had just happened. An awakened fell asleep without being transported to the dream realm. Luster's son had remained in the dark tunnel. So did the souls of Kim and Samra, when they woke up shortly after. The result was the same, they had been confused and startled. None of the three had managed to reach a citadel. That is not good at all. Without saying much, Sunny reached within himself and tried to sense the familiar pull of his anchor in the dream realm. Usually, as long as he concentrated on the anchor, he would initiate the process of traveling across worlds. However, this time, there was nothing. No matter how hard he searched, his soul centered devoid of the dream realm's pull. His connection to the ivory tower was gone, just like the call. Suddenly cold, Sunny glanced at the sea of darkness surrounding the fragile island of light where hundreds of refugees were trapped, shivering as they slept. What the hell is this place? Chapter 936, Anything That Can Go Wrong. I should have known that something like that would happen. During one of his conversations with Professor Obel, Sunny had learned of a thing called Murphy's Law. Anything that can go wrong will go wrong. He did not know who Murphy was and why that person had been in a position to establish world-governing laws, but their veracity was hard to dispute. Perhaps that Murphy had been a bit of a tenacious cockroach himself, to come up with such an undeniable rule. In any case, that was exactly what had happened. Everything had gone wrong. Sunny had hoped to receive information and resources through the dream realm, but now, that hope was destroyed. The strange nature of the endless tunnel prevented Awakened from traveling across worlds. He had not even known that something like that was possible. Damnation. Instructing the members of the cohort to keep the news to themselves, Sunny hesitated for a bit, and then gave the convoy an order to break camp. They had to continue moving forward. At that point, he did not expect to reach the exit. However, Sunny still needed information. The tunnel was not looping on itself, as yesterday's experiments had proved, so there had to be some other type of magic involved. IIE suspected that it was spatial in nature, but had to observe more to come to a reliable conclusion. The Rhino rolled forward, and the civilian transports followed. Once again, they waded through the silent darkness, cutting it with beams of light. Stone walls flew by, and since their surface always looked the same, it was easy to imagine that the convoy was not moving at all, and was instead stuck in place, cursed to repeat the same moment in time over and over again. The only thing that broke the monotony were the foreboding entrances to the side passages that occasionally appeared from either left or right. Sunny knew that the most logical solution would be to try and explore them instead of stubbornly trying to reach the exit of the main tunnel. However, he felt reluctant to do so, at least for now. It was as though everything was forcing him to make that decision, which was exactly what sent his paranoia into overdrive. It's almost like something is trying to lure us deeper underground, curse it. The side passages were too narrow for the Rhino to pass, anyway. And he was not going to abandon the APC unless absolutely necessary. Sunny did pay the side passages a lot of attention, though. As he studied the entrances and the darkness that shrouded them, a small hint of suspicion appeared in his mind. Apart from that, he was not remaining idle, even if it might have looked like that to the rest of the people riding inside the Rhino. Throughout the next day, Sunny remained in his chair in the command suite. He did glance at the screens from time to time, but rarely. Mostly, he just moved his fingers in a strange way, making it seem as though they were performing a complicated dance. At some point, Beth couldn't stay quiet anymore and asked in an irritated tone. "What on earth are you doing? Are you trying to cast a magic spell, or something?" There was deep unease and fear hidden behind that annoyance, though. Sunny smiled. "Actually, that is exactly what I am trying to do. I am an amateur sorcerer, you see." The young woman scoffed. "Fine, don't tell me. I guess you finally lost your mind." But Sunny had told her the truth. Although she could not see them, he was actually weaving strings of essence between his fingers. At that point, Sunny was proficient enough to not cut off any of his fingers in the process, like he had in the Red Colosseum. There was not even a single cut on them. However, creating strings of shadow essence, not to mention arranging them into an actual weave, required a lot of time, concentration, and, most of all, of essence itself. That was why he had not been able to practice weaving a lot, if at all, after disembarking in Antarctica. The chain of nightmare was too dire and hectic, and demanded too much of him to waste those precious resources on unnecessary things. But now, things were different. By the end of the second day inside the tunnel, Sunny was able to create enough strings to turn an object into a memory. He needed a bit more for what he wanted to achieve, though, so he continued with the task through the night. On the third day of traveling low darkness, when people turned quiet and fear spread through the convoy like a plague, he produced Weaver's Needle from the covetous coffer, as well as one of the transcendent soul shards he had stored there before. Any shard would have worked, but Sunny only had these at hand. The needle glowed with soft golden radiance. Using it to create the basic weaves, he began the process of turning it into a memory. Doing so was relatively easy for him, since he had done so many times in the past. This time, however, there was an especially thorny part of the process. Sunny had learned how to name memories through their weave at some point, but each rune took time and additional strings to create. Learning how to weave runes had not been easy, either, and had required both a good understanding of weaves and a deep knowledge of the runic language the spell used. He could skip that step, of course, in which case the memory would be simply called by the spell. But Sunny was going for something else this time. In the end, he tiredly put the needle down and let out a shaky breath. Both Professor Obel and Beth were staring at him with curiosity. The old man had not wanted to break Sunny's concentration before, but now he finally asked. "Young man, I am sorry, but could you perhaps explain what you were doing these past 2 days? I must admit, it looked quite bizarre in the start, but now, we are both very intrigued." Sunny smiled. I was preparing to send a message." With that, he dismissed the needle, which disappeared into a rain of golden sparks, making both Professor Obel and Beth blink. Then, Sunny summoned the runes and looked at the list of his memories. Visible only to him, the runes shimmered in the air. Sin of Solace, Bitter Cusp, Stilled Scream. And then, the last one. Memory. I am stuck in an endless tunnel full of true darkness. How the hell do I get out? Asked Cassie. Memory rank Transcendent. Memory Tier 1. The corner of his eye twitched. What an ugly sight. I'll definitely rename it later. Chapter 937, Exchanging Messages. The memory Sunny had created was, of course, a message to Nephis. The shadow bond that connected them was an innate ability of his aspect, and as such, existed outside of the spell. It did not matter that the convoy was isolated from the dream realm, their tenuous link remained active. Of darkness were anything short of terrifying. However, how was he supposed to find it? And if that thing was so frightening, how was he going to destroy it? Really now, would it have killed them, to be more specific? He shook his head with a bitten expression. Well, it must have not been easy to scrounge up 15 new memories, let alone ones with names that could be arranged into a simple cipher. So, Sunny thought that he should be thankful. Yeah, thank you kindly. Regardless of how he felt, the course of action was rather clear. As Sunny stared at the walls of the tunnel that flew by, a dark entrance to a side passage appeared in view. What little of it could be seen showed a narrow road that sloped down at a steep angle. He quietly grimaced. I guess I won't be able to avoid crawling deeper underground. In the end, how unexpected. Chapter 938, Food Delivery. The convoy had stopped once again. This time, however, there was one significant difference to the place Sunny had chosen to set camp. It was situated near one of the side passages, which they had avoided at all costs in the past. Currently, the irregulars were gathered around the dark entrance, staring at it with gloomy expressions on their faces. Sunny did not look too enthused, either. After a while, he sighed and glanced at his subordinates. Have any of you noticed it? They looked at each other, not sure what to say. After a while, Dawn spoke in a somber voice. What exactly were we supposed to notice, Captain? Sunny silently shook his head. In the past few days, he had been observing the side passages attentively as the convoy passed them, trying to see if there was a pattern to when and where they appeared. The tunnel looked to be endless, after all, so it seemed that there was an endless amount of these branching paths, too, which was a bit weird. In the process of observing the side passages, a sinking sense of suspicion took hold of his heart, and by now, that suspicion was all but confirmed. He frowned. Well, I don't blame you. It's pretty hard to notice. Then, Sunny pointed at a particular spot on the stone wall of the tunnel, right where it made way for the open chasm of the entrance to the side passage. There's a small protrusion there, and on the opposite side, the stone is chipped near the floor. There's also that crack over there. They stared at the spots he showed, not quite sure of the meaning of these small, barely noticeable features. What about them? Sunny lingered for a moment. Nothing, really, in and of itself. But if you watched closely, you would have seen that these exact imperfections are present at each of the entrances we passed in the last couple of days. The first one we saw during the initial scouting had them, too. With how rough the walls of the tunnel are, it is only expected that there would be nothing smooth about the side passages, but still. Exact cracks. At exactly the same spots, at hundreds of entrances. Don't you think it's strange? Luster stared at the chipped portion of the wall, then scratched the back of his head. I don't get it. Did someone leave these marks on purpose? Sunny shook his head. No. What I am trying to say is that there are no hundreds of entrances. There's just one entrance, and one side passage, repeating over and over across the tunnel. All these entrances we saw were the same, and lead to the same place. The irregulars paled. After a long stretch of grim silence, Bell finally spoke. So, we are being invited somewhere. Noticing his carefree smile, Kim shivered. More like being lured somewhere, don't you think? The swordsman just shrugged. Well, an invitation has to be alluring, right? Otherwise, no one will come. Kim stared at him with a deadpan expression for a few moments, then turned to Sunny. So what are we going to do, Captain? Sunny echoed Bell's smile, making her eyes widen slightly. What else? We are going to answer the invitation, of course. Sure, it all seems like a dreadful trap after all. The damn tunnel more or less left us no choice but to try and explore the side passage. It's an ingenious food delivery system. If you think about it, the food delivers itself. We are the food in this metaphor, of course, and we are going to deliver ourselves to whatever it is that's waiting underground. Bell's eyes glinted. And then we eat it instead of it eating us? Sunny cleared his throat. Right. That's the plan. We are going to try to only he eaten a little, at the very least. Something told him that his plan did not sound too encouraging to the regulars. He coughed. Also, I have it on good authority that we will have to get the hell out of the tunnel as soon as the thing trapping us inside is found and destroyed. So, we will split into two teams. One team will go down, the other will remain with the convoy and make sure that all vehicles get to the surface. The irregulars looked at each other, trying to guess who will be assigned to which team. Luster was their best pilot, so he would have to remain with the Rhino. Samra's aspect was less useful in narrow spaces, so there was no point in taking her deeper underground, either. The rest of them, that was the question. Quentin looked into the darkness, and then asked calmly. So who is going to accept the invitation, Captain? Sunny glanced at him with a dour face. Ah, that's easy. I am going to take a look underground, while all of you will stay with the convoy. The members of his cohort immediately protested. It's too dangerous to go alone. Captain, someone has to watch your back. Please reconsider. Sunny listened to them for a while, then waved a hand. Shut up, you idiots. Do I look like a hero to you? If I could take you with me, I would. Hell, LD, take a whole army. However, none of you can traverse the distance fast enough to return to the convoy in time. I can, though. He sighed, remembering one of the recruits he had decided to pass on. The guy who could create rifts in space. That aspect would have come really handy right now. However, there was no time to regret past choices. He was very happy with his cohort, too. Plus, I am not going alone. I am taking Saint with me. What, did you think that LD risk my hide? She wasn't close enough to save it. The regulars grumbled for a bit, but eventually accepted his decision. Captain's echo was truly powerful. If a master and an ascended demon couldn't handle the source of the unnatural darkness, then the members of the cohort would not be of much use there, anyway. They were not an ordinary master and an average echo, either. Sunny gave a few more orders, making sure that the convoy would be fine in his absence, then called Saint and returned to the mouth of the side passage. The two of them faced the darkness, remained still for a while, and then silently dove into its cold embrace. Damnation. Chapter 939, In the Belly of the Beast. The side passage was full of impenetrable darkness, too, flowing around Sunny as it turned him blind and deaf. The blade of the cruel sight was shining with a soft radiance, creating a small circle of light around him. That light seemed to be struggling against the tide of chilling blackness, making it appear more absolute. The walls of the passage were much closer to each other than that of the main tunnel, its roof lower, and the circle of light was even narrower still. All of that made Sunny feel extremely claustrophobic. He walked forward with a resentful expression on his face, feeling the floor slope downward beneath his feet. If there was one thing that reassured them, it was the silent silhouette of Saint, who was by his side. The taciturn demon moved with her usual indifference, wielding the sin of solace in her hands. Together, they descended deeper into the belly of the mountain. Curse it, damn it, this is such crap. Sunny was, unsurprisingly, very nervous. There were a lot of things for him to be nervous about. Not only was he willingly walking into a trap of an unknown, but immensely powerful nightmare creature, he was also surrounded by true darkness, the element that directly countered most of his abilities. Not only that, but he also found himself in a strange situation. Most Awakened possessed at least one luminous memory. Those were usually both cheap and easy to get, so everyone had some sort of enchanted item to serve as a lantern in their arsenal. However, Sunny had never needed one, so he only had the cruel sight. Its Light Eater enchantment allowed the Samba spear to absorb light, and then expel it. After months spent in the darkness of the polar night, most of the sunlight that it had devoured in the past was long gone. What little remained was supposed to last him a few hours, but what if he failed to complete his mission by then? Sunny brought several chemical flares with him, just in case, but he really hoped to not get a chance to use them. Additionally, he had to leave one of his shadows with the convoy. Surrounded by true darkness, he could not turn into one to swiftly travel across the network of tunnels, but he could still shadow step back to one of his invaluable helpers. That was why Sunny had ventured into the depths of the mountain alone, hoping to escape whatever disaster waited ahead in an instant. So a quarter of his power was gone, as well. Right now, Gloomy Shadow was with Saint, Creepy Shadow was augmenting the cruel sight, and the haughty one was wrapped around his body. The five of them were a fearsome quintet nevertheless. Sunny did not feel confident. The odds were just stacked against him too much. What's the big deal, anyway? It's just a creepy, inescapable mountain full of true elemental darkness. Which apparently has a heart. A piece of cake. Saint turned her head a little and stared at him, the ruby jewels of her eyes glowing with cold crimson light. It was only then that Sunny noticed that his teeth were chattering. He forced out a weak smile. What? It's really cold here, you know. Indeed, it was. Steam escaped from his lips, and his voice echoed off the stone walls, traveling far into the narrow passage. Sunny grew quiet, not wishing to announce his position to anything that might have been hiding in the darkness. They continued to descend, soon arriving at an intersection, which was drowning in darkness. It was the first one of many, just as Professor Obel had said. There was a whole network of tunnels excavated during the dark times here, meant to serve as a bomb shelter in case of an all-out war. The tunnels cut deep into the mountain, creating a strange labyrinth. Sunny was sure that there was some logic to how they were arranged, but the intent of the engineers that had built this place escaped him. If anything, the system of passages and chambers cut roughly in the stone seemed random and disorderly. Almost organic. And, of course, each was consumed by darkness. At this depth, Sunny started to feel as though the darkness was moving around him, flowing through the tunnels, like blood rushing through colossal veins. He shivered. Calm down, damn it. Find the heart, and destroy it. What if it was not a metaphorical heart, but a quite literal one? Gritting his teeth, Sunny continued forward. Faced with the complicated maze of passages, he navigated through it following a simple principle. Each time they arrived at an intersection, he chose the path that led further down. For now, this method seemed to be working, since the surrounding darkness seemed to have become thicker, and flowed faster. After a while, he started to hear a strange hum. Low and distant like a quiet whisper, it reverberated through the cold stone, echoing and growing more persistent as Sunny ventured deeper into the network of tunnels. Struggling against a sense of vast, primordial fear, he glanced at Saint, and then stubbornly continued walking. Soon, Sunny arrived at a dead end, or rather, what should have been a dead end. The tunnel he was following came to an abrupt stop, but the wall in front of him had collapsed or had been shattered at some point in the past, revealing an entrance to something that looked like a natural cave. He hesitated for a few moments, then climbed over the pile of rubble and entered the cave. It stretched forward, twisting and turning, growing so narrow that Saint had to fall back and now walked behind. The dark passages had changed from those cut through the stone by human tools to being rough and uneven. The floor rose and fell, too, making moving forward hard. If Sunny had felt as though he was in a maze before, now, he had completely lost his sense of direction. All he knew was that he was still moving down, and that the darkness was flowing past him with increasing speed. The nuclear hum was growing louder and louder. By then, Sunny had been completely overcome by an irrational feeling that he was not traveling through a network of caves, but instead crawling through the veins of a bizarre, colossal, terrifying creature. If it really is alive, then I don't want to know what kind of creature it is. Just as that thought flashed through Sunny's mind, the radiance of the cruel sight's blade suddenly flickered, and was instantly extinguished. All that was left was utter darkness. Chapter 940, Heart of Darkness. Damned knew that this would happen. There was a scratching sound in the utter darkness, and then, a stream of bright scarlet flame shot out of a chemical flare. Rising it above his head, Sunny looked at the narrow cave, which was now flooded with dim, ominous red light. The darkness retreated, for now, but it seemed ready to pounce on him at any moment. Feeling his heart beating wildly, he glanced at Saint, who still stood behind him, unfazed. Turning away, Sunny grumbled. Well, what did I expect? She was born in the underworld, of all places. I bet Saint is feeling right at home in this misbegotten darkness. He remained motionless for a few moments, getting accustomed to the blood-red gloom that surrounded him. Then, Sunny hit his lip and took a step forward. Let's go. We still need to find the heart. The crawl site was not supposed to burn through its reserve of absorbed light so soon. The chemical flare, which was supposed to burn for at least 15 minutes, stuttered and drowned in just 5, forcing him to ignite a new one. It was as though keeping true darkness at bay exhausted any source of light faster than it should have been possible. And the deeper into the mountain they went, the more pronounced that discrepancy became. Curse it all. Sunny had dreaded reaching the heart of darkness, but now that he was literally burning through his flares at a concerning speed, he couldn't wait to find it. Sadly, it turned out to be harder than he had thought. The human-made tunnels above had an obvious direction, but the chaotic network of caves was both harder to traverse and all over the place. Sometimes, he would follow a path downward, only to end up climbing for a while. Other times, descending deeper into the mountain only made the distant hum grow quieter, which told him that he was getting further from his goal. In the end, Sunny abandoned all pretense of knowing what he was doing and chose where to go randomly, relying on his intuition to show him the way. Soon, he discovered a new pattern. The passages where the darkness seemed to flow faster were the ones that felt correct to him. Armed with that knowledge, he hurried forward, knowing that there was not much time left. Time had lost all meaning, and Sunny only measured it by the amount of flares he had burned through. When there were only 2 of them left, he finally reached his destination. The walls of the narrow passage he was following suddenly disappeared, and he found himself in a vast, spherical cave. One in the dim red light, he could see dozens of similar dark holes opening into it, each leading to a different natural tunnel. However, Sunny did not pay them any attention. All he could look at was a giant orb of jet-black stone that floated in the center of the cave, burning darkly with the crimson reflections of the flare's fire. The darkness flowed through it, or maybe was born from it. The hum he had heard came from the orb, like a rustle of waves that were imprisoned within it. Suddenly, he felt a terrible chill spread through his body. Whatever that black sphere was, he knew that it was not something any human was supposed to see. Run. Sunny gulped. He couldn't believe that no one was guarding that thing. Then again, there was nothing guarding his own heart, either. If something managed to crawl into his chest, it would find his ribcage empty of defenders, as well. Maybe not, if Bloodreeve had to say anything about it. Sunny stretched his senses outward, checking if his connection with the 4th shadow still remained. It was there, albeit strangely muddled. Nevertheless, he knew that he would be able to use Shadow Step to get the hell out of the dark cave after destroying the Heart of Darkness. No time to waste, then. His second-to-last flare was about to burn out. Stepping forward, Sunny chased all hesitation away from his mind and thrust the blade of the crawl site forward. It struck the side of the black orb and slid off its surface without leaving a scratch. Sunny froze. The sound of the spear hitting polished stone seemed deafening, and when it died down, was it just him, or did the tuna coming from the sphere grow a little louder? Glancing at Saint, he felt cold sweat rolling down his face and whispered, "Help me with it, will you?" The taciturn knight remained motionless for a moment, staring at the sphere with a hint of subdued emotion. Then, her eyes suddenly flared, the flames inside them turning darker. Saint did something strange. She took a step forward and handed him the Sin of Solace. Confused, Sunny grabbed the hilt of the Jade Jian, feeling the infuriating whispers assault his mind. Pathetic. He frowned, surprised at the sudden thought. Was it a thought? At that moment, Saint took another step forward and unsheathed her broken stone sword. The jagged line of its shattered blade flashed through the darkness and sunk into the black surface of the spear to the hilt. A small crack snaked its way up and down through the surface of the orb. Suddenly, the bum became almost deafening. What? Then, the giant orb suddenly burst open, releasing a tide of darkness that washed over Sunny and Saint, throwing him back. He fell on the cold stone, feeling something rustling against the steel of the undying chain. the flare was swiftly extinguished. In the last split second that it burned, Sunny saw what the darkness released from the sphere was, and understood what the hum he had heard represented. It was not the rustle of the waves. Instead, it was the rustle of countless tiny feet scraping against the shell of the black sphere from within. The flood of darkness that had escaped from the cracked orb was actually myriads of tiny beetle-like creatures that were now swarming over him like a river, already shredding the transcendent metal of his armor. Worse still, the tide of them was still flowing out of the broken sphere, rushing into the dozens of passages leading out of the cave like a flood. The sight of it was both terrifying and bizarre. No matter how large the shell of black stone had been, the mass of beetles it released and was continuing to disgorge was many times larger than what could possibly fit inside. At this rate, the whole mountain was going to be filled with them in mere minutes. So that's why she told me to run. Feeling a sharp pain suddenly pierce his side, Sunny belatedly realized a dreadful fact. He needed to enter a shadow to use Shadow Step. And with all light gone, there were no shadows left in the true darkness of the flooded cave. Chapter 941, Time to Run. Sunny was buried under a moving carpet of dark beetles. His armor was being chewed through, and a few of them had already gotten inside somehow, their razor-sharp mandibles sinking into his flesh. Crap. For a moment, his thoughts were scattered, but the sudden pulse of pain cleared them. Blinded, Sunny shuddered and tried to move his hand to cover the eye slits of his helmet's featureless mask. It was too late. One of the insects had already crawled through. Since Sunny could not see anything, he only realized it when something cold and slithering brushed against his nose. Lle instantly closed his eyes, and a split second later, a sharp pain pierced his face as one of his cheeks was torn open. A repulsed hiss escaped through Sunny's lips. Jerking his head, he felt the beetle fall down, and then caught it with his mouth, crushing the bastard between his teeth. It felt like chewing on steel, but the resilient shell broke with an appalling crunch, filling his mouth with sharp fragments and an indescribably bitter taste. Ugh. Finally, he managed to free his hand from underneath the mass of beetles and covered the eye slits with it, then struggled to stand up. Sunny managed to rise to his knees, but at that moment, a new wave of beetles smashed into his chest, throwing him back down. It felt as though he was drowning. A crushing weight of the endless river of creatures pressed him down, making it hard to breathe. With each second, there were more and more of them, and the weight grew more unbearable. In the dark cave, the seething darkness that consisted of countless myriads of tiny insects was rising like a tidal wave, already flooding most of the tunnels. The uninterrupted surface of wriggling black insects was slowly crawling higher and higher, the shards of the broken sphere already disappearing beneath them. The rustling HTTM of tiny feet scraping against stone turned into a rumbling roar. Then, a hand in an armored gauntlet broke through the surface, the chemical flare grasped by it igniting with intense scarlet flame. Growling, Sunny pushed himself through the squirming mass of dark beetles and managed to rise to his feet with a stagger. Even standing, he was waist-deep in the rushing river of the black shells. As several of them continued to bite into his flesh, he briefly looked around. It took him a split second to take in the sight of the underground cave, which was painted crimson by his last flare and swiftly drowning in the tide of darkness. He had already dismissed Saint, so now, all that was left for him was to run. Damned bugs, why did it have to be bugs? The flare in his hand stuttered, the stream of red flame it was spewing rapidly growing shorter. But before it died, he already dove into the shadows, disappearing from view. The fluttering flare fell into the mass of dark beetles, and was instantly swallowed by it, the last hint of light disappearing from the hidden cave perhaps forever. Back in the main tunnel, the convoy was nervously waiting for something to change. Everyone was already loaded into the vehicles, and waiting for the captain to return. Minute passed after minute, with no news of hint. The ever-present darkness remained the same. Inside the Rhino, Luster was sitting quietly in the pilot's seat. Professor Obel and Beth were in the lounge area, discussing something among themselves. The young woman glanced at her communicator, then took a medicine pack from her bag. At that moment, something fell from under the roof, and a familiar figure crashed into the floor, shattering one of the robust alloy chairs in the clangor of metal. All they saw was the battered surface of the bleak armor and a mess of limbs. Rolling over his shoulder and jumping to his feet, Sonny wasted a second to catch his balance, and then jerked his head sideways to look at Luster. "What the hell are you waiting for? Drive, go as fast as you can now." In the next moment, the whole mountain shuddered, and streams of dust fell from the tunnel's roof. Luster's eyes widened, and he sent the APC forward without asking a single question. If the captain was shouting, things were seriously bad. Beth and Professor Obel both rose, startled by Sonny's sudden arrival. "What?" He threw a hand in their direction. "Stop, don't get closer." As the Rhino rolled into the darkness, swiftly accelerating, the rest of the vehicles promptly followed. Inside the APC, the undying chain disappeared into a rain of sparks, leaving Sonny half naked. His pale body was covered with small, ugly lacerations, but there was almost no blood in sight. Several tiny black insects fell to the floor, and were promptly and viciously stomped to death by him. Nevertheless, even after disposing of the beetles, Sonny did not look relieved. Instead, he paled even more, and then bent over, vomiting a mouthful of dark blood. Beth took a step forward, looking around in search of a medkit with a worried expression on her face. "What is going on?" Sonny bared his teeth in a growl. "I said stay back." With that, a strange stiletto appeared in his hand. Its blade was long, narrow, and seemed to be forged out of ghostly glass. Without hesitating even for a second, Sonny sent both the young woman and the old man into a momentary shock by turning the stiletto against himself and plunging it into his chest. "Hey, what are you?" A startled yelp escaped from Bet's mouth, drowning Sonny's own groan. Damn it." He twisted the moonlight shard in the wound, causing an ugly grimace to appear on his face, and then pulled the stiletto out. Impaled on it was the body of a strange beetle with a jet-black carapace, its shell broken, crushed, and smeared with blood. The tiny creature had almost reached his heart. A few moments later and Sonny would have been in a sea of trouble. He stared at the dead insect for a few moments, and then shivered. The mountain quaked again, and a net of cracks appeared on the roof of the tunnel just ahead. Sonny looked through the windshield of the speeding APC and inhaled deeply, not paying attention to the pain. Time to run. Chapter 942, Tide of Darkness. It hurts. Sonny had escaped the dark cave fast enough to not be eaten alive, or even to a serious degree. Just as he had joked, he ended up only being eaten a little. There were a few bites on his body and one on his cheek. The most serious wound by far was the one he had inflicted on himself to get the last beetle from under his skin. The moonlight shard had cut deep, but, guided by his steady hand, missed both his heart and anything else that was important. Still, it stung. Not that Sonny had time to pay it any attention. The Rhino was speeding forward, almost flying through the shuddering tunnel. All around it, the darkness was rippling and shifting, as if out of control. It felt like the thing they were inside of, whatever it might have been, was convulsing. Not exactly in the throes of death, but maybe in agony. Sonny was pretty sure that the blow Saint had delivered to the Black Sphere was not fatal to the unknown being, since he never heard the spell announcing a kill. The source of the true darkness was not destroyed, just damaged. Or maybe set free. Captain, that is new. Hearing Luster call out to him, Sonny looked forward and saw an unfamiliar shape appear from the darkness. It was a rusted frame of an old personal vehicle, which they had never seen before. The implication made a pale smile appear on his face. "It's broken." The strange anomaly that had been keeping them inside the tunnel seemed to be no more. They were actually moving forward instead of traveling endlessly through a never-ending sea of darkness. Destroying the Black Sphere had really broken the binding. He let out a shaky breath. If he had not received a message from the outside, things might have turned out differently. Sonny would have ventured into the side passages eventually, but probably without leaving one of the shadows behind. Even if he did, he would have definitely taken the rest of the irregulars with him. Then, they would have died. Actually, he still struggled to believe that everyone survived. For now. We're not out of the tunnel yet. Suddenly cold, he looked at Luster and said, "Top speed, get us out of here." The Rhino flashed past the rusted vehicle, pushing it aside with its ram. The rest of the convoy followed, and soon, they could feel the floor of the tunnel starting to slope up. That had not happened before, so Sunny took it as a good sign. Sadly, good things had ended after that. The mountain seemed to be coming to life around them. It shook and trembled, more and more cracks appearing on the walls and the roof of the tunnel. At some point, one of the walls collapsed just as the last vehicle passed it, and a flood of something dark and soothing flowed into the underground passage. Sunny shuddered, realizing that it were the beetles. The tide of them rushed into the tunnel like a river of black liquid. However, that liquid was behaving as if it possessed a maleficent sentience. Instead of spreading in every direction like water would, it seemed to deliberately rush in pursuit of the convoy. Up ahead, a deep crack appeared on another section of the wall, and a few tiny bodies fell from it on the road. Crap. All Sunny could do was pray that they would pass the swiftly growing crack before the stone wall shattered. Somehow, they did. At that point, it seemed like the whole tunnel was ready to collapse. The civilian transport struggled to keep up with the Rhino, climbing up the quaking road. Behind them, the endless flood of dark beetles was gaining speed, swelling as new streams of them poured in. Dust and pieces of stone were raining from above. But ahead of them, in the distance, a circle of dim light appeared. The exit. It was still night outside, but at least there were the stars, the ghostly flames of the aurora, and maybe even the moon. Although small, the difference between the true darkness of the underground tunnel and the mundane darkness of the outside world was apparent. They almost made it. No, they're going to make it. Sunny gritted his teeth as he watched the distant exit approach while the tunnel was breaking down around them. Just a bit more, just a little bit. Finally, the Rhino shot through the round opening, escaping into the chilling cold of the polar night. The vast expanse of the black sky appeared above, looking more beautiful than ever. Sunny grinned triumphantly. Then, his grin disappeared. Finally able to see, he sent his shadows to take a look outside, and studied their surroundings. The tunnel had led them quite high into the mountains. Behind them, the stone slopes were cracking and breaking, with giant boulders rolling down into deep gorges with deafening noise. Rivers of darkness were flowing out of the mountain, all twisting to take aim at the escaping convoy. The damned beetles were continuing to pursue them even now. In fact, the wide streams of black insects seemed more like limbs of a colossal being than swarms of tiny creatures. They stretched and slithered, looking like giant tentacles very much like those that Sunny could create himself, but on a much, much larger scale. He felt a sudden chill spread through his wounded chest, and belatedly summoned the undying chain back. Their battle might not have ended just yet. But how could he fight something like that? No, their only chance of survival was to run. Even Cassie had said that he had to run. So, that was what Sunny planned to do. Luckily, the fleet appeared to be a little bit faster than the flood of darkness. Oh crap. Hearing Luster's shout, Sunny felt the Rhino come to an abrupt stop. It was so violent and sudden that he was thrown off his feet, while Beth and Professor Obel grimaced in their seats, secured in place by durable straps. What is he doing? Has that bastard lost his mind? Before even standing up, Sunny commanded his shadows to look away from the approaching tide of black beetles and try to see what had made Luster stop. What they found made him utter a curse. Damn it all. Right in front of them, there was a vast canyon that seemed so deep that it might have as well been bottomless. There was a long, wide vehicle bridge connecting the two sides of the canyon. Sadly, the bridge had collapsed at some point in the past, maybe decades ago. Now, all that remained of it was a piece of broken road that hung over a dark abyss, and Rhino had stopped precariously just a few meters away from the edge. Chapter 943, No Way Forward. Decurse it. Sonny stared at the dark abyss of the canyon, his mind empty. A second passed in stunned silence, then another. Finally, he turned around and looked back, as though capable of gazing through the armored hull of the Rhino. Which he was, in a way. There, behind the heavy AFC, the other vehicles of the convoy had hit the brakes, barely avoiding slamming into each other. They were crowded on the mountain road, snow dancing in the narrow beams of the headlights. And behind the convoy, the flood of darkness was rushing forward, stretching its tentacles in their direction. They had maybe a minute before the mass of dark beetles reached the rear vehicle. This time, Sonny was not going to be able to protect it. He might manage to destroy hundreds, or even thousands of the ghastly insects, but it would be like a drop in the ocean. None of his attacks would be able to deal the titanic wave of darkness any serious harm, especially because, as Sonny suspected, the beetles were not technically alive. Not only did he not hear the spell announcing the kills while slaying the few that had crawled into his armor, but the mere fact that the damned creatures traveled with him through the shadows meant that they were somehow akin to inanimate objects. Sonny was only able to carry those with him through Shadow Step, after all. What good would it do to kill a bunch of bugs that were not even alive, to begin with? Captain, what do we do? Sonny glanced at Luster, then said in a hoarse voice. What else? Run, we have to run. Then, he silently disappeared into the shadows. A moment later, Sonny was standing at the edge of the broken road, looking into the bottomless abyss below. The biting cold of the polar night caressed his skin, and the strong winds instantly tried to push him down. Behind him, the tide of black beetles was devouring the cracked surface of the road, getting closer and closer, and the mountain continued to quake, erupting with a flood of darkness. The canyon was somewhere between 100 and 200 meters wide, with steep vertical slopes that stretched far, far down. There was no secondary road to skirt its edge or descend to its bottom, only the broken bridge and the vast schism separating the fleet from the opposite side. Sonny gritted his teeth. There was not much time to think, so he did the first thing that came to his mind, without even stopping to consider if it was possible to pull off. If it was impossible, he would just have to change that. His essence surged, coursing through his veins with tremendous speed, and then flowed outward. His face paled as his eyes turned into two pools devoid of any light. Just as the darkness disgorged by the mountain moved, the shadows covering its slopes moved, too. The deep murk drowning the deep canyon boiled, rushing upward. Two black pillars suddenly broke through the snow covering the sides of the shattered road and rose into the sky, growing taller and taller with each second. At the same time, the tide of shadows rushing from below reached the edge of the broken bridge and bent, freezing for a moment above the bottomless canyon like a wave that was about to break. But, instead of breaking, the shadows continued to spread forward and solidify, as if forming a dark path above the abyss. If there was no bridge for them to cross, Sonny would just have to build one of his own. Ugh. He was expending so much essence that his soul felt as if it had come under strain. However, instead of slowing down, Sonny doubled his efforts. On the far side of the canyon, two more pillars rose, and another surge of shadows stretched into the air, growing meter after meter to meet the first one. Long tentacles of darkness shot from the tops of the pillars, turning into unbreakable chains. From them, dozens of smaller chains fell, fusing into the black surface of the growing bridge. Sonny was not concerned with how much essence he had, however, he was worried about the structural integrity of the horrid construct, and the speed with which he would be able to connect the two parts of it. There was not much time left. But there were very few people in the world who knew more about forming connections out of chains. After all, he had spent so much time in the ruined Kingdom of Hope, traveling from one island to another across the heavenly chains that bound them together. Chained together, inseparable and stronger for it. There was probably some philosophical lesson to learn from it all, but Sonny was too preoccupied to care. With a groan, he stepped aside and waved to Luster, who was staring at him through the windshield of the Rhino. Drive. The young man looked at him with wide eyes, then glanced at the eerie black road that hung above the abyss, connected to nothing and only supported by dozens of swinging chains. Then, with trembling hands, he sent the APC rolling forward. Its massive wheels soon abandoned the cracked asphalt of the broken road and touched the black surface of the shadow bridge. The manifested path of shadows shook slightly but held. It bore the full weight of the Rhino, and then that of the next vehicles that drove onto it. And then, the next. Soon, the whole fleet left the solid ground and entered the aerial road built by Sonny. He grabbed the metal handle on the hatch of the last vehicle and allowed its momentum to pull him with it, then climbed onto its roof and crashed down on the cold alloy. After several seconds, Sonny glanced back, at the approaching wave of darkness. It was already so close, too close. Somewhere ahead, the Rhino almost reached the end of the growing road of shadows. The ABC was moving faster than Sonny was capable of making the bridge manifest itself, but luckily, the second part of the path was already close. The two sides of the black bridge connected and fused with each other just a few seconds before the massive Rhino rolled over the invisible seam and continued to speed forward without pause. Soon after that, Luster let out a shaky breath as the wheels of the Rhino touched solid ground on the other side of the canyon. Sonny was feeling like he was on the verge of fainting, but forced himself to remain absolutely focused. Behind him, the myriads of dark beetles were already crawling across the shadow bridge. The wave of them were almost halfway across, putting so much pressure on the chains that a few of them were on ready to snap. Bastards. It was at that moment that the vehicle he was riding on shuddered as it passed between two tall black columns. Looking back, Sonny grinned. This is a toll bridge. Pay up or die. On second thought, just die. With a quiet groan, he released the massive shadows that had followed his wool, allowing them to return to their natural immaterial form. A sense of profound reprieve almost sent him stumbling off the roof of the moving vehicle. The shadow bridge suddenly turned ghostly, collapsing into shapelessness, and then dissipated into the night. Myriads of dark beetles plummeted down, and even more of them continued to flow front the slopes of the battered mountain, plunging into the abyss of the canyon like waterfalls of pure darkness. But the fleet was safe. It continued moving forward, putting more and more distance between itself and whatever it was that had dwelled in the network of old tunnels. Sonny let out a heavy sigh, and then sprawled listlessly on the roof of the military vehicle, looking at the distant tapestry of cold stars. No more tunnels. Damned ever. I hope. Chapter 944, Safe and Relatively Sound. After the ominous mountain disappeared from view, hidden by the snowy slopes and darkness he mundane darkness of the polar night, not the unfathomable true darkness that they had just barely escaped from the convoy finally came to a stop. Around them was the familiar landscape of the Antarctic Center. Deep in the mountains, they were temporarily protected from the wind by an overhanging cliff, and had reacquainted a wide area that was somewhat fit to serve as a campsite. The vehicles needed to be checked after the recent mad dash, and the people needed time to come to their senses. Pits, they had no idea where they were. Sonny had to scout the area, determine their location on the map, and come up with a route forward. He also needed to make sure that there were no swarms of nightmare creatures close by or heading in their direction, and do 1,000 other things. Or I don't want to. Creating a bridge of shadows had cost him a lot of essence, but the mental strain had been far worse. Sonny felt tired and lazy, but he had no choice except for to get busy right away. Rolling off the roof of the military vehicle, he landed on the snow side, and sent his shadows to explore. By then, the members of his cohort and other people had already emerged from their transports. Some went about establishing a camp and searching for good watch posts, while some headed toward him with complicated faces. Pretty soon, he was surrounded by the irregulars. A few of them looked relieved to find him safe and relatively sound, others were mostly full of questions. Luster, who had witnessed more Titan than the rest, was the first one to speak. "Captain, sir, that was something else." Sonny simply nodded, in agreement with the young man, for a change. Luster hesitated for a few moments, then asked cautiously. "But, what was it, exactly?" He stared at Sunny, and added in a suddenly hoarse voice. I don't mean that amazing bridge you made, I mean the other thing. The one that almost gobbled it up. Sunny did not answer for a while. Eventually, he shook his head and looked south with a dark expression. I do not know. He had a few ideas, though. The being that had dwelled in the old tunnels was too vast and powerful to be a simple nightmare creature. It reminded him a lot of the crimson terror of the Forgotten Shore, so, perhaps, it was also a terror, one that had gone into a slumber to evolve into a titan. Or maybe a titan that was in the process of evolving to a higher rank. Or maybe it was a creature that had entered the process of evolution, only to be devoured from the inside by a different, more insidious abomination. In any case, Sunny was certain that he and Saint had messed the whole process up, somehow, and even lived to tell the tale. Speaking of Saint, he wondered if Sight was all right. The damned beetles had not seriously wounded him, but she had been standing much closer to the eerie black dimension, whether it was a heart, a harrowing egg, or a chrysalis when it burst open. Sunny had not seen his shadow since. He was also curious why her broken stone sword had managed to harm the sphere when the cruel sight failed. Sunny knew that Saint was not destroyed, since he had felt her return back into his lightless soul after being dismissed, but she might have sustained severe damage. Sunny gave several orders to the irregulars, checked on Professor Obel, and then found a quiet place to find out. Somewhat nervous, he summoned Saint, but nothing happened. Damnation, just as I thou ha? Something was not right. The taciturn demon's absence felt different from how it usually was when wounded shadows slept in the nurturing black flames, repairing themselves. He almost could not feel her at all. Concerned, Sunny dove into the soul sea, stared at the 4 dark suns of his shadow cores for a few moments, and then summoned the runes. Shadow's Marble Saint, Soul Serpent, Nightmare. The runes describing the serpent were lifeless, indicating that it was outside his control. Saint's, however, appeared normal. He concentrated on her name and read. Shadow Marble Saint. Shadow rank ascended. Shadow class demon. Everything looked normal. However, at the very end of the field of shimmering runes, a new string of them appeared. Sunny's heart skipped a beat. Marble Saint is evolving. What? He remained motionless for a while, then sighed. So that's how it is. Leaving the soul sea, Sunny looked up, breathed in the cold air of the polar night, and smiled crookedly. He was both happy and despondent. Saint had risen to a higher class once before, after slaying the Forsaken Knight. Back then, she had ripped a strange dark jewel from his chest, and ate it. Then, his shadow, who had been an awakened monster at the time, disappeared back into his soul to enter the process of evolution. Saint must have gotten something from the dark sphere as well. Sunny was elated to know that she was evolving once again, wondering what form his Shadow Knight would assume, and what powers she would gain. However, he also remembered that, last time, her evolution to a higher class had lasted for more than a month, robbing him of her support throughout the civil war in the Bright Castle. This time, too, he would be left without his strongest aid for a while. Saint must have known that, too, so this time, she did not return into his soul core of her own free will, instead choosing to remain in the waking world to assist him. However, Sunny had dismissed her himself, not knowing what that would entail. He sighed. Well, there was no other choice, anyway. That was the only way to get her safely back to the convoy. And now, the safety of the fleet was laying squarely on his shoulders, and his alone. Rest well, Saint. You deserved it. When she returned, her powers would undoubtedly be much greater. Sunny was going to need every bit of that power to survive the rest of the Antarctica campaign, but for now, he would have to lead the fleet the rest of the way to Erebus Field without his faithful shadow. I better get busy, then. It would not do to have Saint return only to see that we are still stuck somewhere in the mountains. No, not at all. We're both going to be ascended devils, so we'll have to work hard to not be overshadowed by my own shadow. He looked down and let out a bitter sigh. Again. Chapter 945, The Road Ahead. Somehow, almost everyone in the convoy was still alive. Looking at it from the roof of the Rhino, Sonny felt both burdened and surprised. He had not really expected to get this far into the mountains without suffering severe casualties. Was he supposed to feel proud of himself? Let's try to keep it this way, then. By now, his shadows had already climbed the nearest peaks, allowing him to observe the surrounding area. The tunnel they had escaped from might not have been endless, but as it turned out, it was actually quite long. More than that, it cut straight through the mountains instead of meandering its way around the gorges and canyons. As a result, and due to the previous days of travel, the convoy had managed to cover a lot of ground and was more than a third of the way to Erebus Field. Sadly, the good news ended there. That is troubling. Sonny glanced at the screen of his communicator, then climbed back into the interior of the APC and opened the map of the Antarctic Center as a projection in the command suite. They had reached the edges of the section that he had marked back in the abandoned bunker. From here onward, all Sonny had to go on was the stock map, which was not very detailed, and outdated on top of that. The battle between the Saints and the Titans had changed the topography of the entire region, and there were the effects of the Chain of Nightmares itself to consider, too. Of course, he could always repeat the process and update the map with the help of his shadows again. Which was exactly what he had been planning to do and why his mood was currently so foul. With a sigh, Sonny started to put new marks on the projection. Soon, the position of the convoy was surrounded by a sea of red lines and symbols that stretched far to the north, with barely any green in between. Damnation. The path ahead was going to be rough, to say the least. They must have been relatively close to the place where the three saints of the First Evacuation Army had battled the Winter Beast, the Goliath, and the Whispering Legion, eliminating the latter Titan. The resulting earthquake had destroyed a good chunk of the mountain range and made a mess of the surrounding area. Sonny was trying to come up with a way to get the convoy through that mess, but it seemed all but impossible. Most of the roads were destroyed, and those that remained were buried under heavy debris. Avalanches, landslides, and rockfalls were everywhere, reshaping the landscape. The damage was much worse here than Sonny had expected. And there were nightmare creatures, of course. The whole area was seething with them, and he had already spotted at least 24 active gates, with more probably hidden from view by the overturned terrain. Sonny was not sure if the Rhino would be able to make it through, let alone the civilian vehicles. No matter how hard he tried to find a safe route, there seemed to be none to be found. His mood turned dark. After a while, Sonny decided to get a fresh pair of eyes to take a look at the map, or better yet, several. He ordered the irregulars to gather in the APC, and invited Sergeant Gear as well. Professor Obel was already there, so Sonny simply asked the old man to join him in the command suite. Soon, everyone arrived, and an improvised strategy meeting started. The result was about as disturbing as Sonny had expected. No one seemed to have a good idea on how to proceed. Dawn was currently pointing at a certain point of the map. If we can use our echoes to lead the nightmare creatures deeper into the gorge, we might be able to drive past this gate without being swarmed by enemies. From there, we can follow the auxiliary road to the pass and get some breathing room. Samara shook her head. Even if we manage to avoid the nightmare creatures, you are overestimating the civilian transports. Most of them won't make it on this extremely rough terrain. We are already struggling to keep them from falling apart, and this whole stretch of the mountains is basically a high-intensity obstacle course, she sighed, then looked at Sonny with a somber expression. There is one more thing everyone is forgetting about, too. Fuel cells. They are not exhausted yet, but going through a gauntlet like that will put them under strain, which I don't think we can afford. Driving through the mountains is one thing, driving through this disaster zone is another. Sonny frowned, then glanced at Sergeant Gear. Can't we improvise something to charge the transports up? The soldier hesitated for a few moments. Eventually, he sighed. We can cannibalize the military vehicles, if need be. The power systems are not exactly compatible, but with the help of awakened Kim and Samra, some sort of converter can be rigged. The soldiers can join the refugees inside the transports, but, apart from the obvious loss of defensive capability, there are other factors against that solution. We are not too high on energy reserves ourselves, and the transports are much more power-hungry. So it won't be a drastic change, maybe a difference of another 100 kilometers or so, in this cold. Sunny let out a heavy sigh, thinking of other solutions. There were all kinds of wild ideas in his head, like hitching one of the transports to Nightmare and letting the black steed pull it like a mundane drudge. The Rhino could manage one, too. Hell, with a proper harness, Sunny would probably be able to pull one of the transports himself. That would be a sight to behold. He grimaced. Join the army, she said. You will earn lots of contribution points, she said. Curse it all. Was that why he had become an officer? To be strapped into a damned yoke and pull a wagon like a glorified ox? The idea was ridiculous, anyway. Sure, it was theoretically possible to pull the civilian transports in case they lost power, but what about heating? What about light? How would the civilians survive hundreds of kilometers of traveling through the mountains, in the middle of a polar night, without those things? At that moment, Luster suddenly spoke. There is an option that we are all overlooking, isn't there? One that is not only viable, as far as terrain is concerned, but will also get us to Erebus Field within a day. The others looked at him with confusion, while Sunny's face darkened. The young man smiled sheepishly, then added, I mean, I know that it's risky, but it's right under our noses. With that, he pointed at the map. There, at the very edge of the mountains, a thick red line was stretching far north. The Coastal Highway. Chapter 946, Scenic Route. The Coastal Highway, that damn thing. Sunny was, of course, aware that traveling by means of the highway was an option. An incredible option, even, considering that the highway was wide, flat, kept in good condition, and stretched most of the way to the very northern edge of the Antarctic center as it skirted the whole landmass between the mountains and the ocean. But that was exactly the problem with it. Built along the coast, it was both awfully close to the water and utterly exposed. Here in the mountains, they were hidden from most of the prowling nightmare creatures by the terrain, and could use it to their advantage. Out there on the coast, nothing would be protecting them from the hordes of abominations, both those on land and those hiding beneath the waves. Sergeant Gear and the other survivors of the initial, much larger convoy could attest to the horrors of the Coastal Highway. They had barely escaped it once, losing most of the transports and every member of their awakened escort in the process. Indeed, the soldier looked incredibly tense at Luster's suggestion. With all due respect, you don't know what you are talking about. That place, it's a death trap. A handful of us managed to survive a shorter journey across the highway than what you are proposing, and even that was by some miracle. Luster scratched the back of his head. Yeah, but your situation back then was different. Gear frowned. How so? The young man looked at him with surprise. I mean, isn't it obvious? You didn't have the captain with you. What? Sunny stared at Luster for a few moments, dumbfounded. Did the fool finally lose his mind? However, Sergeant Gear's reaction to the ridiculous response was out of his expectation. Instead of mocking Luster, the soldier looked down and cleared his throat in embarrassment. Well, that is true, indeed. Sunny blinked a couple of times. Thanks for the vote of confidence, but I am not a miracle worker. I am afraid of the Coastal Highway, too. There was a reason for why he had chosen a much longer, much more arduous journey through the mountains, after all. Even if the highway offered a convenient path to their destination, it held a much higher risk of running into something that none of them was prepared to handle. From hordes of nightmare creatures akin to the devouring cloud to the damned terror that had slaughtered every living soul at LO-49, to countless other horrors no one knew about. Even running into a Titan was not out of the question. The winter beast was being contained somewhere in the north by St. Tyrus, but the location of the monstrosity that Army Command had designated as Goliath was currently unknown. Nothing was stopping the bastard from showing up the moment the convoy got stuck in the open. However, traveling through the mountains had turned out much more dangerous than Sunny had anticipated, despite his habit of always expecting the worst. By now, he had successfully managed to lead the convoy into pretty much every possible terrible situation that they had been supposed to avoid by not choosing the highway. With the path ahead so close to being impassable and the civilian transports falling apart on the steep, unreliable mountain roads, the more dangerous route was starting to look more and more attractive. Kim sighed. Sorry, I hate to agree with Luster, but there are about 600 kilometers between us and Erebus Field. That is if we go straight, of course. If we have to maneuver through the mountains and circle around them in search of passable roads, fighting nightmare creatures as we go, I doubt that many of us will make it. She sighed, then threw a tentative glance at Sunny. If we descend to the coastal highway, however, and go at full speed, we can cover these 600 kilometers in a matter of hours. Of course, this is a huge risk, but I see it an even bigger risk to stubbornly push forward through the mountains, if it means staying in the wild for days, maybe even weeks more. Sunny winced. Kim was somewhat right. The coastal highway was dangerous, but so were the mountains. They were teeming with nightmare creatures of all sorts, and were too hard to navigate in the wake of the earthquake. There was also the matter of time, which no one except for Sunny and perhaps Professor Obel seemed to be aware of, since they were not looking at the bigger picture. And the bigger picture, from what he could tell, was not looking too swell. The First Army was not earning any victories against the tide of abominations. Instead, its position was gradually worsening. Those additional days and weeks Kim had mentioned were much more important than she knew, for more than one reason. Sunny sighed. In the end, both choices were terrible. Remaining in the mountains was a bit safer, but also a bit hopeless. Trying to charge the coastal highway was much more dangerous, but also offered a much more realistic chance of salvation. It was like rolling a die. Do I feel lucky today? He remained silent for a long time, then deactivated the projection and looked at the people gathered in the command suite. Everyone tensed, waiting to hear his decision. Sunny tiredly rubbed his face. Prepare the vehicles to go all out. I want them to be able to keep their top speed for at least 6 hours without ever slowing down. Do everything you can. I don't care if the transports completely fall apart and explode after that, just make sure that nothing breaks down on the road. Either way, it will probably be their last ride, so prepare well. We will be taking the scenic route along the coast. With that, everyone was suddenly extremely busy. Getting the convoy ready for a high-speed charge across the coastal highway was not a small task, especially considering that it was most likely going to turn into a rolling battle. Sunny was one of the few soldiers that had nothing much to do, so he simply went outside and stared at the night sky, with a full moon staring back at him like a giant blind eye. A few meters away from him, the lone sleeper of the convoy was busy applying black venom to whatever bullets Sergeant Gear's soldiers had left. He was also doing the same to his arrows. Suddenly curious, Sunny called out to the young man. Hey, you. What do you think? Will we make it? The sleeper looked up at him with wide eyes. He was apparently not expecting to be addressed by the captain. Sir? Yes, sir, without a doubt, sir. Sunny chuckled. That's the spirit. Oh, right. I was meaning to ask, what is your name, anyway? The sleeper stared at him blankly for a few moments, then looked down and whispered under his nose. Goddamn, what the hell, really? Sunny frowned. What was that? The sleeper flinched. Oh, sorry, sir, it's just that I have already told you my name, like 20 times. It's my flaw, sir. Everyone seems to forget her. Sunny scratched the back of his head. Well, all right. As you were, then. What a strange flaw. Not the worst one to have, though. He left the sleeper alone and walked forward, stopping in front of the rhino and looking ahead. Then, he started stretching his muscles. The road ahead was desolate and enveloped in darkness. This is going to be a wild ride. Chapter 947, Highway to Hell. The small convoy turned west, rolling down a narrow road that descended from the mountains and eventually met the coastal highway. The Rhino was moving at the front of the column, with 4 remaining civilian transports following it and the 3 battered military vehicles guarding the rear. This was Sunnis siege army for the next 6 hours or so. The 3 armored vehicles at Sergeant Gear's disposal still had some ammunition left, just barely enough to last them the rest of the way to Erebus Field, provided that their charge across the highway would be as dire as Sunny anticipated. The civilian transports were not only flimsy, but also lacked any kind of integrated defense systems to ward off the attacking nightmare creatures. However, they were protected by something far more lethal: the irregulars. Samara was already setting up her rifle in an improvised gun nest on the roof of the rearmost transport. To allow the awakened sharpshooter complete freedom in picking off targets from distance, Quentin was by her side, his sword and shield ready to strike down any nightmare creature that would dare to get too close. Kim was on the roof of the next vehicle, with a dozen magazines of charged rounds prepared in advance for her carbine. The nameless sleeper was keeping her company with a bow and a quiver of poisoned arrows. Belle and Dawn were protecting the last 2 transports. Both had memories capable of ranged attacks, but neither was a proficient marksman. Their main job was to prevent abominations from attacking the refugees directly. So, knowing that they would probably have to move around the roofs of their assigned vehicles a lot, the 2 fighters had neglected modifying the vehicles with any kinds of protective emplacements. All 4 transports had been prepared for the charge as well as the soldiers could manage. There were plates of armor and alloy spikes welded to their sides, as well as makeshift rams attached to their fronts, in a pale imitation of the Rhino. And lastly, there was the heavy APC itself. Since Saint was gone, Sunny was sitting on its roof instead, holding Morgan's warbow in his hands. Despite the howling of the chilling wind, he did not feel cold at all, fueled by adrenaline. His body was encompassed by the dull steel of the undying chain, the dying wish hidden beneath its sleek breastplate. He was ready for battle. Traverse the highway as fast as possible, killing anything before it had a chance to approach the convoy. That was the plan. Not that Sunny really expected everything to go according to it. Blackie and Abomination were running ahead of the column, serving as the vanguard and forward scouts, while Nightmare was still slumbering in the depths of his soul. The Dark Courser was already sufficiently healed to be summoned, but Sunny was holding back on calling upon him until things inevitably went south, which they will. I just know they will. Descending the mountains was easier than trying to push through them, so it did not take long for the convoy to reach the final stretch of the road before the coastal highway. The terrain had turned much smoother, and then entirely flat. Finally, the beams of light shooting from the Rhino illuminated the wide expanse of weathered concrete and the dark waves rising and falling not too far behind it. The highway was wide enough for 10 APCs the size of the Rhino to drive side by side, but a section of it was separated from the main thoroughfare by a thick barrier. Behind it, closest to the mountain slopes, a railway stretched both north and south, meant to carry armored trains across the landmass. That still left them enough space to maneuver, but also placed the convoy closer to the ocean. The full moon shone in the black sky, drowning in the undulating lights of the ghostly aurora. The highway was utterly empty and basked in the pale moonlight. All of it, the dark slopes of the mountains, the wide expanse of the road, and the black waves beyond it, looked eerie, ominous, and foreboding. However, Sunny had no time to appreciate the ambience. That was fast. A few hundred meters ahead, the 2 Echoes had already caught the scent of nightmare creatures hiding in the darkness. Unfortunately for them, very few things could hide from Sunnis' gaze in the gloom of the polar night. Even before Abomination had a chance to lunge at the dark shapes laying on the road, a black arrow fell from the sky, piercing the head. At least Sunny thought that it was the head of a monstrous centipede that seemed to have been resting on the concrete. "You have slain an awakened beast." A moment later, the Echo's powerful jaws crunched on the chitinous carapace of a different abomination, while Blackie jumped on the third, trying to copy the ferocious attack of the larger hound. A second arrow helped him finish the job. Without slowing down, the rhino plowed through the corpses of the massive centipedes, tearing them apart and clearing the way for the rest of the convoy. Sunny felt the APC vibrating as it gradually gained more and more speed. The coastal highway seemed to be in good shape despite the recent earthquake, so nothing was slowing them down. For now, at least, it seemed as though they had a chance of making it to Erebus Field in a timely fashion. However, he could already see more nightmare creatures in the distance, their frenzied eyes slowly igniting with dangerous flames as the lights and the noise of the convoy attracted their attention. There were unclear shapes moving on the slopes of the mountains, too, rising from the darkness and starting to descend toward the highway to intercept the column of human vehicles. Much more disturbingly, the black waves continued to murmur to the speeding convoy's left as they continuously assaulted the shore, coming and going without showing any sign of a harrowing threat hiding beneath their dark surface. That lack of movement filled Sunny with much more unease than the swiftly approaching silhouettes of murderous abominations. Whatever it is that is going to show up, just show up already. There was no response. Gritting his teeth, Sunny turned away from the ocean and raised his bow. Chapter 948, Dire Marathon. There were all kinds of nightmare creatures who had apparently decided to take a nap on the flat concrete surface of the coastal highway. Bestial maws opened in vicious snarls, sharp mandibles dripping with viscous saliva, jagged claws, curving bone sides, and various implements of death that Sunny did not even know how to describe. All of it was flying toward the convoy, drawing closer and closer with each second. The faster the vehicles moved, the faster the abominations converged on them. Damnation. Sunny was standing on the vibrating roof of the rhino, drawing Morgan's warbow time and time again. In a short span of time, he had let loose a veritable rain of arrows, slaughtering at least a dozen of the approaching nightmare creatures. His muscles were already protesting the unforgiving pace, but augmented with all four of his shadows, Sunny knew that he could keep the same rate of fire for much longer. The battle was only starting, anyway. Although the menagerie of monsters rushing toward the convoy seemed ghastly and dangerous, these were only the dregs of the chain of nightmares. They were the lone stragglers or small packs of abominations that had broken away from larger swarms and hordes, and as such, did not pose a real threat. For now, they were also only attacking the column from the front. Very soon, Sunny and his people would be surrounded and forced to resist attacks from all directions. To postpone that, Samra finally opened fire. Most of the nightmare creatures on the highway were obscured from her by the other transports and the wide shape of the rhino, but she had a clear shot of the mountain slopes and the abominations that were rushing down the treacherous surface of the icy stone to attack the convoy from the side. A shining slug flashed through the air, and one of the distant silhouettes ruptured, mangled remains sliding down the steep slope. Even before the echo of the first thunderous shot dissipated into the cold air, the powerful rifle was already humming with electrical whine once again, charging to spit another devastating round. Not fast enough to kill all of them. For now, Sunny was conserving his essence. He was only using one of the active enchantments of his mighty bow, soul arrows, which did not demand a lot of it. The dying wish was also inactive, for now, since there was no need to draw the attention of abominations away from the civilian transports yet. He considered summoning the strike of thunder for a moment, then decided against it. Their charge toward Erebus Field was going to be a marathon, not a sprint. They had to be frugal with how to spend their power and resources. Instead of laying waste to the approaching nightmare creatures with a strike of lightning, he picked the most threatening ones and concentrated on taking down these high-priority targets first. Abomination fearlessly dove into the mass of enemies, tearing them apart with ruthless determination. Since there were very few fallen creatures among this first wave, most were much weaker than the massive Echo. Blackie, however, was in danger of being slain if he was not careful. The smaller hound separated and dashed to the edge of the highway, concentrating on attacking the outliers of the rushing mob. So far so good. Sunny killed most of the nightmare creatures that could seriously threaten the rhino, but at that point, the APC was already only meters away from the swiftest of the attackers. Moving at its top speed, the enormous bulk of the rhino smashed into the lunging abomination, practically pulverizing it into a cloud of crimson haze. The second creature crashed on the concrete with an arrow in its eye, and then, the convoy was in the thick of the disorganized crowd of nightmare creatures. Some of them were quick enough to change direction and dash toward the civilian transports, the others were too slow and allowed the column to flash past, then wasted precious seconds to stop, turn around, and hurry to pursue the speeding vehicles. The turrets of the military vehicles barked, sending poisoned bullets toward those abominations that were fast enough to catch up with them, and ignoring the rest. It was not their goal, nor was it realistic, to slaughter every single nightmare creature across 600 kilometers of the coastal highway, but then again, there was no need to. They only had to kill those that the convoy could not outrun. Samara continued to fire her rifle, choosing to concentrate on the more powerful targets, just like Sunny had. On the next civilian transport, Kim was using her carbine to cut down those that managed to get close to the column, while the nameless sleeper was sending one arrow flying after another. Bell was using a small throwing hatchet that gruesomely sliced the abominations apart, and then magically returned to his hand. Dawn was armed with a set of iron javelins that seemed to hit much harder than they were supposed to, even with his prodigious strength. The convoy cut through the first wave of nightmare creatures, leaving broken bodies and bleeding corpses behind. Its defenders continued their barrage, finishing off those nightmare creatures that were now gaining on the column from the back. Sunny rotated his shoulder and winced slightly, then knocked another arrow on the string of his bow and froze for a moment. Peering into the distance, he tried to evaluate the situation. His face darkened. Curse it! A few hundred meters ahead, a stream of nightmare creatures was spilling on the highway from the mountain slope. And ever further away, behind them, the whole width of the road was blocked by a dark mass of monstrous bodies. This time, it was a proper swarm. One of many they would have to fight their way through, most likely. Sunny studied the swarm for a split second, then quickly glanced at the ocean. At least the dark waves were calm, for now. With a contemptuous sigh, he sent the arrow flying in the direction of the mountain slope, and then drew his bow again. This time, his fingers were illuminated by the furious light of a caged lightning. Chapter 949, Moving Slaughterhouse. As soon as the strike of thunder flashed through the darkness of the polar night and burst into blinding arcs of electricity, decimating the center of the swarm, Sunny spoke into his communication device. Wedge formation. He had created a rift in the middle of the mass of nightmare creatures, but it was not enough to clear a path through the blockade. There was the flanking force spilling from the mountains to worry about, too. The abominations were already dashing toward the convoy, bits of broken cement flying from beneath their sharp claws. The fastest and strongest one, however, suddenly collapsed, a golden arrow piercing its throat. Behind the rhino, 2 military vehicles and 2 civilian transports accelerated and left the column, assuming positions on both sides of the convoy. From above, it would have looked like a wedge with the APC taking the point, while the other 4 vehicles formed its wings. The purpose of that formation was very simple, with the massive shape of the rhino not blocking their view of the road anymore. Both the military vehicles and the awakened on the roofs of the 2 civilian transports were free to target the swiftly approaching swarm. Samara's rifle thundered, and Kim's carbine cracked, sending a rain of bullets into the mass of abominations. 2 turrets joined the fray, clearing a path for the convoy to charge through. Sunny continued to let loose arrow after arrow, as well, taking down the most threatening of nightmare creatures. Just a few moments before the column reached the swarm, the 4 vehicles veered back and returned to their positions, hiding behind the bulk of the speeding rhino. Here we go. The ram of the APC plunged into the mass of bodies, both dead and alive, with a violent shudder. Pieces of flesh flew aside as it cleaved a bloody trail through the mob of nightmare creatures, allowing the rest of the convoy to follow. They made it through, even if just barely. However, all was not well. More than a few abominations managed to lunge at the lead vehicles from the sides. 2 or 3 were clinging to the front of the rhino, and several more had crashed into the Bells and Doran's civilian transports. Their claws were already tearing into the alloy. The more heavily armored Rhino received a few ugly scars, but was still holding. Sunny swiftly drew his bow, finishing off the unwanted passengers. Behind him, Bell dashed toward the edge of the transport's roof and struck down with his hatchet, severing the abomination's limb before it had a chance to rip through the makeshift plate of armor and allow the beast to climb inside. There was a nightmare creature on the other side of the transport, but its body had been caught by the spikes welded along the frame of the civilian vehicle, so it did not manage to rip through the hole before one of Dawn's javelins took it down. The giant man himself dealt with an abomination that had leaped at his transports by pulling it down mid-jump with his aspect ability. The creature hit the cement surface of the road instead of crushing into the side of the vehicle, and was promptly crushed by its wheels. The weight of the transport loaded with close to 100 people was not enough to kill an awakened monster, however, so although it was severely injured, the abomination still tried to get up. Before it could, the next transport rolled over it, and then the next, ending the creature's life in a string of sickening crunches. Just a few moments after crashing into the swarm, the convoy was through. The turrets of the military vehicles instantly turned around, unleashing a barrage of bullets at the fastest of pursuing nightmare creatures. Samura's tungsten rounds and Sunnis arrows took care of the most resilient of the enemies, while Kim was hurriedly reloading her carbine. The nameless sleeper had almost emptied his quiver, so he was busy summoning the spent arrows back. The thinned-out swarm was falling behind. But there were already new enemies appearing from the darkness ahead. Letting out a frustrated sigh, Sunny spun to face north again and drew his bow. This is going to get old, fast. Surrounded by bloodshed, the convoy continued to devour kilometers as it sped across the wide highway. The battle never really stopped, instead stretching into one continuous, moving slaughterhouse. Even if there had not been too many nightmare creatures near the coast at the start, the lights and noise of the charging column mixed with the smell of fresh blood, attracting more and more of them from the mountains. All that ever changed was the intensity of combat. Sometimes the defenders of the convoy only had to repel disorganized mobs of strugglers, killing them off before the abominations could launch an attack on the vehicles. Sometimes a true swarm would appear to block off the road, forcing them to fight their way through while sustaining minor damage and desperately trying to prevent anything from getting to the refugees. Despite it all, the vehicles were in a good enough shape to remain operational for now. The Rhino was covered in scars, and its ram as well as the whole front section had turned slick with blood, making it look like an infernal machine of morbid carnage. The civilian transports had chunks of flesh stuck on their spikes, with deep grooves left behind by the claws of abominations decorating their sides. The barrels of the turrets on the military vehicles were glowing red, steaming as the chilling darkness of the polar night cooled them down. The people were starting to get tired, but, prepared to give it their all to reach the destination, continued to perform their duties with stalwart determination. The highway itself was changing, as well. The further north they moved, the more nightmare creatures and the more signs of sustained damage there were. Wide cracks appeared in the concrete, and the column had to maneuver around broken vehicles and carcasses of massive abominations from time to time, the latter picked clean to the bone by other monsters. Killing the enemies before they reached the column was getting harder and harder because of these obstacles. At some point, Sunny tensed as he noticed an especially troublesome obstruction blocking off the road ahead. His face darkened. What now? Chapter 950, Derailed. Still some distance from the convoy, the whole width of the highway was blocked off by something that looked like a tall wall of alloy. It was surrounded by a scene of pure mayhem, with torn pieces of metal and massive chunks of concrete laying on the road in a chaotic mess. Sunny scowled, trying to make sense of what he saw. After a second or two, he uttered a silent curse. Ahead of them, the barrier between the thoroughfare and the railroad was shattered to pieces. The object he had thought to be an alloy wall was actually the roof of a train carriage laying on its side. One of the armored behemoths must have been derailed here at some point in the past, turning a whole section of the highway into a nightmare of broken concrete and mangled alloy. Damnation. Sunny had ridden an armored train once before, so he knew how fearsome these moving fortresses were. What could have even destroyed an alloy beast like that? He wasn't sure that an earthquake would be enough to derail one of them, even though it was the most reasonable theory he had. In any case, Sunny had more pressing problems than guessing the fate of the crashed train. The convoy was not allowed to slow down. The fragile equilibrium they had been able to create was all dependent on the assumption that the column would keep moving. If they lost speed or, even worse, were forced to stop, there would be no escape from death. They would simply drown in nightmare creatures. Sam and Quentin, make the echoes fall back to the rhino. Then, he closed his eyes for a moment and reached forward with his senses. After becoming a master and before coming to Antarctica, Sunny had received no opportunities to test the limits of shadow manifestation in combat. Now, he knew that his ascended ability was more powerful than he had thought, so he was going to call upon it again. Before the convoy reached the wreckage, the shadows on the slope of the mountain came to life and flowed forward, forming long tentacles. These tentacles tore through the alloy of the overturned carriage, taking hold of it, and then pulled the massive structure aside. A deafening sound of metal scraping against concrete filled the air. Come on, come on. The carriage was moved just far enough to create an opening for the approaching rhino. The APC pulverized several chunks of the concrete barrier with its ram, clearing the road, then maneuvered to the side and slid past the mangled alloy structure. Behind it, the highway was revealed to be in terrible condition, so it took a lot of skill to navigate the rhino past the mess of broken metal. Luster was just the man to do it, though. He masterfully avoided all the serious obstacles and rammed through those that could be destroyed without ever slowing down. The rest of the vehicles weren't as large as the APC, so it was not too hard for them to follow. Several abominations crawled from the wreckage to lunge at the convoy, but were swiftly pierced by arrows and poisoned bullets. Soon, the convoy left the field of debris, but instead of being relieved, Sunny only gritted his teeth. Obscured by the remains of the armored train, there was another swarm of nightmare creatures ahead of them, this one much larger and dangerous than all the previous ones. Worse still, since they were late to discover it, there was not much time to thin the abominations out with ranged attacks. The convoy was under real threat. Goddamn. Sunny briefly glanced at the black bow in his hands, knowing that just its power alone was not going to be enough this time. The situation was dire, which meant that it was time to call the cavalry. He considered summoning Nightmare near the rhino and stylishly jumping into the saddle from the roof, like he had seen cool heroes do in webtoons, but then decided against such theatrics. It was not that Sunny was not capable of landing on the back of a galloping horse from a moving vehicle, it was just that Nightmare's saddle was a memory, and had to be hoisted on the black steed by hand each time he was summoned. By now, Sunny was capable of riding his horse without a saddle, but using any kind of melee weapon effectively without stirrups was more or less out of the question. Stirrups were essential to mounted combat, insignificant as they might seem. He sighed. I guess I'm just not cool. With that, Sunny summoned Nightmare directly onto the roof of the rhino, simultaneously calling upon the Sin of Solace and the overpriced saddle. Soon, the fearsome black stallion was standing in front of him, looking forward with ferocious crimson flames burning in his eyes. Nightmare snarled, revealing 2 rows of metal fangs that resembled those of a wolf. It seemed that he had plenty of sleep, and now hungered to tear some abominations apart. Moonlight glinted on the dark surface of the courser's adamantine horns. Don't you worry, you'll get a chance to rampage in just a few moments. Sunny swiftly put the saddle on the courser's sable back, fastening it into place. Just at that moment, Samra's rifle barked, sending a shining round flashing into the darkness. A chorus of bestial howls was the reply. He cursed, grabbed the hilt of the Sin of Solace, and jumped into the saddle. Sunny closed his eyes for a moment, sensing insidious whispers assault his mind. Today, they seemed especially clear. He took a deep breath, then looked forward and sent Nightmare charging. The black steed lunged forward, jumping from the roof of the rhino in a tall arc. Inside the APC, Luster flinched as adamantine hooves thundered right above his head, and then craned his neck to stare at the swift shape of the leaping steed. What the hell? He paused for a moment, and then added in a stifled voice. Damn majestic. Plummeting toward the mass of abominations, Sunny gripped the hilt of the Sin of Solace tighter and poured essence into the dying wish, activating its soul enchantment. Let's teach these bastards the meaning of true fear, Nightmare. Chapter 951, Outrider. Nightmare landed on the surface of the highway less than 100 meters away from the rushing swarm and galloped forward without ever slowing down. The wind howled in Sunny's ears as the dark stallion's adamantine hooves rang sonorously on the cold concrete. A vicious grin somehow found its way to Sunny's face. I must have lost my mind. Diving headlong into a tide of hundreds of nightmare creatures was no cause for a smile, but for some reason, he felt exhilarated. Perhaps it was the sinister whispers of the cursed jade sword that were subtly influencing him. Perhaps, Nightmare was simply not the only one who longed to go on a murderous rampage. Ever since LO-49, nothing had gone right for Sunny. The bitter pressure of it all fueled him with frustration and the anger wished for a way out. Now, he was going to unleash it on these damned abominations. Die. Driven into a mad frenzy by the call of the dying wish, the first of the nightmare creatures leaped into the air, its fangs glinting in the moonlight. Sunny leaned forward to cut it apart, but before he could, Nightmare's jaw snapped and tore the beast's throat open. With a violent twist of his neck, the black stallion sent the convulsing body flying into the mass of abominations. In the next moment, they plunged into the swarm. The Sin of Solace sang, slicing a creature after creature apart. Wrapped in shadows, Sunny fought with stunning speed and precision, obliterating any abominations that tried to get close. It was as though he was surrounded by a whirlwind of rending jade. The flesh of nightmare creatures parted before the white blade of the beautiful gem-like water. Nightmare was no less deadly. The dark steed galloped forward, slaughtering creatures with his fangs, his horns, and his hooves. Some were torn apart, some were thrown to the ground and trampled to death, some were simply tossed aside like broken dolls by a shattering crash with the Destria's wide chest. He rushed through the mass of abominations like a dark omen of dread, leaving a bloody trail in his wake. To Sunny, it seemed as though Nightmare was especially lethal today. Perhaps it had to do with the black steed's long slumber, or maybe it was just a powerful combination of enchantments, attributes, and abilities that made the spacious coastal highway a perfect battlefield for his shadow. Nightmare's speed, strength, and resilience were enhanced when surrounded by darkness and shadows, and the polar night provided plenty of both. The tenebrous stallions might also grew the more he was feared, and currently, both his own mantle of fell ability and the omen of dread one enchantment of the Sin of Solace were poisoning the rabid minds of hundreds of nightmare creatures with insidious terror. Maybe most importantly, the nightmare ability made the black steed more powerful the more nightmares he had subjugated, and by now, there were hundreds of conquered dreams serving as his thralls. All of this meant that the large swarm of abominations blocking the convoy's path was in for a sea of suffering. However, that was not enough. Even while sundering one revolting body after another, Sunny saw that there were simply too many abominations ahead of them to slaughter them all. For now, Nightmare and he had been able to continue their bloody charge without slowing down, but as soon as enough abominations threw themselves into the carnage, that was bound to change. Once the rampaging stallion was stopped, the swarm could potentially overwhelm them by burying both under a mountain of bodies. Sunny and Nightmare could escape such a trap by turning into shadows, of course. But, even if Sunny could eventually kill every single abomination, it would take too much time. Not only would more nightmare creatures inevitably join the mayhem, but the convoy was less than a dozen seconds from reaching the swarm. He had to remind himself that his goal was not to slaughter the hateful wretches that had dared to stand in his way. His goal was to clear a path for the column of battered human vehicles, whose passengers all depended on him to deliver them to safety. Curses. By now, most of the swarm must have been affected by the pull of the dying wish. All of them had nothing on their mind but one all-consuming desire to rip Sunny apart. Using that to his advantage, he commanded Nightmare to veer left, cutting through the tide of abominations and getting closer to the ocean. The black stallion pivoted and changed the direction of his murderous charge, but was soon met by an impenetrable wall of claws, fangs, suckers, and hideous appendages of all kinds. Even with Sunny dismantling one abomination after another with the sin of solace, the mass of them right ahead seemed too overwhelming to fight through it. Nightmare, however, seemed to think differently. Continuing forward at the same speed, he let out a contemptuous snort, and then soared into a powerful jump. His hooves landed on the sea of abominations, crushing a few skulls, and then used the bloody pulp as support for a second leap. Before the nightmare creatures could react and tear at the stallion's belly, the two of them landed just outside the swarm, on the narrow stretch of empty land between the highway and the vast expanse of undulating black waves. Suppressing a shiver, Sunny sent Nightmare closer to the ocean, and then closer still, almost into the shallows, to the point where fountains of cold water started to fly from the courser's hooves with each stride. Just as expected, the swarm rushed to pursue the terrible steed and its slaughtering rider. The mass of abominations spilled from the highway both behind and in front of them, aiming to surround the enemy once more. Just as planned. With that many abominations leaving the road, the convoy received a chance to slip through. Luster sent the rhino crashing through the barrier separating the railroad from the thoroughfare, and continued forward along the slopes of the mountains, plowing through a few stragglers with its ram. The column of vehicles followed, with the irregulars clearing the path ahead as well as they could. Looking to his right, Sunny saw the massive silhouette of the APC speeding past his position, barely visible behind the sea of monsters. With a sigh, he ordered Nightmare to slow down, so that the swarm would concentrate on them and give a convoy a chance to pull ahead. A few moments later, the tide of abominations descended upon them. Sunny and Nightmare fought like fiends, eviscerating dozens of creatures the Shadow in a brutally gruesome way, his master with clean cuts of a pristine jade blade. Slowly, a pile of corpses started to grow around them, making it hard for new enemies to lunge at the dreadful pair. After this battle, Nightmare would have sown plenty of seeds of fear to harvest later of that, Sunny had no doubt. But even then, their luck was bound to run out. At some point, the mass of abominations pressing down on them had become too great to resist. The pile of corpses careened dangerously, threatening to entomb both Nightmare and Sunny, and new creatures were raining down on them like a flood. Behind them, the deep dark ocean murmured, cutting off the retreat. Just a moment before the tidal wave of nightmare creatures crashed on them. Both the horse and the rider disappeared, turning into elusive shadows. As they glided past the frenzied sea of abomination, embraced by darkness, a choir of maddened howls tore the night apart. Chapter 952, Hidden Giant. On a dark desolate highway, a black steed and its bleak rider emerged from the shadows. Adamantine hooves rang on concrete as they flew forward through the falling snow, soon catching up with a small column of battered vehicles. Overtaking one transport after another, Sunny briefly evaluated their condition. The convoy was roughly halfway to its destination, and none of the vehicles had failed yet. Each looked as if it had gone through a meat grinder, but whatever the technicians had done to the transports was still keeping them from breaking down on the road. Hopefully, that would continue to be the case. His soldiers were doing a good job of warding off the nightmare creatures, as well. Nothing had managed to attack the column in his absence. The refugees were all intact. Glancing at the military vehicles, Sunny sent a short communication to Gear. "How much ammo do you have left, Sergeant?" The response came in a crackle of interference. "Glad you back, Captain. Sufficient or too nearly spent." Sunny frowned. The worsening quality of the signal could mean only one thing. They seemed to be approaching a powerful gate. He concentrated for a moment to sense the call, and felt that it was gradually growing louder. Goddamn. With a grimace, Sunny sent Nightmare forward and soon reached the head of the convoy, galloping alongside the rhino. He caught a glimpse of Luster, who was concentrating on driving the APC, and then looked into the darkness ahead. At the moment, there were not enough stragglers on the road to make him summon back Morgan's Warbow Abomination, and Blackie were enough to deal with them. However, in the distance, still a few kilometers away, Sunny saw a hint of wrongness hidden in the darkness of the polar night. There was an ugly rift in the fabric of reality there, one that seemed small and inconsequential from distance, but had to be considerably wide and tall up close, blocking most of the highway. A nightmare gate. The question was, how long ago had it manifested? Depending on the answer, the abominations brought into the waking world by it could have long wandered away in search of prey, or were still lingering around. There is only one way to find out, I guess. Not in a hurry to get back to the roof of the rhino, Sunny remained in the saddle, wielding the Sin of Solace in one of his hands. He was tensely looking at the swiftly approaching gate, trying to notice the shapes of nightmare creatures that could have been hiding on the highway or the mountain slope nearby, even in the cold waters of the dark ocean. There were no enemies in the water, and no enemies on the road. However, the mountain slopes made him feel tense, for some reason. Disturbed, Sunny studied the cliffs rising above the highway to understand what he had missed. Their shape was somewhat irregular, but he did not see any movement. That was until the slope itself moved, unfurling long limbs and turning away from the mountain to face the highway. Sunny uttered a stifled curse. At 10 meters tall, the creature was gargantuan. Its rough and uneven hide was almost of the same texture as the stone slope of the mountain, and its 8 segmented legs resembled wide pillars. It looked like a giant spider with an enormous, bulbous beehive attached to its carapace, and there were hundreds of small crimson eyes burning in the dark holes of that massive hump. Sunny's mouth turned dry. A tyrant. He did not know what rank the creature was, but it had to be a tyrant, one that carried an army of minions within its body, no less. The towering abomination was a dire threat itself, just from its sheer size alone, and there was no telling how strong and numerous the lesser monsters were. Worst of all, the convoy had no choice but to rush toward it. Overtaking the rhino, Sunny gritted his teeth. Illa's mind was in disarray, and the damned whispers of the cursed sword were not making it any easier for him to think. How the hell do I deal with that thing? There was still almost a minute left before they would reach the gate and its guardian, so that was how long he had to come up with a solution. Sunny swiftly considered his best options. He could send Nightmare charging forward and attack the tyrant with his most powerful weapon, the Sin of Solace, to either cripple, kill, or lead the creature away from the road. Depending on the rank of the giant spider, that could either be a very good or an utterly terrible decision. Alternatively, he could summon his bow and finally use the wasteful, but devastating Death Dealer enchantment, potentially delivering a severe wound or outright killing the tyrant on the spot. The minions could be dealt with if he followed up with the Strike of Thunder, too. But if that did not work, he would be risking the entire convoy. Damnation. Sunny almost commanded Nightmare to rush toward the tyrant, but at that moment something strange happened. The giant spider, who had been staring at the approaching human vehicles with malevolent intensity, suddenly froze for a moment, and then took a step back. Then, the creature turned around and rushed toward the mountain, climbing the slope with its long, powerful legs. Just a few seconds later, it was far away from the highway, and continuing to get further, large boulders rolling down from where it had passed. It was almost as if the tyrant was scurrying away. Sunny blinked, dumbstruck by the unexpected turn of events. In front of him, the highway was empty, with only the pulsating rift of the gate obstructing its middle section. What the hell? Why did it look as though the tyrant was running from something? Before Sunny could digest the new information, a cold shiver suddenly ran down his spine, and his hair almost stood on end. A sense of danger and fear like he had never experienced before suddenly burst into his mind. Swinging his head to stare at the ocean, his eyes wide, Sunny felt a colossal shadow rising from the depths of the cold water. The waves retreated a few meters back, and then a titanic stone hand suddenly broke the surface and soared into the night sky. The arm of the submerged giant rose above the coastal highway like a dark tower, easily reaching 20 or 30 meters into the air. And then careened, starting to fall in the direction of the convoy. Chapter 953, Titan. Sunny froze, mesmerized by the harrowing sight of a dark expanse of weathered stone rising from the depths of the ocean. It rose higher and higher, rivers of water flowing down from the numerous grooves and ravines covering the surface of the giant's arm. Due to the scale, it seemed as though the arm was moving deceptively slowly, but he knew that to be an illusion. A single thought formed in Sunnis' stunned mind. Goliath. One of the 3 titans that had come to the Antarctic center. It had to be him. The Whispering Legion was dead, and the winter beast prowled somewhere far to the north. The last one, stone giant Goliath, had disappeared without a trace. Army Command had no accurate data on his current location, the last time Sunny had been in contact with them. No wonder, if the missing Titan had been traveling through the shallows off the coast of the landmass. It's a damn fallen Titan. A moment later, Sunny suddenly came to his senses, shrugging off the dread and awe of witnessing the enormous creature, or rather, one of its limbs. What was the big deal, anyway? The Goliath was a runt, as far as Titans were concerned. He was simply a giant stone abomination, instead of a sentient force of nature. Even then, Sunny had seen far greater beings before. However, the damn Titan, no matter how he compared to others of its kind, could destroy the convoy with one brush of his finger. Barely suppressing his panic, Sunny stared at the falling hand of the giant, then twisted around and waved at Luster, shouting as loud as he could. Go, 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 speed up. If there was one blessing in this dreadful situation, it was that Goliath's aim seemed to be a bit off. If the convoy accelerated, they had a slim chance of shooting underneath the gargantuan arm before it slammed into the highway. Should they end up being just a little bit too slow, at least a couple of vehicles would be instantly flattened by the titanic blow, but stopping meant death, so there was no other choice. The Rhino dashed forward, gaining a bit more speed. Sunny and Nightmare galloped ahead of it, diving into the shadow of the swiftly falling hand and emerging from it on the other side. The APC was just behind them. Sunnis' heart was beating wildly as he counted off seconds. The first of the civilian transports appeared behind him, then another, and another. Not yet, not yet. Finally, the rear vehicle shot past the gate. A few moments later, Goliath's arm hit the concrete surface of the highway, pulverizing a large swath of it and sending a localized earthquake spreading from the point of impact. Nightmare stumbled, but righted himself a split second later. Some distance behind, the wheels of the rearmost military vehicle momentarily flew into the air, then hit the cracked surface of the road with a screeching sound. Somehow, the driver managed to maintain control of the vehicle and desperately sped forward, hoping to get away from the colossal threat. Made it. Sunny let out a groan, knowing that their narrow escape from death was both temporary and futile. No matter how fast the convoy was moving, they had no hope of outrunning a Titan. Now that Goliath was aiming for them, there was no chance of salvation. Unless something managed to stall the giant for a few minutes, the convoy was doomed. Not fair, this is not fair. After all they had been through, after everything he had done, this was the end. Sunny felt like howling at the moon in sorrow and anger. Behind them, the enormous hand scraped against the concrete, and then, a titanic shape started to rise from the ocean. Goliath was pulling himself out of the cold water, its ugly head emerging from beneath the waves first. Sunny shuddered. The Titan was somewhat humanoid in appearance, but far from resembling a graceful statue. Unlike the magnificent monuments of the Forgotten Shore, Goliath looked more like a small mountain that had come to life than an effigy of a human. The surface of its body was rough and unpolished, like a natural cliff, and its proportions were all wrong. His legs were powerful and stocky, and its torso was massive and asymmetrical, with mounds of stone rising from its back like humps. The giant had 3 arms, each hand possessing a different number of thick, short fingers. His head was like a misshapen hill of brown rock, with 2 cavernous holes gaping in it, drowned by darkness, and a single circular eye set deep in the center of his forehead. At least Sunny thought that it was an eye. The thing was milky white and round, but seemed to be cut of stone, like the rest of the Titan's body. The thought of being gazed upon by the giant eye made him feel a deep sense of primal terror. Or rather, even more of it. Sunny knew that the convoy had no hope of escaping the Titan. But they still had to try. The column sped up as much as it could, the battered vehicles burning through whatever they had left to distance themselves from the terrible monstrosity. The turrets unleashed a barrage of bullets, which hit the weathered stone of the Titan's body in twisting streams. However, their impacts were like mosquito bites to the giant, less than even. Mosquitoes could break the skin of their prey, at least. Goliath climbed onto the highway, his massive shape barely fitting between the mountains and the ocean. Countless waterfalls continued to stream off his body, falling down and forming a pool in the obliterated section of the road. The Titan's single eyes moved, locking on the escaping convoy. And then, the creature took a step forward. The whole world seemed to tremble from the terrible weight of Goliath's massive foot. Just with this single step, the damned giant covered a lion's share of distance between him and the desperately speeding convoy. Whatever hope of escape Sunny had left was instantly shattered. Curse you! He stared at the towering shape of Goliath for a few seconds, his pale face full of dark resentment. Then, Sunny turned Nightmare around and dashed past the convoy, charging directly at the fearsome Titan. Chapter 954, Only Darkness. Because of how close they were to an active gate, the internal communications barely worked across the convoy. However, Sunny had been prepared for something like that. Translating his thoughts to the extraordinary rock, he sent a short message to Luster: no matter what happens, continue forward and don't slow down. I'll catch up with the convoy later, hopefully. He shot past the column of vehicles, heading in an entirely wrong direction. What kind of madman would be riding toward a fallen Titan? Sunny only had enough time to notice frightened expressions on the faces of the irregulars, who stared at his flashing silhouette in shock, and then the convoy was somewhere behind him. Getting further and further away. The towering shape of Goliath, on the other hand, was drawing closer. Looking at the approaching Titan, Sunny shivered. Can I kill a Titan? He was honestly not sure. One thing he did know, though, was that he wouldn't be able to kill this particular Titan. If Sunny had time to study Goliath, learn his weaknesses, and prepare, then things might have been different. But Army Command knew very little about the stone monstrosity, and so, he knew even less. If the two of them fought to the death, there was no question of who would end up dying. Luckily, Sunny did not have to make a heroic last stand. He was no hero and had no plans of being killed anytime soon. And so, his goal was not to destroy the colossal creature, he just wanted to slow the big bastard down. If the convoy was given time to get away, there was a good chance that Goliath would not follow them. A bit further north, a long stretch of the highway was built under overhanging cliffs, so the giant's enormous size would become a hindrance. Unless Goliath was ready to smash through many kilometers of solid rock or dive back into the ocean, he was going to have trouble keeping up with the swift vehicles. And even if he was ready to wreck the whole mountain range, that would also slow him down. A few minutes. Sunny just had to buy the convoy a few minutes. How the hell do I stop a Titan for a few minutes, though? Nightmare stopped in the middle of the road, dwarfed by the nearing silhouette of Goliath. Sunny stared at the stone giant, shivering as he felt the inhuman gaze fall on him in return. The weight of it was almost palpable, pressing him down like an echo of the crushing. There was a stretch of the quaking highway left between them, but with the creature's colossal height, it was going to be covered in just a few steps. Sunny took a deep breath, and then forced his wildly beating heart to calm down. Jumping off his steed, he walked a small distance forward and stopped, his face full of defiant spitefulness. You really shouldn't have done this during the night, blockhead. With that, he sent his essence forward. On the slopes of the mountains and on the dark ribbon of the ocean shore, the massive shadows moved, coming to life. Then, a thick black chain shot from the darkness, wrapping itself around one of the Titan's arms. It was followed by another, and another. Dozens of dark chains flew from the ground, the mountain slope, and the edge of the coast, shackling Goliath's arms and legs. Sunny was utterly focused, his eyes drowned by deep shadow. His essence surged and flowed like a tide, saturating the deep darkness of the polar night. He was burning through all of it without looking back, knowing that nothing but would be enough for the impossible task. Fortunately, if there was one thing he knew all about, it was chains, both literal and metaphorical. He might have not learned how to escape every chain just yet, but he had learned about being bound a long time ago. At first, Goliath did not seem burdened by the shadow chains at all. He continued moving forward, dragging them along. He did not even show a sign of noticing them. However, Sonny was not done. A crooked grin appeared on his pale face, and suddenly, it seemed as though the night itself had come to life. Countless chains shot toward the towering titan, binding his limbs. Where there were dozens, there were now hundreds. Sonny felt as if his brain was on fire, and wasn't quite sure how he was managing to keep this many manifested shadows shaped, tangible, and strong at the same time. But he was doing it, and more than that, new chains appeared from the darkness every second. Goliath looked like he was carrying a forest of them on his body, anchored to the ground so thoroughly that, finally, the Titan's march slowed down. Just a little bit at first, but then more and more. The towering monstrosity lowered his torso and pushed forward, a hint of irritation appearing in his bearing. But the more he pushed forward, the more the chains held him back. And there were new ones appearing every moment, wrapping themselves around him like snakes. In the end, the Titan came to a stop just a few dozen meters away from Sonny, less than a step, bent low and utterly immobilized. The shadow chains groaned, cracking as if on the verge of snapping, but held. From the side, it looked as if the giant was trying to kneel in front of a defiant ant. Sonny let out a shaky breath, and then swayed slightly, feeling drops of blood falling from his nose. His essence was disappearing at a terrible rate. At this point, he wouldn't be able to sustain the hundreds of shadow chains for long, but no matter how much time that was going to buy, it was already enough. Probably. His mind was somewhat hazy. I think I overdid it this time. And when had the whispers of the sin of Solace gotten so loud? Right now, Sonny felt like he could make out what they were saying. No, he definitely could. The cursed sword whispered into his ear, its voice indistinguishable from his own. It only said one word. Useless. Sonny's eyes widened slightly. In the next moment, dozens of chains wrapped around one of Goliath's legs snapped with a deafening crack. Oh. The Titan's foot shot forward with astonishing speed and smashed into Sonny with the weight of a mountain. There was the howling of the wind and indescribable pain, but mercifully, it did not last long. Then, there was only darkness. Chapter 955, The End. Sonny died. Being dead wasn't too bad, all things considered. More or less every bone in his body was shattered. His rib cage had caved in, and sharp bone fragments were piercing his lungs. His limbs were twisted at unnatural angles, and his skull had cracked. There was excruciating pain, but it went away almost immediately, since his spine was broken, and his spinal cord was severed. Boneweave had tempered his bones and made them incredibly durable, but everything had its limits. For Sonny, that limit had turned out to be being kicked by a literal mountain, apparently. He could not see anything, because his eyes had burst, and could not hear anything, because his eardrums had ruptured. The world was dark and silent. It was almost comfortable, if not for the terrible cold. Sonny was very, very cold. Ah, damnation. Could he not just die in peace? You really are a useless piece of outskirt trash. Despite not being able to hear anything, he heard the cold, contemptuous voice. His own voice. Gods, can you shut the hell up? Sonny sent his shadow sense outward and found out that his broken body was laying on the very edge of the dark water, with icy waves washing his blood off the stone shore and licking his skin. No wonder he felt cold. Goliath was nowhere to be seen, but the weakening tremors that shook the world from time to time told him that the Titan was walking away, heading inland. Unable to move, Sonny imagined letting out a sigh. What luck. He might have died, but at least the giant had not stepped on him. His body had stopped just outside the dark waves after flying away and ricocheting off the concrete surface of the highway, too. Otherwise, to add insult to injury, he would have had to drown as well. But since he had not now, it was time to come back to life. Oh, this is going to hurt. Sonny was dead, but of course, such trivialities were not going to stop him. He had not spent most of the Antarctica campaign wearing the Undying Chain without a reason, after all. Undying enchantment description: the wearer cannot die. As long as he had essence to spare, death was just a temporary condition for Sonny. It was no different from having his head cut off in the Red Colosseum, and he had survived that debacle without too much trouble. Simply being unable to die for a few minutes was not going to save him, sadly. Back then, Sonny had been healed by Elias before running out of essence, but now, there was no one to help him. As soon as he burned through his essence, he would inevitably die. Well, I'll just help myself, then. Sonny summoned the runes. He did not have eyes anymore, and yet he was still able to perceive them, somehow. It was both strange and logical, explaining how Cassie had been able to communicate with the spell all that time. Finding the dying wish in the list of his memories, he concentrated on it and read the description of the Transcendent Charm Soul Enchantment. Death Wish Enchantment description: those who witness the wielder of this memory are compelled friends to be inspired, foes to seek the wielder out. The power of the memory grows the more enemies they give the gift of death, and can be consumed to heal the wielder's wounds. Death Charge 10001000. Sonny had not been idle since coming to Antarctica. He had saturated the counter of the Dying Wish a long time ago by slaughtering countless nightmare creatures across the Antarctic center. Now, it was finally time to use that hidden ace. Feeling his essence running dry and a numbing fog enveloping his mind, Sonny activated the healing enchantment. Instantly, there was a change. A furious flood of power rushed into his broken body, repairing it. His eardrums were restored, his liquefied eyes slowly started to coalesce back into solid shape. His fractured bones assembled themselves from hundreds of small fragments. The severed sections of his spinal cord connected back together. Arg crap. The pain was back, sending him into a violent convulsion. Sonny bit his tongue hard enough to feel the salty taste of blood, but a moment later, that wound, too, was healed. The agony of it all was nothing short of exquisite. Curse it. But it was all good. Pain was good. Pain meant that he was alive, or at least coming back to live. It was its absence that was frightening. A full charge of the powerful transcendent memory was enough to bring his body back from being utterly devastated, but the process was not instantaneous. Even with Bloodweave helping, it took some time. Sonny had no choice but to endure, and wait. He was no stranger to agony, anyway. At some point, he regained his vision. Rising his head weakly, Sonny looked at himself through the veil of tears. What he saw made him feel disheartened. The Undying Chain was all but gone. The bleak steel of his armor was shattered and mangled to the point of being unrecognizable. A few pieces of it were bent at sharp angles and pierced his flesh, slowing down the process of healing. Sonny stared at the bloody mess that was his body for a few moments, then thought that he should probably dismiss the armor. However, he did not need to. Almost at the same moment, the Undying Chain suddenly shone with soft radiance, and then disintegrated into a whirlwind of white sparks. The brilliant sparks danced around him for a few seconds, caressing his skin before disappearing without a trace, forever. The familiar voice of the spell whispered into his ear. Your memory has been destroyed. Sonny dropped his head back into the water. Thank you. The Undying Chain had held long enough for the healing power of the Dying Wish to bring him back from the doors of death, refusing to succumb to the terrible damage before he was safely on his way to being healed as if on purpose. True to its name to the very end. It was sort of poetic. I guess dying makes one sentimental. What the hell was he thinking about? It was just a suit of armor, an armor-type memory. Memories did not have thoughts, aspirations, and feelings. Well, most didn't. Turning his head slightly, Sunny stared at the beautiful jade shape of the Sin of Solace, which was laying on the stones a few steps away from him. His eyes darkened a little. So it was you, all that time. Messing with my mind and calling me names. The moonlight glinted on the pristine white blade. Everything was silent for a few moments, and then, Sun's own voice answered, full of disdain. Took you long enough to realize. As expected of an uneducated rat. Sunny gritted his teeth and stifled the desire to dismiss the damned sword immediately. He had already lost his armor, and leaving himself without a weapon would not be a very good decision. Ignoring the insidious whispers, Sunny let out a pained groan, and then stood up with a stagger. He was all but naked, terribly fatigued, and suffering from extreme essence exhaustion. But he was also, undoubtedly, not dead. Sunny came back to life. Chapter 956, Follower. Sunny stood on the shore of the ocean, shivering and considering if he should fall down and take a long, relaxing rest in the cold water. His reserves of essence were utterly spent, and with it came the sickening feeling of fragility and weakness. Awakened experienced a form of backlash when burning through all of their essence, but it was only a little bit harmful. The weakness would pass, and there would be no long-term harm done. He just had to weather the immediate consequence. The more concerning aspect of the situation was that he did not even have enough essence to summon a single memory. Looking down at the threadbare rags of his once pristine black bodysuit, Sunny sighed. For now, that was all that separated him from the bitter cold and the chilling winds of Antarctica. I need to get back to the convoy. Trying to get his tired mind to work properly, Sunny hesitated for a moment. But first, I need to check on Nightmare. The stallion was nowhere to be seen, so he was afraid of what had happened to his steed. The runes were still shimmering in the air in front of Sunny, so he turned his attention back to them. Death charge 01000. The charge of the dying wish was completely spent, but it had done its job. The undying chain was gone. Turning away from the list of memories with a sigh, he looked at the status of his shadows. The runes describing Nightmare shone as always, so the black steed was not destroyed. Then where is he? Sunny frowned, then softly hit himself on the forehead, remembering that he could simply check his innate connection to the shadow. Without wasting any time, he reached inward and tried to sense it within his soul. Soon, Sunny felt Nightmare's presence. The connection was not really meant to share information, but he could still tell that the black steed was nearby, and in the middle of a battle. The battle did not seem dire or dangerous, though. The stallion was most likely dealing with stray nightmare creatures that could have attacked Sunny while he was still healing. Good, then. We can get away from here as soon as he is finished. Sunny swayed a little, then glanced at his four shadows, who were all staring at him with different expressions. The happy shadow was beside itself, but strangely, the other THR were also showing some degree of uncharacteristic positivity. Even the gloomy one appeared somewhat relieved. He grinned. What, did you think that a mere titan would be enough to get rid of me? Dream on. With that, Sunny looked north, wondering how long it would take to catch up with the convoy, then took a couple steps forward and leaned down to pick up the Sin of Solace. That damn thing. The closer his fingers got to the jade hilt, the more it seemed as though the cursed sword was smiling ominously. Behind you. Sunny scoffed. As if I would be gullible enough to. At that moment, a swift shape shot through the darkness and collided with him. A tearing pain pierced Sunny's side, and he was sent flying into the water. Hitting the dark surface with a pained scream, he scraped his hands on the cold stones beneath and rolled, jumping to his feet a split second later. A handful of sharp rocks flew in the direction of the unknown attacker, meant to slow whoever it was down. However, the creature was still standing in the spot where Sunny had been a few moments ago, staring at him with inhuman eyes. Sunny staggered. Briefly looking down, he saw that a sizable chunk of flesh was torn out of his side. Bloodweave had stemmed the bleeding, but the wound still looked gruesome. Then, he glanced back at the bastard who had bitten him. The creature looked vaguely familiar. It was short, barely reaching Sunnis' abdomen, with dark skin and bone plates covering its scrawny body like a suit of light armor. The damned goblin did not look too formidable, but it had a wide mouth full of sharp, triangular teeth. It was also missing 2 fingers on its right hand. Sunny blinked a couple of times, remembering a tiny imp that he had once failed to finish off. The wretch had grown a lot since their last meeting, however, it was still on the smaller side. Looking up, he noticed a lump of bleeding flesh in the abomination's mouth. His face contorted in anger. Sunny clenched his fists and opened his mouth, but before he could say anything the scavenger seemed to grin spitefully, and then swallowed the lump of flesh with a look of pure hatred written on its ugly face. Sunnis' eyes widened. You wicked little shit. He had let the imp go once, but the bastard did not know his luck. That's great, I'll just kill him now. Full of fury, Sunny took a step forward, but then staggered. The world suddenly turned hazy, and his head spun. What the? His sides somehow both growing numb and burning with terrible pain. His body felt even weaker than before. Slowly looking down, he saw a strangely familiar black liquid flowing out of the gruesome wound. No, it was his blood, which was not stopping, for some reason. The blood had simply turned black. His face paled. Black venom. How did he get poisoned with black venom? Sunny froze for a split second. No way. The abomination in front of him was a scavenger, a type of nightmare creature that inherited traits of that which it consumed. Had he feasted on the flesh of slain black tongues that the convoy had left floating in the mountain lake? Had the little bastard been following the convoy all that time, stuffing himself with all the corpses and carcasses that they had left behind, growing and waiting for a chance to avenge himself on Sunny? Suddenly, he wanted to laugh. Bastard, you waited all that time, only to deliver yourself into my hands now. Sunny took another step forward, commanding the shadows to wrap themselves around his body. Before he could, however, the scavenger suddenly dashed forward with tremendous speed, and a dreadful blow crashed into Sunnis' abdomen. With the wind knocked out of him, he was thrown back and fell on his back. A split second later, the abomination was on top of Sunny, 2 unexpectedly powerful hands wrapped around his neck, strangling him. A vicious, hateful snarl escaped from between the creature's blooded teeth. Sunnis' head was pushed beneath the surface of the waves, and ice-cold water instantly filled his mouth and nose. He tried to push the scavenger off, but his body was too weak to resist the furious fiend. Wait. Before Sunny could come up with a single coherent thought, his consciousness started to fade, and a dangerous darkness encroached on his mind. And then, he got angry, too. Chapter 957, Tooth and Nail. Why is this happening to me twice in a row? What is this crap? Sunny was being strangled and drowned, with his mutilated side on fire because of seawater getting into the ugly wound. The hateful scavenger had turned out to be astonishingly strong for his demure size, or maybe it was Sunny who was too weak. He was utterly drained of essence, still recovering from being stomped on by a titan, and had a powerful toxin coursing through his veins on top of everything, after all. In any case, no matter how desperately he tried to shake the little bastard off his body, it was all in vain. Ugh. The thought of surviving an encounter with a fallen titan, only to be killed by this pathetic waste of an abomination, made him feel bitter and slighted. Especially because the damned gremlin was barely half his size. Just give up. Your life is meaningless, anyway. Feeling his consciousness starting to slip, Sunny tried to snarl. Shut the hell up. The Sin of Solace remained silent for a moment, and then laughed. It is amusing how desperately you are trying to survive, knowing that all that is waiting for you is a lifetime of being a slave. That was the last drop. No, actually, being ambushed by the odious little goblin had been the last drop. After months of suffering setback after setback and enduring the stress of guiding men through a disastrous war campaign, having to restrain himself to project the image of a capable and composed leader, Sunny had finally had enough of it. Suddenly, he was very, very angry. He was positively furious. Sunny was furious at the world itself, but since the spiteful gremlin was the only creature near him, the bastard was going to have to be the sole target of his anger. Get here, you wretched waif. Nib ein jace uitdlud cedit pdin psu auni s igimuniu. Luckily, the scrawny abomination was no Goliath. Boneweave might have surrendered to the titanic blow of the giant Stonefoot, but it did not give in to the scavenger's unreasonably sharp teeth. So, Sunny had kept his finger, even though it got cruelly mangled. Not even noticing the pain, he grabbed the hateful gremlin's face, and then pressed his left thumb into the creature's eye as hard as he could. That, at least, got a reaction. Shocked, the scavenger recoiled, and even if it was only for a moment, his grip on Sunny's neck weakened. That was all he needed. Shifting beneath the abomination, Sunny managed to bend his knee, insert it between their bodies, and then throw the bastard away. The gluttonous goblin might have been far stronger than he had any business being, but he was still comparatively light. His scrawny body flew away, landing back on the stone shore. Where do you think you're going? I'm not finished with you yet, damned pest. Rising from the water, Sunny sucked in a hoarse breath, and then glared at the scavenger with bloodshot, murderous eyes. Come here. The spiteful creature was happy to oblige. He jumped back to his feet and lunged forward, but then stumbled and grabbed his abdomen with a confused look. Sunny grinned. What, do you have a stomachache? That was probably Bloodweave doing its thing. Sunny's blood was not really poisonous, but it had a disturbing propensity of trying to return to its source when separated from it. So, swallowing a chunk of his flesh was almost like swallowing a handful of metal shavings, and then walking to stand in front of a powerful magnet. The bastard had to be in a world of pain. No, not yet, he isn't. Sunny dashed toward the vile goblin, and used the momentary lapse in their battle to shift his vision and get a look at his enemy's soul. What he saw surprised him. The scavenger, who had started as a tiny pipsqueak of a nightmare creature, had not only grown many times its size physically, but also spiritually. Judging by the hideous darkness spreading through his soul, he was now a fallen demon. Sunny was pretty sure that the pathetic abomination he had failed to kill at LO49 was both of a lesser rank and a lower class, so it was a bit startling. Well, no matter. Hell die all the same. The two of them clashed at the edge of the water. The scavenger was strong, fast, and vicious, but Sunny was augmented by 4 shadows. Sadly, the augmentation of the shadows was not set in stone, instead enhancing his own physical state. And since his physical state was currently at the rock bottom, Sunny was still far away from being able to perform at his peak. Weakness multiplied by 5 might have transformed into a kind of strength, but not the sort he was used to. Still, he was both bigger and stronger than the feral gremlin, even if the gap was not as large as it was supposed to be. The creature only had a slight advantage in speed. Wishing to crush the bastard with his own 2 hands, Sunny tried to grapple the scavenger and bring him to the ground, but the hateful imp managed to slip from his grasp at the last moment and lashed out with his maimed hand, delivering a vicious blow right into Sunny's wounded side. The explosion of pain made stars appear in his eyes. A strange wheezing sound escaped from between the abomination's sharp teeth, sounding almost like horse laughter. You wretch! Hissing, Sunny caught the abomination's arm and twisted it. The familiar sound of snapping bones made a smile appear on his face, but a moment later, it was replaced by a pained grimace. Without skipping a beat after having his arm broken, the scavenger sunk his teeth into Sunny's forearm, making more blood splatter on the rocks and more venom to enter his system. Goddamn! Livid, Sunny slapped the scrawny fiend across the head, sending him flying away. Even before the abomination landed, he was already closing in, prepared to annihilate the little bastard. However, the scavenger just happened to fall on a very particular spot on the stone shore. His maimed hand ended up mere centimeters away from the hilt of Sin of Solace, which was still laying on the wet rocks. The familiar voice laughed coldly. Well, would you look at that? What a turn of events. Before Sunny could reach the evil goblin, the creature hurriedly reached forward, grabbed the cursed sword, and swung it fiercely in Sunnis' direction. Chapter 958, A Series of Unfortunate Events. Sunny was too close to dodge the sudden strike, and the scavenger was too quick to let him. Even though the Sin of Solace was longer than his whole body, the little fiend managed to swing it fast enough to leave the enemy no time to retreat. What the hell? Knowing that the jade blade would easily cut him in half, or at least deliver a devastating wound, Sunny stared at the deadly white blare as it approached his torso. The time seemed to have slowed down. Is this a joke? Without having to do anything, he simply dismissed the Sin of Solace. Instead of the lethal touch of the perfect jade, his skin was washed by a scattering of white sparks. The gremlin blinked in confusion and then awkwardly clenched his fists, as if trying to understand where the sword he had been just holding went. In the next moment, Sunny kicked him in the chest, sending the abomination flying again. Judging by the satisfying crunch he felt, the plate of bone armor on the scavenger's chest was broken, and very likely a few of his ribs, too. Best of all, the damned sword finally stopped talking. The wounded fiend bounced off the rocks, rolled a few meters, and then jumped to his feet. He did not seem too wounded to not be able to continue the fight, and more than eager to. However, his expression was slightly pained, and before doing anything, the gremlin hit his head a few times. Sunny smiled. It seemed that the annoying whispers had done a number on the scavenger's mind, as well. Now, all that was left was to finish the little menace off. Preferably, without losing any more pieces of flesh or getting even more poisoned than he already was. Sunny just started to consider the best and most painful way to kill the scavenger, but at that moment, a beautiful sound reached his ears. It was the ringing of adamantine hooves that was approaching them from somewhere further up the road. A nasty grin appeared on his face. "Oh, you are so done now, bastard." Nightmare had obliterated his foes and was coming back to assist his master. The scavenger seemed to understand the meaning of the ringing, too. He hesitated, staring at Sunny with an expression of burning hatred. Time to die. Then, something changed. The expression on the ugly face of the vicious gremlin shifted, turning into one of indescribable fear. Moving his head, the little fiend stared at something behind Sunny's back. But there was nothing there. Sunny wanted to scoff. Does this cretin really think that I will fall for the oldest trick in the book? I wrote that damn book, fool. Except for the ocean. Then again, Sunny had already neglected to look behind himself once today. Which had led to his current pitiful state. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. With all four shadows wrapped around his body, Sunny could not see what was happening behind him. Gritting his teeth and knowing that he would regret it, he briefly glanced at the dark surface of the water. The ocean was just as it had been a minute ago, and no horror was lunging at him from the cold waves. No, no, no. By the time he looked back, the scavenger was already gone. Sunny did not know where the little bastard had disappeared to, but he could not see any trace of him. It was as if the scavenger had never been here at all. A stunned expression appeared on Sunny's face. Did he really slip away from me? Again? He opened his mouth in disbelief. Damnation. Infuriated, Sunny kicked the nearest rock and then spun, hoping against reason to find the hateful gremlin, somehow. He could not have gotten too far away, or hidden too well. There was no telling just what sort of powers the hateful abomination had absorbed by devouring countless nightmare creatures, though. The scavenger was thoroughly gone. I can't believe it, cursed that damned wretch. Gritting his teeth, Sunny sent his shadow sense outward, reaching as far as he could in the hope of discovering a hiding goblin. He did not sense a scrawny shadow of the fiend anywhere. He did sense something else, however. Suddenly, Sunny felt very cold. Slowly turning around, he looked at the ocean again. The surface of the undulating waves was unchanged. But somewhere beneath it, at the very edge of his senses, he could feel shadows moving across the ocean floor, drawing closer and closer. Dozens, no, hundreds and hundreds of them, all heading toward a single point. Him. Backing away, Sunny gulped. Was the little wretch not faking, after all? What could have frightened the scavenger so much that he had chosen to abandon his attempt at murdering Sunny? I better not find out. Without a drop of essence in his cores and black venom coursing through his veins, Sunny did not feel particularly keen to learn what horrors were approaching him from beneath the waves. He took a few more steps away and then turned around, noticing a familiar shape. Nightmare appeared in his view, galloping across the shattered surface of the highway. Following Sunny's command, the black stallion flashed past him without ever slowing down. As he did, Sunny grabbed the hook of the saddle and pulled himself up, jumping on the back of the galloping steed. Together, they dashed away from the water, heading north as fast as they could. Throughout all of it, Sunny never looked back. The feeling of cold dread he felt from the approaching shadows. It was eerily familiar. To hell with this, to hell with it all. This is too damn much for one godforsaken day. The silhouette of the dark courser and his half-naked, battered rider disappeared behind a bend of a mountain slope. And just a few seconds later, the dark waters parted, and the first of the eerie visitors stepped from the water onto the shore. Chapter 959, Lonesome Rider. Sunny was riding north through the bitter cold of the polar night, shivering in his raggedy, tattered bodysuit. The coastal highway stretched forward, strangely silent and empty. From time to time, he encountered bleeding carcasses of slain nightmare creatures that lay on the concrete, staring into the darkness with glassy eyes. Those were the only signs left behind by the passing of the convoy. The rest of the abominations must have been pulled away by it, rushing in pursuit of the small column of vehicles. That gave Sunny a chance to catch his breath. "Oh, I am tired." Now that the thrill of the battle was gone, he found himself in a somber mood. The cold, dark, and desolate landscape of the Antarctic center was only adding to the gloom. Looking ahead, Sunny winced as he rocked in Nightmare's saddle. His wounds were hurting, and the lethal toxin was still trying to kill him from the inside. Most people would have been dead already, but Bloodweave was slowly overcoming the black venom. Sunny was still bleeding from the torn bite wounds on his side and his forearm, though. His thumb was also a mess. Since he had not encountered anything capable of making him bleed in a long while, that was a bit disconcerting. However, there was very little that Sunny could do. He had a mundane medkit stored inside the covetous coffer, but lacked the essence to summon it. He could not summon an armor to protect himself from the cold for the same reason, as well. After being completely exhausted, essence was slow to return to the vast reservoirs of his cores. What little he had received from dismissing the sin of solace was almost instantly absorbed by his essence-starved body. Until his flesh was saturated at least to a small degree, he was not going to be able to summon any memory. It was not too bad, though. The more of the rejuvenating essence returned to his body, the better he was able to resist the cold, and the stronger Bloodweave became. Slowly but surely, the feeling of sickening weakness permeating his whole being was receding. Then, a small trickle of essence flowed into his cores. Finally, Sunny commanded Nightmare to stop, and then dismounted. He knelt on the concrete for a minute or two, steadily breathing in and out and thinking about what memory he should summon first. He was cold and required armor to protect him from both the elements and the enemies, but he also felt very uncomfortable without a weapon. His wounds needed to be tended to, and the memory of ice was another worthy candidate. Eventually, he sighed. Nightmare can be my weapon, for now. With that, Sunny summoned the covetous coffer. Opening the metal chest, he took out a medkit and awkwardly applied the clotting agent to his wounds, then plastered the sealing patches on top of them. After that, he reached deep into the cavernous storage space of the coffer, searched for a bit, and pulled out a military coat. Sunny stared at the brass buttons on the coat for a few minutes, then put it on and raised the collar, hoping to save himself from the chilling wind. That should do it for now. Climbing back into the saddle, he sent his steed forward. Nightmare went slowly at first, so as not to disturb his master's wounds too much. They traveled in silence for some time. Eventually, Sunny recovered enough essence to summon another memory, choosing the cruel sight this time. He had considered calling upon the Sin of Solace, but then decided against it. His mood was already dark, and listening to the damned sword was not going to improve it one bit. Plus, with the undying chain gone, his mental defenses were not as good as they had been. Sunny scowled when he remembered the loss of the transcendent armor, and hurried to throw bitter thoughts out of his mind. It seemed that after subjecting him to all kinds of misfortune, Fated had finally decided to bestow Sunny with some luck. He had not encountered a single nightmare creature while traversing a long stretch of the highway. Eventually, though, that luck was bound to run out. Looking through the eyes of one of the shadows, which was scouting ahead, Sunny frowned. There was a dark mass of moving bodies blocking the road about a kilometer further north. The concrete was littered with corpses, and the abominations were feasting on the flesh of their fallen brethren, devouring them in a nauseating mess of squelching noises. As Sunny looked past the morbid feast, his eyes darkened. Soon, adamantine hoofs rang on the concrete, and a nightmarish rider plunged into the mass of abominations. His steed stomped and tore them apart, and the shining spear of the rider himself flashed, making stark shadows dance on the surface of the highway, and streams of evaporating blood fountain into the cold air. It did not take Sunny long to eviscerate the scavenging nightmare creatures. By then, he had recovered enough essence to channel it into the cruel sight, and by the time the short and brutal battle ended, he still had enough left to summon the mantle of the underworld. Finally, he was not cold anymore. His mood, however, only grew darker. Out there behind the mass of dead nightmare creatures, both those who had been killed before he arrived and those he killed himself, the familiar shape of one of the civilian transports could be seen on the road, standing motionlessly. The lights of the vehicle were gone, and its frame was littered by deep gouges. Several large holes revealed the dark interior. Carcasses of the abominations were piled around the transport especially high, as if there had been a desperate fight around it. Sunny sighed, then walked over and climbed inside, expecting to see the worst. However, there were no human bodies littering the interior. There was no blood, either, just emptiness and shards of broken glass. What the hell happened here? He lingered for a few moments, then returned outside and jumped into the saddle with a deep frown on his pale face. Full of tension, Sunny sent Nightmare galloping north once again. This time, his posture was full of a sense of urgency. Chapter 960, Erebus Field. About an hour later, Sunny reached the spot where the convoy was supposed to leave the highway and turn inland, scaling the mountains once again to eventually reach Erebus Field. Of all the siege capitals in the Antarctic Center, only the first and the largest one, Falcon Scott, was situated near water. Even then, the actual port was a separate and solitary fortress, connected to the city above it by a network of industrial elevators. The rest of the human strongholds were built away from the ocean, on the outskirts of the mountains. So, the last stretch of the way was going to take the convoy away from the coast if they continued on the route Sunny had planned for them, of course. He had killed a few more nightmare creatures while trying to catch up with his men, and the corpses he had encountered seemed fresher as of late. From what Sunny could tell, the column was not too far ahead of him now. If he was lucky, he might even be able to rejoin the convoy before reaching Erebus Field. The siege capital had to be surrounded by a ring of active battle engagements, so Sunny really hoped to accompany the refugees through that mess. No time to waste, then. He commanded Nightmare to turn east. Not long after they started to ascend the mountains, the snowfall seemed to pick up, making it harder to see. There was something strange about that snow, though. What is this smell? Frowning, Sunny raised a hand and caught a few snowflakes on his palm. While he could see in the dark, differentiating colors that way was not his strongest suit. Sunny could instantly tell that something was wrong, though, because the white snowflakes did not contrast against the onyx metal of his gauntlet nearly as much as they should have. In fact, they were not white at all. He tilted his head a little, then smeared the snowflakes across his palm. What was left behind was a trail of black soot. It's ash. Looking up at the sky, he scowled. The strong snowfall was no snowfall at all. Instead, it was raining ash. Countless grey flakes fell from high above, dancing in the wind as they slowly obscured the world in a thick fog. That can't be good. Full of bad premonitions, Sunny sent Nightmare into a gallop. They moved deeper into the mountains, following the twisted road. By now, Bloodreeve had mostly dealt with the toxin, and his wounds were already healing. His essence was slowly being replenished, as well, so overall, Sunny was in relatively good shape. Not enough to face something truly dreadful yet, but well on the way. Where the hell is my convoy? Just as he thought that, the scouting shadows noticed something ahead. Just short of the highest point of the nearest mountain pass, protected from the wind by tall cliffs, a group of battered vehicles was parked in a circle, with tired soldiers standing guard around it. He noticed Bell sitting on the roof of one of the transport, holding a sword in his hand. A sense of profound relief grasped Sunny's heart. They're fine. He let out a heavy breath, and asked Nightmare to go faster. A few minutes later, the figure of an infernal rider clad in fearsome black armor entered the circle of light surrounding the parked convoy. The soldiers flinched and raised their rifles, aiming at the frightening apparition. Sunny raised a hand. Don't shoot, bastards, what the hell is this, a mutiny? The soldiers blinked a couple of times, staring at him with wide eyes. Then, someone yelled. It's the captain has back. Thank the gods. Someone, tell the devils. There was no need to inform the irregulars, though. Bell was the first one to notice him, and just a few moments later, the whole cohort emerged from the camp to meet him. Sunny jumped off the back of Nightmare, patted the stallion on the shoulder, and then dismissed him. Then, he turned to his people. Kim was the first one to speak. Captain, you're alive. I mean, of course, you are. That rock of yours would have disappeared if you died. Luster grinned. See, I told you. Quentin glanced at him, then nodded with a smile. We shouldn't have doubted the captain, indeed. But, to be honest, sir, none of us believed that you would manage to stop a fallen titan, let alone live to tell the tale. All by yourself, no less. That is simply incredible. How did you even survive? Sunny stared at him blankly for a few moments, then said evenly. I didn't. As the members of the cohort looked at him with wide eyes, he scratched the back of his head and added. Being dead was not all it's cracked up to be, though, so I walked it off. Anyway, I found the empty transport on the highway. What the hell happened? The irregulars glanced at each other. Dawn sighed, then pointed to the convoy. It broke down in the middle of the road, sir. We had to stop and transfer the refugees to the other 3 vehicles. The abominations did not let us do it in peace. Of course it was a hell of a fight, but in the end, we managed to get everyone loaded up safely, broke through the crowd of nightmare creatures, and fled. We lost a couple of soldiers, but none of the civilians were seriously hurt. Sunny let out a heavy sigh. So, more people died. He closed his eyes for a moment. What is the situation now, then? Dawn's face darkened. The remaining transports are in bad shape and severely overloaded, sir. I don't think that they'll be able to travel for much longer. That was to be expected. Sunny waved a hand. Are they going to make it to Erebus Field, at least? And, by the way, why did you stop? Is there a large number of nightmare creatures between us and the city gate? None of the members of the cohort answered, which was strange in and of itself. What made Sunny really anxious, though, were the fallen expressions on their faces. What? Dawn remained silent for a bit, then turned his head in the direction of the mountain pass. It would be easier if we just showed you, sir. They walked through the camp, and then crested the slope of the pass. From there, Sunny had a clear view of Erebus Field, which was supposed to be 6 kilometers further north. Supposed to. With a frozen expression, Sunny looked through the falling ash at the dreadful sight below. His sunken eyes were hidden by deep, dark shadows. Curse it all. Erebus Field was no more. Chapter 961, Sandcastles. The dark skies were shrouded by a veil of slowly falling ash. Far below the mountain pass, illuminated by foreboding red glow, a vast metropolis lay in ruins. The shattered buildings were drowning in rivers of lava, and a terrible conflagration was raging across the devastated land, devouring what little was left of the once thriving city. Above the scene of devastation, the dark shape of Mount Erebus was wreathed in smoke. A flood of molten rock was flowing down its slopes, glowing through the haze. The walls of the city were breached, and uncountable hordes of nightmare creatures were prowling in the ruins, some bathing in the flames, some avoiding it. Looking down with a dead expression on his pale, tired face, Sunny found himself momentarily unable to feel anything. Doesn't make any sense. Erebus Field had been one of the most prominent cities in Antarctica. Famous for its geothermal energy farms, fertile soil, and warmth, it had been home to tens of millions of people even before becoming an evacuation center. The local government branch had been supposed to have the volcano well under control. Even if all the safety systems they had in place were to suffer a cataclysmic failure, the city had possessed formidable fortifications long before being converted into a siege capital. With those in place and a whole division of the First Army working on reinforcing the defensive infrastructure, as well as the presence of hundreds of awakened and more than a few masters, Erebus Field simply could not succumb to something as mundane as a volcanic eruption. How did this happen? Sunny had been supposed to guide the convoy to this stronghold, deliver the refugees to the authorities, rendezvous with Davis and his cohort of irregulars, and then resume acting in his usual capacity as the captain of a fast response combat unit. Instead, the city was gone, Davis and his people were nowhere to be found, and the responsibility of caring for the convoy of defenseless civilians was still pressing heavily on his shoulders. If anything, that weight had only become more burdensome. He was at his wits' end. With a sigh, Sunny rubbed his face, and then sat down on a nearby boulder. His eyes were still glued to the horrible scene below. He was simply unable to look away. The members of the cohort stood awkwardly around him, keeping silent. Sunny remembered that he was meant to be projecting an image of confidence as their leader, but was too rattled and angry to care. After a while, Bell cleared his throat. "We are awaiting your orders, sir." Quentin glanced at the swordsman reproachfully, then sighed. "None of us really knows what to do. The mood among the civilians is pretty dark, as well. Everyone is a bit shaken, I think. We did check the maps, though. The next siege capital is to the northeast of here, over the mountains. About 300 kilometers away. Miss Beth and Professor Obel are currently searching for a good route." Sunny silently shook his head. "There's no point. Siege capitals seem to be crumbling like sandcastles these days. Who says that the next one will still be there by the time we arrive? If we even make it." The irregulars glanced at each other with uncomfortable expressions. After a poignant pause, Kim asked, What should we do, then?" "Sir?" Sunny let out a heavy sigh, then looked north. After a few moments of silence, he said, "Go to Falcon Scott. That is our best hope. Even if all other siege capitals fall, it will stand. It is the most fortified, and the First Army's presence is the strongest there. Most importantly, that is where St. Tyrus is. As long as she is defending the north, we'll be safe there." Sunny did not add that if something capable of taking Sky Tide out appeared, all of them would be better off committing suicide. Once saints started to die, mortals like them had no hope of making it out, really. He also did not mention that there were another 2,000 kilometers between them and Falcon Scott, twice as much as they had barely survived to get to Erebus Field from LO-49. Everyone here knew that, since the cohort had started this damned campaign at the distant northern stronghold, returning to Falcon Scott would complete the calamitous circle. Granted, the situation would be slightly different as they moved further north. Since that was where the First Army had first established its presence, the territories between Erebus Field and Falkenscott were far better entrenched than the desolate regions in the south, where the army had come last. There would be established evacuation corridors, or at least remnants of them. Supply depots, fortified outposts, well-maintained roads, perhaps they would even meet friendly forces on the way. Come to think of it, I should probably contact Army Command as soon as possible, to get detailed information about the big picture. The timing would be tricky, since the convoy was currently in a dire situation, with numerous nightmare creatures flooding the area. Sending even one irregular into the Dream Realm would diminish their ability to defend themselves, but it was better than remaining blind. His people needed sleep, anyway. Sonny lingered for a few moments, then said, "Leave me for a bit. I need to think. Oh, make sure that the transports are as ready to move as they can be, while you're at it." He doubted that it would be safe to remain near the fallen city for long. The irregulars nodded, then backed off and headed toward the convoy's temporary camp. Left alone, Sonny forced himself to look away from the ruins of Erebus Field and stared up at the sky, which was dark and obscured by clouds of ash. Damn it. The 3 remaining civilian transports were overloaded and on the verge of irrevocably breaking down. Military vehicles should still be operational, but Sergeant Gear had probably run out of ammunition by now. What the hell am I supposed to do? As Sonny watched the sky, a black dot appeared above him. At first, he thought that it was just another flake of ash, but the dot moved too swiftly to be one dot. It dove down, slowly growing as it drew closer. A few seconds later, a black bird landed on a rock near him. It had glossy black feathers, smart round eyes, and a sharp beak that reminded him of Spire messengers. With mild surprise, Sonny recognized it as a crow. He knew that one, at least. Birds were a little bit less extinct than mammals, so even though they were a rare sight in the outskirts, there were some. They usually did not last long, though. However, why is there a crow in Antarctica? Just as he thought it, the crow opened its beak and cawed. Its caws sounded terribly like words. Sani Sani. Chapter 962, Reaper's Crow. As soon as the strange crow appeared, Sonny was ready to kill it. Summoning the Moonlight Shard would have only taken a split second, and a swift strike of his armored fist was going to do the job just as well. If it was an ordinary bird, of course. Which he seriously doubted. He did not expect the crow to speak, though. Sani Sani. Is it calling my name? Sonny temporarily postponed his plans of killing the crow and stared at it for a bit. The crow tilted its head and stared back. Sani. He blinked, then shifted his vision and looked into the bird's soul. Sonny expected to see an orb of repulsive darkness, but what he saw instead were 2 radiant cores. The crow was an awakened monster, however, it was not a nightmare creature. Is it an echo, or am I losing my mind? Again. He hesitated for a little while, then said cautiously. Yes, I am Sonny. The bird jumped closer with a satisfied look, shook its entire body to get rid of flakes of ash clinging to the black feathers, and then cawed again. Jet Jet. A spark of hope ignited in Sonny's heart. He studied the crow some more, then leaned closer and whispered. Did Master Jet send you? The small monster bobbed its head up and down several times. Jet send. Sonny closed his eyes for a moment, inhaling deeply. So she did not forget about me after all, huh? The crow appeared to be Soul Reaper's echo, which she had sent to find Sonny. It felt nice to be remembered. However, he was not sure how the blackbird was supposed to help him, if that was Jet's intention at all. Was it simply a messenger to deliver new orders? Someone to guide him to Davis and his cohort of elite assassins? He hesitated for a moment. Why did Master Jet send you to find me? The small monster jumped a couple of times. Crow help. So it was not just a messenger. The echo was meant to assist him, somehow. Sonny tried not to get too excited. How are you going to help me? Are you going to lead me to Davis? The blackbird silently shook its head, making Sunny frown. Why not? The crow tilted its head. Dave's dead. Sunny let out a heavy sigh. So, pride was gone. His men probably hadn't made it out of Erebus Field either. He did not know the Cold Man too well, but the loss of a full cohort of irregulars still hit him hard. Not to mention that Sunnis' hopes of linking up with another powerful master were crushed. From what he knew, that was the first serious casualties the irregulars had suffered from the start of the campaign. His information was outdated, though. Who says that any of them are still alive? The irregulars, and especially their captains, were elites among elites. But with how unreasonably dreadful the chain of nightmares was turning out to be, at least in the Antarctic Center, there were no guarantees. Hell, he himself had all but died just a few hours ago. At least Soul Reaper was still out there, somewhere. A dark grimace appeared on Sunnis' face. Looking back at the small bird, he asked in a dubious tone. How are you supposed to help me, then? The crow flapped its wings. Crow show. Sunny frowned. Show what? The bird stared at him for a few moments, then cawed again. Crow show. Then, it added. Sunny follow. It wants me to follow it. He did not have too much trust in the mere awakened monster's abilities, but if Master Jet had sent it, then there had to be a good reason. In any case, Sunny did not have too many choices. Although he did not want to think it aloud, the convoy situation was more or less hopeless. With failing vehicles and an ocean of Nilinare creatures surrounding them, the chances that he would be able to keep the refugees alive were not too high. Sunny sighed, then nodded. All right. Well, follow you. Just give me a bit of time to get my people on the road. The crow stared at him for a bit, then flopped its wings again. Hurry. You don't need to remind me. Standing up, Sunny descended toward the convoy's camp and ordered everyone to prepare for departure. Soon, the column of vehicles left its temporary shelter and followed a narrow mountain road that circled the former Erebus Field from a good distance. The crow flew above them, guiding the convoy deeper into the mountains. The bird had turned out to be an amazing scout. Not only was it able to notice swarms of nightmare creatures from high above long before they could threaten the column, but it was also smart enough to lead Sunny and his people around the prowling abominations. After about an hour of tense, but uneventful driving, they left the site of the destroyed city behind. The scene of devastation was now obscured by the slopes and peaks, but the plume of smoke rising from the crater of Mount Erebus and the NGRY orange glow of the burning stronghold could still be seen. The crow guided the convoy to a wide crossroad, and then dove down, landing near a small structure standing at the side of it. The convoy came to a halt, the civilian transports looking like they might not ever be able to get their engines running again. Sparing them an uneasy glance, Sunny jumped down from the roof of the Rhino and approached the structure. It seemed freshly built, and was most likely constructed by the First Army just a month or two ago. He had no idea what its purpose was, though. Uncertain, Sunny glanced at the black bird, who looked very proud of itself. What am I supposed to do with that? The crow tilted its head. Door open. Oh. Despite its small size, the structure had actual blast doors blocking its entrance. The gate was large enough to be rammed by the Rhino, but of course, Sunny was not going to order Luster to do something that stupid. He briefly thought about cutting through the blast doors with the cruel sight, but then shook his head with a roll of eyes, walked over to a small panel at the side of the gate, and placed his palm on it. The panel lit up, and then, a mechanical voice came from the inbuilt dynamics. Captain Sunless. Verified. Sufficient clearance. The blast doors opened, revealing the entrance to a wide tunnel. Oh. Hell. No. Sunny remained motionless for a while, cursing his fate, then reluctantly sent one of his shadows into the tunnel. Despite his newly established aversion to tunnels of all kinds, that one turned out to be rather short, leading to a vast underground chamber. It was rectangular in shape, and large enough for the several convoys the size of the one Sunny was leading to take shelter inside. It's a hidden supply depot, a big one, at Thr. Sunny's eyes widened. Inside the underground garage, rows and rows of pristine military vehicles stood, ready to be powered up and armed with full complements of heavy assault weapons. Chapter 963, Supply Depot. Sunny remained motionless for a while, until eventually there was a sound of footsteps approaching him. Turning around, he looked at Sergeant Gear with a blank expression. The soldier tensed, habitually expecting dreadful news. What's in there? Sunny lingered for a bit, then simply shook his head. Order the convoy to drive inside. You'll see soon enough. Before too long, the column of battered vehicles drove past him, disappearing into the dark tunnel. Once they were all inside, Sunny glanced at the falling ash one last time, then walked into the darkness himself. The blast doors closed behind him with a reverberating hum, cutting off the bitter cold and the chilling wind of the polar night. Just before the two plates of armored alloy touched, Master Jet's crow flew between them and landed on Sunny's shoulder. The bird glanced into the tunnel with curiosity, then stared at him and cawed a couple of times. For a change, those were simple caws, and not mangled words of the human language. A pale smile appeared on Sunny's face. Yeah. Good job. With that, he walked down the tunnel, soon reaching the underground garage. The convoy was parked in the empty corner of the vast chamber, and excited soldiers were already moving around the pristine military vehicles, evaluating their state. Someone else was busy opening alloy crates that were stacked along one of the walls, full of all kinds of supplies. The depot was brightly illuminated by powerful light fixtures, which had come online as soon as Sunny opened the gate using his command authority. The ventilation systems were also online, filling the underground space with the familiar, calming smell of artificially cleaned air. Sunny breathed in deeply and waited for Sergeant Gear to approach him. So? How is it? The soldier smiled, which made Sunny realize that he had never seen the dependable sergeant do that before. It's nothing short of amazing, sir. This is a divisional field resupply station, from what I can tell. It's meant to replenish the expended resources of an entire division between battles, if there's no convenient opportunity to reach a fortified stronghold or if the supply lines are cut. There's enough here to support the deployment of thousands of soldiers. He paused for a moment, and then pointed at the rows of vehicles. We have not assessed the full inventory yet, but you can already see that this is far more than we need. There are different types of machines, too, from armored personnel carriers to assault vehicles and light scouts. I mean, there's even a dozen MWRs here, with enough ammunition to load all their armaments. Sunny glanced at the towering shapes of the mobile war platforms standing near the back wall. These giant humanoid robots were about 6 meters tall, on the smaller side compared to their larger cousins, but they still packed a heavy punch. Samra's powerful rifle had been meant to serve as a light weapon for one of these formidable machines, but was later refitted to be used by the awakened sharpshooter. The presence of MWRs was a pleasant surprise. Mundane soldiers were somewhat capable of facing dormant nightmare creatures, but had troubles dealing with the awakened ones, even with the help of exoskeleton armor suits. The fierce arsenal of guns and launchers installed on the war platforms, however, made them destructive enough to accomplish that task. There was just one problem. Sunny gave Sergeant Gear a dubious look. Do we even have anyone capable of piloting these things? The soldier coughed and awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Oh no, not really. He remained silent for a few moments, then smiled again. Still. There's also ammunition for our turrets, as well as food, medicine, spare fuel cells, necessities basically, all that the refugees need. We can even arm them all, if that is what you want to do. Those vehicles that we can drive are much faster than the civilian transports, too, have better armor, and can navigate more difficult terrain. Not to mention that there's more of them than we can possibly use, or everything, really. The infrastructure between here and Falcon Scott is also much better developed, so I think both our speed and defensive capabilities are going to increase tremendously. Sunny nodded, then glanced briefly at the crow, who had left his shoulder and was now perching on one of the beams of the support framework near the ceiling of the depot, looking down at the hustling humans with a curious expression. Good. We'll be staying here for a couple of days, to let the people rest and give us time to get acquainted with all these shiny new toys. Make sure that everyone has a warm meal and a comfortable place to sleep. With that, he left gear to figure out the logistics of settling in hundreds of refugees in an underground storage bunker that was not really meant to be used for such a purpose, and tiredly walked toward the Rhino. There were many robust vehicles in the supply depot, but he did not see anything that could compare to his personal ride. The fearsome APC was still the best there was. I need some rest myself. Climbing inside the Rhino, he exchanged a few words with Professor Obel, then told Luster to figure out the sleep schedule between the irregulars and bring him some news from the dream realm by the morning or whatever it was going to be once he woke up. Then, Sunny took off his military coat and dismissed the mantle of the underworld, which had been hidden beneath. At that moment, Beth was approaching him to say something, but lingered after noticing the dried blood and scaling patches glued to his skin. She paled a little, remained silent for a few moments, and then forced out an unconvincingly sarcastic remark. So you do bleed, after all. Sunny looked down at his battered body, and smiled. Only on special occasions. With that, he turned away, climbed into a sleeping niche, and closed his eyes in utter exhaustion. That was a long, dreadful, utterly terrible day. It did end on a positive note, though. That, at least, was something to be thankful about. Chapter 964, Proof of Competence. Shockingly, nothing disastrous happened while Sunny slept. A gate did not open in the middle of the supply depot, and a stray Titan did not break through the blast doors to devour every last person under his protection. Somehow, the world did not collapse. Instead, Sunny woke up to the sounds of peaceful conversation and the smell of cooking food. He remained still for a few minutes, then climbed out of the sleeping niche, checked on his healing wounds, and summoned the puppeteer's shroud to cover his bruised body. In the lounge area of the Rhino, several members of his cohort were eating a hearty breakfast. Surprisingly, Professor Obel was the one cooking, masterfully using rations scavenged from the depot supplies to create something that smelled unexpectedly tasty. Walking closer, Sunny heard Luster speaking with surprising enthusiasm. Amazing, how did you even make this? The old man chuckled. Food was much more scarce during my youth than it is now. Ancient relics like me all know how to make a feast out of nothing, young man. Noticing Sunny, Luster pointed to his plate. Captain, you have to try it. He stuffed his mouth with something that looked like vegetable lasagna, which was rather strange, considering that military rations did not include fresh vegetables, and smiled. Oh, and we are also flush with water again. Shower is back online. That was a piece of surprisingly good news. The Rhino had a very robust water filtration system, but they had to start rationing it many days ago. The thought of an actual hot shower made Sunny smile. He sat down and curiously tasted Professor Obel's cooking. It was, indeed, rather delicious. Noticing his reaction, the old man chuckled. Everything pot slop. That's what we used to call this Frankenstein of a dish, back in my days. Times may change, but some things always remain the same. Sunny stared at his plate, and then frowned. What's a Frankenstein? Professor Obel gave him an amused look. Well, it is a fictional monster. A sort of jigsaw corpse reanimated by a troubled scientist. Actually, perhaps it was the scientist who was the monster. Sunny gave him an understanding nod. Ah, I see. A jigsaw corpse, I think I fought one of those before. Although it was more of a mountain of bones. I guess you could make bone broth out of that. The professor is really being too harsh on himself. His cooking does not taste like corpse meat at all. I should know. Ignoring the strange glance directed at him, Sunny shrugged and concentrated on his food. The first shift of the irregulars sent into the dream realm was not back yet, so there was nothing pressing for him to do. Sunny finished his meal in peace, then chatted with his men for a bit. One after another, they left to resume their work on preparing the convoy for eventual departure. Beth was probably dealing with the refugees, so she was nowhere to be seen. That left Sunny and Professor Obel alone with each other. The old man studied his face for a few moments, and then suddenly asked, "How are you holding up, Captain Sunless?" Sunny looked at him in confusion. "Me? Fine, I guess." Professor Obel sighed. "It must be hard, especially for someone so young. In this dire situation, you are responsible for the well-being of hundreds of people, but there is no one caring for your own wellness. So, that was why I asked. How are you, really?" Sunny wanted to retort, but then thought for a while, and shrugged. "Actually, it's a bit strange. Everyone here is fighting tooth and nail to survive. Most of them have no control over whether they live or die. Every minute might be their last and they all know it, too. But not me. I am more or less safe. Unless I actively try to do something stupid, I will most likely survive even if the whole convoy is obliterated. My aspect makes it really easy for me to escape most dangers, you know." He hesitated, and then added with some uncertainty. "So, the mental strain that I experience should be far less than that of all these vulnerable people. But for some reason, it does not feel that way. I should not really care how many strangers die around me, but I do. It's like a mental hex, really, me caring actually, it's exactly like that. Especially because I do find myself doing stupid things to prevent them from dying." Sunny frowned. "Wait. I am not really under a hex that compels me to defend this damned convoy, am I?" Professor Obel suddenly laughed. "A mental hex, that is a very unique way to put it. Isn't it normal for people to care about each other?" Sunny blinked a couple of times. "No? Of course not." He shook his head, then added with slight bewilderment. "No one ever cared about me until I became powerful, and thus useful. That's just how things work." Sunny had been alone for most of his life. True, after becoming infected by the spell, he had made several good friends, but he had no illusions about the reason for the bond between them. If he had been someone weak and useless, people like Effie, Kai, even Nephis and Cassie would have never wasted time on becoming close with him. And why should they? Well, there was Rain, too, but that was different. She was family, not a random stranger. Professor Obel let out a sad sigh and remained silent for a while. Eventually, he asked, "So why do you think you care about whether the refugees and the mundane soldiers survive? Why are you risking yourself to help them?" Sunny scratched the back of his head. "That I am actually not too sure myself. Maybe it's pride. These people are under my protection, so their deaths would demonstrate my incompetence. Makes sense. It is weird, though. I never really claimed to have something as useless as pride." The old man looked at him with a strange expression, then shook his head. "Do you want to know what I think?" Sunny raised an eyebrow. "Yes." Professor Obel smiled. "One think that you are giving yourself too little credit, young man." Sunny stared at him in confusion. "Huh? What is that supposed to mean?" The old man chuckled. Don't mind me. It's just an old man's rumblings. Maybe you'll understand when you're my age. Until then, please keep caring for these poor people, stupid as it might seem. There's this one truth that I've learned after long decades. You see, humanity would have never survived without a bit of stupidity. Chapter 965, New Plan. The news Sunnis people brought from the dream realm were both disturbing and ominous. There was a wealth of updates on the state of affairs in Antarctica, but all of it was overshadowed by one simple fact. Army Command was seemingly unaware that Erebus Field had been wiped off the map. They knew that something had happened, but it was the members of his cohort who brought the first-hand account of the devastation to the dream realm, prompting an intense reaction. That did not bode well for Sunny. Either the siege capital had been destroyed very recently, or the First Army was in much worse shape than he had thought. In any case, the situation meant that the validity of all information received from Army Command had to be taken with a grain of salt from now on. Things were changing too fast for their compromised communication network to keep up. It was just as well. He had already decided to proceed to Falcon Scott, bypassing the less impregnable siege capitals. It was going to be their eventual destination, regardless, that much was clear. It seemed that the situation in East Antarctica was not as dire as the utter disaster of the Antarctic Center, which had much fewer soldiers and less resources allocated to it due to the smaller territory and population, but was being hit by the chain of nightmares much harder, for some reason. As a result, the previous plan was scrapped, and hastily replaced with a new one. The incoming naval convoys were going to be redirected to start ferrying the civilian population and the army contingent over the strait, to the larger and better protected eastern landmass. Falcon Scott would become the staging ground for the relocation, as well as humanity's last stronghold in the region. The First Army was abandoning the Antarctic Center entirely. So, there was no point in seeking shelter in any other siege capital, even if some of them could still be holding out. All divisions were going to retreat to Falcon Scott eventually, anyway, taking the civilians with them. Sunny sighed. Sounds like a plan. A plan that could very well end in disaster, but a solid one, nevertheless. Army Command was not entirely clueless. Master Jet had to have known about Erebus Field to send her Crow after him, after all, so it was not like the entire leadership was compromised. It was just that there were gaps in the flow of information between the headquarters and the people on the front lines, which was detrimental, but inevitable for as long as the winter beast still lived. As much as it pained Sunny to admit it, everyone was doing their best in a terrible situation. There was no one to blame. It was just that he personally had the misfortune of finding himself on the more dreadful end of the terribleness spectrum, as far as circumstances were concerned. Damn it. Shaking his head, he climbed on the roof of the Rhino and silently observed the flurry of activity inside the resupply station. Everyone was busy. Even the refugees were helping load cargo into the vehicle Sergeant Gear had chosen to commandeer. The Crow flew off its perch under the ceiling and landed near him, snuggling close to stare at the humans together. Sunny glanced at the black bird incredulously. "What do you think? Will we make it?" The small monster glanced at him in confusion and cawed a couple of times. Sunny scoffed. "Figures. You're just an echo." "Oh, what do I call you, anyway?" The bird tilted its head. "Crow Crow." Sunny smiled. "Your name is Crow Crow." Well, I'll just call you Crow, if you don't mind." The bird stared at him for a few moments, then cawed and flew away. Shaking his head, Sunny shifted his perception and concentrated on the view of the outside. One of his shadows remained there to watch the approach to the depot, hiding in the darkness. The ash was still falling from the sky, obscuring the stars and the crimson flames of the aurora. Black soot was marring the white surface of the snow, turning it into a dirty grey sludge. The silhouettes of the nearby mountains were outlined by the red glow that emanated from the sea of lava, making the whole landscape seem eerie and infernal. This entire continent is way too weird. It's like I never left the dream realm. As Sunny thought that, a slight movement attracted his attention. Soon, a flicker of light appeared in the distance, and then, a whole river of them showed itself from behind the cold slopes. The stream of light flowed down the mountain road, heading straight for the entrance to the supply depot. His face fell. Ah, not again. Out there in the ashen wilderness, a large column of battered vehicles was rolling down the road, escorted by scores of disheveled soldiers. Some were on foot, some moved with the help of powered exoskeleton armor suits, aiming into the darkness with their high-caliber rifles. The haunted expressions, the lightless eyes, the faces of frightened refugees behind the cracked windows of makeshift transports, all of it was too familiar. Sunny closed his eyes for a moment. Those would be the survivors of Erebus Field, then. With an exasperated sigh, he shook his head, and then jumped off the roof of the Rhino. Outside the underground depot, a long column of vehicles had come to a halt. The soldiers were running to assume defensive positions, and their leaders were barking orders to get them moving faster. In front of the locked blast doors, several people stood with tired expressions on their faces. One of them, an awakened woman in a tattered robe, was cursing as she placed her hand on the security panel over and over again. T.E. mechanical voice was not amused. Liu Lieutenant Karin. Verified. Insufficient clearance. Access denied. Goddamit. The woman slammed her fist into the panel, then glanced at one of the other officers near her. After a few seconds of somber silence, she asked, "Do you think one of you guys can hack it? Or are we going to have to blow through this damned gate?" The man hesitated for a while, then opened his mouth to say something. Before he could, however, there was a reverberating hum, and the blast doors suddenly slid to the sides, revealing the entrance of a dark tunnel and a very pale, very ominous-looking young man in black garments standing there with a strange, eerily calm expression on his face. "I would appreciate it if you don't try to blow up my gate, actually." The awakened woman jumped back with a yelp and outstretched one hand to summon a weapon. "What the hell are you?" The pale stranger tilted his head a little and stared at her with his cold, dark eyes. "Master Sunless, First Irregular Company." With that, he looked past the officers, at the long column of vehicles behind them. Suddenly, the young man's face grew a little lively. The awakened woman let out a relieved sigh. "Oh, you're human, wait. Master?" Glancing back at her, the young man suddenly smiled. "Say, you wouldn't happen to have a few MRW pilots in that convoy of yours, would you?" Chapter 966, Reinforcements. The new arrivals did, indeed, turn out to be one of the splinter groups of the Erebus Field survivors. There were many more people in their caravan than in Sunnis' caravan, but none of the soldiers held a higher military rank than him, the most senior officer among them being an awakened lieutenant named Karin. Needless to say, there were no masters among them either. So ironically, he ended up being in charge again. Sunny had been responsible for 6 awakened and 2 civilians after leaving I-49, which suited him fine. Then, more than 300 refugees and several dozens of mundane soldiers joined them. Those numbers seemed like a joke now. After the Erebus Field survivors joined his group, Sunny found himself in command of a significantly larger force. There were more than 4,000 civilians currently sheltered in the crowded resupply station, as well as 500 mundane soldiers. As well as 4 new sleepers. Sunny sent the latter to their nameless counterpart, placing the young man in charge. The guy had turned out to be quite resourceful, and Bell's mentorship seemed to be bearing fruit. Not to mention that his core was close to being saturated already. In the end, there were now 3 full awakened cohorts and a half under Sunnis' command. There were also 12 powerful MRWs being piloted by mundane specialists and more than enough powered armor suits for the soldiers, which drastically increased the caravan's defensive ability. The vast supply reserves of the underground station suddenly did not look so inexhaustible anymore. This is going to be a headache. Studying the crowded depot, Sunny grimaced. The increase in power and in the number of tools at his disposal was welcome, but he would have to rethink his entire strategy as to how to traverse the 2,000 kilometers separating them from Falcon-Scott. Before, Sunny had mostly put his efforts into avoiding combat engagements, meticulously circumventing nightmare creatures and only attacking those swarms that could not be bypassed. But with a caravan this large, that was not an option anymore. There was just no way to perfectly hide so many people. Luckily, the caliber of threats they could take on also increased. With several cohorts of awakened and a small army under his command, Sunny would be able to simply roll over many swarms, maybe even cut a path through the weaker hordes of abominations. But all of that required a lot of mental adjustment, and even more work for his shadows. His map would also have to be updated to account for the changes in the caravan's composition. Oh, well. No sleep for me today, it seems. Walking toward the rhino with a slightly exasperated expression, Sonny couldn't help but hear bits and pieces of the conversations the new arrivals were having with the members of the initial convoy. I don't think any of us can survive. What's that? Cheer up, man. The devil himself is with us, so who can be against us? Oh, so it's that Master Sunless. No wonder the name sounded familiar. I heard about him, even though he was assigned to a different division. Still, what can one man do? Damn, what can't he do? I swear to the dead gods, I saw him kill 100 nightmare creatures with a single arrow once. There was also this one time when he summoned a whole damn bridge out of thin air for us to cross a canyon. Hell, the man fought a titan to a stalemate just yesterday actually. I am not even sure that it was a stalemate. All I know is that the captain came back, but the titan did not. A corner of Sonny's mouth twisted up a little. His people were surely fond of embellishing his deeds, but he was not going to intervene. At this point, anything that raised morale of the troops was a good thing, even if it was not entirely based in truth. He climbed into the rhino and walked to the command suite, studying the new faces among the usual participants of strategic meetings. Sonny already knew awakened Keren, but the two mundane officers she brought for debriefing were strangers. Let's start. What he wanted to know first was how Erebus Field had fallen. The truth turned out to be as disturbing as Sonny had thought. As he had suspected, the city had been destroyed very recently. In fact, it had just happened 2 days ago, around the time he and his people were deciding to try their luck by charging the coastal highway. The main culprit of the disaster was also familiar. It was none other than his good friend Goliath. Damned bastard. After missing for the better half of 2 months, the stone giant had suddenly emerged from within Mount Erebus, breaking through one of its slopes and causing a whole side of the volcano to collapse. The resulting conflagration and the flood of lava had little chance of destroying a city that had been well fortified against exactly such an event, even if on a smaller scale. However, that was before the towering colossus smashed through the city defenses, destroying the grandiose magma barriers, drain vents, and most other contingencies the government had put in place. With the perimeter of the siege capital breached, a titan rampaging on its periphery, rivers of lava flowing through the broken barriers, and hordes of nightmare creatures using the chance to get inside, there had been nothing that the 1st Army Division stationed at Erebus Field could do to stop the cataclysmic assault. The few masters of the accompanying awakened force had joined forces to stall Goliath for as long as they could while the soldiers desperately tried to evacuate the civilians. That was probably where Davis and his cohort of irregulars had perished. Lieutenant Keren did not know how many people had made it out of that hell in the end, but judging by her expression, it was probably much less than the total population of the city. The last thing she had witnessed before leading the caravan away was the colossal figure of Goliath, turned incandescent from bathing in the molten lava, plunging into the ocean and disappearing under the dark waves. From where the Titan had emerged the next day to attack Sonny's convoy. After Keren was finished speaking, a somber silence settled inside the rhino. No one knew what exactly to say. Eventually, Sonny sighed. Their nightmare is over. Chapter 967, Smooth Ride. 2 days later, they abandoned the resupply station. The underground depot was left almost empty, since Sonny had decided to take everything they could on the road. Not all the vehicles were loaded to capacity, but even if there was just a driver and a shooter inside, every last one was commandeered and put to good use. Only the discarded civilian transports and those of the Erebus Field vehicles that were too damaged to remain reliable were left behind. Nightmare, Abomination, and Blackie moved at the front of the caravan, serving as its vanguard. The Rhino was still at the head, but it was now flanked by 2 lumbering MRWs, both of them constantly scanning the surroundings with their high-tech optical arrays. Behind them, the long column of vehicles stretched for more than a kilometer on the mountain road. The remaining 10 MRWs and 24 awakened were spread along its length, meant to protect the caravan in case of an attack from the flanks. Most of the vehicles were armed, and there were personnel carriers with full companies of mechanized infantry placed strategically among the refugee transports. All in all, the caravan looked like a big, delicious target for nightmare creatures, but also one that would be extremely hard to swallow. I'd like to see the bastards try actually, scratch that. I'd rather not. Sonny was positioned on the roof of the Rhino, wearing his military coat over the mantle of the underworld. With the elemental resistance of the Onyx armor and the memory of ice slotted into it, he was more or less immune to mundane cold, so the chilling nature of the polar night was not bothering him too much. The falling ash, though, was still irritating. Hopefully, they would leave the area near Mount Erebus soon. The wind was blowing in the other direction, which not only moved the clouds of ash away from the caravan, but would also make it harder for those nightmare creatures that relied on their sense of smell to detect the approaching humans far in advance. Still, he had no illusions that theirs would be a smooth ride. Luckily, Sonny was extremely well suited to serve as a guide. Lai had updated his map with as many details as he could and planned multiple suitable routes for the caravan. With his shadow scouting ahead and the crow keeping an eye out for hidden threats from high above, he was as informed about the surrounding area and the enemy movements as anyone could be. The shadow scouted most enemies long before the long column of vehicles approached, and the black bird with its magical eyes was able to notice anything that they missed. The combination was extremely effective. Information was the lifeblood of warfare, so Sonny had a considerable advantage. He was going to use it well to navigate the treacherous expanse of the Antarctic Center and reach Falcon Scott unscathed. His task had grown much harder because of the sheer size of the caravan, but on the other hand, the land they were traversing was also different from the complicated network of decrepit old roads in the south. The infrastructure between Erebus Field and the northern parts of the landmass had indeed been much more developed, and then expanded on by the First Army in the recent months to boot. Plus, they were moving away from the area that had been affected by the earthquake the most, so there were fewer signs of destruction and obstacles on their path the further north the caravan drove. The roads were wider and better preserved, the terrain was less rugged. It was not as flat and straight as the coastal highway, of course, but Sonny felt reluctant to return to the ocean just yet. Even if he did, it would only be to bypass an especially difficult region and then swiftly return to the mountains. Or not at all. At first, there were not too many nightmare creatures in the way. Most of them that had been in the immediate area probably migrated to the ruins of Erebus Field and were yet to return. What little resistance the caravan did meet was promptly obliterated by the irregulars and Karens awakened. For the first day or so, the MRWs did not even have to fire a single shot. The next one brought more enemies with it, however. The caravan did not stop, with drivers working in shifts to keep it moving, so the destroyed city was now far behind them. Here, the abominations ran free, and plenty of them caught the scent of the large group of refugees. Swarm after swarm assaulted the column of vehicles, shattering against its defenses. The devastating barrage of bullets tore them apart, accompanied by arrows and magical projectiles tossed by the awakened. The MRWs let their monstrous Gatling guns and heavy mass drivers cut large swaths through the mass of abominations, sending swarms of explosive missiles flying from the mounted launchers from time to time. If the nightmare creatures got too close, destructive flamethrowers and awakened fighters made short work of them. If there were fallen or corrupted abominations among the swarms, Sonny and Nightmare charged forward before the creatures could do any harm to the refugees. With Sergeant Gear running logistics and organizing the mundane soldiers, Lieutenant Caring commanding most of the awakened, and Beth caring for the needs of the civilians, that was pretty much all he had to do. Dealing with various powers nightmare creatures possessed was a bit challenging, but mostly, Sonny found himself unexpectedly free. Which was good, since he had plenty of time to address his tasks as the strategist and guide of the caravan, but still. Weird. Am I actually a little bored? Looking at the remains of another swarm that the column had all but rolled over, Sonny scratched the back of his head. I knew, of course, that this rate of progress would not continue indefinitely. In fact, they were bound to get blooded as soon as he failed to lead the caravan past a real horde of nightmare creatures, which was getting harder and harder to do. That had not happened yet, though. Am I suddenly very lucky, or have my luck just been really terrible up until now? Sunny pondered about it for a few moments, and decided that it was probably both. The question was, how long would the stretch of good fortune last? Chapter 968, Shifting Scales. A few more days passed in the clamor of firing armaments and frenzied howls of dying nightmare creatures. The dark landscape of the Antarctic center flowed past the incessantly moving caravan, with the starlight and the undulating visage of Aurora Australis finally appearing from behind the clouds of ash, only to be devoured by the veil of snow. The blizzard was picking up again, making Sunny wonder if he was going to meet the second Titan raging in the region. He was not very enthused to make its acquaintance, to say the least. The journey was a strange one. Sunny was used to things going south fast, but the situation of the caravan was very different. Instead of something dreadful and devastating happening all at once, their circumstances were growing slightly more dire with every hour, bringing them closer to annihilation little by little. The confident pace the caravan had established after leaving the resupply station was long gone. Instead of rare skirmishes with weak swarms of nightmare creatures, they were now embroiled in a nearly unstoppable battle with the sea abominations flooding the northern reaches of the Antarctic center. The pressure on the awakened and the MRW pilots had increased tremendously, and the infantrymen had to bloody their bayonets on more than one occasion already. Worst of all was the inescapable corrosion that the multitude of gates were exerting on their tech. The military vehicles were shielded from the detrimental effects of the cool to some degree, but very few had the same rare and expensive modifications as the Rhino had. They were managing for now, but there was no telling how long it would last. The problems were mounting. The casualties were mounting, too. During the harrowing push to Erebus Field, Sunny had lost only a handful of people to the vagaries of the spell and the deadly crucible of battle. Their losses were few enough to consider each one a poignant event. It was not so much for the current step of the journey. The caravan had grown too much, and the combat engagements they had to fight were too frequent and intensive to avoid losing soldiers. The attrition rate was not terrible, and in fact remained admirably low, but it seemed that every time Gear contacted him to give an update on the state of the column, more names had to be added to the list. Sunny was strangely bothered by it. He had thought that with the drastic increase in numbers, the loss of individual soldiers would not affect him too much, especially if the casualties were below expected. He had also thought that he would eventually grow numb to the news of people under his command dying. But he had not. The more of his soldiers died, no matter how few, the more bitter and angry he felt. However, the most powerful emotion he experienced was rather unexpected indignation. Sunny felt indignant about the fact that he was forced to watch good men and women die, to see mundane humans putting their lives on the line to protect the defenseless refugees, all the while the truly powerful ones were nowhere to be seen, embroiled into their own internal strife. Damned bastards. Maybe he wasn't cut to be a leader, after all. That was not to say that Sunny was ineffective. On the contrary, he was doing a good job of leading the caravan and pretending to be an intrepid commander. However, it was all alien to him. It was something he was doing because the circumstances had forced him to, not because he wished to play that role. Living alone in the dark had been much more comfortable. Ah, good old times. There was another strange thing about the caravan's advance north, something that Sunny should have expected, but nevertheless failed to account for. Despite the slow attrition, the number of people under his command was not reducing. Instead, it was growing, ballooning, even. The further they drove, the larger the caravan became. There were other large groups of people who had escaped from Erebus Field, squads of soldiers that had lost contact with Army command due to the blizzard, and evacuation convoys that had gotten stuck in a limbo after their destination was destroyed. All of them were happy to see a well-organized force moving north, especially since it was led by a master. So, they joined the caravan. Sunny could not really turn the stragglers away, and at that point, there was no point to. So, the 4,000 refugees under his protection turned to 5, then 6, and then 12. The 500 soldiers turned into more than 1,000. The 3 cohorts of awakened swelled to 7, and there were now 2 auxiliary sleeper cohorts instead of 1. There were many more vehicles, too. The bloated caravan stretched for 2 kilometers now, and showed no signs of stopping the rapid expansion. Looking at it, Sonny couldn't help but shake his head. That's just a recipe for disaster. At this rate, he was going to end up leading a whole division by the time they reached Falcon Scott. If they reached it. Hopefully, he would stumble on a colonel or 2 and push the command responsibility on them soon. If the colonel was not an idiot, of course. Sonny had just finished dealing with a very nasty fallen demon laying in ambush in the path of the caravan and returned to the head of the column. As soon as he appeared from the shadows on the roof of the rhino, the crow flew down and perched on his shoulder, his feathers ruffled and covered with snowflakes. He glanced at the miserable bird and sighed. What? Did you see something? The small monster bobbed its head. Crow saw. Sonny waited for the crow to continue, knowing that it had to be bad for the echo to seek him out. The flying monster cawed again. Mort horde. With that, the bird turned its head and pointed its beak in a certain direction. Curse it. There was a horde of nightmare creatures ahead, one that the crow did not know how to avoid. Finally, Sonny's fears had come true. He hurriedly sent the shadow that was closest to the direction where the echo was pointing to forward. It had already been scouting far ahead, but apparently not far enough. Soon, Sonny's eyes narrowed. There was indeed a vast horde of abominations, and bypassing it was out of the question. Well, unless he used the coastal highway, of course. In that case, the caravan would have a chance of skirting the Sea of Abominations unmolested. A slim chance, at that. They would also be risking a meeting with something even worse. Damnation. Chapter 969, Gifts of the Shore. Sonny's shadow swiftly glided through the darkness, climbing the steep slopes above the vast river of nightmare creatures. Sonny was trying to gauge the true size of the horde, but no matter how hard he looked, there was simply no end to it. All kinds of abominations were gathered in a tremendous mob which spilled over the cliffs, undulating and crawling over the landscape. The horde was stretched into a long line, moving from east to west toward the coast. The width of it was somewhat bearable, making the thought of trying to cut through the mass of nightmare creatures appear tentatively in his mind. However, the length of the horde was simply too oppressive. The caravan was very large now, and even if Sonny managed to create a breach in the river of monsters, not all vehicles would be able to pass through before a tide of abominations ripped them apart. It was still an option, though. He had to think strategically. To the east, the horde stretched for as fast as his shadow could see. To the west, there was still some space between the front ranks of the mob of nightmare creatures and the coastal highway. If the column of vehicles sped up while the abominations maintained their pace, there was a good chance that they would narrowly miss each other. If not, the caravan would be caught between the horde and the ocean, potentially suffering even more casualties. That was not even considering that something could attack them from the water, as well. Sonny sighed. Crap. The first option all but guaranteed that people would die, but had a lowered damage ceiling. The second promised a small chance that no one would be killed at all but had the potential to turn really disastrous if things went wrong. He hesitated for a few moments, then contacted Gear. Yes, Captain. Sonny gritted his teeth. There's a horde of nightmare creatures ahead. Fall forward, and we will be taking a detour via the highway. Inform everyone to prepare for a tough battle. There. The decision had been made. Sonny was not happy with it, but at least the caravan stood a chance of escaping unscathed. He was not ready to callously send people to die yet, even if it meant risking a more dire result. At the end of it, Sonny would know that he at least tried. Following his orders, Luster sent the Rhino flying forward. Their MWP escort strained to keep up, but eventually adjusted to the increased pace. The military vehicles comprising the caravan followed suit, and soon, the whole column was moving forward at a reckless speed. Do not brake. Sunny stared back, hoping that nothing would go wrong. If a vehicle broke down in the middle of the charge, there would be no saving its passengers. A faulty transport could also potentially slow down everyone behind it, which would be a complete disaster. However, the fewer number of gates along the coast was one of the reasons he had chosen the second option, so if anything, leaving the mountains for a bit should only lessen the probability of a serious malfunction. The Rhino maneuvered to a branching road and led the caravan east, descending toward the highway. As they approached it, Sunny tensely observed the horde and tried to calculate if they were going to make it past the advancing mob of abominations before it reached the coast. For now, it seemed that there was still a narrow window of opportunity. But then, as soon as they reached the highway, that window was gone. For some reason, the front ranks of the horde suddenly went into a frenzy and rushed forward, with the rest of the mob soon following in an avalanche of flesh. Sunny was sure that the nightmare creatures could not have sensed the caravan yet, so he did not know why their behavior changed so abruptly. It was as though something on the coast was pulling the abominations toward it. In any case, with the horde moving much faster now, any chance of passing by without a battle the column might have had were gone. They would have to fight their way through, in the end. Curses. At least the caravan was only going to be assaulted from one side. Their left flank would be protected by the ocean, precarious as it might sound. What the hell spooked these bastards? Looking forward to see the first abomination spilling onto the highway some distance away, Sunny froze for a moment. Oh. Out there ahead of them, laying on the shore like a mountain of white flesh, the corpse of a colossal abomination towered above the highway. It looked like a monstrous jellyfish of mind-boggling proportions, some of its lifeless tentacles stretching for hundreds of meters into the dark water. The strange, transparent flesh of the dead dweller of the depths was torn and scorched, with large chunks of it missing. Strange organs could be seen beneath it, and a lake of freezing slime covered a long stretch of the highway around it. Something had thoroughly savaged the terrifying creature, and then left without devouring its prey. And now, the horde of nightmare creatures was rushing to finish the job. As Sunny watched, the tide of abominations flowed over the highway. The first rank sunk their fangs into the dead horror with rabid hunger, followed by 100 other creatures the next second. The appalling corpse was giant, but not giant enough to satiate them all. Soon, the slower nightmare creatures reached the coast, ruthlessly tearing at the bodies of their feasting brethren to reach the succulent white flesh. They crawled over the towering jellyfish like ants, slowly eviscerating its upper layers. And behind them, countless more were already flowing down the mountain slopes. Sunny gripped his bow, knowing the caravan would have to fight their way through that dreadful barrier of monstrous bodies soon. Actually, a few stragglers were already close enough for Samara to start firing her rifle. Looking at the approaching scene of morbid carnage, Sunny felt a chill run down his spine. It's all right. We can still pull through this. That was what he thought. At least until eerie flashes of crimson light ignited in the haze of the blizzard to his left, far in the ocean. An enormous, gargantuan shape was moving through the waves, getting closer to the shore. Chapter 970, Hellfire. As the caravan approached the spilling horde of nightmare creatures, Sunny readied himself for battle and feverishly tried to come up with a way anyway to save the lives of as many people as he could. However, no matter how much he thought about it, there was just no solution. Many souls were going to be lost today, and the best he could accomplish was to make sure that those who were dying were the soldiers, and not the refugees. He knew that the caravan would be able to break through the horde of abominations eventually, but he also knew that at least several vehicles, as well as scores of his soldiers, would perish in the process. Hundreds, if not thousands of humans were going to die today. His gamble did not pay off. Sunny felt a bit resentful about that. With a sigh, he summoned the helmet of the mantle of the underworld and raised Morgan's warbow. It was at that moment that eerie crimson lights flashed through the haze of the blizzard, followed by a scattering of small sparks. He froze and looked to his left, at the dark expanse of the ocean that was obscured by the veil of snow. Out there, something inconceivably gargantuan was hiding, its enormous shape only revealed by the hazy flashes of crimson light. What? In the next moment, a deafening roar assaulted his ears, and then, something that he had never expected happened. Ahead of the convoy, the mass of nightmare creatures were suddenly torn apart by a series of earth-shattering explosions. Bits of concrete, flesh, and bone flew into the air, creating a cloud of red fog. A moment later, flowers of angry red flame bloomed on the slope of the mountain, obliterating even more abominations. The whole world trembled. Sunnis' eyes widened as he swiftly looked back at the ocean. The wall of the blizzard had been unmade, as well. And although the breach in the snowstorm was already closing, he still managed to catch a glimpse of the source of all that carnage. The gargantuan shape drifting on the waves was a massive, battered battleship. He thought he even recognized the lines of its mangled alloy hull. The vessel was strangely slanted, one of its sides resting much lower than the other one, the deck railings almost touching the water. Its hull was marred by terrible scars and breached in many places, with some of the holes being large enough for the Rhino to drive through, and was just what remained above the surface. The bow of the ship seemed shattered and deformed. It was a mystery how the vessel remained afloat. And yet, it was still capable of firing its armaments. The crimson light Sunny had seen were the batteries of starboard cannons unleashing hell, and the scattering of sparks was the salvo of missiles being launched from their nests. As Sunny watched, the ghostly battleship fired another barrage of heavy explosive rounds at the horde of nightmare creatures, this time aiming entirely at the slopes of the mountains. He blinked. I'll be damned. Did they really receive reinforcements? Sunny did not know where the wrecked vessel had come from, but he was not going to waste this opportunity. The intention of the unknown captain was clear. The first salvo somewhat cleared the highway, and the second one overshot it by a good degree, slamming into the mountain slope and obliterating a large swath of advancing nightmare creatures. Cutting off those who still remained on the road from the rest of the horde, for now, while simultaneously opening a path for the caravan. That was his chance. Silently thanking the daredevil who had used the sinking ship to come to their rescue, Sunny drew his bow and sent the strike of thunder flying forward. A moment later, it hit the mountain of white flesh, electrocuting scores of abominations that had been fighting to devour the giant jellyfish just a few moments before. All forward units, attack. The MWPs running beside the Rhino simultaneously raised their bulky hands and opened fire. Their accuracy while on the move was not too great, but that was not important when massive Gatling guns were involved. Streams of heavy rounds whipped across the surviving nightmare creatures, ripping many to shreds. A moment later, two swarms of missiles shot from the shoulders of the lumbering machines, adding to the chaos. From somewhere further behind, heavy-duty mass drivers joined the fray, with the turrets of the assault vehicles soon following. The front of the caravan had once again formed into a wedge to open lines of fire for more attackers. Only this time, there were many more vehicles, awakened, and war platforms shooting. The already thinned front rows of the mass of nightmare creatures covering the highway were all but erased from existence by their onslaught. A moment later, the Rhino plowed into the remaining stragglers, painting itself with red. Sunny sent several arrows flying, and then dismissed his bow, summoning the crawl sight instead. As soon as he saw the APC clear the stretch of the road obstructed by the horde, he stepped through the shadows and appeared in the thick of the enemies descending from the mountains. Even though most of them were being destroyed by the continuous barrage from the mangled battleship, many were still getting through. The cacophony of bestial howls, thunderous explosions, and roaring artillery strikes was shaking the world, but he did not let it distract him. Now that the head of the caravan had broken through the blockade, the battle was not over. On the contrary, it was just starting. They had to hold back the tide of monsters to let the whole column drive through the created corridor, and then stall the abominations to let it escape. Moving with practiced grace, he butchered a lunging monstrosity that resembled a wingless bat, and then crushed another creature's skull with the butt of his spear. The dying wish weaved itself into existence, summoning the ire of the frenzied horde upon him. But also inspiring his soldiers. One after another, the cohorts of the Awakened joined Sunny in building a wall of sharp steel along the edge of the highway. The MWPs stood behind them, drowning the mountain slopes with hellfire unleashed by their flamethrowers. Several personnel carriers stopped, releasing companies of mechanized infantry, each soldier clad in an exoskeleton suit of powered armor and carrying a heavy rifle. In a matter of minutes, the safe corridor was secured. Now, all they had to do was hold the line and show the abominations what the First Army was really made of. Devil is with us. Show them hell. Burn in fire, you wretches. Sunny was rather surprised by the enthusiasm the soldiers who had just recently joined his caravan were showing. Well, he was not going to complain. Maybe it was the effect of the dying wish, or maybe they just wanted to avenge Erebus Field and wash off the shame of defeat off their souls. Thrusting the cruel psyche into the open maw of a fallen abomination, he suddenly felt a strange jolt run through the mantle of the underworld. Suddenly, the onyx armor felt slightly lighter. What is that about? Shaking off the weird feeling, he jerked the corpse of the nightmare creature off his spear's blade and looked around, searching another target. Chapter 971, Strategic Retreat. Sunny and his soldiers held back the abominations while the long column of vehicles drove through the cleared corridor. The pressure the Horde was exerting on them was dire, but not impossible to overcome thanks to the artillery support from the mangled battleship. The Awakened and the mundane soldiers worked together, aided by the lumbering MWPs and assault vehicles. Soon, the whole mountain slope was torn apart and enveloped in flames. An angry red glow spread through the blizzard, making it seem as though the snow itself was aflame, and the sounds of firing armaments, detonating explosives, and bestial howls fused into an ugly, deafening litany. The battleship grew quiet, and the rain of artillery shells stopped. Either the vessel had run out of ammunition, or the stress of sustaining the heavy barrage had turned out to be too much for its already failing hull, causing it to sustain even more damage. In any case, by that point, most of the caravan had managed to pass the advancing Horde. With artillery bombardment gone and no killing field between them and the highway anymore, a flood of nightmare creatures rushed forward, aiming to slam into the defensive line of humans and rip them apart. That was when Sunny finally utilized Shadow Manifestation. He had not used it before in order to conserve essence for this exact moment, but now there was no point in holding back anything anymore. Rows of dark spikes rose from the ground, obstructing the advance of the abominations and forcing some to impale themselves on their sharp tips. Pushed from behind by the frenzied mob, more were run through, perishing right there and then. Others were simply slowed down. The spikes were soon destroyed, but their job was already done. The momentum of the Horde was stalled, and the MWPs were able to create a wall of fire in its way. A few moments later, burning monsters burst through the flames, lunging at the defensive line with rabid rage. They were met by sharp steel and a rain of bullets. "Hold, we are not done yet." Following his command, the soldiers held. The Awakened were burning through their essence, while the mundane fighters were exhausting their ammunition, but they held. 1 minute, then 2. Finally, the last of the vehicles drove past and disappeared into the haze of the snowstorm. Sunny let out a relieved sigh. The battle was not over yet, but at least the refugees were safe. Infantry, retreat. Pulling out of the furious engagement was not an easy task and had to be done in stages. First, the mundane soldiers orderly retreated, loading into the personnel carriers. After the massive vehicles drove off, the weakened defensive line shifted, slowly moving back. As they did, the MWPs fired clusters of remote-controlled landmines, leaving hundreds of them in the wake of the retreating human force. Once enough of the pushing nightmare creatures entered the blast zone, the mines detonated, momentarily shaking the world. The defenders used that moment to abandon the battle. The Awakened jumped onto the roofs of waiting vehicles, which then sped away. The MWPs followed, turning their torsos 180 degrees to continue firing back as they ran. Sunny was left alone to face the wrath of the blooded Horde. Well, not quite. Nightmare emerged from the shadows with fury and bloodlust burning in his crimson eyes. Looking at the approaching tide of abominations, Sunny smiled coldly. "Come at us, bastards." The shadows surged around him, shooting forward like dark chains. He used the chains and walls of shadows to funnel the nightmare creatures, killing and maiming as many as he could with his spear. Nightmare rampaged in their midst, too swift to be caught and brought down at least for now. But then again, they were not going to linger for long. All Sunny had to do was buy his soldiers time to put some distance between themselves and the enemy. Soon, all his defenses were obliterated, and it seemed like he and his shadow were going to be overwhelmed in mere moments. That was when both of them turned into incorporeal shadows nightmare creatures behind. Now, the battle was truly finished. What was especially great about its conclusion and a pleasant surprise to Sunny was that while some abominations lunged in pursuit of the caravan, most remained, seemingly more interested in the carcass of the monstrous jellyfish and the corpses of their own slain brethren. It seemed that the caravan had managed to escape. Thank the gods. A minute later, Sunny and Nightmare emerged from the highway, soon catching up to the retreating soldiers. The caravan was still out of sight, hidden behind the wall of snow, but they would rejoin the main column soon. In cases like these, the forward force was meant to slow down so as not to leave itself without sufficient protection for too long. Sunny ordered his steed to get close to the rearmost vehicle and looked at Samra, who was unsurprisingly sitting on its roof. With her red hair dancing in the wind, she was aiming her rifle back, firing a shot into the blizzard from time to time. "How are you on essence?" Samra glanced at him briefly, then smiled. With a nod, he jumped up, placing his feet on the saddle, then leaped over to the roof of the vehicles and settled next to his sharpshooter. Sunny was confident in his riding skill, but not confident enough to try sitting on Nightmare backwards and shooting his bow. As Morgan's warbow started weaving itself from scarlet sparks, Sunny lingered for a moment, and then summoned the runes. "That strange jolt I felt at the start of the battle. Don't tell me, did I finally fulfill the requirements of the mantle of the underworld?" Chapter 972, Soulbound. Sunny zoned out for a little, not paying attention to Samra and the MWPs discharging their weapons from time to pick off the most stubborn of the pursuers. The rate of their fire was slowing down, anyway, meaning that the bulk of abominations had either fallen behind or were already killed. The Prince of the Underworld enchantment and its dreadful counter of vanquished foes gods, He had been stuck with that thing for so long. Despite the fact that Sunny had inherited the onyx armor with some of it already filled, it still took him years to accumulate 6,000 victories. Come to think of it, the whole Mongol debacle had happened because of his desire to increase the number on the counter somewhat. Can't believe I've finally done it." Curious to see what changed, Sunny looked at the runes. He was a bit tense after all. The description of the Prince of the Underworld only said that the armor would be growing stronger the more foes he vanquished, and it had over the years. The cost of keeping its active enchantments running had diminished slightly, and their effects had become a little more pronounced. The description said nothing about the mantle receiving an upgrade after the counter was filled. That was just his assumption. "Come on." Concentrating on the name of the memory, he read. "Memory Mantle of the Underworld, Memory Rank Ascended, Memory Tier 7. Oh. The mantle seemed to have grown from a Tier 6 memory to a Tier 7 one. That was not bad, but it did leave Sunny a little disappointed. He had hoped that it would increase in rank, instead. He sighed, then continued to study the runes, turning his attention to the enchantments. The Living Stone, Feather of Truth, Stalwart, and Underworld Armament enchantments remained exactly the same. None of them received any enhancements. The Prince of the Underworld had not changed, either, except for the fact that the counter now showed a pleasant 60006000 as the number of vanquished foes. There was a new enchantment at the end of the list, though. Soulbound Relic. Sunny blinked a couple of times. Huh? Suddenly excited, he concentrated on the enchantment to read its description. The description, however, left him largely confused. It did not provide any information about what a soulbound relic was, or what powers that title entailed. Instead, the shimmering runes simply stated, "Bind the relic." He was probably supposed to answer yes or no. However, Sunny lingered. He had no idea what binding the mantle of the underworld to his soul meant, and how it would change the onyx armor or his soul, for that matter. Of course, the effect was most likely meant to be beneficial, since it was a reward for achieving an amazing feat. The spell often had a very strange notion of what beneficial meant, though, which did not always coincide with what a person would consider advantageous. He knew that from his own aspect, for example its innate ability, Shadow Bond, had become the bane of his existence, and yet the spell clearly thought of it as a precious boon. Further still, the mantle of the underworld was not even the spell's creation. Rather, it was a memory of an artifact created by Nether, the demon of destiny, most likely for one of his stone children. Sunny suspected that it had once belonged to the stranger, one of the 7 heroes of the Forgotten Shore, who had been of Saint's tribe and possibly her previous lord. So what would actually happen if he bound that artifact to his soul? He hesitated for a while, then dismissed the runes. Not because he had decided against activating the new enchantment, but rather because his shadows had noticed something strange on the road ahead, the tail of the caravan. The caravan, for whatever reason, had stopped. Damn it. That was outside the scope of the action plan he had established. Luster was not supposed to stop the rhino unless something truly drastic happened. Sunny, soulbound or not, jumped off the vehicle, turned into a shadow, and glided to the front of the caravan. Returning to his human form near the rhino, Sunny dismissed the helmet of the mantle and headed toward the welcoming party. I should really thank whoever it was in charge of that battleship. They saved our skin back there. As he neared the small crowd, he heard a pleasant, but strained voice asking a question. "Your commanding officer, then?" One of the soldiers responded. "Oh, that would be the devil." "I mean Captain." The representative of the ship interrupted him, sounding surprised and a little tense.